Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for joining us. This is Mtembe TV. We are coming to you live from Nairobi, Kenya, as we continue to celebrate and receive election results from different parts of the country. Great anxieties for those you support, and great celebration for those that are winning. One phenomenal thing is the conceding attitude and quick response for the losers in these particular general elections. What is your take on all this? Welcome again as we follow up on what needs to be done and fast for that matter. Thank you so much for your faithful followership, even as we proceed with looking at different parts of the country and the kind of voting pattern that stands out from all that is happening. So wherever you are around the country, we'd love to know what you feel and think about the whole aspect of the elections. How did you fare in your county? And how is it going from your end? Are you anxious? Are you surprised by some results from some quarters? Or did the elections meet your expectation? Well, that is what I want us to look at generally, even as we proceed with our analysis. Thank you so much. Those of you that are joining, please let us all gang up and continue with our assignment. Apologies for the time we were off as we were lining up and making all our duck get in a row so that we are able to make right judgment. I want to really appreciate everybody. Thank you, those of you who have reached out to me and finding out what is happening. I guarantee everything is all right. And what is not all right will be all right in a short while. So let's get busy and look at this critically. The results on somebody's asking, Pamela can say, Bernard, please tell us something about citizen results. Yes, all media houses, they are reporting the result based on their ability to tabulate from 34A. So there's the media houses that are giving different results from other media houses. It's not that their results are wrong. It's only that they have accessed different forms. Those forms are sent randomly, so you cannot even kind of tell on which is which where. And so probably some media houses started to download earlier, and so they got particular forms from a particular stronghold other than the others. And so everything that you are seeing on the screens of media houses can be accurate to some degree, but we are all waiting for the final announcement from Chebukati, the chairman of the IEBC, with what he has tabulated. So he's tabulating, the media houses are tabulating. All those are done independently in the sense that they are getting the forms from the portal and then begin to tabulate as a media house. And so whatever they're displaying should not worry you because it's at different paces. It's not that one is winning, the other one is losing, or one is giving the other one an upper hand and the other one giving wherever a less hand. The truth is, at the end of the day, when all the tabulation is done, if it is done accurately, they are all going to end up into one place. And that is, if the source of their result is from IEBC portal, the result will be finally in agreement. So don't get anxious watching NTV, KTN, KBC showing as if one is favoring the other. It's only that they're accessing different forms at different intervals. I want to appreciate all of you that are joining us. Welcome back. I salute all of you. God bless you. Thank you so much. Mama Selina, she's here. Keep Real is here. Asanteni sana. Karibuni lakini. Hali namna gani huko?
Hey, Bernard.
Mama Selina, they're supposed to say when they see the two of us together, someone Nak Kenya is here.
Ah, yes. Bernard, we want to say thank you so much. Nimesumbua keep where the people are where, but unajua Bernard, Simba anaitwangwa Simba hata kama ni mdogo. So tunashukuru watu wamepiga kura kwa amani. That is very important. Ya kwamba ile visanga kidogo imepatikana, hiyo ni kidogo. The crying babies kama Waiguru atasoea. And I think ile kitu tunataka ni kuona baba ameapishwa. Hii result spend at some of us kweli tunaenda hii KTN unaona kama haiendi sawa, haisemi the same, but this morning niliona mtu ya Citizen ama NDV alisema inategemea vile wana receive results, so they are not coming the same time, but ile pia nataka utuambie huyu Itumbi hiyo ni propaganda, kwa sababu they are tulikuwa tumeambiwa tutoe lakini tusitangaze. So kama wamewin wana incite, that is incitement, but baba always say chura iwezi suia ng'ombe kukunywa maji. So otherwise tunataka kushukuru watu wote wale waliweza kupiga kura. Strong goal ya baba. Kisii naona wamejaribu, tuko na everywhere. Na Kingi nataka kushukuru serikali ya Kilifi kama ni ukweli ya kwamba wameruti wote ODM vile ilikuwa hata kupeana moja. So hiyo nataka kusema, otherwise nataka nisikie watu wengine wakisema, but Bernard, thank you so much. We need this update. And tunataka kumwambia watu yetu ya kwamba we are supposed to be here na tukue na nguvu. Kama nimeona baba anacheka, kina watuali wana relax. What is wrong? People are strong, man. Hii si uchaguzi ya kwanza. Brother setu kutoka Central, tunasema thanks kwa sababu pia kumira haikufanyika Central, otherwise tungekuwa so hiyo walipiga ni sawa, but sisi hatuna maneno, tutafanya kazi. Na tunawaambia baba samani alikuwa anapata 1%, lakini this time round at least kuna kitu ya kusmile. So wacha niwachie hapo. Wacha tusikie vile watu wengine keep anatuambia nini, waache kukua na maji kwa tumbo. Kama wamama wana maji kwa tumbo, wa baba kulienda aje maneno. Thank you.
Sawa, asante Mama Selina, nashukuru kwa utangulizi huo. Na Itumbi kazi yake ni kufanya uongo ukae kama kweli na ukweli ukae kama uongo. Hiyo ndio kazi ameajiriwa. So akitekeleza anayotekeleza ni kwa sababu ya njaa na kwa sababu ya kutafuta kwa ajili ya kusurvive. But ukweli ni kwamba yale matangazo yote wanapeana almost 99% haina ukweli hata moja. Aswa wakikwambia kwamba UDA imepata viti zote sehemu fulani, kama ANC imepata viti zote sehemu fulani, that's all just to cause anxiety. But ukweli ni kwamba wako na results na wanajua kwamba wame lose lakini wanataka kucreate a situation so that they may be justified in probably rejecting the outcome of the results. But from where I sit and from what I have seen so far, they have no chance in this election in terms of carrying the day. And that's why they have deployed all their bloggers to go and spread lies. And they believe that when a lie is spoken many times, it eventually becomes or is believed as if it's a truth, but it is not. So tusubiri mahala pa kusubiri, zile namba ambazo zimeingia hizo tutatumia, lakini media houses ni kulingana na their IT section. If they have a faster internet and they are able to download many forms, they will be ahead. But if they have a less team to work on the forms and tabulate, they will be behind. But at the end of the day, they must end up in one place if those sources of those forms is one. Keep, sema, unasemaje wewe?
Sasa, I'm from my friend's house. Hata sikuwa nimerelax. I was supposed to have a cup of tea with them. Haikuingia, ilikataa. Nilikuja tu kuongea na nyinyi. But what I'd like to explain is the media house is doing okay. Don't worry. We are actually graduating as Kenyans towards the first position or first semi-okay election. Semi-okay, I'm not completely saying it's okay. Whereby Chebukati alikuwa anataka kusema yeye peke yake atatoa results. So this gives the ability of UDA and Azimio to actually take the Form 34 B, whatever it's called, and actually tabulate on their own. So Azimio has the machinery to do it by last night at 86% to see. That's 86% of what they had seen from their numbers to see that Raila was winning. So the numbers they are seeing, it's their own opinion. It's what, maybe there's a few mistakes here and there, but that's why ABC says that they're the last people to do the results. It's the verification of these numbers. So unaona tabulation is between 600,000 and 800,000 votes in between. Kwa sababu kuna zile za manual. So I think people need to relax because Citizen has a group of people who are doing their tabulation, and there's another group in NTV and so on and so forth. And what would happen is the person who's doing maybe Kilifi in UDA is faster than the person who's doing, for example, Central, a place in Central like Kiambu, Kikuyu hapo kwa Central, and he's doing it faster. So the results are varying because of the number of members of staff that are doing it as quickly as possible. At the same time, it's also with the returning officers that are returning this Form 34B. It's not as quick as people think it is. So ukiona kuna difference, at the end of the night, NTV, Citizen, KTN, the numbers will be very close together. So ukiona muda moja KTN is higher than NTV, alafu ingine inashuka, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. For you, you need to focus on the end results. These ulcers that you guys are having, you need to relax. It's okay. If you see Sifuna had already shown his results of what he had it, he was at 96%. So his initial results were at 86% of the Form 34B, but Form 34A will come later on, and that is for IEBC. Ile watakuwa na verify. But the range at which I'm seeing the results are coming in terms of the parties, it looks like Azimio is going to win. My party leader amesema murelax, the fight is not over yet, to cool down. I think a lot of you are getting too excited to relax kidogo, kwa sababu Itumbi ametuonesha center yake, si hatujaonesha yao. We've been doing this for over 20 years. Our tallying center is hidden. Sasa wewe unakuja kutuonesha live stream when you know that Girish is winning, and then you tell us Girish is winning, and you know that you're losing. So that's why you have to show us your tallying center. It means that ODM. I'm from NAK, Kenya, by the way. It means that ODM's machinery and have been doing this for a very long time, so they know what to do. So if you see someone like Sifuna sending that information officially, and if you see Home Bay incoming governor saying that, it means they know what's going on. It's like we're having some results whereby at one point Babu Owino and Jalango were losing in Nairobi. That was last night at 3 o'clock. Bernard was like, how? These, these are institutes of Nairobi. How are they losing? Jalango, I'll tell you one thing, like the reason why we had Langata as Kalenjins is because there was a message 5 years prior that Ruto wanted Kalenjins to come to Nairobi, and Mchama akaingia hapo for the last 10 years. But Langata is not for us. We can find another. We can have a couple of wards here in Nairobi, here, there, but we're mainly diaspora people in Nairobi. Maybe in Australia. Maybe in Australia. Hapo ndio tunaweza onekana. But people, let's keep calm. This election has been very peaceful, and I think I'm not gonna give this credit to Chebukati. I think DCI has done very good, because hii vifaranga zimetolewa zote. I haven't had a word from Ruto. When you need to start worrying, when you'd have started worrying in the previous elections, Raila would have been talking in the morning. Honestly, that would have been, it wouldn't have been Junet. It would have been Raila coming out to say that the election is being stolen. So now I think everybody needs to relax. I wanted to start the show a bit earlier, but I think we needed to keep the tempo a bit low because kuna watu wengine wana take this too seriously, and we didn't want to heighten the tension. So I think Mtembe is being reached out very, very far, and we're just being a bit careful right now. And I think that's a conclusion I had for you, Bernard. I think that's where I was at.
Okay, thank you, Kipril. I'm having issues with the internet. In case I drop out, you know that the cockroaches are on my on my trail. But we thank God for everything. Let everybody remain calm, like we have been advised, and let's also celebrate with the decorum, understanding that Kenya is for all of us, is not for some of us. We appreciate everybody that has been part and parcel of this struggle and this campaign, and so far so good. Let us do our very best in ensuring that everybody's safe wherever they are. You have no business threatening anybody's life or insulting anybody. UDA as a party has its following, and so is Azmio, so is ODM, so is NAK Kenya, so is every other political party. Everybody be respected in their capacity, even as we appreciate and receive different results from different parts of the country. Understand that we have a country to take care of, we have a nation to build, and so after this election process, it is facing the job ahead of us, which is making Kenya great by ensuring that every Kenyan is fit and well catered for. Ignore Itumbi's results. They are all propaganda. There is no truth in it. If you follow it, you'll get anxious for nothing. They are hell-bound to twist what is true in order for it to look false. They are trailing, and that is why they are up in arms. Then somebody says another handshake loading. There is no handshake in this particular election process. That one I can tell you from where I sit. The loser is going to go home straight and concentrate on his poultry farming, even as we build this nation, ensuring that every mama is taken care of, every child is taken care of, every man is taken care of, every school is taken care of, and every hospital is taken care of. So story yenu ya handshake msahau kabisa kabisa, haipo. Thank you so much. Nani huyu anauliza, I can't enter the studio because you are not on YouTube. We are on YouTube. Just find us. Look at the heading. Search using the heading. If you want to get us on YouTube, you search using the heading Kenya's General Elections Results, Mtembei TV. You will be able to get the live feed. If you just search Mtembei TV alone, Mtembei TV has had many videos even today, so you will not be able to get the exact. So get Kenya's general election results, Mtembei TV live. You'll be able to get this particular feed right now. Tumsikilize nani huyu? Team namna gani?
Pena, na utuambie mambo ya Sapati. Nasikia yote wameenda OTM. Sijui kama ni ukweli.
Yes, I have provision result. The big seats, all of them have gone to Azimio, but there are some ANC MPs and some ANC, I think two or three members of parliament. But subject to confirmation. But Otichilo has recaptured the governorship. Osoti was a nominated Senate in the last term. He's now won that whatever Senate. And who else? The women rep, I think there's a new one. The other one did not. Was he defend? She was defending her seat, I think so. So I will get the final details and then we'll be able to share. But everything looking up for Azimio from where I sit, and at the end of the day, we'll be here to dance together. Bwana Tim, are you there? Tim, you unmute and speak. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Okay, Tim Issa seems to have a challenge. Nelvin, you can come in as Tim sorts out his sound problem.
Bernard, habari yenu?
Salama, namna gani wewe?
Mimi niko mzima hapa, najiangalia tu news hapa. Naona ni kama starehe, ni kama wanataka kuibia mwago. Huyu mbunge wa starehe mwenye ameingia mpya, naona kuna mtafaruku hapa na kule. Ni kama wameleta kura zingine ambazo raia wamekataa ziingie. Zaidi inaendelea Citizen TV.
Nairobi ni yetu. Hawezi kuja kukohoa hapa.
But kitu yenye nimefurahia angalia nikaona Nixon Koril kama angekuwa mjanja angewacha kutusi baba, angechukua hiyo kitu asubuhi mapema. Ndio alikuwa bado ni kijana kiongozi, lakini matusi yenye alifunzwa imemfanya Jalang'o akapita na yeye mbaya sana. Alafu kitu yenye imenistua, nimeona Vihiga mahali Musalia Mudavadi anatoka, amepigwa kitu mbaya sana na baba amemuonesha hapa. Baba ma MCA, Musalia Mudavadi amepata ma MCA sijui ni wawili, baba amepata ma MCA 10 ama ni 8, alafu ukikuja amepata MP sijui ni wawili ama ni mmoja pia, alafu governor, alafu senator bado ni wa ODM. Sasa ukiangalia Vihiga ni kama Musalia ameonyeshwa hiyo 70% yenye alikuwa anaambiwa ni kama hizi pata hata 30. Imenistua sana, hata ndani ya roho nimestuka. Sasa ile kitu yenye nangojea Bernard, tebu ni update kwa hii mambo ya presidential election. Mimi sielewi, nikiingia NTV wananionyesha Ruto wako juu, nikiingia Citizen TV wanaonyesha Raila wako juu.
Nelvin, kabla uendelee, Nitauliza Bernard ruhusa. Bernard, tunaweza cheza video ya NTV? Niko nayo.
Uko nayo ama we play the live feed?
Nimeupload. Wewe ndio utasongesha setting yake.
From your end, can you play it from your end?
Yeah. Let me play it now.
Go ahead.
Now, there have been questions and concerns as to why do we have different figures, being shown by different media houses or by different platforms, and this is why the selection of what we are keying into the system from those forms 34A is random. So it's like I come and I give you 5 oranges, 5 bananas, 5 grapes. So someone may begin by picking 1 orange, 1 banana, 1 grape. Some might begin with all the oranges that way. So it's random. So there's no one formula, but ultimately everybody will have 5 of each fruit. So it's the same thing. So it's a random selection as we pick these numbers, these forms that we are uploading. So that's one factor. Another factor is how fast it can be done, how many people are able to do it. And that's why you'll find at a point some of the numbers on one platform may be higher than others. But for now, as Nation Media Group, this is the platform we are working with, and it is a credible one. And we also have our own tally that's happening just to corroborate the same. But ultimately, the figures are the same, and this is what we have so far. And so the elections.nation.africa platform is a place you can be checking constantly for those updates. And the IEBC also has its portal where it also updates real time. That's the portal we have on the screen there. Let me try and just broaden it a bit. And so what this is where this is the presidential part where we have the forms 34A. The forms that I just first want to capture this part. The forms 34A have been put up on this portal. So it shows you how many have been put up. So this green bar is pretty much the progress bar of how much. So we're at 98.01% of the forms 34A. Some counties have already put in all their forms 34A, like Bomet is at 100%. Now let me just expand it a bit more. I need to have the numbers and the names. We'll have both the numbers and the names here. So, like for instance, Bomet is at 100%. We have Busia at 99.65. I'm trying to see, we have 99.27 by Homa Bay. 90. So we've got a lot of 99s. Kericho is at 100. We have Kisii at 99. So all the counties are represented, just showing you where we are. And so looking at, as at last night, as at around midnight, we had a number of the Rift Valley and Ukambani forms having been uploaded to the higher level. They were the 80% region, almost 90%, but we had the northeastern region which didn't have as high. So I want to see how it looks like today. For instance, we have Wajir. Wajir is now at 63.61%. As at around midnight, it was not yet at the half mark. Let's see where we have Mandera, because those are the ones that were. We have Marsabit, which is currently at 90.63, which is an improvement. We see Mandera at 84, and so we could see that some of these which have got a lower percentage, the IBC says it could be due to various factors, but definitely it's something we're monitoring. As we keep monitoring the numbers as they go along, so we shall keep reiterating and repeating the rationale behind how this page appears and how the updates are being done. But even as we speak about updates, let's get an update from KICC, where we have Kennedy Mureithi joining us.
Nafikiria hiyo umeonyesha kwa sababu the latest wamepita wako 3 million karibu 4, so that one I think it was early. Tutafute the latest.
Keep.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me answer Melvin.
Go ahead.
Melvin, I want you to listen to me. This media strategy is not something hard to explain. It is very easy. It has been done before in the US, and later on we realized why. Fox News was putting George Bush against Al Gore at the front. And it went on up to last election when you saw Fox News was trying a little bit to be balanced. Now, the scenario of Kenya is very simple. all Azimio people trust SK Macharia. And everybody in Azimio, who are majority, are tuned in to Citizen. And if NTV and others just show what SK Macharia is showing us, everybody will be watching Citizen TV. Now, for the marketers and the marketing strategy of the Media Owners Association, they decide now our market, since Azimio has already been taken by SK Macharia, which is Citizen, we are going to show another results so that we can take the Kenya Kwanza market. It is all about ratings now. They are fighting for ratings. Azimio, they are trusting Citizen right now, and all of us are watching there. Now, for ratings and profitability, NTV doing the opposite, but eventually they are going to merge the results. Right now, it's about ratings. If you show the same results, all people are going to be watching one TV, which is Citizen. So what can NTV do? NTV will show the opposite, but eventually they are going to harness and the results are going to be just the same. So don't worry, there is no difference in results. It is just what they want the Kenya Kwanza to watch. And Kenya Kwanza are really watching and are happy with NTV. The same way we are happy and watching what? So it's all about ratings, my friend. Don't worry. Eventually they are going to merge the results. And that's why they are saying they are giving us examples of oranges, so what? So they are giving the oranges to, Citizen is giving oranges because it's in Ichungwa. It is giving to us. And we are eating it happily in the ratings because it massage our anxiety. But the other side, they are being also massaged with a banana. But eventually, vile amesema, it is going to be the same. So that's the simplest explanation. Ratings, ratings, ratings. That is it.
Thank you,
It's
Alex.
okay.
So unaona sasa
It's
Nel,
okay.
ukipewa unajua the problem is ukiwa umepewa machungwa 5 na una expect machungwa 5 utapata hiyo. Na ukiwa utapatiwa banana 4, you expect 4 bananas. Lakini shida ni tukipewa banana zote 4 at the same time, tutakuwa excited. I only get bananas. Alafu wewe unapatiwa chunga moja, sasa ile bananas zimeisha. At the end of the day you'll have 5 oranges and 4 bananas. It's the same. It doesn't matter which one you get first. You could get 2 bananas in one point, you get 1 orange, or 3 bananas. But the results at the end, the initial point is you have 5 and 4. But it looks more when you're receiving more of one in the beginning. Thank you. Melvin, continue.
Hapo nimeelewa kabisa. Mmenielewesha vizuri juu, kwa sababu napigiwa simu karibu 200 na wenzangu, si watu wa nje wenzangu, watu ambao tuko, hata watu wanatoka nyumbani wanapigia simu wananiuliza kwani shida ni nini, tunaona hivi. Nawaambia mambo itakuwa tu mzuri, nimezidi kuwajaza roho, nawaambia mambo itakuwa mzuri, na nimewaambia wa confirm na mahali kama Kilifi tumetuma Aisha Juma nyumbani aende atingishie kiuno Musalia. Hiyo tumemtuma waende watingishanie na Musalia huko kiuno. Kitu yenye imenikula akili ni ile nini ya huko nini Narok nimeona kama wanataka kuibia governor mwenye anafaa kuingia kura. Ameomba hiyo uchaguzi isimamishwe, lakini sijui shida ni nini, bado haijasimamishwa. Lakini tukiangalia mahali kama Kirinyaga, Anne Waiguru ametumwa nyumbani, anasema kura zimeibiwa. Vituko iko mingi. Kwa hivyo tuzidi kujipatia nguvu, kwa sababu hii safari ni ndefu. Hii ni kama ndoa, lazima tujiunge ndani na tuzidi kumwombea baba lakini kama kulikuwa na shida, baba alikuwa ametoka nje, Junet alikuwa ameshatuambia kuna shida mahali. Hiyo ndio kitu nafurahia. Hakuna alert yoyote tumepatiwa. So kile kitu yenye nimefurahia na Azimio, tumedominate nini mzima Nairobi, karibu yote tumechukua. Ukiangalia mahali kama Mwenje alichukua jana, Nishatuma nani nyumbani Teuri, wacha aende na hiyo swag yake, sijui atapeleka swag wapi. Vitu imebadilika, ground ni tofauti. Hiyo ndio kitu nafurahia naye. Kwa hivyo tuzidi kujipatia roho. Nafurahia kwa hiyo wakati Kip.
Asante sana, Nelvin. You know, the interesting thing about this election, and I want to say this in all its sincerity, Ruto amefanya kazi. He's worked really hard. And give the devil his due. Ametutesa. So even if he gets those 6 million votes, na si tupate hiyo difference yake ya 800,000, he did well, and tutamsindikisha huko kamiti vizuri. Tumwambie, yeah, you've taught us a bit of politics that we need to start early. Bernard, kupatia chairmanship, najua ulikuwa umetoka kidogo, lakini the man from Sigoi, tuseme alijaribu, he tried.
He tried, lakini njia ya muongo ni fupi. So he tried his best, but his best was not good enough. All the same, thank you everybody. Let's keep going, and let's only share credible information here. These Tumbi things, I have no business with them here. So if you continue resharing them, then we will have to do without you, because we will not be an aid to your propaganda. Thank you very much. Now, tumsikilize nani? Nani alikuwa amebeba mkono? Collins.
Nini yako?
Iko nini?
Bado kulikuwa na contribution ile inaendelea. Tunataka
contribution, no problem, but you need to be patient. There are 2 people ahead of you, if you can.
Okay.
Thank you. Elizabeth, namna gani? Elizabeth Acheng, are you getting me?
Just hello everyone.
Hello to you. Namna gani huko?
Hai, niko poa. Nilikuwa nazimia, nilikuwa hata nimepotea, nikawa mbaya sijielewi, but nashukuru Mungu. Nimeanza kufufuka, nimeanza kupumua.
It is well, it is well.
Haijakuwa rahisi kwa kweli, lakini tunashukuru Mungu. Yaani Mungu ni Mungu, na aitwe tu Mungu siku zote. Yaani mimi nilikuwa nimeisha, ni kama naenda, nimekuwa mudi, hata nimeshindwa, hata appetite imeenda. Akikupenda ni mbaya. Aki baba anapendwa kwa sababu mwenye anapenda baba anapenda. This man ameshika roho za watu. Kuna mtu amenipigia simu kutoka Funyula akaniambia hata hasa mimi mahali imefika, nimeshindwa mtoto wetu, nataka tu niende Funyula nikae tu huko, hata sitaki kuangalia sasa TV. Mahindula akaniambia hata nimeshindwa, nikasema sasa mkisema hivyo si mnanimaliza jamani. Ikabidi hasa hakuna kufuatilia anything, but I thank God. I thank God. Mama Selina, I can see your face. Bernard, naweza ona sura yako. Naweza ona sura zenyu, yani at least zinatabasamu nyinyi wote, zinatupatia power. Yani hata sina kitu ya kusema. I just express my feelings yani. The way I was and now. Mungesikia hata Eliza amekufia huku. Alafu kitu ya kufurahisha, watu wa Azimio tumefanya kazi. Kama Busia nimewapigia mkono, nimewapongeza sana. Wamefanya kazi, tumepeana Azimio chances kubwa. God bless you. I'm just here. Bernard, hata kama niko busy, but niko tu hapa mpaka nione baba amesema ni yeye, then at least ndo nitalala. Na kunywa coffee 24/7. Coffee, I don't want to sleep.
Sawa sawa, lazima ukwe mshahidi wa kwanza kwa mambo haya yote.
Yeah, yeah.
Asante, asante sana, asante sana. Oh, usiogope, mambo iko shwari, mambo iko vile tulipanga. Usifuate maneno ya Itumbi. Itumbi na grupu yake wako wanatafuta mshahara na kazi yao inaonekana inaisha. Imebaki like 48 hours hivi, kazi itakuwa imeisha. Vile walifukuzwa State House, pia watafukuzwa huko Uda House kwa sababu kazi yao itakuwa imeisha, uongo wao utakuwa ukomea hapo. Lakini tunashukuru kwa wote ambao wanaendeleza ukweli na wanasimamia ukweli, na tusiachane. Hakikisha kwamba unatia mtu moyo, una find out how every other person is doing, because those alarming messages are really disturbing, and people are beginning to despair. So we urge you, don't despair. If you get information, confirm. Ask, is this true? Is this true? So that somebody can confirm. There are people who have access. We have access to bombers. We have access to anywhere. We can confirm. Hizi result wanasema ni za Funyula ni kweli. Hizi nasemekana ni za Vihiga ni kweli. So that when they are confirmed, you are sure of the same. Other than being anxious over a lie, somebody just declares that so and so has won. Like now, the person we've just deleted what they are posting. Why Guru has won which one? So they are declaring when they have no idea even how the results are. So don't follow those false alarming results. They are all fake. Guy, yesterday we chased him from here. He came here and said Jalango has been thrown away to YouTube. Korir has taken the seat. When Korir conceded even before the counting started. So wachana na hawa watu wote ni wagonjwa. Ni wagonjwa wanajaribu kuokoa hela yao. I mean mshahara wao. Naomba tusonge mbele, kama hakuna swali tusonge mbele. Joshua, namna gani?
Salama sana Bernard. Hi everybody.
Hello to you.
I'm good Bernard. I'm in Eldoret. Bernard, from yesterday night I was following this channel. As you know, I'm new in this channel, but I could not sleep because my phone was very busy. You guys, I was relying on you. You gave me hope. That is one thing that I can confirm, that whatever you are saying here yesterday night, that is what I told people the whole day. I was giving them hope that we are winning. Our tallying center is telling us we are winning, and all my cousins, my brothers, my wife, my children, and everybody that was calling me, I was telling them that we are winning. Just keep faith. It's just a matter of time. You know, Raila can't lead from A to Z. That is one thing that we have to agree. Even if we are tallying, we can't lead from A to Z. At some point, the UDA people must be ahead. Then we trail. And I'm happy because the things changed, and they trusted me. They trusted me, whatever I was telling them. And now they are not calling. I'm happy. I'm happy about that. Secondly, Bernard, I'm happy about Nairobi. I'm very happy about Nairobi because sweeping Nairobi was magic. It is not easy to get such a numbers, such a seats. And I can't understand the arithmetic, Bernard. How can someone win almost 14 seats and you lose the governorship unless something is not adding up, or we are falling into UDA traps of believing that Sakaja is winning? I can't understand, because these same people who have listened to Baba and they voted Azimio, what happened in the governorship? Something must be a mess if Sakaja wins. That one I have a very big question mark, and I really wait for the results. I don't want to fall into the UDA trap. I'm happy about Kakamega. At least I could count 10 out of 12. That was a very big win, Bernard. I'm in Eldoret. I haven't seen the results, but I can confirm that from wherever I voted, the polling station that I voted, Baba won. Azimio was leading, and in my ward in Kapsaret, that is Langas ward, we have an Azimio Jubilee candidate in a town that is Auruma. We also have another Jubilee candidate, and we are proud of that. And I want to tell those who are castigating our brothers from Mount Kenya, or I've had some rumors going around that Martha Karua was a wrong choice. I want to tell them that we are not comparing Martha to the other guy, Murathe, because whatever Ruto got from Central, Ruto got those votes because he earned them as a person. Gachagua did not deliver those votes. Just like Baba, whoever voted for Azimio, they just voted because they loved Baba or they liked Baba. So somebody telling you that I saw in another TV station in the morning, somebody telling us that Martha was a wrong choice. But I'm very happy for Lower Eastern, Kalonzo. Kalonzo has done very well. I don't know whether you guys have seen. Kalonzo have all delivered almost 90-something seats and votes to Baba. That one I'm happy about. So generally, what I can say, Bernard, we as the supporters of Baba or Azimio, what I can tell is that we have weak followers. We fall into the Yuda traps so easily, so that when they saw something that is not confirmed in the social media, Bernard, I tell you, your phone will burst with calls. I don't know. I want to guess that you went through what I went through yesterday night. It was a buzz of calling, and Bernard, I was almost switching off my phone, but because I was following you, I couldn't, because I'm a strong guy and I'm a believer in winning. Bernard, it was I haven't slept anyway. I haven't slept. I was waiting for this channel the whole day. I know you guys went to rest, but me, I never. I was just around, and because I believe that we are winning it, and it is Mtembei TV that gave me that hope, because I had nowhere to rush to, and I could not fall to these Yuda bloggers until I saw Itumbi today, and I just rubbished that tallying center, because what tallying center? The tallying center was not giving us any results by today 6 in the morning. What kind of tallying center is this? So Bernard, me, I'm happy because it is my opening remarks. I'm very happy. Mama Selina, thank you very much. You are a strong lady, and all the guys from this channel. I think let us be strong. Give us hope. Bernard, keep us updated, because most of us are in Eldoret, and we know we are far from Nairobi, and whatever we get. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Joshua, thank you so much. Thank you for that update. And the Azimio people have reason of being anxious, because they have been beaten not once, not twice. So wanasema kama ushawahi umwa na nyoka hata kamba inakustua. So the panic is justified because of how many times they have been beaten. But we thank God that we have shock absorbers and we are able to navigate through and see the lies that they are being thrown around. Mama Selina, unasemaje?
Yes, nataka kuambia Joshua, wanataka kutafuta any weakness ya kwamba Martha hakuna kitu amefanya. Ukikombea election ya 2017 na 2016 kwa Central, hiyo kumira, na hata Baba this time round, I want us Penat, I know we have been watching, najua kama Ruto amepata 60%, sisi tuko hapo karibu 40 ama 30. But mama amekuja kufanya kazi na baba. And that is very important. And you know, wanajua mother achesi. So wanataka, niliona wakidiscuss kwa NTV, walikuwa na discuss asubuhi kwa KTN, wanajaribu kuchongoa mother. But we are telling them, we don't care. Ameshikana na baba, tutafanya kazi na baba. Kazi ile ya muhimu ni kwamba mama ako na baba. Na amesacrifice huyo mama, wacha niwaambie. Alikuwa ana win uko Laikipia, akaserenda kiti yake. Alipeana kiti ya Kirinyaka ndio wasikawanye kura. Alipeana kiti ya Embu ndiye kura isipotee. It is not easy, lakini yeye anajua ile kiti ya muhimu si kung'ang'ana kiti ipotee hiyo kidogo. Ngerechi yenye walijaribu kuonyesha mama ati hata Kirinyaka, hiyo ni kitu kidogo, ile kitu tunataka kama Azimio. I hear Penat, kuna mtu anasema the first love. Ukinioa, nimekuja kwako kama msichana matiti imesimama, nikikusalia watoto na matiti sangu ianguke, wesi sema huyu mama ati matiti yake imeanguka niende nilete mwingine. Kumbuka ile mtoto nimekusalia, kumbuka ile kazi nimekufanyia kwa nyumba. So I want us tuache hizo propaganda na tujue ya kwamba we have mother, atapatia baba support. Iko faida gani tuchakue mtu akuja afanye kazi na baba na leo mambo ikiharibika anatoroka? So I want to assure you ya kwamba Martha Karua is a very strong person. Na wesi wanataka kutumia njia yoyote kuona kama mama amesongeswa kando. But la asha, we are there to work. Mama atafanya kazi mpaka wa Kenya mutapenda. Ungetaka opponent yako aseme nini? That is what they want to say. Kama baba amepata kura Central, hiyo ni effort ya Martha Karua. Ile kidogo baba amepata. Kuna siku tulikuwa tunapata 1%, 3%, 4%. But for today, baba alikuwa Ruto akipata 200, baba anapata 100, 120, 130. And Penat, we want to concentrate on how those votes ya Central mahali imefika. Kumira kama ingefanyika Central, saa hii tungeongea mambo ingine. So it was good, yes, wamepatia Ruto kura. Ni kama msichana unampeleka kwako. Ukifika kwa kitanda, anakuacha in suspend. Hivyo ndiye alifanyiwa. Yes, tumekupatia, lakini uchanipatia mpaka niingie ndani ama nifanye kazi ile nastahili kufanya. Anyway, today, leo watoto wa Kitairi tunasema yote. Hatuokopangi kwa sababu ni kisu inaingia. Na sasa hiyo kisu lazima wamama tuongee. Ndio vijana wakienda Kitairi ama wakifanya ile wanafanya, wanajua mama wako katikati hapo kusema kama unashindwa, I'm here. That is why we are very ready here. We are not even scared. Sisi tuko hapa. Na baba atawin, lakini tukatae hiyo propaganda kabisa. Don't even, hata mtu ingine asikuje kusema hiyo. Kama Mudavadi, Ruto amemtupa Mudavadi, na kura sote ya Mudavadi, councillor, MP, yote, hakuna hata moja imeenda kwa Ruto. Lakini unaona Ruto anapepa Mudavadi kwa sababu ya uso huko juu. Na hakuna kitu akumweka, ako UDA. Huyu mwingine alinunuliwa. So, tuheshimu Azimio, tuheshimu baba, tuheshimu mama, na piga teke. Ukiona mtu usingoje hata mtu akuja akwambie. Ukisikia hiyo rumors ya Itumbi na group ingine, kama leo ningeweza, ningeingia kwa hiyo. Nilijaribu kupiga simu, kumbe wewe ukiwa US huwezi ingia NTV ama huwezi ingia hiyo nini yao. But I know what they were saying. Thank you so much, Penat. I just wanted to tell Joshua and everybody else, let us be strong.
So thank you, Mama Selina. And just as a point of clarification, Baba is not a betrayer. You remember in 2007 when Mudavadi was his deputy, and the election went the way they were. The William Ruto and team were pushing that Mudavadi to be replaced because zile namba alileta sio nyingi kama za Ruto. Baba akasema kama alikuwa deputy captain anaendelea kuwa deputy captain, sio story na numbers. So hiyo story ya kusema Kalonzo brought more votes so Kalonzo should be deputy, that is not going to be taken in by anybody, not Baba. Baba, I know him, he keeps his word and his promise. And not just that, his choice of Martha Karua was not for winning the election, was for the performance of the government. How do we deal with corruption? How do we recover the losses the country has suffered? How do we move forward in quick recovery? So it was not for the poster and it was not for just winning an election. It was for the projection of how the government will be well coordinated and well functioning. So I don't see anything there. And Kalonzo is satisfied with the Prime Minister's slot. Let not those out of Azimio or even within Azimio who would want to destabilize the already put up structure for the effective functioning of the new government. Their opinion is not invited and their thoughts and imagination is irrelevant. We are moving forward as one solid, great family for the betterment of this great country. So hiyo maswala yao ya nini hiyo isisumbue mtu, na serikali yetu haipangwi, ishapangwa. Okay, ishapangwa, inajulikana nani atacheza namba gani. Uendangi unafika kwa field na timu yako ndio unauliza unapenda namba gani? you plan your team when you go to the field, everybody knows their number. Baba ashapanga timu yake na iko tayari kufanya kazi. Martha Karua kuna namba anacheza, kuna namba Kalonzo anacheza, kuna namba Ngilu anacheza, kuna namba ya kina mama wanacheza, kina baba wanacheza, na tuko tayari kuchukua serikali na kuendeleza inji inaitwa Kenya. Hii gossip ingine ya nini ya numbers, forget it. The election is won. The roadmap is drawn. It is execution time. So don't let nobody distract you from what is about to happen to this country, which is happening for the better. Any other person asahau story yake. Haya, Mkenya daima, vipi lakini?
Mzuri Bernard. Mimi
watu kukata miti.
Mama, wacha kusema kukata miti. Mimi mwenyewe ndio nilikufa nguvu. Mimi nakwambia jana niliingia kwa hii studio nikatoka, sikuwa na nguvu ya kuongea. Wacha niongee kama Eliza mwenzangu hapa. Nakwambia usiku ninalala napenduka, tumbo inaniuma, ninaenda kwa choo. Ninafungua WhatsApp niangalie kama kuna mtu ametumia voice niambie hapana. Nakwambia ninajaribu naingia naona bado kinawekesa na Temba wako hapa, nasema sasa tunaenda wapi na tunarudi wapi? Nakwambia mimi usiku imekuwa ndefu kwangu. Usiku imekuwa ndefu. Yani huwa naamuka sometimes saa 3 lakini saa 1 nilikuwa nishaamuka. Nikasema acha nikimbie niangalie nione kuko namna gani. Nikienda kwa hii TV naona iko tofauti. Nikienda kwa hii iko tofauti. Sasa nashindwa ni nani ndiye anasema ukweli hapa. Nikikaa kidogo unaangalia watu wameposti picha ya Oledama, Orengo, sijui nani. Oledama out, Orengo out. Ninashindwa kwani hizi kura zimehesabiwa namna gani mpaka kina Orengo saizi wamehesabiwa mpaka wametolewa namna gani? Nikasema wacha nikae chini nitulie polepole. Nakwambia nimekaa nimejaribu, nimepigia watu simu, nimeingia WhatsApp nikitafuta watu Nairobi, nikiuliza watu hii maneno kunaenda aje. Mara Chalango kidogo nikasema mimi sasa chenye ndafanya nitakuwa naingia kwa official Facebook ya watu.
Wakati nimeingia kwa official nimepata ile dama anaongea anasema ameshinda. Nikasema okay, hapo ni sawa. Nikiangalia Jalanga ameshinda, nikasema hapo ni sawa. Bado yenye inanisumbua ni ya governor. Nasema kwani au MP wote wa Nairobi wanawezaje kuwin na governor akose kuwin, watu wapatie Sakaja? Nikasema wacha niongoje Bernard wakuje, wao ndio wako Nairobi, watuambie maneno ya governor inaenda namna gani Nairobi. Kwani watu wanapea wabunge alafu wanarudi kunyima governor namna gani kweli? So mimi siku yangu imekuwa refu, lakini mimi ninashukuru, nafurahisha sana na Oparanya huko. Oparanya wamefanya kazi, nafurahishwa na Busia, nafurahishwa na watu kwingine pia huko kwa kina Kamgate nafurahi Azimio wamepata huko viti 2. Nafurahi na huko wamepata viti 2, sawa. Hapo ndio naangalia, at least nilikuwa nasema huko Rift Valley hakuna kiti yenye itapatikana ya Azimio, lakini good enough kuna 2 imepatikana upande wa Baringo kule. At least nashukuru hao watu wenye wameangalia macho. So nilikuwa kikubwa changu niko naangalia pale ya Tarbo, sijui kama huyo Muga atakuwa ameshika huyo mbunge wangu Janet, I don't know. So hiyo ndio kitu yenye tuko tunaangalia kwa usiku wa leo, ni kuangalia tu tuone, lakini mimi nina imani, nimetafuta mpaka nimeingia mpaka ni leo mpaka nimedownload Twitter. Sikuwa na Twitter, nimeenda kwa Twitter, nimeenda nikatafuta kina Sifuna, nimeona Sifuna nikaona at least roho ikaanza kushuka chini, but mpaka na sasa hii tumbo yangu bado haijarudi poa, sijakula vizuri kwa sababu yenye naona maneno hainiendei vizuri, lakini kitu yenye ninasema I was worried with Central, but the turnout ya Central niliangalia hii kukua ile vile wanatokanga, nikasema hapo it's good, because kama ungekuwa umetoka ile kumira wote na umwagie UDA, sisi tungekuwa tumeisha. Lakini uzuri wengine walienda kupalilia kahawa yao, wengine wakaenda kupalilia kukamua, wengine wakaenda kulima. So mimi in Central, even baba akipata 20%, akipata 25%, well and good, because since before they were not voting for baba. So mimi ninashukuru. Nashukuru pia watu wa Kilifi. Kilifi wametoa Kiuno nje. Kiuno alikuwa anatuambia UDA wamemuonesha ya kwamba huko ni mlango ya ODM out, ametoka. Mngaro ndiye anaongoza huko. So wale watu wote walikuwa na maringo kama watu kama kina Aisha Jumwa, Kiuno sasa wapeleke kwenye watapeleka, watakuwa naenda beach, kutembea beach, na kesi zao zianze kufunguliwa wenye wako na makesi. Yeye kama kesi yake bado ilikuwa iko. So Onal well na Kisii pia Simbarati naona amefanya poa. Kisii umefanya poa, na wapi kwingine at least watu wamefanya mzuri. Hope so baba atawin, because huwezi kuwin hizo viti zote alafu ukuje ulusi ya president. No. So Bernard, miro yangu ilikuwa imechamuka kabisa kama boiler. Lakini ilikuwa yani kweli, kusema ukweli, hata ukiangalia unashindwa. Hii ni ukiangalia Citizen inaleta tofauti, ukiangalia KTN inaleta tofauti, ukiangalia sijui watu gani mabloggers huko wanaleta maneno yao tofauti. So unashindwa which one is which. Haya, mara kuna wenye wamesema sijui confirm kama Waiguru wametolewa, I don't know. Uta confirm uangalie. Acha tusikize wengine.
Bernard.
Okay,
Dakika moja.
Yes.
Dakika moja Bernard, ningependa kujibu Mkenya daima. Ningependa kujibu Mkenya daima moja kwa governor. Nairobi kuna kitu kimoja walikosea. Wangepatia timu Wanyonyi, saa hii hata tungekuwa tunaongea kesi nyingine. Lakini unajua kitu yenye Sakaja naye amekuwa juu naye. Sakaja aliingia sana akiwa senator, ameshirikiana na watu huko ground. Kwa hivyo hiyo kiti tunaweza iluza ama tupate, ni 50-50, hatuyuko 100%. Ile kitu yenye mimi nilikuwa najua, yes nimepigia Igathe kura, lakini kuna kitu kimoja, Sakaja alikuwa ameingiana na watu sana. Hiyo ni kitu unafaa uelewe, lakini kama wangepatia timu Wanyonyi ingekuwa ni direct. Hii hata tungekuwa tunangojea kuhesabu, hiyo tungekuwa tunajua governor ni yetu. Ni hayo tu.
Lakini sasa Nelson, hata kama ni hivi, hata kama ni Sakaja kweli, si watu wangejua tu baba amesema. Lakini Kura imemalizika kuhesabika kweli?
bado kura zinaendelea,
No, kura za
lakini
gavana
jipe
ndio
roho.
za mwisho kuhesabu. Subirini kwanza, subirini. Don't be too sure. Sakaja hana constituency Nairobi. Nani aliwaambia ako constituency? Na hata akipata hiyo kiti tunakichukua kupitia kotini. Mtu ana degree na gavana wa Nairobi kupitia wapi? We are not going to have another Songo in Nairobi. No. It's not going to work. Afadhali NMS iendelee. Wacha NMS iendelee, we will do with county government ikifanya legislation, but NMS inaendelea. But Sakaja governorship, no way. Not in Nairobi. So either he loses it through the election, or he loses it technically through the courts. It is that way. And then, of course, he will be taken to court for forgery. Your maneno ya fake degree is not over. But that
Mama,
aside, if Azimio has swept all the seats in Nairobi, okay, all the seats, kuna mtu amenitumia hapa, if he has swept all the seats in Nairobi, the probability of Rigathi winning is 90%. The Baba campaign team for Nairobi. Yes.
Mama Selina, mtu wetu Keteri kweli wamemuibia kura ama walimemtoa tu?
Watu wanasema hiyo kura ya Nandi vile imeenda, na si Nandi peke yake, independent yote, but hiyo ni sawa, wacha wachukue, alafu tutachua kitu ya kufanya. Keteri is a very strong man. Kwa serikali ya baba kuna makasi mingi, watu wenye watatusaidia kunyorosha hiyo watu wanapatiwa nomination. We paralyze them.
It's true, cause hata Buseki, naona Buseki analalamika huko, wamemshikia mpaka na mamiti ya chembe. Buseki amefahamiwa cause walikuwa najua atawini, cause Buseki amesumbuliwa huko na kina Oscar Sudi.
Things will get better. Hii ndio election inamaliza uovu Kenya na udanganyifu Kenya na rigging Kenya. After this, the kind of machinery that will be deployed, the structures that will be put, we're going to be having clean elections. And that starts with the voter apathy. The reason why there has been voter apathy in this particular election is because the previous elections were messed up. Democracy only thrives when it works. But when somebody sabotages it, it interferes with the people and the people's attitude towards elections. If we go to vote and our vote counts, everybody will be excited because it's going to decide. But if we and cast the vote, then the people who count the vote decide for us what we did not decide. Then that means our voting is in vain. And that's why people vow they will never vote again and all that. So we need to correct the voter apathy by correcting our election process to ensure that whatever people vote for, that is what they get, not somebody go to overturn it using their own imaginations. Naomba tupatie muda Jacob aongee, lakini kabla Jacob aongee, kuna swali nani ameuliza, tu alikuwa anaitwa nani hapa? Let me see. Chris Ogwabo. Anasema swali, tuamini NTV ama Citizen? I'm confused. Don't be confused. Alex has just finished explaining. The NTV people are telling more from 34A, more from the wherever the what is it called, the UDA strongholds, so that they can keep the UDA people to watch them. You know, for them to get advertisement, they must win rating by the Kenya Communication Authority of Kenya. Okay, so waki display the same results, they will be they will, everybody is going to watch one section. So they are trying to feed one group to make sure that the one group is glued to their screen as the other group is glued to the other screen. It is all that marketing strategy. It has nothing to do with different from how Ruto is performing or how Raila is performing. At the end of the day, when all the forms are tallied, they are all going to agree. So those figures are going to end up into one figure. Only that kuna wale wanakuja Nairobi ukitumia Waiyaki Way, wengine wanatumia Jogoo Road, wengine wanatumia wherever, Uhuru Highway, but all of them are ending up in Nairobi CBD. So isikusumbue. Kuna wale wanatabulate za Rift Valley. Kwanza za Rift Valley ndio zikuja za kwanza, almost 80%, hizo ndio zilitangulia, hizi zingine zimekuja polepole. So Rift Valley na Machakos zilitangulia, and that's why the Ruto lead was almost eminent, because he had, of course, a lot of backing from that side. But now the rest of the country is coming in, and as it comes in, the figures are going to agree. And from our tallying center, the Azimio tallying center, they have received almost all. There were only remaining 2 constituencies. The result they have indicates that Baba has won. So that's why there is nothing that UDA can do now to overturn the elections. The figures cannot be changed. Even Jebukati cannot alter anything. So whatever that is there, that is what is going to carry the day. So let everybody relax. Let everybody focus. Tuanze kutafuta tai na koti. Wale ambao wanapima suti, pima suti, ambia fundi yako uko tuna 48 hours to fix this suit. You have 48 hours exactly, and it has to fit. So relaxini kila moja. Asante sana. Nasema Gideon Moi kumendaje? Bado tunachunguza. Hata Gideon Moi akitolewa ako na seat in the main government. Au kina Kiter, we cannot leave them out. We need people like that. And if there is a way, if left for me, okay, I will even encourage him to join the county government. One of the county governments, and serve there as a legislator, or go for speaker of the county government, Nandi county government, although the UDA people are going to vote him out because that's our Tessa. All the same, Joshua, Jacob. No.
Yes, Mr. Bernard.
Yes, namna gani?
Mi naona tu kila kitu iko sware. Vile umeongea uko sawa kabisa. Stronghold ya Ruto naona ni kama ilikuwa Rift Valley na hata Mount Kenya amejaribu huko. Sasa Maraira ila amepata percentage kidogo huko upande wa Mount Kenya, na ukiangalia Mount Kenya hawajajitokesha wote kupiga kura. Ina maana kama hiyo ni ngome ya Ruto na ni hapo tu Mount Kenya na Rift Valley, na kama hawajajitokesha wote alafu baba pia amepata kidogo, inamaanisha tuko mahali pazuri. Tena vile unasema eti tallying center Azimio baba anaongoza huko, naona ni sawa kabisa. Sasa mimi napenda kuwahimiza tu watu wetu tuwe na subira na tuanze tu kutengeneza masuti, tujitayarishe kwa serikali ya baba. Ni hayo tu machache.
Thank you very much.
Kinyanjui ameingia penalty.
I was expecting that.
Wow.
I sija confirm, but there was unajua cities are not treated like other counties. That's why I'm very particular about Mombasa. I'm very particular about Nairobi. I'm very particular about Nakuru and Kisumu. Those ones cannot be left for anybody. It's very difficult, but let's wait for the confirmation of the same. I think Keep Real and the other part of our team is following that closely. I wanted to respond something here. I said in 2007, when Baba was running the Pentagon, Mudavadi was number 2, and he was picked as deputy president or vice president. And then after the elections, William Ruto claimed that he brought enough votes and many votes from Rift Valley than the ones that Mudavadi brought from Western. Okay, and so since there was a slot for deputy prime minister, he should be given that slot so that Mudavadi can be relegated. But Baba stood his ground and said, no, he was my deputy, and where I go, he continues to be my deputy. It said, regardless of the number of votes that one brought. And so I said that is the principle, and that is the same premise upon which Baba is going to handle the matter of Mother Karua and her performance. And as Mama Selina has explained, Mother Karua's running mate slot did wonders in Mount Kenya. We would have not performed the way we performed in Mount Kenya, and Mount Kenya would not have responded the way they responded if Mother Karua was not on that ballot. That is it. It did, even, I would say, it did more than what Uhuru Kenyatta would have done. The Mother Karua aspect of her being running mate and her strategy of campaigning in Mount Kenya worked more wonders than what Uhuru caused to happen. And so going forward, let us not undermine people's contribution towards the forward march of this country and how issues are being solved. We cannot be people that this and that and then shortchange this and replace it with this, especially basing it on the numbers. No, numbers only is not the issue. Baba is constituting a team that will be used to reconstruct this country and make sure that this country is able to take care of its people. And so there is much more to Mother Karua's deputizing Baba than just winning an election. More of it was about the functioning of that government after the winning of the election and how we will be able to deal with the matters corruption. Corruption being the number one cause of the problems in this country. Baba is very particular about it, and that's why he picked on Mother Karua and gave her the docket long before even the elections were called upon. So it is important that we keep that in perspective, na tusikue watu wa kubadilishana kwa sababu kitu kimetokea hivi na kwa sababu ya huyu alifanya hii kwa hivyo apewe hii. Every great friendship is built on long faithful support and faithful followership. It is not instantaneous, and it's not based on how much profit do I get now. Some profits will get later. It doesn't have to come in now. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, those on the comment section, for continuing to keep it sane. Please, let's keep it sane. Let us respect one another. Let us do what is required. The link, I've just shared it in the comment section. You can click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera and the audio. You will be in this space for us to get talking. And those of you following us on Facebook, please consider subscribing on YouTube. YouTube gives us unlimited time to broadcast. So when we drop off Facebook, you will be able to continue with the following of the show while we are on YouTube only. So please don't just follow us on Facebook. Make sure you are a subscriber on YouTube. Thank you very much. All right. Now, yes, it is Mkenya Daima.
Niliona huko Webuye kuna huyo jamaa wa Webuye West wa Ford Kenya. At least Wetangula amejaribu kushinda Mudavadi, amewin ule albino.
Mm-hmm. Bungoma needed to be watched closely. They seem to have the usual Bukuso upset on how the Mlembe Nation votes. But all in all, lines are still falling for us in pleasant places, and we are having a goodly heritage. Araprono.
Hey, sema boss. Ninaonekana ama sionekani?
Uonekani kabisa, nashindwa second mile hii stima tumeambiwa leta mpaka kwa nyumba.
Bana iko bana na niko kabisa na kitu mzuri, kompyuta mzuri, nimeshindwa just naona tu darkness. Sijui kwa nini haifanyi kazi.
So
lakini
chagua kamera yako wewe vizuri. Tunaona hapo kwa setting kwa screen. Settings hapo ukiklik
front camera.
Kunaenda camera, then you select the camera you are supposed to be seen in. Whether
it's front camera
or if you have
it's front camera. I have selected.
Okay.
Are
you using phone or your laptop?
iPad.
Okay, iPad.
Yeah.
Okay. You select one of the cameras, the one that is facing you.
Yeah, I have selected the front camera, but bado inaonyesha tu black.
Okay.
They are telling me inaniambia I have to restart my device. So nda restart alafu nirudi ya.
Sawa. That's perfect.
Sawa.
Restart your device and then utarudi
okay. Sawa.
Good. Bana Laban.
Yes, Bernard.
Namna gani huko?
Salama bana. Sasa hapa tuko salama. Kidogo nimekuwa na homa kidogo hivi, lakini at least sasa niko afadhali.
Okay, good. Pole.
Yeah, sasa sisi unajua hapa mambo ya kupiga kura ilikuwa ni sehemu moja tu ya urais. Lakini hao watu wa yellow fever bana walifahamia wakaharibu maneno. But anyway, whichever the outcome, it's okay. But bana, mimi in fact kuanzia masaa ya asubuhi nilijaribu kuangalia hizi TV, nilisikia kama nimekuwa mgonjwa, na nilikuwa mgonjwa kabisa. Sasa mimi nilisema kama tena raundi hii iwezekani, wacha hata sasa vile hata nimesikia vibaya hivi hata nijipate sipumui. Lakini Mungu ni mwema. Wakati nimeamuka kujaribu kuangalia, propaganda ni mingi, lakini nikasema wacha tujikase tu. Lakini vile nimeona maneno inaenda, naona kama njia imefunguka. Mungu amekubali, njia itafunguka. Lakini hatutaki tuongee ukabila. Lakini ninashangaa sana mtu ambaye ni jirani, wakati ameona umelete kitu imefika nyumbani na yeye hana na wewe hauna, anataka na wewe unataka, lakini yeye hataki wewe uwe nayo. Hao watu wetu bana, itabidi tuwaongeleshe polepole, waelewe maana ya serikali, maana ya kuwa kwa serikali ni nini. Hivyo ninaongea mambo ya former Western Kenya, part of it. Na naweza sema ni kwa sababu hawajawahi kuwa na kitu yenye inaitwa power. wangekuwa wameshika kitu yenye inaitwa uongozi, hii mambo ya kuletewa pesa kidogo inaamusha kiwanda moja, watu wanakuja wanafanya mchezo. Ndio sababu inafanya watu wanafanya mchezo na mambo ya kura ambayo ni haki ya maisha ya kila mtu. Ni vibaya sana na inachukisha wakati unaona mtu anakuja for the first time that anashinda from your region, yaani mahali ambapo unajua uko na mtu hapa ambaye ni jirani. Unajua kwetu huwa tunasema hivi, jirani akichinja hata unaweza pata matone ya damu hapo, hata hiyo ni muhimu kwako. Lakini sijui kwani hao watu wengine si wa Afrika hawaelewi lugha ya Kiafrika ambayo ni rahisi, na jirani yako hata kama amezoea kuongea utasikia. But anyway, mimi niliangalia jana mambo yenye ilipostiwa hapa, Aisha Jumwa ameshinda, sijui nani ameshinda. Hiyo kitu iliniuma sana. Iliniuma sana, watu kama Aisha Jumwa ati ni governor wa nikashindwa, mtu wa sijui ni class 7 anaweza kuwa governor wa nani? Lakini ni sawa tu, kwa sababu mambo ya ukweli saizi imeanza kuonekana vizuri, na hii propaganda inaweza haribu watu wengi akili, wa make wrong decisions. Na in fact mimi naweza sema hata kama kulikuwa na makosa ya hizi papers, hizi counties mbili, hawa watu baada ya kujua hii kitu imefanyika, in fact hata kama ingekuwa kuahirisha uchaguzi wote kwa hata kama ni siku mbili ama wiki moja, ilikuwa afadhali, kwa sababu hawa watu wameaffect votes za baba, especially in his 2 strongholds, kwa sababu watu hawangekubali kutoka kwenda kuvote alafu tena uambiwe ya governor utakuja kupiga baadaye. Nafikiria wale demoralize watu wengi, na hiyo ndio imetuletea hii contest yenye tuko nayo saizi. Kama hizi 2 regions zingekuwa zimepiga hizi kura zao, at least kila kitu ingekuwa imeenda vizuri. Lakini wacha tuombe Mungu kwamba mambo itakuwa mazuri, ndio tuone vile kwenda mbele itakuwa. Asante kwa hayo machache, alafu tutaongea. Leo niko full time.
Okay, asante Laban, tunashukuru kwa hayo maoni yako, tunashukuru kwa kujitahidi kwako. Usifuate propaganda, itakuumiza bure. Hii kitu tulichora kitambo na tunacheza kulingana na script, sio kulingana na vile watu wanajaribu kutusukuma tucheze, na kulingana na mambo yalivyo hii kitu itakwenda vile tulitarajia ikwende. The only thing that we will not achieve is the huge margin that we had anticipated. There will be a close call because of the low voter turnout. But if everybody came out to vote, we'll be talking about the really margin that we had projected. But as at now, a win is a win, whether with 700 votes, 700,000 votes, or 2 votes. Is it not 50 plus 1? That 1 vote. let's keep the focus and do what is required. Princess Ziana anasema nimsaidie suti moja ya kucelebrate. Basi kujia ama tutaongelesha fundi. Kuna fundi wa 24 hours. Lakini tengeneza suti. This celebration is guaranteed. Don't miss out. Well, let's have Anyumba making contribution right away. Thank you. Anyumba.
Asante sana Bernard, habari zenu? Mimi nimecheka nikisikia Mkenya daima anasema yeye alikuwa ameshikwa na pressure. Unajua watu wengi walikuwa wameshikwa na pressure sana, ni vile hawakuwa naelewa hii maneno inaelekea wapi. But so far tunashukuru Mungu, maneno yanaendelea vizuri, na ningependa kusema hao watu wa Kirinyaga deputy president wetu anatoka Kirinyaga. Ni kama vile huyu ndugu yangu ametoka hapo amesema, wewe hauna kitu na umeletewa, na pia utaki hata jirani yako pia kwenda hiyo kitu. Hata ile 40,000 walipatia Martha wakati Martha alikuwa anasimama governor, si wangetupatia hiyo 40,000? Wanatupatia 4,000 na wanatarajia huyu mama awaletee maendeleo mahali wako. Mimi nimeshangaa na watu wa Murang'a. Afadhali huko kwengine wangesema sisi hatuko karibu na mama, wacha tumpatie ile kidogo tuko naye. Lakini watu wa Murang'a, Kirinyaga, not Murang'a, Kirinyaga, mahali mama anatoka ni Kirinyaga, I'm sorry, si Murang'a. Wangejipiga at least tupatie ile ambao mama alipata wakati ule. Upande mwingine, hawa watu wa Mount Kenya, si vizuri kuongea kuhusu ukabila, but unajua ukweli ukisema unawekwa uhuru. Ndiyo, hata kama wangetaka kuitikia kwenda kumpigia Ruto kura, kwa sababu wamemdisappoint, kwa sababu wamemuonesha Uhuru kuwa wewe ulituambia huyu mtu si mzuri, sasa hata yule mtu wako pia hatutampigia, sisi tutaenda mashambani. Yule mtu uliyesema sio mzuri pia hatutatoka pia kumpigia, na yule wako pia umetuletea tutampigia, kwa sababu Raila Odinga amekuwa akipata 15 to 17%, 6 to 10% wakati alikuwa anasimama urais. Wakati huu tulikuwa tunatarajia 20 to 25%, ambapo pia nikiangalia hiyo ndio tunaenda kupata. Ikienda sana 28% ile kura tutapata. So far hata kama wako tupigia kura sana, lakini ile percentage tumepata, hiyo tukiongeza na ile tumepata, tutashukuru na tutasonga mbele. Tukirudi Ukambani, nataka kuwashukuru watu wa Ukambani, hawakuweza kusikiza propaganda. Walijaribu kuangalia ni wapi watapata usaidizi na ni wapi watapata mwelekeo. Nimeona wamejaribu na wamefanya kazi mzuri, na bila shaka najua hata mahali Kalonzo yuko na furaha kuwa amefanya kazi mzuri. Tukirudi kwa mandugu zetu majirani, ndugu yangu Bernard, at least wewe tuko na wewe umejanjaruka. Tafuta hiyo maarifa ulipewa, nenda ukawajanjarushe wale watu wako, waambie bwana, wakati unakosa kupiga kura mahali ambayo inafaa, ni maisha yako unaharibu. Unajua wakati mimi nilikuwa mdogo, nikiambiwa hii kura ni maisha yangu, sikuwa naelewa ni maisha yangu kivipi. But kwa sasa hivi mimi naelewa hii kura mimi nikipiga, napiga nikitaka nini, mtoto wangu ataishi maisha gani. Hiyo ndio maana mimi hii kura naielewa zaidi. Hawa watu wa Bungoma miaka nenda miaka rudi, huo wanadanganywa na mtu anaitwa Moses Wetangula, na hakuna kitu. Mbona kama yeye alikuwa anajua Ruto atashinda hii kura, mbona hakuacha kusimamia tena usenate katika nafasi yake? Alijua wataenda kulose. Kwa hivyo siku ya leo mimi nataka tu kushukuru, na bila shaka mimi najua Mungu amekumbuka baba, na pale tunaelekea tusichoke, tuvumilie. Hii kitu najua tutapata, maana hata ukiangalia map ya Kenya utaona blue ni nyingi kuliko hiyo. Pia mnawajua katika hii watu ambao katika hii mrengo wa UDA, wangekuwa najua Ruto atashinda hii kura, saa hii mtu anaitwa Dennis Itumbi Bernard angekuwa amekufikia kwa mlango yako, anapiga picha anakuwekea stika, anatoka hapa anaenda kwa matatu, anaweka stika, lakini kwa sasa hivi hawajui wanaanzia wapi. Huyu mtu anaitwa Dennis Tumbi ajui anaanzia wapi. Ameshinda tu akirandaranda kwa hiyo ofisi anaita Tallying Center. Wakati akina Raila walikuwa na Tallying 2017, hiyo Tallying Center haikuwa inaruhusiwa mtu yote hata kumulika na kamera. Kwa hivyo ile yao si Tallying Center, ile ni TV wameweka tu kuangalia kama vile watu wengine wanaangalia matokeo. Kwa hivyo wakuwe polepole, wasubiri ile siku baba atakuwa sworn in. Figa nafikiri kwa saa hii beda, nafikiri uko na figa hata bila mimi kutaja. Figa nafikiri wewe ulishapata. Kwa hivyo ni watu wameweka tu pembeni, na najua baada hapo watu watasikia vizuri. Kwa hivyo mtulie, tumrelax. Leo hata hatuna vita, wacha wajipige kifua, lakini baadaye wakitaka kutusalimia baada ya sio nini sawa, kama hawataki wakae na waende kabisa bwana, si lazima. Asante sana kwa saizi bwana, tutaongea baadaye.
Thank you Anyumba, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, ni muhimu tufanye nini, tuvumiliane kama Wakenya na tuheshimiane. Kuna mtu hapa na suggest Emmanuel anasema yeye kura yake 2027 ni ya Kalonzo. Kalonzo amefanya kazi mzuri sana. So mambo ni kama hayo. Hii mambo si ya kujitafutia. Saa ingine unaacha mambo ya kutafute. Unaacha kiti kutafute. Unangoja watu wakuje wakushika waambia wewe enda ukue gavana wetu. That is how leadership was done in the past. Hii ya kwenda kujilimbikiza, unanunua watu, unawaambia wakuordain, wakuwekee mikono, wakupatie msalaba, na hizo msalaba zote wewe ndio umenunua, Biblia wewe ndio umenunua, mafuta wewe ndio umenunua, gauni za hao maaskofu wewe ndio umenunua. Sasa hii nayo ni gani? Tusubiri ukubwa ututafute, tusubiri uongozi ututafute, tusubiri kina baba zetu wakuchukua mbaya mtoto wetu enda ukatusimamie. So things will fall in place for everybody. As far as we are concerned, our Tallying Center is doing a very good job. They have put together everything that has been sent from the polling station. There are only 2 constituencies that they are waiting for. After that, we'll have the final figure and wait for Chebukati to announce it, because there are no changes to be introduced on every form 34A coming from the constituency. So what we have is exactly what Chebukati has, and it's exactly what Chebukati will announce, and no monkey business in between. And so the propagandists, uongo wenu uko karibu kufika mwisho, na ukweli ukasimame na ukaonekane wazi katika hii nchi. Na tukiendelea mbele, the country called Kenya belongs to God, and God wants to have it used for his own purposes. And so wrong people are being fenced or faced out so that the purpose of God for this country can prevail. And so let us cooperate with God so that we fulfill the prophetic destiny of this great nation by ensuring that everything is falling in place. Figures you are going to be given later on. I'm not going to share the figures right now. Just know that Azimio is ahead and is going to win eventually. As at now, relaxing, and let's look at also different seats and how people have won. Remember, our topic is Kenya's general elections results. Anxieties, hiyo mmeshare sana, okay? Losers, winners, surprises, all that we need to discuss. Which seat has been surprised you by the person that won? He was least expected but ended up winning. Who beat that person and how did it happen? Baba the Fifth, how are you?
I am fine, Bernard. Yes, good morning, good evening, everyone. Mama Selina nakuona hapo. Naona Mkenya Daima na wengine, yeah. Bernard, I was about to visit the doctor because I received a lot of pressures from our opponents. They were calling me every day and then, propagating things until I came to search this channel Mutembe TV to know the truth. Sasa mambo inaenda kuwa mzuri na tuko na imani tunaenda kushinda hii kitu. Kuna huyu mtu inaitwa Itumbe. Itumbe amekusanya watu hapa Nairobi kwa cyber cave. They are propagating things there and we are not listening at them. We know what on the ground, know the things are good, na tutaenda kushinda hii kitu tena mapema. Kwa hivyo mimi niko na imani na our chief agents who are updating our people on Twitter, the official accounts. We are receiving updates there, like our General Secretary of Azimio has updated something there. Sifuna updated, Charity Karungili updated. So we are winning this thing. Another thing I want to congratulate Stephen Nikaloza Musyoka is doing well in Ukambani, as brought a lot of votes to Azimio, though Makueni hawajafanya mzuri sana. I was expecting 100%. Makueni wakiamua na move, though zile updates za saini 77% to Azimio. Perhaps itaendelea ikiupdatiwa na ilete mambo mazuri sana. Another thing I want to congratulate our brothers and sisters from Mount Kenya. They did well not to come out in a large number as what Ruto was expecting. And I wanted to encourage Ruto and for free, just he is coming now to know the worthy of water when wells are dry. Sasa hapo ndio atakuja kujua umuhimu wa maji wakati mito inaenda kukauka. He had hope in Mount Kenya. He invested everything in Mount Kenya, time, resources, everything. But Mount Kenya have disappointed him, of which is an advantage on our side. So without any doubt of contradiction, we are taking this thing and we are ready to celebrate. Since Monday, I haven't slept. I woke up early in the morning. Tuesday, went to cast my vote. Yesterday, I was awake till morning. Up to now, I'm awake. I am ready. And I know things will be good, and we thank God for that. So we are not going to listen any propagating from our brothers and our opponents on social media. Thank you. Thank you. Mama Selina, you can direct us. I can see Bernard is not around. Mama Selina, can you hear me, please? You can direct us. Bernard is not here.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so pole wa nyumba. So umemaliza na maoni yako?
Yes, Mama Selina, we can move to next person.
Okay, thank you so much. Nilikuwa nashughulika na simu. So naona Murunga, naona Baba the fifth, naona Elizabeth, Mkenya Daima alikuwa ameongea. So kati ya sasa sijui nitapatia nani, kwa sababu hata sikukuwa nimejua nani amekuja. Na maoni yako tumefurahia. Ile kitu tunataka ni umoja kwa Azimio. Hatutaki kukaa na hiyo propaganda ya watu ya UDA. And kama wangekuwa anachukua Itumbe, angekuwa anakuja kung'ang'ana hapa na kimbia. So wache nipatie Murunga, alafu tutarudi. Baba, ulikuwa umeongea? Oh, thank you. Alikuwa ameongea. So wacha tukuje kwa Murunga, alafu tutakuja kwa Elizabeth Achieng. Karibu Baba Murunga. Pole na kuita baba. Unajua watu sasa, usiseme huyu mama ananiita baba kwa nini? Tumezoea baba Azimio, sasa nimeona yako
haina shida. Haina shida. Good evening everyone.
Okay, karibu na mimi naona Penat amekuja, tuko salama.
Yes, Bernard, habari zenu nyinyi wote. Bernard, nimekuwa mbali kidogo, lakini niko area leo. Nimerudi studioni, nimefurahia kurudi. Nimefurahi kuona Mama Selina and the rest of the team. We are here, and yes, let me assume we are doing well. Of course, I don't have the raw data that may rely on, though I strongly believe that we are doing well, basing on the numbers that I'm seeing on the screen. And of course, we are seeing different numbers from different screens. And we also, of course, we are also on social media. We're also able to see what is being posted by the team headed by Kradeni Situmbi. I've seen an argument by David Indi, I don't know what was happening about their tallying, but I assume that they don't have the exact numbers. I don't know if this is verified or not. I also seen something that is being posted regarding an attempt by people to manipulate the system, though it's unverified. Let me not rely on that. Lakini ile kitu mimi ninataka kwanza kuuliza wale muko na ndaita raw information kama Bernard. What is the status of the election? And secondly, should we go ahead and buy suits for the for the inauguration of the new president? That is the question. Leo nimerudi leo, sitakuwa na mengi kuongea.
Kama hujashona suti ya blue, tafadhali harakisha. Alman Junior anauliza nani ako na contact ya watu wa Canaan. Niwaambie hatuji leo, wasipike. Safari ni kesho, tutakuja.
Yes.
Penat, ambia hawa siku ile Uhuru walikuwa naenda apishwa na Ruto, baba waliambia baba endeni tutawaita. Dakika kidogo Penat tukaona watu wamechacha KICC Bomas of Kenya. So hata waende watungoje, after 7 days tutaita hawa kukuja kuambia results. So watulie tu, hata si tuliambiwa endeni tutawaita. Hatujaitwa mpaka tunaitwa leo, pole.
I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that, and I'm also glad to see my brother WG. How have you been? Mimi niko area, lakini sasa nitaomba muda mfupi tu niondoke, alafu rejee baadaye. Jioni njema.
Sawa sawa bwana Mrunga, tunashukuru. Tuendelee, hakikisha kwamba propaganda haienei. Ukweli peke yake ufikie watu. Watu wa Itumbi na grupu yake wako kama shetani. Biblia inasema shetani ni muongo na hawezi kusema ukweli. Yaani si eti hataki, hawezi. Hana uwezo wa kusema ukweli. So hata ukimwambia kuambia ukweli, hawezi. Hana uwezo wa kuambia ukweli. So watu wako deceived in such a way that they cannot tell you the truth. So don't rely on them to tell you the truth. Even if you beat them, they will still lie to you that they are not being beaten. So leave them alone. Just follow what is accurate. And our figures are as right as they are, because they are right from the polling station, like the law stipulates, and their final results, and we are winning by the same. Any other person who tells you otherwise, mwambia kuja Nairobi angalie viti ngapi, alafu anze kuongea. WG, namna gani?
Salama bwana Bernard. Hujambo?
Umekaa kama president mwenyewe kabisa.
Kabisa. Ninakaa nikiangalia suti yangu kwa wardrobe pole pole. Ile nageuza tu pole pole. Ile sijapata ni ile matching shirt.
Usijali, shati tutakutana kesho tutafute.
Asante. Now,
Sawa, tulia hapo, tunarudi kwako. We are coming
okay,
back to you.
asante. Okay,
Let's
thanks.
listen to Arab Ronald amepata kamera.
Poa. Asante sana bana. Nimengoja sana na nimekuwa nikitafuta hii njia sana. Sasa unajua nyinyi mmeongea juu ya suti. Unajua mimi niko na suti yangu tangu 1997. Hapo nilianzia kukula tear gas na Raila. Huko Kamkunji huko. Tulichapwa, nilikuwa KU siku hiyo. Nilikuwa KU. Na tangu siku hiyo unajua mimi nimepigia kura watu wawili tu. Kibaki once na Raila hizo zingine. Sasa nimeona nyinyi mkiongea juu ya Itumbi, sijui Mudavadi, hiyo si watu wa kuongea juu yao. You know, nilikuwa naongea na rafiki yangu mwingine leo. Mudavadi mimi na compare na ule Lazaro wa Bible. Mwenye alienda kutolewa from the grave. Unajua huyu jamaa alikuwa amekwisha. Raila akamsalvage, akamnunulia nguo, akamweka mafuta, na saa hii anaangalia huko. Ngoja in 2 weeks atarudi tena. Na atapewa hapo akuwe chief of staff wa Babu Owino. Hao watu wengine kama kina Itumbi wachana nao, hata hakuna haja ya kudiscuss. Itumbi huyo mtu hata siwezi, is inconsequential for me. At least ukiona watu kama kina Wetangula anaweza kukuonyesha kitu yenye amefanya kitu something, but Mudavadi, hello, with or without him utapita tu. But ile kile nilikuwa nataka kusema tu ni okay, nimefurahia sana chenye Kalonzo amefanya. Kumbe hiyo ilikuwa genius idea baba kushika mkono. Kwa sababu bila Ukambani ingekuwa mlima sana. Ingekuwa mlima. Although nimekuwa sijatosheka sana na Kitui na Makueni a little bit, because nilikuwa na expect huko ma 90s huko. Lakini hakuna shida. Tumeshinda huko. Alafu Anyumba aliongea juu ya mother. Leo nilikuwa naongea na rafiki yangu tena. Nikauliza huyu mama alifanyia nini? Alikosea nini watu wa Central? Alikosea nini watu wa Kirinyaga? Aliiba nini? Because I expected hata Kirinyaga tu peke yake, hata Gishuku penye anatoka, wampatia hata angalau hata kama ni 50% at least.
Rono, Rono, kama wamedharau Uhuru, Martha ni nani? Unajua, wacha niseme, unajua saa zingine tunafananisha. Unaona vile wamelazimisha kina Keter, ile watu wamefanya kazi mzuri. Keter ama Misira ama Kutuny ama hiyo watu wote wametupwa Nandi, hawakufanya kazi. So kama ifo limekuja, kama wamekataa kusikia Uhuru, what is Martha Karua? Ile kitu mimi nasema ni kwamba sisi watu ya Azimio, wacha Martha aitwe Martha na watamuona, na hawa ndio watakuja na makoti wakikuja kutafuta hiyo Martha. So,
kabisa watakuja wakifanya hivi
wakiomba. Lakini sasa kitu mzuri, tusikawanye nyumba yetu. Na ya pili, baba tangu amesimama Central, hakuna siku Raila amepata kura ile moja ile yake, anapatanga 2% vile tumefanyia Nandi na huko 3%, 4%. Jana ikitangazwa Ruto akiwa na 200, Raila ako na 120 na kitu. So at least now baba, na mje nilikuwa nimemwambia Penat, for us ama watu wakuwe satisfied. Najua kura za Central baba amepata kuliko ya ingine. Kama si Martha Karua kusimama, hao watu wangetoka kumira. Saa hii maneno ingekuwa mbaya, kwa sababu wamemnyima Ruto kupata 80%. So walienda mashamba yao kwa sababu wakutaka kupiga kura. That is what we want. Ile kitu iko, hakuna kitu baba amemiss. ameongeza kuongeza hiyo kura amepata kidogo ya Central, na sisi tulikuwa tunasema kwa hii mkutano tunataka hiyo kura ya at least 20%. Ya pili, wacha tungoje kura sote ikuje, kwa sababu baba ana kura zake ile inajulikana tangu 97 mpaka saa hii. So tunataka tu kusema turnout ilikuwa low kwa kila mahali, but at least tuseme asante, hawa watu watapika 100% vile Rift Valley wamefika. Hata kama unasikia 90% hakuna kura, ni ile tu percentage ile kidogo. So at least
Turnout ni low.
Yeah, so turnout ni low and we are happy about that.
Exactly, na I agree with you. Lakini inahitaji baba atafuta hao jamaa wenye walitupwa huko Rift Valley kina Keter. Kuna mtu aliongea juu ya Keter. Mimi napenda huyo jamaa sana because huyo ni by default Azimio guy. Najua alikuwa anaomba msamaha juzi kwa TV, lakini huyo jamaa ni mtu wetu tu wa hii side. Na kina Tiren na wengine kina Misra tuwalete ndio tukue nyumba kubwa. Mimi unajua
nyumba ya baba ina makao mingi. Hao watoto wamechapwa kina
kabisa.
Koskei, kina Martha Karua watakaa chini kwa sababu tunataka wa Kenya. So usijali, in another 3 months tutaona vile tumepanga. Kwanza mahindi iruti mzuri, kila kitu iruti mzuri. Hawa ndio watasimamia, hawa ndio watakuwa machairman ya kutuletea fertilizer. We will do the job. Thank you.
Hata kina Ndindi Nyoro watakuja tu.
Hata hivyo Rono nani Kutuni hata kama amekuja nje
everybody now.
Wasimio amechukua huko.
Order. Asante. Now
nilikuwa nataka
ngoja kwanza kidogo, nataka to confuse our viewers. Okay, let Rono make his submission, then we will do the interception later. Thank you.
Okay, sikuwa nataka ku prolong sana, but nilikuwa nataka kusema tu keep the spirit. Si tuko chonjo, tumengojea tangu 1997 na I'm not ready to surrender. So ni baba na mama. Thanks.
Asante sana, asante Arab Rono, we appreciate that, and let's keep the same spirit everywhere. Let's keep everybody on toes. This is ours, and our Canaan, watu wa Canaan wapospond kupika ile apili imewekwa na loom. Tutakuja kesho, so wasichinje kuku leo, wachinje kuku kesho. Nataka kuku ikue fresh, tusipate ile imekaushwa. Tunataka tuone fresh. Yes mama.
Yeah, nataka
Mama Selina
Arab Rono ibunwa no. Ada tu kuuliza Rono aleji ibunwa no.
Elgeyo Marakwet.
Kongoi karibu.
Yeah.
Ibunwa lesos.
Ibunwa lesos. Karibu imaki oli naonga na deals komye. Sere.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Mkenya daima.
Abunu tarbo Rono.
Gongoi. Ige uchelo to wasingisho gongoi.
Yaani nakwambia hiyo shot wave inashika. Sawa, lakini WG karibu.
Yeah, that one makes it hard to stereotype some people. You may think that some people belong somewhere, kumbe you don't know they are your people. Yeah, so that is so good for the Azimio guys, because we believe we are all over. So, but I want to begin, Ben, by actually paying my tribute to those fallen Mount Kenya stalwart, the politician, the political class, who chose rightfully to stick with Uhuru Kenyatta in changing the trajectory that has been the case since independence. So we appreciate them, we appreciate their roles, the role that they played ever since. They worked, they did not spare anything, they threw everything to the works, their time, their resources, and even some of them even endangered their future because some of them that have been dropped, you may just know that they are now, asking themselves what they are going to do in future. But God knows where they will be, and the movement, appreciate. And I think even the entire Azimio group should take that into account. Number two, there are those guys who are saying, oh, Mount Kenya did not do this, Martha Karua did not do this. My friend, if those people did not come out the way they did, or Martha Karua was not chosen the way she was, we would be hiding our faces today. The onslaught would be unimaginable. Because this is a guy who's been working since 2013. Some people are saying that Ruto began campaigns since 2018. That is not the case. The moment that gentleman entered Uhuru Kenyatta's government, he started kujipanga. And he was all over talking about it. He first of all began by amassing wealth and purging Uhuru Kenyatta's followers from the Jubilee party and replacing them with his own. And now he had used that opportunity to penetrate Mount Kenya, and it was a gigantic task, my friend, even to salvage the little votes that those people realized. Today we would be speaking some other things, saying some other things. Number three, I want to also congratulate Kalonzo Musyoka. Alicheza kama yeye. At least now we appreciate his role, and that was calculated. The way the Azimio were playing was that Kalonzo Musyoka, like some game of football. When you know there is a striker that is targeted by the opponent, you bring another one who is equally, hidden. Then as the other guys are marking the other ones, as they think this is the one who is going to score, then the other one finds the chance. The one that they are targeting will just draw them to himself, then leave chance for the other one to score. That is the thing that has taken place, currently in this election. So we really appreciate. And the other thing I wanted to say about Martha Karua, Raila Odinga was not just picking on any other person. We know there was an election to be won, yes. But away from an election to be won, we also have a task to fulfill, to bring this country back to where we want it to be, and get it back to the rule of law, the freedom of speech, and everything, transparency, and stamping out corruption. That is the task that we want to do. Now you can imagine if Raila just went for any other person in Mount Kenya.
WG, kuna mtu anaandika huyu Njeru Mwaura ni nani? Anaandika vitu ya upusi hapo chini. Yeah, they are doing bad. Huyu Njeru anakuanga na sisi. Hata wanaandika kwa hii forum. Anaweza fanya kazi yenye Martha Karua anafanya. Anaandika penalty kwa hii hata hii team yetu ya Mtembei TV team. That is not nice. Everybody has worked.
Okay. It's okay. That will be dealt with from there. It's okay. Thank you. WG, conclude.
Yes, as I conclude, I was saying there is work or job for us to fulfill as Azimio. And that is why those people are running helter-skelter. They are scared. But that job cannot, we can't wait to fulfill it. And one of the hands that we need so much is Martha Karua's hands. And we just pray that immediately when the results are finally announced and Baba declared, let them all sit and get down to work. Asante sana. We will talk sometimes later.
Okay, thank you very much. Baba promised not to waste any child. He's not going to waste any life. Okay, so the people who are being called losers, they are all going to be engaged. Every productive Kenyan is going to be put to use. Our Kinaketer, they have been making noise about maize and agriculture. Let them be made CSs for agriculture or PSs for agriculture. We want to have a country that is food secured. How are we going to secure that? Let's have able people with passion ready to make that happen. And when such dockets are given, and I envision something like we have whenever a cabinet that has able CSs, like we can have 3 CSs in one docket that has different dimension. Like Munya is with agriculture, then there is industrialization. In agriculture, there is the fertilizer aspect, there is the seed aspect, there is the farming itself, there is the animal rearing, there is milk. All that needs to be handled, and it will work better if we put able people experience, like these experienced members of parliament. Any new member of parliament, those bigeges that are being brought into parliament, who is going to teach them manners, how to walk around parliament building and how to make things work? I'm not anticipating to have another parliament like that of 2013 and 2017 of singing chorus. We need people with brains that are going to come up with policies that are going to propel the country into first world. We will not be using vigeges to get that done. So everybody's going to be put to use, and wengine will be hiring them to tuition these other vigeges to come and learn how to handle matters rightly. All the same, this is our country. It's our responsibility to make it work. And so don't let anybody intimidate you. As the elections have gone, and the winners are winners, the losers have not lost, they are going to gain somehow. All we need is to recover the country. The moment the country is recovered, everything is going to work out. We'll have enough cake for everybody to eat a piece. The limited cake will be dealt away with. We want to bake a big cake that anybody who lost the election will still eat, and the one who won will eat, and we will all live as one big, happy Kenya family. Baba is not discriminative. Baba is not Gachagua who says development ilitolewa Central ikapelekwa Nyanza. Now look at that kind of mind. That if Nyanza is developing is a problem of Central. Mtu ndio huyu anatafuta atakuwa rais na anafikiria hivyo. The development anywhere in the country is good for the country. I want to see Marsabit developed, fully furnished, infrastructure working, irrigation working, water purified, watu wakifurahia, Turkana the same, Moyale, everywhere. And when Kenya is developed, we are happy. But wewe unataka kuibia side moja ukipelekea side ingine, na unataka kuwa kiongozi, hiyo ifai kabisa. So tukubali kwamba tunahitaji uongozi ambao unafaa, na uongozi unaofaa ni ule unakubali kubeba kila Mkenya kwa mabega, kuwapeleka Canaan. Sio tu kuchagua Wakenya kadhaa wanapeleka Canaan na wengine wanafungiwa kwa River Jordan wasivuke. Hapana, tunataka kiongozi anayetabeba kila mtu. Tuvuke wote pamoja, tuingie Canaan, tupalilie, tupande, tuvune chakula ya kutosha, matibabu ya kutosha, masomo mazuri, walimu wako happy, doctors are happy, nurses are happy, and everything is moving according to the system. Hiyo ndio nchi tunatarajia, sio hii uongozi ya kuzuia ati tunazuia huyu asikue rais, tunazuia huyu asipate agriculture, tunazuia huyu asipate finance. That is madness. Vitu za stone age zote tuache kwa stone age. We are in a new world. We can't be fighting to protect people from going to Central when we are all looking for visa to go to America. It's madness that you are protecting at Wajaluo wasikuje huku, at sijui Wakikuyu wasikuje huku. Hiyo ni mentality ambayo ni mbaya sana na itajike kwa kizazi hiki. Asante, sitaki kuongea sana. Naomba tumsikilize Hillary shortly as we prepare to listen out to some videos and get other results that are coming in. Hillary, namna gani?
Vipi Bernard?
Salama, namna gani?
Niko salama.
Wewe pia ulikuwa
Naona
mgonjwa jana?
mimi siwezi kuwa mgonjwa. Mimi najua watu wa UDA, najua they are very good at propaganda. Anyway, tuna understand, najua ni kazi walipewa na wanalipwa, so they must perform. Nimeona tu watu naona Mkenya daima anasema alikuwa anakufa. Usijali, hao watu ni wanoma kwa propaganda.
Mimi nimefufuka bwana mara mbili.
Hao watu ni wanoma, you don't follow them. Huko mtaani walikuwa washasema nani amechukua Sakaja, Aisha Jumwa amechukua Mombasa. Yaani you wake up in the morning unapata ni shock, but unajua mimi I don't follow them. Nawajua hiyo kazi ya propaganda tushaifanya, tunajua vile inaendeleaga. So they are very good wako katika kazi, wa hiyo ni kazi wamelipiwa, so na wamejaribu, wamekulia. So unajua sasa wanafanya the last time. Unajua sasa hii ndio zimebaki 48 hours, so lazima check ingie. So they have to show the boss that wanamuitaga doyen. Lazima waoneshe doyen that they have been working. And but as you can see kina Ishugwa wamechill. Bosses Kuria kwanza ni kama amemwagiwa maji baridi. Mali yako sijui ni kama amedungwa shindano. Nimeenda kwa Twitter handle yake, nimeenda kila mali yako quiet. Things are not good. Unajua Sifuna alitweet kitu pale.
Amepigwa ile sindano inapigwanga ndovu ndio ahudumiwe na veterinary officer.
Unaona wao amenyamaza. Unajua ukitaka kujua ati something is going their way, angalia Ishungwa, get on Dininyoro, angalia hata huyo nani huyo Gasieta, anaitoka Raila anamtanga Gasieta. Unaona ile vitu wanapost kwa their Facebook page na Twitter. Wamenyamaza because they know things are not good. And by the way guys, vile mliambiwa na Bernard, what nani posted kwa Twitter yake, anaitwaje, ni kwa Facebook kama ni kwa Twitter, Sifuna aliwaambia clearly that yeye si Aropokwangi, na believe me wamebakisha tu ni Mandera na Kakamega County, na the numbers are there. And from sources wa watu wenye tulikuwa tunasimamia, tumeongea na madamu, ametuambia be ready for celebration. That's why tallying center yao ilikuwa hidden, and now sasa wame move to KICC. Kama umeona there's a video I think kuna iko Bernard, nataka utuweke uone hiyo setup vile imetengenezwa, viti for people to sit and see how the tallying is going, and to the max, kuonesha vile the numbers are going. Nimeona watu wana complain, wanasema ati those votes the stations mbili zina, those 3 stations are showing different results. By watu wanatakana wajue TV stations ziko kwa biashara, so NTV wako na agenda ya kupata numbers to watch, Citizen wako na the same nini, pia KTN wako na the same. So lazima wataangalia interest ziko wapi, wanaona interest ziko wapi, so they will do that. So but as you can see TV size, the numbers are wameanza kuingia, wako 38 88 38 12 I think. But now nimesoma something from somewhere hapo nasikia now I think hiyo nini from media, mainstream media wanaenda kusimamishwa. I think from tomorrow wata stop to do tallying again because wanaona inaleta tension kwa country. So I don't know, it's not yet confirmed, but nimeona kuna mtu ameandika mahali amesema hivyo ati they are going to stop that the mainstream media hiyo tallying inaendelea, wataistopisha so that inafanya watu wanakuwa na Mkenya aache kuwa na pressure, but I'm not sure, ni kitu nimesoma from somewhere saizi tu ndio nimeona, but let's hope that things are fine. Mi niko optimistic huku, maona Nairobi vile Azimio imechafua Lachi huku tumeingiza by fire by force alai ndani kuchafua. So hiyo story ingine wanatuambia sijui Sakaja ati Sakaja na ati anashinda, hiyo ngojeni ndio zinahesabiwa, wacha zimalizwe tuone, then we'll tell you, tutajua. Msema ukweli ni IBC. Watu wengine wote including me nikikwambia kitu don't listen to me, sikiza IBC. Ama kama unaweza download, hata wewe unaweza fanya tallying, download news from the portal ya IBC, you are allowed, you can download na ufanye tallying yako, itakupatia the numbers that Sifuna alikuwa anasema. So that's why unaona wale watu wamenyamaza. Sasa leo propaganda walikuwa nayo jana usiku wameamsha watu na pressure. Wacha tuone kama kesho watatuamsha na hiyo pressure. Kesho hiyo pressure walikuwa wanatuamsha nayo jana.
Sawa.
Wacha tuone kama watatuamsha nayo kesho. Tuone watatuambia nini. Sawa Bernard.
It's okay, Hillary. Thank you so much for that. And about the putting off of media house tallying is not, I don't think it's credible. Matiang'i ashasema hakuna kuzima wherever social media or any media house because of elections. They have put up enough security, further fujo uone. And then a story immediate wherever tallying, it is valid because those results, they are not cooking them and they are not copying them. CSMS wametumiwa, it's from the valid from 34A right from the polling station to IEBC. Then the media houses are taking it from IEBC, then they tally. Tension in the country is imaginary, okay? Nobody is going to cause any problem in this country. And even those threatening to cause problem don't have capacity to do so. I can speak that with my eyes open. They don't have capacity to do so. The people who can stop this country from functioning, we know them. And they are not on the list of the people that can stop this country. They can threaten as much as they want, but it will just end with the threat. Executing the threat is a different ball game altogether. Si tumekuwa hii mji tunaelewa. Baba akisema kesho tusiende job, hakuna kuripot. Doyen alisema tuende kuchukua pikipiki, ulienda kuchukua pikipiki. So sumbuane, they cannot cause anything to happen. So relaxini kila moja, tufanye kazi yetu vile tunapaswa kufanya, tungoje hiyo dance, na hiyo dance itakuwa the whole country. Nobody is going to cry. The dance in fact is going to be more in Rift Valley and Central than anywhere else. Of course Kisumu ishaanza. Lakini huko inakuanga hivyo kila siku. Kama unajua Kisumu vile inakaa. Friday ikifika everybody is out. They come back on Monday when they are going on duty. So it is normal. Well, I'm working out that video. The video will soon be ready and then we will be able to play it. Otherwise, let's keep the focus. Let's keep the spirit. The people who want to nani anauliza say kuna swali hapa. Michael Monde, sir, please, who is the Mathare MP? Mathare MP ni on watch. Kwani nani?
Senior on watch. Huyo si
mtoto wa mama hawezi kuwa
Bahati
ati
aliambiwa
Mama Karen
atapewa kazi.
akakataa. So arudi YouTube.
Sasa
Yeah,
unajua
baba anampromise job alafu analeta kitu.
Unajua kuna watu walijua mapema kama kina Boni Kalwale wakafunga mdomo, wangemwakwa. So yeye alisema tu baba, lakini nyinyi mnipatie yangu, otherwise angemwagwa mbaya sana. Kuna nilikuwa naona jamaa mwingine akizunguka huko bus.
Kwani Kalwale amewin?
The last counts niliona, I don't think there was any way the second person angemshika. But the thing is, yeye for the last 3 months amekuwa akifunga mdomo because alijua mambo ni mbaya. Alafu kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Ababu. Huyo ndio Musalia mwingine. Yani somebody bila baba ana jina. Huyo jamaa from tomorrow huwezi sikia jina yake tena. Ukitaka kumpata unaenda huko Port Victoria, huko sio Port huko. Mambo yake imekwisha. Ni kama Musalia tu. Lakini tukae macho. Si tuko tayari. Mimi nimefufuka leo karibu mara 3. Nimekufa nimefufuka. Unajua tangu 1997 ni karibu nguvu iisha. But I have been keeping the faith. Karibu ni surrender. But this one for the last time at least ninaona white smoke. Next person. Na Wambugu sema bwana. Mbona unanyamaza?
Sawa.
Sasa mnanisikia? Yeah, mimi nimeshangaa bana. Cause sijui niliamchwa na jamaa akanitumia text. I mean, hizo vitu za Itumbi. Na mimi sikuwa najua. I just realized like 4 days ago ati 4 hours ago ati kuna hizo my Itubis whatever zina fly kila mahali. So me I thought it was truth. Sasa nyinyi hata ndio mnaniweka moyo bana. Cause mimi nilikuwa nimeisha kabisa. I mean I was like, oh my God. Next 5 years tuongoze na those thugs, man. Huh? You see, even one of them shot dead somebody in Western yesterday. So those are not people to lead, man. I'm hoping that we have to win. We have to win. The other thing, hawa watu wetu umeona vile wametufanya. Don't worry about them. Sasa hawa watu the guy has preached, hata sio campaign, he has preached there for like 10 years. With lies, with money and everything. Lakini wale watu wamesimama na president, they need to be rewarded, man. Sababu wamefanya kazi nzuri. But we are also many, that 25 or 30%. I don't know the numbers, but maybe like 1 million people or something like that in the whole Mount Kenya. That's a big number you can't ignore. And those are people who believe in democracy and to do the right thing for your country. Sasa Gachagua, he's just talking about the chiefs and all that. We are in 21st century. We need to, I travel to Kisumu, a first-class city, and, go around there and come back to Nyeri or whatever. Somebody goes to Isiolo, a developed town. We want people talking that kind of language. Si mtu anaongea tu mambo ya chiefs, sijui nini. Okay, Mama Boga. Okay, I respect Mama Boga, but those are short term. Tunaangalia long term. Kama ni Lamport, we know it can employ like 3 million people in the next like 20 years. Long term things.
Sasa hawa watu wanafikiria tu hapa, you know, and this Ruto is just he is there for tenders. That's what I know, that's what I believe. Yeye anakimbilia tu tenders, and those Didinyoro, Ichungwa, and you know, all those guys, they are not there for anything. It's just money. They know when Ruto is top there, every tender is you know, they have the control of all the tenders, all the government tenders. So hiyo nchi haitaienda mbele. But I don't think Baba can do such kind of stuff. So people are just blinded because mtu amesema asifiwe. You know, everybody can say asifiwe. You are all Christians. Lakini what's about your character? Hata ukiiba pesa upeleke kanisani, does that make you any clean? No. So me, I'm not there. I am for Baba 100%, and I know he's gonna win because the truth will be truth. And the president has tried. He has tried. I've been with him since, you know, he took hard with Baba, because I need to see a development-oriented guy. Sio mtu wa kuangalia tu ati sijui Mama Mboga. Okay, Mama Mboga, I respect Mama Mboga, but as a president, you have to take care of everybody, the rich, the poor, and everybody. You have to build the railways, you know, all the infrastructure. I think Uhuru, Kibaki laid the bar for Uhuru, and now if Baba gets in, you see, people are complaining that there are so many infrastructures that that's the problem. That's why the country is going down or whatever. He should make sure that those infrastructure go threefold, 3 times, not even 2 times, 3 times, because we are very far behind in development. Na ndio sasa watu wanahongahongwa na 100, 200 pale, you know. So me, I'm okay. Even if they stay in opposition, my guys, wacha wakae kwa bench, but serikali ikuwe ya Baba. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Wambuku, tunashukuru kwa huo mchango wako na himizo kwa kila Mkenya. Jihadhari na ripoti za Itumbi, zinaweza kukutia kiwewe for nothing, na hiyo ndio kazi yao. Lakini yale wanayopanga haiwezi kufanikiwa. Hawana machinery, hawana uwezo, na chao ni uongo wao, lakini uongo wao umewapata. They cannot go any further than that. Well, let's watch this and we'll be back shortly. Let's watch this out.
Upande wako hali iko vipi?
Naam, asante sana Lofty na Frida. Upande ambapo nipo kwa sasa hivi ni kuwa Azimio One Kenya inaweka kituo cha wanahabari katika eneo hili la KICC. Hapa ndipo wananuia watakuwa wanatoa habari zozote ambazo zinanuia ama zinatagusana na uchaguzi huu ambao unaendelea. Na nikikuonyesha tu ni kuwa katika ukumbi huu ambao tuko kwa sasa hivi kuna wanahabari wengi sana, na si wa kutoka hapa nchini tu, kuna wale ambao wametoka pia uhaibuni ambao wanafuatilia uchaguzi huu kwa ukaribu sana. Alafu kuna viti hivi ambavyo vimewekwa hapa mbele yako. Viti hivi vyote vitawahusisha wanahabari ama wahusika wowote wa uchaguzi ambao watakuwa wakifika televisheni ile ambayo iko pale mbele ambayo imeandikwa #inawezekana. Wananuia watakuwa wakionyesha pia matokeo yao kutoka eneo hilo, na pia hapo kando yake unaona kuna ramani ya Kenya, na katika ramani ile watakuwa wakituonyesha ni yepi ambayo yanajiri ama ni maeneo yepi ambayo wao wenyewe wameweza kujizolea ubunge. Wanahabari wanaendelea kufika katika eneo hili, lakini hii ni chumba tu kimoja cha vile ambavyo viko katika eneo hili. Kuna vyumba kadha wa kadha ambavyo kuna pia tunanuia katika chumba hiki ambacho kiko katika eneo hili watakuwa waheshimiwa, na waheshimiwa wale ambao watakuwa wamealikwa na wataweza watakuwa wamewekewa viti vizuri vizuri, watakuwa pia wanapatiwa vyakula vitamu vitamu, ili wakisubiri kuona ni matokeo yapi ambayo yanajiri na ni yapi ambayo yatakuwa yanajitokeza. Kwa hivyo eneo hili ambalo limetengewa wanahabari katika ukumbi huu wa KICC wananuia waone, je, ni vipi ambavyo wataweza kutoa taarifa. Kama vile mwenzangu Leila Mohamed amesema, ni kuwa taarifa zinaendelea kuja na tayari zile fomu 34 ba ama 34 ba zimeanza kutolewa, ishara tosha kuwa huenda shughuli hii nzima ikaanza kivyake. Hapa ndipo wageni waaliko watakuwa. Kuna hicho chumba kingine ambacho tumekuonyesha ambacho kitakuwa na wanahabari, kisha kuna ile nyingine ambayo wanaita VVIP ambayo watakuwa wanaweka viongozi wakuu, labda pia kinara wa Azimio One Kenya Raila Odinga atakapofika, iwapo atafika katika ukumbi huu. Lakini tayari tumeona maafisa wakuu wa muungano huu wa Azimio One Kenya ambao wanahusika na mahusiano na wanahabari wakifika katika eneo hili. Nataka tu mpiga picha wangu Paul Basweti tufike naye, sijui kama watatukubali kuingia katika chumba hicho kingine ambacho tayari naona kuna maafisa wakali ambao wa miraba minne ambao wameshafika hapo, na tunataka tuonyeshe kuna upande huu mwingine ambao kuna chumba kingine ambacho kimewekwa, na hiki ndicho wanasema cha VVIP ambapo kuna wale wahusika wakuu. Kuna meza ya mikutano ambayo tayari imeshawekwa, na hii ni mmojawapo ya meza hizo ambazo kutakuwa na mikutano ambayo itakuwa inaendelea, na kuna meza nyingine pale ambayo iko na viti tofauti, lofti na Frida, na kuwa na utofauti wa viti hivyo inaonyesha labda hapa ndipo vigogo watakuwa wakikaa wakiendelea na mikutano yao kadha wa kadha, kisha wakishajadiliana katika eneo hili, basi wanaingia katika chumba hiki kingine ambacho tumetoka, ili wataarifu wa Kenya kuhusu yale ambayo yanajiri. Kulistahili kuwe na mkutano ama kulikuwa watoe taarifa kwa wanahabari, lakini kile ambacho tunaambiwa kwa sasa hivi ni huenda mkutano huo ama taarifa hiyo isitolewe kwa sasa hivi, lakini wanaendelea kuipika. Walitaka tu wanahabari waone chumba hiki ama eneo hili ambalo wameliseti, ili watakuwa wakitoa taarifa zao zote kutoka eneo hili. Hapa hawahesabu kura wala hawana maejenti wao ambao wanatoa kura hapa. Hapa itakuwa ni eneo ambalo watakuwa wanatoa taarifa peke yake. Wanahesabu kura katika maeneo mengine, na ili tu nijibu swali lako Frida Mwaka, ni kuwa hawajajua. Baadhi yao tunaona wamejawa na tabasamu, wanasisitiza kiti hiki cha urais wamekichukua, lakini kwa sasa hivi hatuwezi kusema, kwani IEBC bado haijatangaza. Kwao wanasema matokeo yao yanaonyesha kuwa wako kifua mbele. Ukienda kwa wale wengine wa Kenya Kwanza, huenda pia wakakuambia vivyo hivyo kuwa wako kifua mbele, lakini IEBC ndio itakayotoa taarifa ya mwisho kuhusu uchaguzi huu. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa hivi masuala ni kama hayo ambayo tumekuonyesha. Kuna wanahabari ambao wamefika wa kigeni na wa hapa nchini, wote wakitarajia kusikia taarifa ni zipi ambazo zitatolewa katika eneo hili, na watakuwa hapa kwa kipindi cha siku mzima, labda pia kesho na siku zile ambazo IEBC itachukua kutangaza mshindi wa uchaguzi huu. Kumbuka ni uchaguzi ambao umeangaliwa sana na una mihemko kutoka si hapa nchini tu, bali pia ulimwengu mzima. Wanasema Kenya ikipata homa ama Kenya ikisneeze, basi mataifa mengine ya hapa Afrika Mashariki yanapata homa. Kwa hivyo uchaguzi huu wa Kenya una umuhimu mkubwa sana kwa mataifa mengine, na basi IEBC itahakikisha shughuli yote ambayo inafanya kutoa taarifa ya ushindi, basi itakuwa ni taarifa ambayo imepitiwa mara kadhaa. Kwa hivyo tunakita kambi katika eneo hili, iwe usiku iwe mchana, tutakuwa tunakuletea taarifa kama vile ambavyo zinachipuka.
Okay, that is the picture for the winning team. Nothing happened by itself. Everything is made to happen. We are working according to script. step by step. We don't want to win this thing accidentally. It is won through thick and thin and thorough hard work, strategic planning, and everything will be done in their order. So kama wewe ni mwanaazimio, basi jiandae, suti ikuwe tayari, kila kitu iwe tayari. Hiyo siku hakuna kufika kuchelewa, utafungiwa nje. Sikuwe kama wale mabikra watano wa mafuta iliwaishia kabla bwana harusi afike. Ile story Yesu alikuwa anasema. Wakasema waende kununua mafuta, wakilipotoka tu hivi bwana harusi akafika. Sasa kurudi wakasema sisi ndio wale unatujua, ambia hapana. Kama mkujiandaa basi hamtakuwa sehemu na ile crew inatembea na bwana harusi. So kila mmoja ajitahidi na kila mmoja hakikishe kwamba unaimiza kila mmoja, hasa wale ambao wameambukizwa na dhana na habari mbovu ambayo Itumbi anatengeneza kutumia kushtua watu. Thank you everybody. Maina Boni.
Boniface. Bena.
Vipi?
Alama. Mimi niko hapa nimetulia badala ya hata mimi nakosa maneno. Mimi niko hapa Nyeri. Sasa mkumba wetu huku Nyeri wamechangua UNDA suti. Sasa mimi nilikuwa nafanya kazi kwa Iframe Kirinyaga. Sasa sasa mimi nashindwa hata nianze wapi nimalizie wapi. Sasa mimi hata sina maneno, lakini najaribu tu kuangalia nione kama pia Raila atafita. Mimi hapa hata najaribu kuongea na kosa maneno kabisa.
Usijali ndugu yangu, it shall be well.
Mambo itanyooka bwana Maina, usijali. Hii ni siasa tu, na kila mwanasiasa yeyote anayehusika katika uchaguzi haingiangi na mayai yote. Unakuwa na mpangilio tofauti.
Sasa mtu akikosa kiti ni nyinyi mjipange mahali utapata kazi, ni utafuta kazi peupe. Sasa ni kujito kazi mtu anatoa wapi saa hii sasa?
No, wewe relax, huwezi tupwa nje. Na hii serikali ni kubwa. Serikali ni kubwa because of the 2010 constitution. Huwezi kosa mahali pa kujishikilia. Alafu bora umekuwa rafiki wa wale ambao wanaingia katika utawala. Kama ulisupport opposition alafu opposition ikaishia opposition, hasa ndio matatizo. Lakini ulikuwa na serikali na serikali ikapata serikali, basi hauwezi tupwa nje, lazima mambo yako itashughulikiwa. Lakini wale watu walihujumu serikali alafu wakakwenda wakajikuta opposition, hiyo mambo yao inakuanga imeisha hivyo. Hata contract hawezi pata kwa county, hawezi pata mahala popote. But all in all, things are going to straighten out. Some of the things that are happening in this with this election is to correct the many wrongs that have been perpetuated for a long time. Okay, wrongs of preset elections, wrongs of segregating against particular communities, saying particular communities can never be president, particular community can never produce this and that. All those wrongs are being fixed by these elections. And then after that, they are going to be streamlining, whereby now we're going to be, the next elections are going to be according to the law and are going to be free and are going to be free of undue influence in terms of ubabe wa mtu mmoja. Itakuwa sasa wananchi wanachagulia viongozi wao kwa wakitumia system ambayo inawapatia viongozi wanaotaka, sio viongozi ambao wamelazimishwa na mbabe fulani kwa sababu yeye ndio akona umaarufu kuliko wengine. Now with the devolution and the civic education that is coming in the next 5 years, we're going to have very good elections come 2027 if we'll work according to what is drawn out to correct the wrongs that have bedeviled this country for ages. So let's look hopeful and look forward to be part of that new government that is going to bring about the new dawning of a nation called Kenya, where every Kenyan is going to be happy to be a Kenyan. That is possible, and that is going to work out. We just need to cooperate and play our role beat by beat. Thank you. Kama kuna swali, naomba sasa tuende kwa Anania tupatie uhondo. Steven amefika, ana uhondo kama paa imepaa ama paa imetua ama paa ilizima.
Yes, Ben, mambo vipi?
Salama, namna gani lakini?
Nashukuru bwana. Nawasalimia nyote katika studio. Mama Selina nimekuwa na shida ya macho kidogo ndo nikawa siingie hapa, lakini anyway nimejitahidi leo nikasema lazima niingie because I wanted to substantiate some issues that I've been telling you here, Bernadette. I told you Kilifi is an ODM zone. I told you that. So it has been proved na hii chama ya ujamaa haikupaa, imecollapse PA has performed dismally. Hakuna kitu amepata, Kingi amekimbia. Naona sasa George Kithi itabidi akae ashike apande kwa mgongo ya Kingi arudishiwe pesa yake. Juu jamaa ametumia pesa mingi by the way. Sometimes mtu anaweza kufail ukasikia vibaya because ameinvest. Kwanza alitaka usenator, akatumia pesa mingi kuprint vitu za senator nini na nini huko na huko. Kingi akamwambia mimi nitataka hiyo kiti ya senator, pita kwa governor. Akaingia kwa governor tena akatumia vitu zingine mingi, pesa mingi tena, na bado ana trail, hata ameshindwa na Mama Kiuno, imagine. So it's shocking, but I told you Bernard, it will not happen, not in this election, unless Raila Odinga is not in any election. But the results here are so convincing. Only one person, the Honeybills, only one I think is going to retain the seat, Owen Baya. Among all those Honeybills were UDA. Owen Baya I think is going to retain his Kilifi North MP seat where I am. But let me tell you, I was in the polling stations, I was moving around. Watu walipiga machungwa sita, watu walipiga suti Kilifi. From the local MCAs going upwards, ni masuti huku. Nilikuwa naangalia Kwale the same. So hii inroads wametengeneza ilikuwa wapi? Ni panya roots walitengeneza ama ni nini walikuwa wametengeneza? Bernard, si mchezo. Kilifi wameamua na wamejitokeza kwa wingi. Nafikiri unaona 94%, si mchezo. Si mchezo. The only person I know from PA who has won is only one person. The entire Kilifi County, I know of only one person, an MP aspirant. Only one. So Kingi mali yuko, sijui tuanze kukata miti huku ama mnasemaje? Kipo afike huku mara moja na ile timu yake.
No, huko mtazuia tu bahari. Mweka fence.
Ile bridge ndo inanishtua by the way.
Mwanaazimio, let me interrupt a little bit. Huyo kijana anaitwa Maina. Can he contact me? Can he try to get me? Huyo kijana anaitwa Maina.
Okay, sawa. Fanya hivi, both of you. Kuna hapa private chat,
I don't know how to use it.
You just click on private chat, you drop your number there. It is only visible to the people on the screen. The rest of the world cannot access it.
Oh my.
So drop your number there, and then Maina also drop your number there. Then you can exchange.
I think let Maina drop him his number so that they can talk.
Yeah, can he drop his number? Can he drop his number?
Are you able to, Maina, type your number here? Maina has typed his number. Have you seen it?
Ameenda tena?
No, he has dropped the number. Hata kama ameenda. Niko na number.
Uko nayo?
Yeah, ashaandika hapa kwa private chat.
Oh, nimeiona.
Umeiona? Basi copy hiyo namba, tafutana na Maina.
Okay, Bernard, can I continue?
Yeah. Sawa, yeah, carry on.
Okay, what I was saying is King has failed, but I think he has to live with it. He was a good leader. He had a good future, but tumemweka kwa dustbin. No, recycle bin, alafu tukatoa. Tumemweka kwa recycle bin. So tumesahau mambo yake kuanzia jana Anyway, I wanted to say this, Bernard. I'm concerned with what Dennis Itumbi is doing. I don't know if the government has allowed this. You know, the government gave this, the IBC gave the media this chance to do it. At least we can see what is happening. You know, kama sahi, imagine Bernard, tungekuwa tuko kwa darkness, hatujui kitu yote yenye inaendelea. Na IBC wamesimama tu pale wanasema mpaka wapate all the forms. Unafikiri Kenya ingekuwa aje sahi? Sikungekuwa na tension kidogo. But at least we can see figures here going up, going down. At least inapatia watu wale, inapandisha pressure hawa, inashukisha sukari hawa, hivyo tu. But tuko hapo, unaona. But sasa what Itumbi is doing is becoming conclusive. Nani alimpatia turnout hizi vitu anaongea? Surely I think something must be done. I think these people are preparing grounds to reject the results, because I'm telling you, William Ruto is not going to go past 5 million mark. He's not going to pass that mark. He's not going to pass that mark. Ngol zao zimeisha, sasa ni kujaza tu. Akifika 5M ni mzee tu, sasa anafagia huko kwingine. So I think something must be done. I don't know if it's my worries or somebody else is concerned. I think what Itumbi and his team are doing, hata akina Isufuna just tweeted once na akanyamaza. But you know, this silent, waende gizani, warudi, waanze kufanya hivi. It's like they are preparing grounds to reject the results. There is no way they are going to win this election. Wanajua, it's in the public domain, it's in their knowledge. Hakuna, hii imeisha. So I think Bernard, somebody should help us, maybe what you are experiencing with that team and what we should do going forward. Thank you.
Good. And it's just they are only making noise online, and the majority of Kenya is not online. Number one, so their lies are only recycling among their 36 bloggers and the few online people. The rest of the country is following what is on the main stream TV stations. Secondly, controlling propaganda and all manner of misreporting. It's part of our whatever stipulated regulation by the security nini. But until it becomes a threat to security, it cannot be arrested. But don't make a mistake about it. It's being monitored. And the moment he crosses line, ataokotwa. So it should not be taken off that he's not being monitored. It's being monitored closely. And the moment he crosses the line, he will be in. Yes, Stephen.
Okay, before I forget, I just saw a letter by the Media Council. I think it's a good letter, because they were saying the way the media houses are giving results, others wako juu, wengine wako chini, they should stop and come into terms and see how they can synchronize the process, so that they can be in tandem with all the media houses can give the results according. I think it's a good idea. So you umeona hiyo letter by Media Council of Kenya. They are saying that they should come to terms, at least wajue wapi wametabulate, wapi hawajatabulate. Hata kama because naona NTV ndo wako mbele with 1 million, I think waeke pause mwanzo, hao wengine wafike hiyo level, alafu waendelee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Stephen. Yes, Nelvin.
Nilikuwa nataka kurekebisha Steve hapo kidogo. NTV saizi Raila amesharuka. Ukiangalia saizi Raila ameruka, ako kwa 4 million wako wote kwa 4 million, lakini Raila ako juu. Kwa hivyo NTV saizi hakuna kitu ile wanasema kuhusu Ruto. Saizi Ruto nimekubali vile nani alisema, Alex alisema walikuwa wanafurahishwa kwa macho, lakini saa hizi Raila anaongoza mpaka NTV. Nini media zote Raila saa hizi anaongoza.
Okay, please, can I interject? That's not my point, Nelvin. My point is, you know, most Kenyans have access to televisions. Okay, even if they don't understand English or what is going on, but they can see the figures. You go to Citizen, you see it's at 3.1. You go to NTV, you see it's at 4 million. You go to KBC, they are very, very behind 2 million. So the Media Council was trying to say, this thing is creating anxiety among Kenyans, okay? What they are suggesting is, if the media houses can come into terms with how they are going to go on with this process so that they can be in one, they can say with one voice, kama wako kwa 4 million wanaenda na hiyo figure 4 million waende na hiyo figure. That was what I was saying.
No, Stephen, that's a good suggestion, but it's naive. It's naive in the sense that you remember 2013. 2013, everybody reported everything that IBC gave. Until evil took place, nobody was able to tell who has gone wrong anywhere. So it is good for every media house to do their tabulation at their own pace. And if you don't trust what the media house is giving, at the end of the day, they're going to converge somewhere. Because hizo numbers zote zinatoka kwa IBC. Lakini preset at tujipange to announce the same thing so that we keep the country together. This country is already together. It's not media house that keep the country together. Let's not blow matters out of proportion for nothing. There is no anxiety that is going to cause alarm to a place whereby people are going to you know, kind of blow off. I don't think we have reached that level. And from the look of things, everybody is satisfied. This is one good election where people are conceding even before the announcement. You have not had that in the history of this election. So it means people are satisfied with the process of the election and how they are ending up with the particular votes they are getting. It is different when we are doing it in secrecy, whereby even the agents don't know what happened. Like Kivitu was asked, do you believe that Kibaki won the election? He said, I don't know. Okay. But this one has been clear. The agents were in the room. Agents were told to take photograph. They were to check everything. So when everything is out clear and everybody sees how they lost and how they won, it becomes very easy even for IEBC to defend themselves. So let the Media Council not regulate the media on how they are reporting the election result, as long as those results are exactly as they have been given in the polling station. But if there is a media house that is altering, now like Itumbi, is altering and giving things to report what is not there, then that is what needs to be controlled. But this other one is not, it should not be interfered with. Kuna vitu zingine, we let nature take its course. Too much regulation can end up messing up what is good. It's a, why are they hiding this? Why have we not received this? Why is this form missing? That's what creates anxiety. But if the media house, Chebukati amesema sipeane hesabu, ninyi fanyeni hesabu, bora tu mtabulate hizo figure vile zimetoka kwa polling station. To me, that liberty is good and it needs to be guarded that way. Any extra regulation will mess up the goodwill. Thank you, Wambugu. I've gotten your number. I will send you the minus number. Then we will be able to link the both of you. Thank you very much. I think Wambugu, if you're here, not Maina. Maina supo. Umeona kwa private chat mahali uliwacha namba yako. Wambugu ameweka namba yake pale. Umeiona? Haya, copy hiyo namba, tafuta yeye kwa WhatsApp, alafu muongee mapana na marefu. All right? Thank you. And you come to thank us later. Mungu akubariki. Now, naomba sasa tumsikilize, if there is no question, tumsikilize Sospita. Sospita vipi?
Salama sana Bernard. Yeah, so my name is Sauce Peter Otieno. I know you guys keep getting new people, and especially now with the election going on, I mean, I think there's more and more people coming to the channel. So they don't know me, Sauce Peter Otieno. I usually run a YouTube channel called Perspectives 2022. And, you know, as before the in the early stages of the numbers coming up, I did explain how to know early whether who stands a chance of winning. And the issue was for Ruto to win, he had to do an upset in Coast and Western, and also match Uhuru's numbers in Central Kenya. Those things did not happen. So I don't see a mathematical chance of Ruto getting on top. The best that he can do is to deny Raila a 50% plus one. That's the best that he can do. But I don't see a mathematical chance of him getting to the top. In terms of numbers nationally, before the elections were done, I mean, what I mean by registration and looking at the voting patterns during the Jubilee era, I mean, when they ran 2013 and 2017. And then, you know, kind of trying to see how the voting patterns will be. And when I crunched the numbers, I'm not surprised that Ruto was going to take Bungoma or Trans Nzoia. But even if he took Bungoma and Trans Nzoia, theoretically, it was still mathematically impossible. And yes, the difference was very small. If, for example, there was 100% turnout across the country, Raila was still advantageous, no matter how much you favored Ruto. But the difference was small. It was like, if Ruto did his best, the difference was going to be like 300,000 with 100% turnout. Now, Central did not turn out well. So that messes things up. So Ruto did not check all the boxes for him to come on top. He underperformed Uhuru in Western, and then in Coast, even though he made some improvement, he did not flip. But then Raila improved in Central, so he made up for any loss that was experienced nationally. And so I don't think there's a mathematical chance for Ruto to hit 50% plus one. So what does that mean? That means that the highly likely person to hit 50% plus one is Raila, and mostly driven by the low voter turnout in Central Kenya and the fact that he made improvements. You know, he scored 15 to 20% in Central Kenya as opposed to his past performances there. And then he also maintained a stranglehold on his old strongholds. And then whatever we know right now is that most of the results that have come in are from UDA strongholds. And from that pattern of results trickling in, it seems like UDA's, I think there's a lot of national security matters that go into this. I mean, it's not written, but I know somebody was saying, oh, let's coordinate and let's have all media houses being centralized. Democracy is not consistent with centralization. If you start centralizing things and controlling them, I don't think democracy can work well that way. The good thing about a presidential system, the good thing about the system of devolved government that we have is that matters are so dispersed that it's very hard for a central authority
to manipulate things. And that is why the fact that constituency is the smallest voting, tallying unit, like whatever comes up at the constituency level is the final tally. That is very important because it decentralizes that process further. And in future, I want to see the county level having returning officers that are more empowered. I don't say that we shouldn't have somebody like Chebukati, but his role should be more coordination rather than even the tallying process. So we should have final decisions and final tallies being done at the county level. And that way, the final result will mostly represent the mood of the country. About the media houses, the fact that they are all doing their own thing brings in an element of checks and balances. So it's up to them, so long as they prove to us how they are getting to those figures. Just give the tallying process time. Do not panic. Just stay calm. We've crunched the numbers, and at least I know there is no mathematical possibility for Ruto to be declared the president-elect, unless it would be very controversial, because it would be very hard to prove how Ruto went to the top. At least based on the data we have, based on the voting map, based on the voting patterns, it's very clear that there is no chance in heaven or hell for Ruto to clinch the presidency. At least he cannot cross the 50% plus one, even if he emerges on top. I think up to there, unless somebody has a question, I beg to disembark.
Thank you, Peter. That's a good one. You keep trying if you want to triumph. Yes, Mkenya Daima.
I have a question for Sospita.
Yes,
which part of UDA has Ruto has won?
Which what?
In Trans Nzoia.
Uh-huh.
Where is the UDA has won?
Let me see. Okay. No, what I meant is, in the initial stages of the tallying, it looked as though he was going to take Trans Nzoia. But what I mean, you're asking me the specific parts, or whether he has won Trans Nzoia?
Yeah.
Now, the ethnic composition of Trans Nzoia is heavily Kalenjin. And okay, let me explain to you this way. Let me put it this way. There is a huge proportion of Kalenjins in Trans Nzoia. And then, of course, there is the Kikuyu population. The way Kikuyus are voting in Central, the ones in over there probably, were more amenable to Baba, but not. They will still reflect the thinking patterns in Central Kenya. And then also, whatever was going on with, the Sakajas, the Wanyonyis in Nairobi, was Ruto really took advantage of that. Ruto and Wetangula. And actually, if elections had been held before that Wanyonyi debacle, I think Kenya Kwanza would have been whitewashed there. But as the Wanyonyi debacle was brewing in Nairobi, and the Sakaja thing, some people say Sakaja is Bukusu a little bit. Kenya Kwanza was busy putting across a narrative, that Bukusus are under attack, and that Nairobi was such a huge prize, and that they were being betrayed. And so there's a lot of division around there that emerged, and that's how Kenya Kwanza made a breakthrough. So yeah, they did. I'm not surprised that they went on top. I knew that it's gonna be like 50-50, sort of close. But that still, by the crunching of numbers before the elections, that was still not, it was going to make the election close, but not put Kenya Kwanza on top. I think that helps you, right? Mkenya Daima, does that help?
You did not answer. You could tell me in Cherengani, UDA won.
Oh, no. I don't know. I don't know how to break it down. Oh, okay. No, I don't know the breakdown.
Because
I don't know. I just know the national voting patterns, and that's how I break it down.
So far, what I know in Cherengani, where Kituni come from, the DAP guy has won. There.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Let's. I think that's clear. Kenya Daima, if you have information on how the performance took place in Trans Nzoia, who won where, you can share it with us for us to be fully in the picture. What Sospita was sharing was a general national outlook on which part of the nation could have supported Ruto to help him clinch the presidency. So he was just giving probabilities. The bad performance of Baba in Trans Nzoia and Bungoma worked together for the good of Ruto, but it wasn't sufficient to interfere with Baba's numbers because Baba gained in the mountain, and also the low voter turnout in the mountain worked very well for Baba, because the votes that will have upset Baba's number from the mountain did not come from there to go to Ruto's side. Majority of the mountain people did not vote. I hope that's clear. Thank you. Yes, Stephen?
I have a question for Sospita. I think he's so articulate in what he's telling us. I wanted to ask Sospita, what does he think has contributed to the low voter turnout in Mount Kenya? Let's not put the Uhuru factor. Let's not put the factor that they don't have a serious running candidate. If you can elaborate on that, I'll be very happy. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. So so you are asking me a very good question. So and at least I understand Central better than Trans Nzoia. I grew up in Central Kenya, went to school there. I'm a fluent Kikuyu speaker. So I'm not just speaking out of analysis from this point. So I mean, they were getting a lot of conflicting messages. So what happens is, and now, of course, I have a background in psychology. So when you give people conflicting messages and those messages are effectively transmitted, it's sort of like you put them in a neutral position. The end result is neutrality. So not voting is a neutral position. So what happened is there's a lot of people who, with all those conflicting messages, got a conclusion of neutrality. And neutrality means I'm indifferent, it really doesn't matter. I don't think it's gonna help me. It's really not gonna be important to me. Another factor is for people to move from point A to B, they probably need motivation, they need the drive. And I think the owners of capital who are from Central Kenya, were not with Ruto. The owners of capital, Mount Kenya Foundation, those are the Matatu owners and stuff like that. And so that kind of mobilization, which is not just the mobilization like being moved from point A to B, it is also including those early days of being hyped up and people speaking in the same message. So you had a lot of people wondering, do I go? Do I not go? I love Uhuru. But I think I need change. But I don't think Ruto represents that change. Or I think I don't like Ruto, but I don't like Raila either. So that whole conflict will keep you home pretty much, I guess. I hope that explains what I'm trying to say.
Okay, finally, do you think the high cost of living has contributed to this also? Maybe. That's my final question.
Do I think what?
Do you think the high cost of living in the country also
Yes.
affected the turnout in Mount Kenya?
And most parts of the country too. Yeah, the high cost of living, definitely. And I'll tell you something, it's not just Kenya. So we need to not just worry about Kenya. We need to worry about where the world is going to after the COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukraine war. A lot of governments are in financial doldrums, and most of those leaders are good leaders. Remember, these are the leaders who... So there's a group of leaders that came with Trump, and then there's a group of leaders that went with... When Obama left, a group of leaders came with Trump, most of them not very good people. And now, those leaders have been replaced the last 5 years. And now what is going to happen is that with the economic instability around the world, prices are high everywhere, including in my own city. Things are very expensive and people are angry. And I can tell you, it's hard to tell whether Biden will lose because he's not a good leader, but he's gonna lose. Things are expensive. He doesn't stand a chance. And that is how folks like Trump stand a chance. Everywhere around the world, good leaders are going to be replaced by worse leaders because people will be looking for anything other than what's ruling us. And it's unfortunate. And then, of course, voter turnout is definitely going to be low. Because, yes, I love Raila, but I cannot afford unga. So, and Ruto is telling me Raila is not going to resolve this and is responsible for this. But I don't like Ruto either. So I don't like Ruto. I'm not going to vote for him. But Ruto is telling me Raila is not going to resolve it. So all those conflicting messages lead to neutrality and they keep you home. And then, of course, Chebukati calculatingly on the very last day tells us that Mombasa and Kakamega gubernatorial elections are going to be postponed. I mean, that was huge. And to me, I don't think it was a coincidence. I feel as though it was well calculated. And even the aftermath of how things are going, I don't want you to not trust Chebukati, but I personally don't trust how he's doing things. Thank you.
Okay, asante Sospita kwa kuchangia, na labda nitasema tu kitu moja about Mount Kenya. There are two main factors at play. One, the leaflets in Rift Valley of threatening the diasporians Mount Kenya is a factor that must have contributed to the pattern of their voting. It is like they voted out of no choice but to diffuse the reasons that may result into the election going otherwise. Those that voted overwhelmingly for. Those that boycotted, okay, they boycotted also in a substantial number, so that nobody's going to claim that you voted for Raila in order to stop our son from becoming president. If there are any, they look for the votes that were pro-Ruto are available from the mountain, okay? And also the vote that made Raila president were not coming from the mountain. So where will the warlords, in quotes, get a reason to begin turmoil against the Mount Kenyans, as if the Mount Kenyans are the reason why they lost the seat? So that matter is more closer and more personal, that must have contributed to the pattern of their voting, other than the cost of living and maybe conflicting of information, or even a matter of their hate for Raila or their love for Uhuru. It was a matter of survival, in my opinion. Survival in the sense that the reason why we are fought is because we vote in a certain way, and our vote is discriminatory, that it disadvantages so and so, and it profits so and so. This time, we are going to be neutral in such a way that nobody's going to blame us, whether they lose or they win. But like God will always have his way, it worked out. But I don't think there was any conference on the same. So it is, in my opinion, divinely orchestrated.
Yeah, and also, I don't know, but I think also the fact that Uhuru came out so much during the last days, I don't know whether that also energized the other side, but you know, that's debatable too.
So I think let's move on. Who is this? Cookie says the mountain played Ruto. Raila won from the game. Whichever. Cookie thinks so. He says they played their kingpin, the purported king, the genuine kingpin and the imposed kingpin, and in the process, Raila won the game. All the same, let's look forward for a better Kenya under right leadership based on our voting pattern. Nairobi is painted blue. Okay, let me see. Is there anything else? Kalonzo delivered 3 governors. Thank you. Itumbi TV and Davis Chi is supposed to be Chirichiri, has just announced Ruto has won. They can't cause anything to happen in this country. Wachana now. All the same, naomba sasa tumsikilize nani Valentino vipi?
Poa Bernard, vipi hali?
Nashukuru, mimi huyu hapa.
Siku mingi sana, si unaelewa tena.
Yaani mimi nashindwa, ulinitoroka.
Siwezi. Huwa niko chini ya maji hapo kwa sababu niko busy sana siku hizi.
Asante. Mawili matatu.
Poa. Naona kuna Steve wako hapo. Nelvin, Baba the 50, Mkenya Daima. Mkenya Daima mbadilisha jina. Mbadilisha jina sahi. Steve vipi?
Bro, niambie.
Poa bana. Wajua wewe ni wa kwehu.
Najua, lakini nyinyi watu wa Mombasa mmetushangaza bana.
Mazee bana. Mimi niko na doubt lakini mimi nimefurahi sana. Kilifi kule mmeosha mama vizuri sana. Hiyo nimeona raha sana hiyo. Mmemuosha kabisa mama Kiuno mwambie amfuate dinio mbunge wetu alikoni ule, ndio ajua Kiuno ule.
Mishimboko.
Mishimboko tunajua kiuno, aenda kaonyesha tarabu vile vinavyovirigwa. Tuonyesha kiuno gani? Aisha Juma ana kiuno chochote.
Kiuno jiwe.
Kiuno jiwe, si ndio hivyo bana. Baadaye madangu atoka ninio Chumani. Kwa hivyo tuko pamoja Kilifi huko.
Jirani basi
anakaa Chumani. Chumani kwa mzee Kinga Dadu. Hapo ndo nyumbani kabisa.
Jirani hapa.
Haya basi tunaona sasa. Lakini mimi niko Katari huku. Mimi niko Katari, lakini mambo ya nyumbani nafuatilizia vizuri sana. So nimefurahi hiyo story ya Aisha Juma, nimefurahi ile issue ile ilikuwa nataka ni Mombasa katika Nyali Mohamed Ali, lakini nilijua tu Mohamed Ali atarudi. Kwa sababu gani? Mohamed Ali amefanya kazi sana. Mohamed Ali ilikuwa ni ngumu sana kumtoa pale kwa sababu ya Saido unajua wanaeka fitina ile wamuondoe ule Mohamed Ali, unaona. Lakini in terms of development Mohamed Ali amefanya kazi kubwa sana. Amefanya kazi hata yani kama ingaje ni chuki, yani wangemuondoa pale ingekuwa sio haki kwa Mwenyezi Mungu. Lakini bila wamemweka ni sawa, na sisi tunataka watu wafanya kazi. So in terms of Mohamed Ali amefanya kazi sana. So hapo mimi sina wasiwasi. Lakini huku wengine mmeoshaosha watu nini na nini. Mombasa pia naona si mbaya, ingaje hapo kwa governor kidogo wametuzengua sana, lakini wacha tuangalie tuone vile tutakavyowapiga. Sasa niko na kazini yangu mmoja yuko sehemu za Matuga. Amenipigia simu leo kama saa 11 jioni. Ameniambia kuwa kuna kituo kimoja kimestopishwa kwa sababu ya Fatuma Achani. Kuna Kim's Kit ilikuwa imepotea last week. Sasa Kim's Kit imepatikana leo wakati wanahesabu kura zile, kumepatikana ballot papers zimemakiwa Fatuma Achani, zimepatikana, na watu wawili ambao walikuwa wameiba hizi Kim's Kit wamepatikana nazo last week, zile zimepatikana leo. So wamekuwa arrested watu wawili, na hata process ya kuhesabu kura imestopishwa. So imekuwa suspended. So hatujui watasema nini, lakini kulikuwa na irregularity sana hapo. Hiyo ni police station 2 Matuga. Unaona? So hiyo ndo habari ya kutoka Kwale. Lakini tunangangana tu hivyo. Hizi matokeo zinakuja kwa screen different TV stations. Mimi na support, it's okay because ni biashara wajua. Citizen wakitoa matokeo yao na NTV watoa matokeo yao, kila side ina upande wake. Unaona? Na upande wa biashara inamaanisha ya kuwa wajua uwezi ukaweka TV station moja. Ukika TV station moja itabidi viewers wataenda kwa station moja wote. Na wote ni biashara. So huyu lazima awe na results zake na huyu lazima awe na results zake. Ndio kila upande iwe zinapata views. Watu wa UDA wako huko sehemu za upande wa Citizen I think wa NTV. Huko wengine nao hivyo. Lakini at the end results still bado zitasema ukweli at the last. Na baba atachukua tu kama kawaida. Naona baba akifikisha 6 maybe 0.7 hivi with the 51 or 52% atachukua. So Ruto tunamwambia sahi Ruto hiyo kazi yake ya kuongelesha vibaya baba, sio tutamweka baba kwa wheelbarrow tumpeleke Bondo. Sasa hiyo tunaifanya in a reverse way. Yeye ndio tunamweka kwa wheelbarrow yake hiyo, tunampeleka direct mpaka Sugoi. Na mwanzo afiki Sugoi, akifikapo katikati ya Rift Valley hapo mwanzo tunamwambia sasa wajua nini, kuna ile pesa uliiba rudisha mwanzo, tunampeleka paka kwa gate yake ya nyumba, tunafungulia, tunamweka ndani, tunapiga lock. Si ati tunamweka tu tunaacha gate wazi, tunamuingiza ndani na tunapiga lock kwa gate. Tuhakikishe kuwa yuko ndani kabisa huko. Alafu tukianza mashtaka sasa tunakuja tunafungua lock, tunamchukua tunamweka Kamiti. Tunaanza hapo. So hii story ya Dennis Tumbi kuleta propaganda nini na nini, hiyo hatutaki. Hiyo ni story tu propaganda. Mimi naambia watu wa UDA wajipange sahihi kuwa official opposition na waanze kuzoea tear gas waanze kuzoea sasa. Sisi tulishajaribu huko sasa sahihi tumeenda pale pazuri. Tunashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Sasa hiyo mazoea ya opposition sasa tumewachia hao wazoee tear gas, wazoee nini yote. Hiyo matusi waende wakatusiana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Kwa sababu sasa hawezi tusibaba tena. Baba sasa ni wa kuheshimiwa. Na sasa waanze kuzoea sauti ya Raila asubuhi na jioni kwa redio. kama vile Atuoli alivyosema. So hiyo ndo mimi nilikuwa naongea kwa leo, na nashukuru sana na nina furaha. Ninajua ushindi ni wetu, watu wa Azimio, na hakuna gubda kabisa. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, thank you Valentino, we appreciate that kwa kutupatia habari hiyo, na tutaendelea kufuatilia mpaka tupate mbivu na mbichi. UDA ina njia ya kushinda uchaguzi isipokuwa kutumia uongo, na kwa vile mianya za kudanganya zimezibwa, sasa ndio kubabaika. Utaibaje kimskit uende kujaza vitu ndani alafu tunarudisha time ya makaratasi kurudi? Yani wewe, yani utosheki. Umeibia wa Kenya hela, umewaibia contract, umewaibia kila kitu, tena unataka kuwaibia kura. Hata kama ukatili wa aina gani huu? Lazima there are times there is a limit to how evil one can get. You cannot become too evil than Satan. Just let Kenyans have the leaders they want. Why should we impose leaders on people? And those people you are bringing as leaders ni vigege tu. Hakuna mtu ataenda kufanya chochote, kwenda kuimba chorus yako kukuita deputy president. We need people that can deliver. This country needs to move. We've been mark timing for 60 years, for heaven's sake. Why can't we take off? You still want to tie us on one rope that keeps dragging us into where we have been. This must come to a stop. So, kama viongozi wote, and then this time round, I pray that we're going to have a vibrant parliament and vibrant judiciary. Tukirecall mtu anakuwa recalled mara moja. Signature milioni moja tunapeleka mara moja, hii inakuwa processed. Story at 2/3 nini we don't need. Wakisha vote he has underperformed, judiciary inapitisha mara moja, mtu anarudi, tunarudisha mwingine. We want a working nation, a vibrant parliament, a parliament that the executive is complaining about and the judiciary is complaining about, lakini wananchi wanafurahia kwa sababu they are fully represented huko kwa parliament. Sio kwenda huko kwanza sasa kuiba maneno ya contract. Na baba asimame na hiyo msimamo. Ukitaka kufanya kazi na serikali, toka nje ya serikali. Kuwa private businessman. Come and ask for contract from government purely as a private person. Not uko kwa serikali, hiyo serikali unajitumia tender, application for tender, wewe ndio una approve your tender na unajilipa na hiyo tender. What level of wickedness is this? Yani wewe uende kuregister company, hiyo company usend application kwa meza yako, upokee hiyo application, ujisainie. You're behaving like the way we were in primary school. Wakati watu wanaitiwa success card na wewe mtu haja kutumia success card. So unaenda ile siku ya soko unanunua success card, unaweka kwa bahasha, unajitumia ili uitwe pia kwa parade uende kupokea. Those of you went to school when school was still school.
Wacha kutoa uzeetu bana Bernard. That's long time ago bana. Valentino, mtu anatutoa umri bana.
Sio umri mzaa, ni ukweli wa mambo.
Unafanya hivyo peke yako Bernard.
Confess your sin, you.
Hiyo ya Bernard ni kali hiyo. Hata sijaisikia.
That's common bana. Ni wale watu walikuwa wanaenda kuambia watu wamwandikie ma letters ya kwenda kwa mashule ya wasichana. Can you write for me this?
Na wewe
ni watu wa success card.
Tosha mkono.
Now keep una spoil, wachia tu hapo tafadhali. Don't go any further.
Hebu acha nicheze video, itakuwa nusu kidogo.
Sawa, go ahead.
You guys you'll know why we are winning. Maybe you are one of us. Is that someone losing? Is that someone losing?
Is that brief?
It's very brief. It's like that. I just wanted to show people kama Raila na dance hivi. Jijazie.
Wewe Kipu wewe. Hebu tutolee maneno tuone.
Kama bwana harusi ana dance, wewe una wasiwasi gani? Msichana ashapewa.
Unaona studio imenyamaza, umestuka. Mzee ako happy. Kama mzee ana dance.
Now Mr. Kip. Okay, Anita anauliza update ya Igathe.
What mulisikia vizuri vile amesema? Amesema this is the last dance before you become a civilian. Before he becomes commander in chief. Sasa hii ni ya mwisho. Mjamaa alikuwa unajua by now Raila would be complaining. Kungekuwa na news conferences. Mjamaa ako comfortable. Valentino alikuwa nasikia umeshika baridi kidogo. Kwa mwanaume bana, relax.
We, baridi ya wapi? Mi sina baridi yoyote, mi nakwambia hapa. Baridi hapa inipati ng'oo, damu moto. Walingwa.
Kipu jana na Valentino, mimi ndio sikulala. Jana wakati niliona kwa sijalala. Tumbo.
Ona mimi na Bernard bana, tujalala tuko hivi, tumekataa kuweka studio bana. Tulikataa. Bernard anasema
mimi result, mimi niko kwa online hapa. Result mimi ananiambia Raila anaongoza na 4 million. Nyinyi bado mko 2 million. Mimi niko ahead huku. Kwa hivyo hiyo ya Dennis Itumbi hiyo ni fake. Mimi yangu ni original hapa.
Si fake. Dennis Itumbi is quite true in his dreams. Wacha endelee kuota. Dennis has to dance for his dinner. I know you had that statement. Amekula pesa because ule mwingine alikataa kudance kwa dinner yake kwa sababu ameshikwa mahali nyeti. Chebukati has to behave himself. I'm telling you, DCI and Kinoti delivered this election. This is how Kenyans have been voting in the past, including Central. Even if tunafaa kuona results, there is nowhere in the world that we have a location that has 99% voter turnout. How? Kwani kila mtu alitokea kuvote? This is reality. Unaona tunafurahia because I think our next mission is actually to encourage more people to vote. It's not about the next time. It's like it's our fault we didn't get the 30% people who should have voted to come in. Indio inafaa kuwa, I mean, everybody is comfortable. I think hakuna mtu amecomplain hapo juu ya rigging. Nobody. There might be a few areas here we need to clean up, but as Kenyans, I think DCI and Kinoti have delivered the election. And we can also see that Ruto amefanya kazi. Eliza huyu mtu wetu wa Rift Valley, najua hata ni wa Rift Valley hapo, Trans Nzoia. Amefanya kazi, he did well, he did the 3 years amefanyia kazi, but it was not enough. It was not enough. Yeye anafaa tumchukue Sigoi kwa sababu mzee alisema asibuia hiyo usiku. He gave us 2 options. So tonight Chairman alisemaje? Kateni miti Sugoi.
Wewe hujamalizana na maneno ya miti.
Miti bado
Ulisema
kidogo,
umalize hiyo
imebaki
kata.
kidogo. Imebaki kidogo bana. Lazima tuendelee kukata miti. Nelvin, I thought you were my assistant.
By the way, let me get this.
So, go ahead.
Okay, you can keep talking. I want to download it and then play it. The presiding officer in Kimilili arrested for doctoring.
Njoo hiyo, twende kazi.
Kuna kitu kimoja kip nilikuwa nawaambia hapa, nikiwaambia kuhusu Keter. Keter kama angetaka kuchaguliwa ageenda kwa radio station kuomba msamaha. Kitu moja yenye Keter alifanya ya makosa sana ni kuenda kuomba msamaha William Samoei Ruto. Hiyo ndio kitu moja Keter amenikasirisha naye, na hiyo ndio imefanya akakosa kuchaguliwa. Juu wale watu wa Nandi Hills wameona Keter alikuwa anadanganya William aliba mahindi. Juu angekwama na msimamo yake moja, asimame na msimamo yake ya kusema ya kwamba mimi nasimama independent juu kwa sababu mlinyang'anya chama. Lakini ile kitu yenye amefanya, unajua huyu opponent wake inaonekana ameenda kwa background akisema huyu jamaa amekuwa akitupiga, amepiga kiongozi wetu ambaye ni president wetu. Sasa sisi tuamke sisi wote tumtume nyumbani, na hivyo ndio Keter amefanyiwa, na hiyo kitu imeniumiza sana ndani ya roho yangu. Mama Selina,
wacha Mama Selina atakuambia wanaume wa Kalenjin wanakuanga aje. Lazima tukue na you have to keep your word.
Asante sana Melvin. Nasikia vile umesema, for your information, alinyang'anywa vile alinyang'anywa ile. Watu wanampenda na hata saa hii nyumbani. Keter is my neighbor and is my member of parliament. Watu wa Lesos walimpigia kura, but kwa sababu haikukuwa watu yenye agents wake walitolewa, na kuna mtu nafikiria mahali kama Nandi Hills na hiyo mahali yote, na kwa sababu ilikuwa imeonekana independent watapita kwa sababu ya Ruto. So as we are talking today, ndio Keter ametoka na kila mtu anajua. So the best thing ni kwamba usiseme angeomba ama aliomba msamaha. Keter si hiyo. Yes, watu walimwambia ongea, but Keter si mtu ya kuinama. It's not that. Hata umetaka mpaka nimekumbuka kitu kingine ulisema Wanandi ni waoga. We are the warriors. Sisi ndiye tulipigana na msungu.
Alisema pole.
Alisema pole. No, but akirudia, it's now again reminding me. Sikutaka challenge.
Mam niliomba msamaha na nikaomba msamaha kabisa. Juu kwa sababu pia mimi kwangu ni Nandi. Yes, mimi nimezaliwa huko Kuresoi, lakini kwangu ni Nandi. Kwangu mahali nimejenga ni Nandi. Lakini niliomba msamaha hiyo siku.
Na wewe unajua wa Nandi for real. So anyway,
najua kabisa ukweli.
Imeenda hivyo, but mtaona hiyo ya Wanandi sahi hata si kitu ya kuchezea. Ile punishment watu wengine wataona penalty ni sitaki tupishane na hawa ni watu yangu, but saa ile tunajaribu kupeana information, tujaribu tuseme ile kitu at least hata mtu akisikia. Unajua hiyo wasea huko ama hiyo Wanandi, unajua wakati mtu ana mess utaki kukutana na hizo mambo, wacha watu watabeba msiko yao. Hiyo ndio penalty. I'm sorry, nilikuwa nakaa hapa, nilikuwa overnight, sijalala chusi, isipokuwa nimekuwa nikisikia Melvin vile ameongea, nikaona siwezi nyamaza. Otherwise Melvin, tunakupenda, tuko pamoja kwa hii studio, lakini tuseme kitu ya kusaidia watu yetu. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Mama Selina, for keeping us in check. And you know, many things happen, especially when elections are high stake. And when you are running against a desperate opponent, you need to be keen. Like now, this developing stories, my presiding officers, Kamato na Kinoti. We are also going to get into the bottom of why this yellow fever are getting seats in unlikely places from these presiding officers who are being arrested with Kim's kids and the doctoring of from 34A. So we are far from the end of the whole story. The desperate or wherever competitor will go to any length to try and prove a point. That's the problem of having an immature person in a higher office. An immature person wants to prove a point everywhere. An adolescent anataka kuonyesha watu tunywele tumetokea kidogo, anataka kila mtu aone. All that it's adolescent and it's messy. So we will need to allow them to grow, and in the process tolerate them to some degree, but eventually we'll pass through this corner and get to the place where we'll have politics of maturity, whereby people are going to compete on principles. They're going to compete on what is viable for the country, not what is in this for me, what is in this for my region, what is in this for my community. We need to come to a place whereby the nation matters and we all work for the nation, and in the nation we get everything for the communities and for the individuals. The video is almost ready. I will play it. Kuna Douglas nani huyu? Douglas, you are behind the curtains. We can't add you to the screen kama utaki kuweka kamera yako on. It is against our standing orders. So kama utaki kuweka kamera yako on, you can participate into the show by commenting on the comment section. If you want to be added on the screen, your camera must be on and we must see the person we are going to be talking to. So make a choice quickly and we'll be able to add you. Failure to that, tunakuweka pembeni mpaka uamue kile unachotaka, alafu sisi tutakubaliana na wewe ama tutakupinga. Lakini cha muhimu ni kila Mkenya amakinike. Usifuatane na uongo, simama na ukweli. Ukweli utakutetea mahala popote na utaheshimika kwa hilo. First video is ready. Let's get it.
Kwa sababu bado mwana hajazaliwa. Upande wa kwako hali iko vipi?
No, that's not it.
Asante sana Lofty na Frida. Upande ambapo nipo kwa sasa hivi ni kuwa Azimio One Kenya inaweka kituo cha wanahabari katika eneo hili la KICC.
Kwamba chama cha ODM kimepata maarufu katika eneo hilo. Je, mnaweza kututhibitishia hayo na mambo yako vipi katika kaunti ya Kilifi?
Naam, hujambo dogo. Ni kweli unayoyasema, ni kwamba tumepata tumepata ripoti kutoka maeneo bunge 7 ya kaunti ya Kilifi, na ni kweli chama cha ODM kinaongoza na mgombea wa chama hicho cha kiti cha ugavana Gideon Mung'aro anaongoza kwa sasa katika maeneo yote 7, na nimekuwa tu nikitangatanga siku nzima katika gatuzi hili la Kilifi, lakini kwa sasa ninakita kambi katika eneo bunge la Kilifi South, ambapo mwenzangu Asha Hames yupo tayari. Amekuwa hapa siku 3 zilizopita, atueleze mawili matatu hapa katika eneo bunge lake, kulikoni na ni nani anayeshinda na chama gani ambacho kimechukua mstari wa mbele. Karibu sana Asha, tupatie uhondo kamili. Shukran sana mwenzangu Juni. Ni kweli nimekita kambi hapa leo nzima, na tangu jana usiku ndo shughuli yenyewe ya kujumuisha kura iliyoanza katika eneo hili ambalo ndilo kituo cha kujumlisha kura cha eneo bunge hili la Kilifi South. Na kufikia sasa nimekuwa nikisikia matangazo hapa na pale, kama vile ulivyosema. Naona mgombea Gideon Mng'aro ndiye kama anaongoza. Nimepata kujumlisha mimi mwenyewe kura zake kufikia sasa. Nimehesabu kama za pita 4,000 kufikia sasa. Alafu pia nimejumlisha zingine za George Kithi. Naona ni kama yeye ndo anamfuata kwa karibu na kura kama 1,800 hivi, na wengine wakifuatia. Pia vile vile nimejumlisha za mbunge ambaye yuko kwa sasa Ken Chonga. Naona kwa sasa yeye ndo anaongoza katika kinyang'anyiro hicho. Kufikia sasa nimehesabu kura zake zapata 4,400, zikifuatwa kwa karibu na mgombea huyu anaitwa Sophie Kadzo. Naam, kufikia sasa nimehesabu kura zapata 1,600 hivi za Sophie Kadzo katika kinyang'anyiro hicho cha ubunge wa eneo bunge hili. Na vile vile katika ile kinaitwa mwakilishi wa bunge, mwakilishi mbunge wa kike wa county, nimeona kura za Fondo Christine zapata 1,700 hivi. Kwa hivyo naweza sema hao kwa sasa ndio naona ni kama wanaonekana kuongoza, lakini unajua ni matokeo ya awali. Bado kuna kura zapata zaidi ya 4,000 bado hazijajumuishwa. Manake kufikia sasa imejumuishwa kama vituo 48 hivi. Na unaona eneo bunge hili lina vituo vya kupigia kura vyapata 168. Kwa hivyo bado tuko na safari ndefu kabla hatujajua mbivu na mbichi kuhusiana na ambao umeandaliwa katika eneo bunge hili. Na vile vile hapo mchana kulikuwa na tukio kulikuwa na sintofahamu kidogo ilitokea. Kuna baadhi ya wagombea ambao walifika katika eneo bunge hili katika kituo hichi cha kumjumlisha kura, mmoja wao akiwa ni George Kithi. Alikuwa ameandamana na majenti wake na walikuwa wanataka kuzungumza na huyo afisa anayesimamia kituo hichi ambaye ni Bwana Musa Jumaa, wakimletea tetesi kuwa kuna madai ya kuwa zile form 34A na 34B zilikuwa zina hitilafu. Sasa kukawa na purukushani pale kidogo, hata lile zoezi la kuhesabu kura likasimama kwa muda, lakini Bwana Jumaa akawatuliza vizuri. Maafisa pia wakaingia pale na wakaelezwa kuwa hapa ni kujumlisha kura peke yake. Iwapo mgombea ana tatizo lolote, itabidi sasa afuate zile taratibu za kisheria. Na baada ya tukio hilo, baada muda mchache kidogo, tukamwona Bwana Ken Chonga ameingia. Kidogo kukaja pia wagombea wengine katika kiti hicho cha ubunge kama vile Jaba na mwingine huyo anaitwa Hadad, na pia kukawa na purukushani pale wakitoa madai kuwa wameibiwa kura. Naam, lakini sasa pia vile vile Bwana Jumaa akawatuliza, akamwambia hapa ni kujumlisha tu. Kama mtu alikuwa kuna tetesi labda zingeangaziwa katika vile vituo vya kupigia kura. Manake kama unavyofahamu, matokeo yote ya uchaguzi mwaka huu yamekuwa yakitangazwa katika vituo vya kupigia kura. Hapa tu ni kujumlisha, alafu tena vipelekwe katika kile kituo cha county, alafu pia kipelekwe katika ile National Tallying Center katika uchaguzi wa urais. Kwa hivyo naweza sema kumekuwa na utulivu na pia hali ya sintofahamu, lakini so far so good. Naam. Asante sana Asha. Naam, AJB niruhusu nikupe taswira ya maeneo bunge yaliyosalia, nikianza na Malindi ambapo huko ndo nilikuwa nimekita kambi. Kufikia sasa ni kura za
Bernard, the old man is relaxed, eh?
Hii kusa kwenda waliodai madai yao. Naona Itumbi anasoma taarifa yake na matokeo yake. Sasa sijui amekuwa Chebukati kuanzia saa ngapi. lakini hii Kenya iko na viatu na watu. Naomba tumsikilize nani tukiandaa ile video ya presiding officer wa Kimilili ambaye ametiwa mbaroni. There is a video to that effect. We'll be playing it later on when it's ready. Douglas, how are you?
I am well.
Karibu.
Asante, nimeshukuru. Asante sana. Nitakuwa naongea lugha mbili, naongea Kizungu, Kiswahili, labda Sheng pia ndio nieleweke. Lakini nimekuwa nikiobserve comments za watu na nimekuwa nikisikiza vile siasa inaenda kila upande, regions na vitu kama hizo. Na niko na maswali kadhaa ambazo ningependa tuweze kuongea kuhusu. Najua ni maswali but it's not about the tallying or the numbers are coming in, but it's just the general overview of what has happened in this election. I don't know if I should name all the issues that I want the panel to discuss, or niseme moja moja tukisonga.
Just go through, give us an idea of what it is.
Okay. So let me give you an idea. So ningependa kwanza the first thing to talk about I want to talk about the issue of the women vote. And you know, what does everybody think about the women wanawake? You know, this is the first time we're having a deputy president as a woman, and I don't know what happened to the women in terms of voting, especially even if you're looking at central Kenya. Hawakujitokeza kupigania mwenzao. Is it that women are not together, they cannot support each other, or what is it? That is one of the things that are one of the issues. The second is nasikia tumeongea about it, social media propaganda. As in, from this as a president, should there be laws that should be put in place to govern this propaganda that is being thrown on social media, people just throwing numbers and results? Because the first results that came in, there were winners who are now losers. So we don't, you know, it's very amazing for mtu wote mwenye ana akili na kufikiria vizuri, akiona vitu zimebadilika anaweza kasirika na alete fujo. So that is just part of creating violence. Another issue was the entertainers and comedians in politics. Tumeona these guys, they are a force to reckon with. They have a following, they are popular, and once they enter the political arena, whether they have the ideas to lead or not, we just find the public just elects them because they are popular and they're liked. Is that the model that we are following right now in terms of leadership in Kenya? Is it a good, is it not good? Another issue was, you know, why the results are coming in pole. But we know the media houses are in the business. They're in the business of viewership. They're getting advertisements more than they've ever gotten all through the year. So wako biashara, washajua results, lakini wako biashara ya kutoa results pole ndio waendelee kupata advertising and viewership because it helps them. The issue of voter apathy also in central Kenya. What were the factors that brought this apathy? Watu waka decide hatutatoka na that apathy, what will be their demands in case of a Raila win, yet they didn't vote for him? As in, what will be their demands to say that we need development here, or we voted for you, give us positions? And the last two ni the issue of Kakamega and Coast, because tunajua hii governorship ya Kakamega na Coast itakuwa determined by whoever is going to be the winner of the presidency. So is it a strategy, or is it by mistake, or it's something that just happened, or is it a strategy that was put in place? And then the Sakaja issue in Nairobi. If it so happens that Sakaja wins Nairobi seat, is it a win that is of no use, because there's going to be a court case about his papers, and it might go the Sonko way and it might be thrown out, and someone else be put in? So yeah, those are just the issues that I wanted to throw out. and see what we can be able to, or rather, I can hear some views from some people about them. Thanks.
Okay, I'll give, who would want to respond to that, at least one item? Yes, Stephen?
Okay, Douglas, Jambo.
Jambo.
Okay,
Yes,
I was
Stephen.
here before. I was here with the question of
Okay,
what
Douglas,
happened.
Jambo. Jambo.
What happened in
Okay, I
Central,
was
yeah?
here before.
So we talked about it, and I want you to get what we discussed. There was a guy who was here before, so Peter, and he told us that it's because of the conflicting messages from both camps. That maybe it caused the people there to be neutral. You know, they were neither for Raila or they were neither for Ruto. The other thing is Bernard told us that maybe because of the leaflets that were being spread in is it your issue, the hate leaflets, maybe they contributed to that also, you know. And lastly, the last messages that Uhuru was giving out also contributed to the apathy, because now some people didn't want to vote for Ruto and didn't want to vote for Raila because they were listening to their kingpin, you know. So we discussed that, and I think I wanted to give you the overview of the same. Thank you.
I will answer the one for Nairobi kidogo. There are going to be very many activists, and Sakaja is not only going to be the only person who the public is going to go after. The public now has an actual working government coming in. I think the judges are coming. There's going to be a good sweep of the judges that are there. I'm just speculating. So we're mtu akwe na 1 year or so in power, but sijui bana tulikuwa naita NMS ama sijui nini military will continue leading Nairobi. The likes of Sakaja, any other corrupt person who's going to have gotten a chair, siku zao ni mwisho. So don't worry about that. We would have loved Igathe, but I still think there's still a chance for Igathe to come in. But I think the days of corruption, the Kenyans will, once Raila gets in, Kenyans will also start getting the feeling of good leadership coming in, because activists wanakuja to clear all of them. Right now, uliona hata Azimio too, we did not block some of these thieves. It's because we did not want to destabilize our campaign. So later on, wote watasipia hata hii. So don't worry about that. Kenya is building. It's one step at a time. We get into the seat first. I know there's a bit of pain for some of us, me included, that some leaders wameingia kidogo na tutaki. But you also, Douglas, you have to be one of the activists there. Valentino huko, hata utaingia huko. Nelvin, I know that. So guys, it's not the end. Tutang'ang'ana kutoa hii nyang'ao yote. Unajua ng'ombe ikienda cattle dip, si ati hii nini yote inatoka. Kuna some ticks which will remain. Zingine unatoa na mkono. So ile kubwa kubwa itaanguka, lakini ile ndogo ndogo we have to remove it. So I shouldn't think you worry. As for the news, it's business. It's a coordinated thing, and it's also a way to keep the public docile. Both sides are nervous. So nani ataenda nje kupigana sasa? Ujui KTN imesema imeshinda NTV, the youth, alafu sasa usiku sasa hii jinga zote zimelala, 3 o'clock ndio tunasikia Raila has been announced. So it's normal. We don't announce them at this time. Are you kidding me? Wacha tungoje. Nyinyi mkwe na maalsa, mimi nitawatch Citizen yangu, nyinyi mwatch NTV wala wengine, na tufurahi kidogo, alafu asubuhi ya usiku ya hiyo mchana tutakata hizo miti. So Douglas, relax, it's okay. there's still a long way to go. There's Mtembei coming in for the next 100 days. We will keep this government in check and balances. We will come back here, Ejeisha, and you will come and tell us what Baba did not do. Na sisi we will complain also. This is our job. Sijali. This is just the beginning of a great nation.
Okay, thank you, Kip. Thank you, Kip. Valentina, you had something to say?
Yeah.
No,
Mimi,
Bernard, before he say anything, sijasikia mtu anaongea kuhusu mama, so let me try and say something.
Just hold on, Mama. Hold on, Mama Selina. Hold on. I will give a response about the women constituency and then give you to summarize for us being the lady on the panel.
Tulikuwa tunamwachia hiyo Bernard, hiyo ilikuwa yake.
Of course. Valentino, quickly please.
Yeah. Mimi ni maoni yangu tu, sisemi hati mimi ndio serikali, ama ni maoni kulingana vile mimi ninavyoona na vile ninavyoelewa politics ya kivyangu mimi mwenyewe. So mimi kwa upande wa hii historia ya gubernatorial race ya Mombasa na Kakamega, I think it was one plan of UDA's mission to steal election, I think in conjunction with the IBC. So vile uchaguzi ulikuja kwa haraka, alafu pia kulikuwa kuna issue ya Sonko pia kotini, unaona. So ile regulative, yani ya kuconnect hizo vitu mbili kwa na uchaguzi umekuja haraka, I think hiyo ndo ili let down hiyo issue yote hiyo, kwa sababu wajua Mombasa ni main I mean area ambao UDA walikuwa wametarget hiyo, na sehemu ya Jalango pia unaona, na Nairobi hiyo ni sehemu, na Nakuru. Hizo ni sehemu ambao UDA walikuwa wamepiga mission kubwa sana kunyakua hizo viti, because they know what is they know what those area they bring into the Kenyan economy, unaona. So I think ile mission yao ili fail, that's why ikawa Chebukati hana otherwise, because the rigging planning ilikuwa zimezuiwa na serikali. Ukiangalia mambo ya Sonko pia ilikuja late, as you saw kwa ballot papers kulikuwa kuna mpaka picha ya Sonko. So it means that this was something that they had planned, that Sonko atakuwa, unaona. So I think hiyo ilikuwa ni mission, lakini kulingana ile rigging plan ilivyofail na nini, ikawa Chebukati hana otherwise, that's why hiyo story ikaingia. So it was one of the rigging plan. Haya, hii issue ya Mount Kenya siwezi ongelea kwa ukubwa zaidi kwa sababu mimi stroke hiyo area, but according to my opinion, I feel very bad. Watu wa Central wametuangusha sana, wamemlet Matakarua down. We really depend on Matakarua, na watu wa Central wajua hata kama hawakutown out, lakini at least wampatie vote Matakarua. Imagine from Kirinyaga where Matakarua anatoka, even Ruto won. We don't know, hiyo ndo disgusting. They had let us really down. Na hata hivi itapatia Raila kazi ngumu. Kwa sababu gani? In terms of sharing development project nini na nini, Raila kuwafikiria itakuwa pia challenge, kwa sababu there's no way that mimi nimempatia Raila kura katika sehemu yangu alafu niende nifanye development Central niache area ambao mtu nimempa kura. Unaona itakuwa ngumu. So hiyo itakuwa headache sana kwa Raila, na hata Uhuru aliwaambia, you guys, it's your turn to decide. You want to be in opposition or you want to be in the government. Now, for them not doing the correct thing, it shows that they want to be in opposition. Yeah? Though we don't want to go in that section, but it shows that. So that is a very sad moment in that situation. Ni hayo tu, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Just putting it in the correct perspective, in my opinion. Baba is the champion of devolution, a Kenyan patriot that believes in the holistic development of this great nation. He has a strong responsibility on his shoulder to demonstrate the right presidents of this great country. And so I don't see him discriminating against any community, whether they voted for him or not. He has a mission to paint to the rest of the country what really leadership that was lacking in this country, that has made part of the nation developed and part of the nation neglected. He is not going to marginalize, in my understanding of his style of leadership and his understanding of the new constitution and his passion for devolution. So whether you voted for him or not, everyone is going to get their cake, and they will enjoy being Kenyans. Quickly on the women constituency, there is a women constituency in this country, a huge one for that matter. But like every other change that comes in any in any situation, it's always gradual. Remember, we have grown into even accepting women members of parliament. It did not happen for the past whole term, the whole 2 terms of 2 parliament, 2013, 2017, 2017, 2022. We did not work out to get the 2/3 majority, okay, with government in place. All of it is because of the kind of the kind of mentality of men leadership that we have grown with all along. And so it will be too much expecting that just with one bullet we have an enormous women constituency that is deciding the direction of a particular election. In my opinion, the Martha Karua ticket had, in fact, I would say one of the greatest magic about this particular election in sizable turnout. It was because of the women factor. I don't think we'll have had that kind of response if we didn't have that women running mates. And you see how we had so many women running mates. It's only UDA that had men. Every other person had a female running mate. And so it is an idea that is overdue, but we must also give it time to grow into manifestation. We can't expect it to be suddenly. So I will leave it there. Let Mama Selina say something on the same before we move to the next item.
Okay, Bernard. Well, Douglas amesema, I don't know kama anamaanisha wamama kwa kupiga kura gani, because today tuko na wamama governors. Naona Nandi, my community, celebrate kuna member of parliament woman from Soy constituency. Kuna wamama wengi wamechaguliwa na kuna wale wameanguka pia. Kama Aisha Chuma ni mama, Anne Waiguru ni mama, lakini mama mwenzake ameingia. Now, najua kuna kitu inasumbua watu. The candidature ya Martha Karua kusimama na baba, ama kuwa running mate kama mama. And then naona kama, how do we differentiate, Penat? How do we know today kwa hiyo kura baba amepata huwa ata majority, nani amepiga hiyo kura? Tuko na lot turnout kwa Kenya msima, watu wakutokea kupiga kura. Chenda moja wanajuaje kuna chenda yenye haikupiga kura? If you come here today and say sijui kwa nini kina mama, so kumaanisha hii kura ya Kenya apart from hiyo ya Martha Karua na baba, kumaanisha hakuna wamama wamepiga kura? Because hii ni kitu tumesema tutakuja chambua tukisha apisha kama ni baba ama ni Ruto. Second, Ruto amepata kura kutoka Central, lakini ukiangalia kura ya baba 2013 na 2017 ya Central, kumira kura ya Uhuru. I want somebody to tell me today, hata kama Ruto ameongoza kwa Central, amepata kumira ile Uhuru alikuwa amepata? No. Yes, amechukua, na papa alikuwa anapatanga kura 4, kura 3, 4%, 3%, 1%. Today, as we are talking today, kwa sababu nilikuwa nimekuambia Penat, and we need to get that one, ya kwamba Central wamepigia kura Ruto ni kura ngapi na papa amepata ngapi, ili watu waelewe. Watu ya Central kukataa kutoka, walikuwa na 2 candidates, walikuwa na Kashakwa na walikuwa na Martha Karua. So wherever site walifotia, if Martha Karua was in, still walikuwa wako na running mate. Upande ya Ruto wakiwin walikuwa na running mate. But kuna value, na sana watu ya Central niliwaambia, they don't like to fighting their votes. Na Martha Karua alikuja in 3 months kukuwa running mate. Hii kura ya Central walisema wana punish Uhuru, na kweli wamepunish Uhuru. But Uhuru hakuna kitu wamempunish. Uhuru ameretire, anapata package yake. Those people today wame-elect members of parliament, it is their leaders. Kama vile watu ya Western, tuseme sasa, tunaweza sema watu ya Western wamepunish Mudavadi? No. Watu ya Western wamekuwa wakipigia baba. Lazima tutafautishe mambo ingine. Na today Martha Karua akisimama na baba, watengeneze inchi ikuwe mzuri. What will people say? Watu wameanza kuongea, but I think we need unity. Baba si mara yake ya kwanza kusimama. But hii mambo ya kusema wamama, I think wamama wamepiga kura kwa both sides. Wamama ni watu waaminifu. Wa Central wenye waliambiwa ni ya kanisa, na mnajua China ya Raila vile walikuwa wameharibu. Na unasikia mpaka ilikuwa ni ngumu, hata wenyewe walisema. So please, sisi kina mama, we did our part. Ile kitu ninge challenge, ama munge challenge kina mama, ni wakati Mungu atasaidia baba akuwe president, na hiyo sasa Martha Karua ashinde kudeliver. But kuchamulisha na kusema kina mama, I don't think so. Wamama wamepiga kura. Na kama ni wamama wamepiga kura kushinda hata nyinyi wanaume, you know, it is because hatujui. But Penat, keep, I want, ninakupatia hiyo nafasi, tukirudi utuambie Central, tunataka kujua wamepata kura aje. So that tukiwa hapa, Ruto amepata 99% kumira. Kama angekuwa amepata kumira saa hii, Ruto angekuwa State House. Na hata kama atakuwa. So hiyo ni hiyo tu Penat. Lakini nina furaha tuko na Gladys Wanga. Najua Ngilo ametrop, lakini tumepata another woman. So I don't think kwa upande ya kina mama, na ndio sisi tumekuwa tukitumiwa, we are somewhere. Tuko na members of parliament at least, apart from 47 women reps. Kura ikiisha, tutajua ni wamama wangapi wamemake kukuja parliament, wamama wangapi wamemake kuchaguliwa senate, na wamama wangapi wamemake kukuwa governors, plus now the mother ama woman deputy president. So as we are talking, tujaribu kujua. Otherwise, I'm talking in generally.
Mama Selina.
Martha Karua ni mama kama wamama wenzao.
Mama Selina, quick question. Who is Ruto?
Yes.
Who is Ruto? In 2013, we didn't know who this guy was. Nobody knew who he is. And people are saying the same thing about Martha Karua. You know the people from Central, they need to see to believe. And once this lady comes into power, trust me, she's the sixth. You know, nobody knew who. Did you know who Ruto was? Ruto alikuwa mtu wa mkono wa Odinga, and then because of the election thing, wakashikana hivi, then it was let's protect our sons. But it's the same thing. It's an effect. Matiang made Jubilee famous in Jubilee and URP and whatever those parties are in Kisii. Takes time. Now the sons and daughters of Central will see who she is. And Alex, hata ukisema mara ngapi, Kalonzo is not the sixth. Tena na watermelon. Thank you.
Was he comparing Martha Karua and Kalonzo? Kalonzo ako na right yake, na kama baba anawina anakuwa prime minister. Martha Karua ako na nafasi yake ya kukuwa deputy president of Republic of Kenya baba akiwin. Na wakati hiyo campaign ikifika, kama baba anaenda for 5 years, whoever want to start kusema wanataka kupima hao viongozi wawili, mtaruti the same thing yenye Ruto amefanya akikosea heshima Uhuru, because we know Kenyans they know. Wakati hiyo ikifika, kama ni Karua na Kalonzo anasimama, Kenyans watajua who is better. Lakini for me, mama alisema anajua yeye ni deputy president final. Kama kuna mambo ingine itatokea wakati ametoka hiyo ofisi, kama ako na kitu anafikiria. Lakini tukiwa na hiyo mawazo watu wameanza kufikiria saa hii, it will not be different na hiyo ya Ruto na Uhuru. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that matter should be settled there, unless Douglas, you have a response. Douglas, you have a response.
Okay. Yes. Okay. And not exactly a response. I don't want to stretch that conversation. Just to touch on one little thing. Nobody has talked about the celebrities and comedians in politics. Everybody has a right to vie. There's nothing wrong with that. You can vie so long as you're a Kenyan. But just because you have a popular following, or you have people following you on Facebook and Twitter, is that the new qualification of a leader? I just want to get feedback, because we might be electing people who are actually not delivering to the people. Case in point, Starehe constituency with Jaguar. I just want to get a feedback on that.
Douglas, it's to do with civic education. It's not only Kenya; it's the whole world. It's popularity. We are actually electing more clowns and jesters, chief jesters in the world. We're paying clowns more than real people in the world. So it's a trend. I mean, back in the day, people wanted to be doctors, engineers. Engineers used to make a lot of money. Doctors used to make more money. Now we are paying basketball players, football players more than some of these more accomplished things. So it's for us as a society to start thinking. So hii ni yetu, lazima tugongwe kwanza, then we'll know that this is not the right thing, because but at the end of the day, I still believe you have the right to choose who you want to lead you. If you think the popular man is for you, that's for you. You cannot fault somebody. Why don't you, Douglas, come up with a campaign whereby you educate the public as to the importance of somebody who's educated or somebody who's learned to do that. But it's a trend around the world. TikTokers, Instagrammers, Facebook, YouTubers, sorry Mtembe, are the popular people here. So it's a trend in the world. Pole.
Okay, thank you, Kip, for that. And I would just say one thing on the same. It is not the trend in the world. It is the glorification of popularity at the expense of integrity and leadership responsibility. As long as somebody can dance in the gallery and get a following, he now feels he's something. And then the society feels helpless. They feel like they owe him something because he is popular. In my opinion, that's an error, okay? And as long as we perpetuate that error, we'll never get the right leadership in place. And that is causing a lot of problems around the world. And so let us get back to appreciating that leadership has to have right qualities. It is all about the character of a person, not the popularity, not the following, not all that. And so the assumption that because I have a huge following on Instagram, I have a huge following on YouTube, therefore I am a leader. That's not a leader. You have fans, people who are you are fanatics, okay? You are not even leading them. They are just admiring you. That's all. But when it comes to leadership and making hard decisions that are of national, monumental, wherever you need to decide for 50 million people, 50 million Kenyans, your Instagram following will not be there to support you. And of course, if I want to grow this channel overnight, there are many mechanisms. We're doing online marketing. We just I will have 1 million following the following day. So that has nothing to do with the capacity of that person. And so as a society, we need to guard against that. In my free advice, we need to guard against that. We need to scrutinize people who are asking for public office more deeply and more keenly than all this superficial Facebook and Instagram following, and then we get overwhelmed that, wow, he's a celeb, so we owe him. We don't owe anybody anything. We need leadership. Let's go for it. And if it's not there, let's manufacture it, not settle for anything that offers itself. Huo ndio msimamo wangu. It may not be popular, but I think it saves many things. It saves many things. We are where we are as a nation when we allow ourselves to be at the mercy of people who we are supposed to be interviewing. Now they become the interviewer. We become the interviewee. We become the victim. Okay, when we are the ones supposed to be holding them to account. Why? We feel helpless. Just see how Kenyans get to in the presence of Mheshimiwa. They won't talk. Even the bishops and pastors like us. Oh, Mheshimiwa, oh, Mheshimiwa, Mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa anapaswa kukalishwa chini aulizwe maswali. Hii miaka 5 ni nini umefanya? Nini kilikuzuia? Na tunakutrust vipi na miaka mingine 5?
Yeah,
So
Bernard,
let
please.
our world come around.
Yeah,
Yes.
Bernard, please tumie link. Naona simu yangu inaisha moto, nataka nibadilishe simu. Simu yangu inaisha moto, kwa hivyo nitarudi baadaye.
Si uweke namba hapo Valentino, weka namba tukuweke kwa group, ama uko kwa group yetu? Bernard, you're muted. You're muted. You're still muted.
Apologizing for the same. It's okay. I'm playing this video, see if it is.
Inua hivi juu, toa upige hii kwanza hivi.
The results here are different from this. And if I send this, if I send what I'm given now to Nairobi, then you'll hear tomorrow they'll say that at Kimilili, these results were different. And therefore, I'm begging that we're not going to consider the presidential result for this issue. So, we are not going to count it in favor of any candidate. Can we agree?
Okay, sorry. That is a presiding officer in Kimilili arrested for altering the Form 34A after everybody has signed. He's now taking the picture to send. Then he changes figures so that it arrives with a different figure. He's caught into the act. So this the desperation is too much. Now look at this one for Muvuria in Kwale. Is it Kwale or whatever?
Wewe sikiza, sisi tumeitwa hapa sababu ya hiyo kiti. Fanyeni kazi yenu.
Wanakufungulia sisi hapa pamoja. Tufungulie hapa. Pamoja tuone. Sasa fungua na wabeba wanaenda. Hata hii itapotea hii. Piga picha. Serial number tupige picha hii. Hii chukua hiyo. Namba ya hii itafunga watu wengi.
Okay, we'll ventilate on that shortly. I just want to address something on the comment section. There is, I think it's Brian Korir or something. Please let us keep off profiling of communities and running into judgment. Let's just remain focused. This country must hold together and we must value each other, respect each other, not profiling each other community-wise. You would rather talk of Mount Kenya people, talk of Rift Valley people, talk about Mount Elgon people. It's better off than saying Bukusus, Kikuyus, Kalenjin, and all that. As much as those serves as our identities, you cannot say that all the Kalenjin were this, and all the Kikuyus were this, and all the Bukusus were this. I have people who are diehard supporters of Baba since time immemorial, and they are Bukusus, and others are Kalenjins, others are Kikuyus, They have voted for Baba all their life. So don't group people in that way. It is bad. It is unconstitutional, and it's also unacceptable. And also for us as a channel, for our safety and our posterity, we also need to play according to rules. If we are discriminating against any group of people, we will be brought down by the YouTube community, or for that matter, the social media broadcast space. Thank you very much. Back to cheating in these elections. Yes, Alex?
Yeah, you people, you had a very good conversation in regard to comedians and entertainers coming into politics. One of the landmark rulings that recently happened, and I think it was in the right time, because it could never have happened when the legislature session was on, was to disqualify and make CDF illegal.
One moment, Alex. One moment, please. Thank you. Sorry. Alan Onyando, I've just given a ruling on that. Please avoid profiling communities. You risk being blocked right away. Thank you. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the most landmark ruling of our great Supreme Court, and the timing was right, was to make CDF illegal and unconstitutional. What it has done, it's going to expose some of these legislatures, like the Sudis, who cannot speak and talk in parliament. Anywhere in the world, the main duty of a legislature is to speak in or opposition of a piece of legislation. That is the first duty. The second one is to address the issue of the constituents in parliament, not outside parliament, in parliament. And thirdly, it's to ask ministers and those who come to parliament questions, to make and amend laws. That is the work of the legislature. Beyond that, there is nothing like that. And since we have devolution, hii pesa tumekuwa tunapea watu was totally illegal. It has skewed the work of the legislature. Tunaanza kusema huyu amefanya hii, Orenga hajaifanya kitu chochote. But when you look the piece of legislatures, for instance, I'll use Duke's favorite word. One of the most hard-working women in parliament has been Millie Adhiambo. And nobody is able to know what Millie Adhiambo has done in the parliament. The piece of legislation, whether it is from the opposition or from within the government, she has been able to harness, work together, and bring forth bills that have been pro-women in that parliament. And that is what Martha Karua did from 1992 until she got out of parliament. Remember when Baba took him to be his running mate, he said, at one time, only 3 people voted for women empowerment. Martha Karua, Raila Amolo Odinga, and the late Anyona. That is the work of a legislature. So I pity people in Mathare when CDF has been taken away and you put a comedian. I don't know if he is going to be put in a comedian committee which does not exist. Because, for instance, I'll tell you, Sudi is not in any committee in parliament. Sudi is not in any committee. He's just a member of a committee. Not in leadership, not in anything. You can imagine, Sudi cannot ask a minister a question. Sudi cannot sponsor a piece of legislation. You guys are going to be a laughing stock. Just choose cuckoo dancers there and take them, and then 5 years later, this is how progressive a country is. The pork must be taken within. Sorry for my Muslim brothers. It's just a saying. It's not like I'm saying you must eat pork. But the pork must be eaten within the committee of the House because you are a member of parliament. You are an honorable member. Your work is legislation, and that legislation is what benefits. That's what the piece of amendment that you make for your constituency is what brings money to your constituency. Now we are going to expose some people who have chosen the Sudis because they will never get anything to their constituencies. And I thank Koome for being so brave and courageous to make that happen. CDF is no longer there. The question is, are they going to bankroll their movements? Walikuwa wamezoesha watu kuwa wao ndio chairman wa matanga, wao ndio chairman wa kila kitu. Thank God now we have a president who is going to have free education, free healthcare, and probably free maternity, which inaweza punguza mizigo yao. But I wish that was not there to honor who is able now to run for member of parliament. Member of parliament is a free service sometimes. Don't think about money. True members of parliament sacrifice their careers, go to parliament, make legislation. 2 terms, they go to make money. You can't be a career politician if there is no money. And you're going to see many people are going to leave parliament because CDF has been taken away, because they can't bankroll. They can't bankroll their politics because CDF made members of parliament very greedy. At one time, they were manning 100 million, of which they are not accountable to anybody. That's why somebody like Sudi was building 300 million house, 300 for his 2 wives. That is too much for Kenya to bear. Thank you, Bernard.
Alex, let me ask you, in the US, you have clinics with your House of Representatives, you have clinics with your senator. We have the same in the UK. And I think the only clinics you have in Kenya are the chiefs. I do not understand why I've never had anybody going for a clinic. Please explain to the members of public what it means to a clinic with your member of parliament.
I didn't understand your question.
So,
What
okay.
clinic?
Clinic, for example, is there's an office in the constituency and there's an office in there's an office in the capital. So what happened is normal members of society can go and like a doctor can go and air their views to their House of Representatives.
Oh, yes.
Only the chiefs.
Yes, I understand. Look, okay, I'll use again Duke's favorite word. For instance, if like now I'm in the US and somebody goes to embassy, maybe it's my child or my grandmother, and they want to come and visit me. Now wanyimwe visa. I will book an appointment with the senator, with my member of parliament who is a congressman, with my governor, and with my state senator, who is like my MC and whatever it is, and they will write me a letter. I will meet them personally in their office. And that is what you're supposed to do. They are supposed to be at your service, not even on the phone. And you go 3 times and they don't give you a meeting or help you. You can expose that during the election and they will lose. And that is what is supposed to happen. They're supposed to be back there in their offices, not the aides. And some days during the week, you must physically meet them, speak with them, and help you out in regard to...
Twice a week. And I think it's the same in the US, where they have to travel back home.
Twice a week.
Yeah, twice a week. Back home, they sit down and it's a clinic. Ni kama kwenda hospitali. And you personally, you voted them. You have to they speak to them. Now, wasipofanya anything, this is when the citizen recall them. That's the exercise Kenyans need to understand. We can recall them because they're not providing the services that they need to provide us. Mi nitaenda naambia Alex, tulikuwa tunafaa kukutana na member of parliament. Huyu mtu sijakutana naye for 2 weeks. He's postponed my meeting. Even though hata mambo ya matanga, by the way, it could be something you go to tell your member of parliament physically. He should allow access to you. I think in the villages in Kenya, we meet our chiefs every day. And it should be the same with MPs. These are not gods. And I think that's the point I was trying to drive, Alex.
Thank you. And another thing, when the women rep seat was introduced, one of the things they understood that is going to be a danger is the broad description of a member of a county assembly, not county assembly, of a county for women rep. If you go and Google that, the first thing they say, a women rep is not supposed to distribute sanitary pads. That's the first thing they said. Her work is not to distribute sanitary pads, because that is how people viewed it. It's going to be a woman issue. So the first one to come is sanitary pads. They put that her work was to put legislation that will help a woman. If there's a legislation that will help women receive sanitary pads like the ones Millie Adhiambo has done, good for them. But they were not to receive money to start to distribute sanitary pads. And I think we must start putting into legislation that a member of parliament is not supposed to be contributing to every matanga, because I think we are overburdening them and we are making them become like matanga addicts. No, I think we should start now growing something called community halls, whereby our members of parliament meet us instead of meeting us in matangas. We must start abolishing politics ya matanga. But that won't come right now, but later on. But as I said, we are going to expose these people now. If you choose people like Bahati, we don't know where they will be put in committees in parliament, and we are going to ask you, where is your member of parliament committee? What committee does he serve? And if we find that he's in entertainment and we don't have entertainment committee, let him go somewhere else. He should not be serving in parliament. Thank you very much.
Asante Alex, that is something that we must drum up as part of our next agenda. We must purge the 2027 parliament. All this business of getting squared pegs in round holes must end with this particular parliament. Let's get back the politics of ethics, the politics of integrity, the politics of responsibility, not the politics of popularity and of comedy and the rest. And like you said, you can't be in every committee of every matanga. People will always die. So, as a member of parliament, come up with policies that will take care of matanga. You cannot ban matanga in your constituency. People will continue to die. So when are you going to be in every matanga committee? Why can't you come up with legislation and put up a system? When somebody dies in this constituency, this is how we deal with it, so that the system operates with or without you. That is the kind of leadership I anticipate to see. Not for you to go in parliament, to create crisis, then you come to volunteer as a solution to the same crisis you have created. We should come up with solutions. County government, we have water crisis in our county. How do we get a permanent solution? Not to tununue drums, tupeane kwa vijana, waanze kuosha magari. Maji watakuwa wanatoa wapi? Na hayo maji wananunua, tena wakuoshe gari. Tena uambie mimi ni mheshimiwa nikiosha gari silipi. So I mean, let's have people who have sense of providing leadership without selling themselves. We must separate providing leadership and self-marketing, because we have mixed the two. We think that if I self-market myself, then I am leading. You're not leading. You're leading by providing permanent solution to the problems bedeviling the people. Whether you get the credit or not is immaterial. Whether you get re-elected or not is immaterial. What are you doing with the 4 years you're in parliament, 5 years you're in parliament? What transformation have you brought to the community? How many schools are now functioning? How do you know they are functioning? That you painted the school, the wall, and put a perimeter wall doesn't mean education is taking place in that compound. Now, I get worked up when I get, okay, one of these fine days we'll get a solution to this, but I get sick when somebody just goes to parliament for 5 years and sit there warming the bench and I come out and say he put a shade for the motorcycle people to not to be taken. Sawa tu. Yes, Douglas.
I totally hear you, and I totally feel your pain. I feel your pain. And you know, that's the reason why you know, we commend forums like this. You know, just us being in this forum is something you will not get in KTN, NTV, Citizen. They'll just invite the same old people who are partisan, who are in the political parties, who are agents of political parties and these leaders, to talk about issues that don't even relate to you. That of a different perspective. It's controlled, it's timed. Whenever somebody tries to go off topic, they go to commercial because they don't want the public to hear certain information. And these kind of forums are very critical in terms of what Kip was saying, in terms of civil education. We are getting civil education right here in this channel, you know, and it can be spread further, where people will be told, this is what you do, this is what you look at. And people can also share, because now we're moving towards a generation where the youth are beginning to be more aware and trying to take over in politics, because the old generation is a bit, it's disappearing slowly, and we are seeing tribalism disappear slowly as well, because the old generation is the one which is perpetuating this tribal kingpins business. The young people just want to work together and find opportunities. So I think the same thing with what I talked about, the media. These channels, we know the owners of these channels. They're your politicians, Citizen, KTN, K24, we know that. Yeah, they'll display information for the sake of business. That's why they're delaying. They already know the results. Sometimes they'll give information depending on what propaganda they want to push forward. Those reporters there are paid for that job. So forums like this actually give the youth of Kenya and even the youth of the world, because this channel is not only for Kenyan youth or Kenyan the Kenyan people, but I'm sure other people in Africa are watching and getting an information that is useful that they can use in their country. So I just wanted to say that we cannot rely on the mainstream media for all the information. And you know, these are the channels where we can actually air our grievances and share and determine what are the issues that we think are important for the next leader that we want in a certain position, and who has done what and who has not done what, and who is supposed to be able to lead us. I think once the youth sit down and talk like that in terms of progressive leadership, then we're moving forward, because we're being given a voice right here.
Okay, so thank you, Douglas, for that one, and we purpose to make that happen, even as we continue the conversation. We project to have this channel expand and become more household, and see to it that we don't compromise the content that is being put across. We want to remain as raw as possible, because that artificial, sugar-coated, trimmed, and made to say what was never said kind of news reporting is not helping this country. So we just need to have a forum like this where Kenyans can come and air their grievances and let the ear that cares listen and act before they are overtaken by events. The conversation on the chat section is not appealing. Alan Onyando, please get over it. People are meant to vote the way they want. Making somebody vote a certain way is against the law. It's against the Constitution. So, and don't profile people because a particular community, the community did not vote. It's individuals who voted. It's only that the pattern appeared that way. And some of the people that voted for voted against, but the protest vote also is a subject we'll deal with. I think we'll have later on after this, we'll need to discuss that. The protest vote against credible leaders, Kanini, Kimunya, all the people that stuck by the president that have been voted out is a very serious matter. We'll deal with that conclusively, and probably we'll dedicate a whole show on the same, because we have to get to the bottom of the same. We cannot be replacing credible leaders with Vigeges and hope that the Vigeges are going to be our representative. If anybody awards people for making noise, then we deserve the kind of leadership we are getting, the kind of treatment we are getting from our leaders, because we put them in power to go and play instead of them serving our purposes. Well, I think I'm about to switch gears. Nani alikuwa ameinua mkono? Laban? Ni Laban ama the fifth?
Yes, Bernard. Nafikiria nalipata.
Yes. Endelea, dakika moja.
Ni dakika moja tu. Nafikiria kitu Alex alikuwa anaongelea ni juu ya Mathare issue ambapo I think Anthony Oluoch amekuwa voted out. It's hurting kwa sababu Anthony Oluoch is one such good lawyers, and in case wakati maybe Apathy has an issue ambayo ni constitutional, hawa ndio watu ambao baba huwa anatumia kuweka mambo kwa njia ambayo inahitajika. Sasa swali ni kwamba Bahati sio eti kuna mtu anamchukia kwa sababu ya talanta yake ya hizo sarakasi. Hakuna mtu ataongea vibaya, hiyo ni karia yake na yeye anapata unga kutoka hapo. Lakini swali ni moja, nchi ni muhimu kuliko mahali unapata unga peke yako. Bahati has been promised a lot. Kuanzia akina Rachel Shebesh ameongeleshwa na akina Mama Ngilu. Okay. Kuna incidents ambazo tuna recall na kusirifaa kwa huyu kijana, na mmoja wao ni former Nakuru, I don't know, Nakuru Town East, Mirugi Kariuki, yule mzee mwenye aliaga. Baada ya kuaga kwa ile accident, kijana yake almost same age na Bahati, kwa by election akapewa tu ile sympathy vote. He never picked from there. So hiyo mambo ikaishia hapo. Tulikuwa na kijana mwingine tena alikuwa wa Khalifa. They died same time na Mirugi Kariuki. Alikuwa anakula miraa pale Isili. Nafikiria wakati mwingi wa Bahati watu kazi yenye wataona akifanya sana ni kutembea juu ya magari. Juu ya gari sio ndani. So hiyo wacha tuiwachie hapo tukingojea wakati mwingine.
Thank you, one moment. Na hiyo story ya Bahati Queen, mimi sijaona any credible information. Because what I'm running into, I'm searching for that information on YouTube. What I get is an Instagram creation by Bahati, and he's inviting people to celebrate him, and his fans are the ones celebrating him. I've not seen anything from IBC or anything that I can bank on. In my opinion, it's a sensational post that wants to get viewership on YouTube. Unless kuna mtu kuna information ya IBC portal inasema Bahati amewin. Sijui mimi, lakini nimetafuta sana, because that is my greatest interest. We cannot be voting out brains and sending into parliament skulls. Excuse my English. I went to school when school was still school.
Bernard, I think Bahati umejaribu kuuliza wenye wako huko, sidhani kama ameshinda.
I don't think so. So
akishinda huko Mathare, sidhani kama ameshinda.
Kama hajashinda ni sawa, lakini sasa ile kitu yenye anataka kucreate ni kama anataka aonekane kama anachukiwa, lakini hiyo sio issue.
Hizo ndio vituko ambazo, hiyo ni utoto, okay? Na mtu akishaanza kudisplay utoto anafukuzwa katika kikao cha wazee. Hiyo ndio tunafanya hivyo, wacha Kikristo. Tunafanya hivyo ki-traditional, African tradition. The moment you are invited on the table of elders, then you begin to play kati when the elders are talking. You are banned from that seat. So anybody who is looking for sympathy, looking for crying, and looking for people to pity them, they cannot provide leadership. They are sick. They need help. And so the help you give them, keep away from leadership, train them first, let them become leaders, then they can lead. But as at now, if they're looking for sympathy, they are trying to psych up emotions of people so that people develop hatred for one another. That is cheap and is uncalled for. So that kind of politics tuachane nayo. Na mtu akitaka kuhurumiwa ili apewe kura, huyo ndio mnaanza kutoa mara moja, mnaanza kutoa. And the next group of leaders, it will be our motto, okay? And we are going to comp this country as information providers to see to it that every community gets proper leadership. Every county gets proper leadership. We will not develop this country putting dandaheads in leadership position. Haiwezekani. Mtu hawezi kukuongoza kuliko mahali amefika. He can only lead you that far. And so if you're going further, you need to get better thinking than the thinking that exists. And so as a people, tuanze kufikiria. Tuache hii maneno ya popularity na kufeel helpless. Ati kwa sababu we ni popular, hako na following. That excuse must die and must end completely. We need a country that is moving forward to catch up with the rest of the world. Not moving forward in securing people because of their little popularity here and there. Anyumba, you can come in as, I think it's my time to sign out. Julia has come, and I have been here since 8 o'clock. It is 1 a.m. I will be signing out shortly. So, Anyumba?
No, Bernard.
Yes. Yes.
Julia is not supposed to come now. Umekuja mapema sana. Si time ya asubuhi huyu, hafai kuwa hapa huyu. Tumfukuza haraka.
Mimi nimekuja mapema ama nimekuja kuchelewa? Kwanza nimefanya session kama 3 ambayo nilikuwa nafanya moja tu. Kwa komiti yetu tulikuwa tumekubaliana masaa mawili. Lakini ukifika hapa inaonekana hakuna mtu anakuja.
Nimekuja sasa
mpaka nafikiza lisala 6.
Sasa mtu
and then during the day my phone was breaking. Hakuna show.
I texted bana, nilisema tukuje, lakini si tulisema watu walikuwa na baridi.
You are not the only one. I got your message. Hata Mama Selina nilipata ya Loom, nilipata ya nani, and I was in a place where the network was not working, so I couldn't respond. Na pia asubuhi tu nilipomaliza show, network yangu ikachukuliwa na wale mikora.
So sasa Mama Selina nimemtoa kwa kazi, amerush kukuja show. Ameendesha gari anasema ngoja usifungue kabla niingie. Nimezima simu.
Sawa, thank you everybody. Let's yes.
Bernard, baba hawezi kutansi peke yake hapo na hakuna wa mama. Si utuwekee tuchezeko kidogo tu kwa TV. Kwa nini yeye anafurahi? Utuwekee hiyo tuone Bernard baba anafanya nini. Na anaita na tumuite Uhuru akuje hapa. Kwani kunaenda aje?
Wacha nikuwekea haraka mama, umeuliza.
Yes. You guys better enjoy this the last time you did it. Unajua ndio mwisho ya
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina. Hiyo inaitwa bachelor's night, the night before the wedding. So ni majamaa peke yao, kina mama watakuja kesho.
Mtembea siniwe, kulikuwa na muziki hapo kidogo.
I hope the music is not copyrighted, but we are safe. Somebody's giving information here, please. Let me just get that before we bring in Nemi. Naitwa Benjamin Omondi anasema Bernard, mimi nilivote Mathare, Bahati hakupata kura Mathare mpaka agent wake walivotia wakili Oluoch. I think that's great information. So, Anyumba.
Yes. I think I've greeted everybody except Julia. Now, before I continue, I think if we argue or if we talk about somebody like Bahati, it is like we are losing the focus, because Bahati, if you see someone who was singing a gospel and dumped the gospel and went to sing with people like Willie Paul and the dancing disco, they have forgotten Jesus, and now he has decided to dump Jesus and go back to politics. He has decided to dump people like Willie Paul to go back to politics. He's a joker, and people who are jokers, they are people who are being pushed by, I think, with the people that they live with in the house. For example, I think Bahati was being pushed through the wife, that if this guy who was Jaguar, if Jaguar can make it, who are you? And Jaguar was just a singer like you. So I think it is Diana that misled Bahati, and now, you see, there is a say that we say politics in our name. No. I just want to leave that bad topic.
Unataka kuibua debate nyingine hapa kali sana. Hebu tufanye hivi tafadhali.
Okay. Let me leave.
Kama alitabiriwa na Diana, sawa. Ni yeye alitaka kuwa MP.
But you see, Bernard, I'm only based on facts, because you can remember the day that Raila was telling him, "You are my kijana, just leave this, I'll find you somewhere." What did he reply? That I don't need job. To being a member of parliament is a job. We are giving you a job. So why are you saying that you don't need a job? So anyway, let me forget about Bahati. That is a null and void case, and it is now in archive. We'll not even talk about it again. I want to say to Baba, I've just seen Baba dancing somewhere. I think God's time is the best. So if it is Baba's time to be happy, I think we give credit where it is due. Baba deserves to be happy. In whichever way Baba deserves to be happy. And when I come back to, someone was asking about from Mount Kenya votes, where I think we have performed well, and someone was saying that, did women from Mount Kenya vote? That one I want to assure you that the percentage that we have it is the elders people, women and men, who came out and voted, because the young generation decided not to vote. They were dancing in their chambers to get tea and whatever, which is also their right. So I think the Martha Karua factor brought the elderly people to vote, because the elderly people, they knew what they want. That is why the young generation were being led by the Deputy President William Ruto that I will give you 100 billion. You cannot get 100 billion where you did not work for. It is not possible. You can only be given money where you have worked for. So the elderly people, they know if we vote for our daughter, we will get something in return. And the only people that I'm blaming are the people who are from that Kirinyaga area. They could have even given our incoming deputy president even that 40,000 that they gave her when she was looking to for a governor seat. That was 2017. But as per now, we have performed well. We can't complain. That is okay. Now, when I come back to the issue of where Alex was speaking, people like Sudi, you know, people like Sudi did not go to parliament to articulate the work of a member of parliament. They went to parliament because they were supporting a certain individual that now I'm coming from your background, from your ethnic community. If I support you, I will get more votes. If I come to parliament, what will you give me in return? That is why we had things like Kimarur and Aror, where they were given opportunity to supply things which are not there, to supply air. You supply air, you get money. So that is why you can't hear them speaking in parliament, because they do not have agenda to speak in parliament. Because as I know, a member of parliament, they are supposed to bargain for their constituencies. You bring a motion to parliament where you want the money to be allocated for you, for your people. I think that is the work of member of parliament. But the MPs of today, like the one that I've mentioned, they don't go there to negotiate for their people. They go to parliament to benefit themselves. That is why you see their background. People are complaining they don't have food, they don't have water, they don't have everything. And when someone is being caught with corruption to their area, they don't want you to fight that person because they are hanging on their coat. That is what they are doing. So if people could have wake up and know what they want through their people, their representative, I can assure you, so many people could have not gone back to parliament. Like people, Sudi could have not gone back, and some other people. See, like see somebody like Alfred. Alfred is a very good man, and he knows how to plan himself and how to present himself when he is in parliament. I like him so much. So another thing, factor of women, I think Martha Karua was just showing to our women that you don't need to be given, you work for it. That is why you can remember some years he walked away from Moi and resigned from Kibaki, and he did not even beg for a job in Uru's government. So we need women like Martha Karua. You know, sometimes they can differ in parliament, in corridors of justice and whatever. But the fact remains that what we should do is the work of a member of parliament should do this. When you are a minister, you should do this. So, and when you are being corrupt, we don't papasa you. We call you our son, our daughter, and you are corrupt. What you will do is the honorable thing to tender your resignation letter and walk away from that government. I think that is the message that Martha Karua is sending to our people in general, not even women, that I'm a woman of integrity, and if you can be like me, this Kenya can be more for our children to come. I think for now, that is my submission, maybe some other later. Thank you.
So thank you, Anyumba. And please, you treat us with another voice behind yourself. I don't know whether it's the one that does what. Please guard against that, because it distorts what you want to say and it doesn't come out clearly. Otherwise, thank you for your submission, and let's keep the conversation going. It's good to ventilate on matters, to pinpoint what is wrong so that we fix what is wrong and then get it right. I don't know. I just gave warning to the people who are profiling communities. I didn't block anybody. I'm receiving complaint that I may block them too. I only blocked 2 people today for insulting. If you are insulting people, we don't have tolerance for you. We don't even warn you. We just get rid of you. And so if you are insulting, that's when you got blocked. But I've not blocked the people who are talking about communities. I just gave a warning and you heeded to the warning. That's all. Thank you. I want to leave you in the able hands of Julie and Kip. Muendelee na debate mpaka usiku, mpaka asubuhi, mkichagua mpaka saa ile mtaamua. But I think the timetable still continues. The results, I'm getting information, all the results have been handed over to all political parties. So nobody should claim not to have results, including Itumbi and team. If they announce otherwise, it will be because they have no understanding. And because they have no understanding, the Bible says, he who wanders away from the way of understanding shall abide in the congregation of the dead. Hiyo ndio maandiko. Na namalizia hapo. Kama hakuna swali, nimeenda. Oh, so Julie, everybody here has spoken except Mr. Kamau and yes, Mr. Kamau. Hao wengine wote wameongea mara moja mara mbili. So wapange vile unavyotaka. Lakini wewe na Mr. Kamau hamjafanya submission yenu, mjipange alafu muendelee. Asanteni.
Penat, ukitoka tunajua Kenya saa ni asubuhi. Tafadhali, in case of any update, mtusutue, tusilale na kesho tuamuke watu walisherekea. You know the difference. Saa ni 6:30 hapa. Sasa hatutaki tukilala na kumbe nyinyi mmeamka mnacheza vile baba anacheza saa. So please, usitue masimu yetu. Weka alarm, tutaamuka turukeruka hata tukiwa kwa nyumba.
Sawa. The dance will go on for hours. Mtaamuka muipate. But all in all, there will be no announcement. There will be an announcement in the course of today. I can smell that. But mchana sio asubuhi sana. Sana.
Bernard,
I'm not prophesying.
Ni saa 6 ya usiku. Wezi weka results ile vijana bado wameamuka Bernard. Honestly speaking. Unajua wanakuanga loose. Hii ni wakati akina Julia na mimi ndio tunaonesha hizo vitu. Adults only.
No comment. Thank you.
Asante Bernard, asante, tunashukuru. I don't know, does it mean that Chebukati cannot announce the results at night? Is it not constitutional? Bernard,
He tries it at night, he will know that Kenya belongs to the day and not to the night.
What about
hizo vitu alikuwa anatuambia makaratasi nafika usiku tukamsamee, asifikirie tulikuwa tunafuatana naye.
What about if he decides to change the results when we are waiting for the day?
He can't. Huoni vile vigege zake wanakamatwa huko kwa presiding officer wakibadilisha nini? Kinoti is on them. They are being watched like this. Wanaleta Kimskit wanakamatwa, ikiweka chini ya meza wanakamatwa. So Kinoti na Kibicho wakimaliza hii, tunawafanya head of all security matters in this country. The Azimio government is going to be clean. Wezi wakamatwe.
Asante Bernard, asante for that information. Unajua saa zingine ni vizuri kujua ignorance is not defense. And talking about that Bernard, I think that is why we are thinking kuna low turnout. Nyinyi watu mnaonaje? I think everybody has been stealing election in this country. Hii turn up ya 90%, ati 80, ati unasikia sijui Mathira kulikuwa na 90. Hakunanga 90%. It is just fake.
No, Julia, it's normal. This is normal. This is how it's supposed to be.
Yes.
How we've been voting.
Yes. You remember what Matiang'i said about cheating exam?
Yes.
He said, I'm going to see those straight A's. You people get 30 A's, 60 A's. He said, I want to see where they will come from. And they all vanished.
The A's have vanished. Ati Wakenya wanatokeza ati 90 turn up. There is never a 90% turn up. Yani people are complaining ati hata Nairobi hakuna turn up. There is never such a turn up. That's the point. So I think sote tumekamatwa. But I think Mount Kenya region beyond the fake turn up fake yao. First kuna kwanga na fake turn up because I think dead people and those who are alive, those who are absent vote. And that one happens across the country. Si Mount Kenya peke yake. Unajua pia watu wanasema ati tumeibiwa. People still in the whole country. Fake dead people, absent people vote. But beyond that, Mount Kenya people, I want to thank you very much for going to dig when you are supposed to be voting. Na mkaenda kukamua ng'ombe na sijui wengine walienda kuuza maziwa na nilisikia wengine walikuwa wanauza kahawa na wengine tu walikuwa tu wanarandaranda tu ovyo ovyo kama Kibaki alisema, na I heard some were drunk. Thank you very much because of that I think we are smiling. We are looking forward to having a good dance tonight, mimi na Mama Selina na kina Kipa hapa, because watu walikuwa wamekasirika. I talked about it recently, nikasema two things will happen when you wameamua kupigia baba kura Mount Kenya, they will come out. And I want to agree with Anyumba, those are the old people wenye wako machua kabisa kabisa. Hiyo 20% mnaona hao ndio hawakuendaka kwa hii mikutano ya Ruto, hawakuhongwa na pesa, hata hawaelewi Ruto ni nini. They were only doing the right thing, so they voted. Then we have a generation that wanted to vote for Ruto, lakini they are kind of wise because wakaangalia hesabu. I think this could be my age, below kwenda 30 huko. Wakaangalia hiyo hesabu, wengi wao wakaona hiyo hesabu haingii. And because they don't believe in losing, I said this before, they don't believe in losing. Hata hawajui kukaa nje ya serikali ni nini. Wakaona, why should I niwache kahawa yangu ama majani chani yangu niende nipange line mrefu ati nipige kura, alafu baadaye nasikia I Raila Amolo Odinga. I do swear that wakaona hapana, afadhali nikae kwa nyumba na nisihesabue kwa yenye walipiga kura wakashindwa. So they stayed home. And I'm sure they were telling each other, mimi, I think this was what I was saying, si Raila ninakura, Maruto ninakura. That is how they talk when they are annoyed. I will not eat baba for ugali and I will not have Ruto for ugali. So they stayed home. So the ones that voted now are the ones who have been thinking that when they vote for Ruto, they'll punish Uhuru. So they came out to vote. But the youth also, I understand most of them were drunk in the morning. So they forgot to vote. And some youth did not even have IDs. I'm very disappointed that I saw a young lady. She must be in her 20s. And she was saying this, that hakupiga kura, she was from Mount Kenya. And that because she found that her name was in a different polling station. And akaulizwa, kwa nini huu counter check? Akasema ati hiyo pota iko na work my name. She was lying. It is just this carelessness of our youngsters. They are so ignorant, hawana information, hata wajui chenye kinaendelea nchi. Today somebody was asking me a question and I was very disappointed. Ati, so Baba is leading. Akaniuliza, did Mother Karua win her parliamentary seat? I almost blocked that person. Unajua kuna watu wanakuonyesha ignorance until you want to block them from your phone, because me, I hate ignorance. So these youngsters, I want to say, I come from Mount Kenya. Na leo nilikuwa, I was considering calling myself Julia Achieng. I'm still thinking about it because sijui nani atanipatia jina mzuri. Considering that, Mr. Kamau, you have to forgive me if you hear that I have another name.
Julia, unaitwa Julia.
Niite aje?
Julia Dhiambo.
Okay, Julia Dhiambo. Good. Julia Dhiambo. Because sasa watu wa Mtembei mmesikia, mimi kutoka leo niko na jina lingine. Ukitaka kuniita unaweza niita Julia ama uniite Julia Dhiambo, ama ukitaka tu niite Dhiambo. Hiyo kuna vile mtu anafanyanga maamuzi. Because I saw a high level of ignorance in Mount Kenya region. Mount Kenya region, if you voted for Ruto, you have to pay attention that if you voted for Ruto, I really think you are ignorant. Uko na ignorance kubwa sana, na mimi nakuombea Mungu akusaidie, because the writing was on the board. The writing was in the wall. And I think Mount Kenya region has very many reasons not to vote for Ruto. And even if you didn't know what to do, ungejua that the writing is on the wall, who is going to lose and who is going to win. It was very clear. There are still people arguing here. I saw somebody in NTV trying to argue ati wamefanya tallying 70% of what, ati wanajua Ruto anaongoza. And then the NTV man was asking him, can you prove that? Can you present to us that data? Akanyamaza. He was being questioned. Can you prove that? Can you present to us that data? Akanyamaza. So me, I was telling people last night that if you compare the Citizen, hata wacha tuache hii tunapata huku kando kando, just what Citizen is presenting and NTV is presenting, the two media houses cannot agree on the same trajectory. They cannot be somewhere agreeing on the same trajectory, but you can say they are following the same trajectory. So we know the writing is the wall, and we know where we are going to, and we know who is actually going to win this thing. And even I found somebody saying that I found Tom, the man I think is in Ifrotrack, saying that we are not going to have a runoff. We are not even going to have a runoff. We are going to have a clear win. So me, I want to thank very much the people of Mount Kenya who never came out to vote. And because of that, you helped Kenyans make a decision. But I am disappointed with those who voted for Ruto, because you had very many good reasons not to vote for him. Now, the other thing I want to say that it is evident after Baba has a good percentage in Mount Kenya region, which is about, I think, 20%. But the clear thing we are seeing here, that we don't have to depend on one region for us to have a president. I think we are going beyond regions now and beyond tribe, because obviously Mount Kenya didn't give Baba so many votes, you see, and Baba, we can see seemingly he's ahead. Now, Mount Kenya, a big percentage of Mount Kenya came out to vote for Ruto, and seemingly he doesn't seem like he's making it. So the fact that Ruto went to Mount Kenya and invested so much there did not guarantee him a win. I think he's also learning that. And the last thing, I think I also want to thank Mount Kenya region, because you did not come out. You did not come out to vote for Ruto like you did for Uhuru. Then you have proved that. You have proved to Kenyans that that politicians cannot buy Kenyans. So politicians, wherever you are, you can take a loan from the bank, even from IMF, and spend all your money on Kenyans. But that will not guarantee you to ascend to power. That is evidence. So I think in the next election, that is 2027, we shall be talking about policy matters. And I think politicians will be very careful. They will not go to Mount Kenya na watoe pesa kwa kanisa, watoe pesa sijui wapi, akitarajia kwamba watapata hizo kura. You know, Ruto thought that he's inheriting Uhuru's stronghold. He did not inherit Uhuru's stronghold. 2017 tulitoka kumera. Tulitoka ile mbaya, tulitokea ile mbaya. But this time, they did not do that after he invested his money so much on them. So that is evidence that you should not think that when you bribe Kenyans, they are going to vote for you, or bribing Kenyans guarantees you of victory. The last thing I would like to say, that now we know that we cannot hide behind religion and the church. Okay, and the Bible says in the book of Galatians, and I want to tell fellow Kenyans, do not be deceived. You cannot mock God. Whatever you sow is what you reap. If you sow lies, is what you're gonna reap. Sasa Ruto alijaribu kudanganya watu wa Mount Kenya, akawaambia watokea, akawapatia pesa. I think tunajua sote malipo ni hapa duniani. So that is the submission I wanted to make. But I think so far so good. I have seen a lot of news reports, I think credible information elsewhere. I think we shall be seeing the official communication from Chebukati very soon. So far so good, we are doing well. Nataka kukaribisha DJ.
Before DJ comes in, I'd like people to stop putting tribal.
Mambo Julia, mnaweza nisikia?
Ngoja DJ, could you
keep anaongea, ngoja kidogo.
So could you kindly stop putting tribal information there? We're all Kenyans, tafadhali, yeah? Bernard amefukuza a few people on putting comments like that. I think it's starting again. So tafadhalini, stop tribal comments. Okay, DJ.
Mnaweza nisikia? Poleni sana, I've been MIA. Hii sasa si mwezi July August ndio nakuanga job sana cause like I said, mioga travel agent, so tumekuwa busy na story ya wageni, Masai Mara parks and everything left, right and center. But sasa elections hii wiki tunaomba tuishe na round 1 sisi cause sasa we cannot move. Job yetu imesimama so at least by 12th, I'm giving it latest mpaka tarehe 12 tuko tushamaliziwa hii story. But I would want to comment about history of Mount Kenya, Julia, because me, I vote, born and bred in Thika, this is where I vote. Specifically, I'll talk about my polling center. Hizo narrative watu wana draw huko that Martha didn't deliver. For me, with lack of a better word, I'll call them bullshit. Sorry for saying that. Sababu, like where I vote, 2017, Raila didn't get 500 votes. Polling center yetu jana, Ruto had 2,200, Raila had 1,700. Who has won? Simple maths. Raila won. You don't expect him to win ati kama hakuwa anapata kura hata maybe 10% and he got at least 40%. That's a win. That's how we're supposed to look at it, and they can go on and 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 on. Hata ndio maana nilikuja hapa, nilikuwa tuko kwa background kusikiza, but nilikuja kudebunk hiyo narrative, and sometimes I call it more like bullshit narrative yenye watu wako nayo. You don't a win kama Raila alikuwa anapata 1% in 2017, he might get 20% in the same county this time. That's a win, because hiyo ndio na the fact that mali kulikuwa na youths, the turnout was 80-20 because we did tulikuwa tunafanya hizo more like arithmetics the entire day, but 80% were old guards. But again, out of the 20% of youths who turned up, none of them were voting for Ruto. Unaelewa? So bado kunaweza kuwa na watu wazee ambao walimvutia Ruto, but bado kuna wale vijana, kuna wale woke vijana wenye wamezaliwa, kuna wamelelewa huku. Me, I'm not from here originally, but this is where I've been born and bred. So mimi huku ndio kwetu. Mtu hawezi anza kuniambia kwetu kule Western, but mimi nimezaliwa nikalelewa huku. Wazazi wangu wameishi Thika, mtoto wangu anajua ushago kwao ni Thika. So this is where I am and I vote here. So it has been a win, And if you're keen on following hizo form ziko, you can go type in county, have a look, because it's a public document. The form 34A, you can download it by yourself, see how people voted. Let's note, as long as Raila alipata kura central mahali hapa Tangi, that's a win. So Martha delivered. Kuna zile zenye ulikuwa sure Kalonzo will definitely deliver. Hizo tulikuwa tunataka, let's eat into what Ruto has in Central Province, because if we didn't manage to eat on it, that's another thing. But the fact that ukiangalia Kiambu, sahi wakona kama, because I'm also checking from what is there, the zile number ile ni zenye wametali ni kama I'm not able to see, but kuna Raila has 24.5%. That's in Kiambu. Ruto has 73.89. That's a win. Probably alikuwa na get 5%. So let's look at when you're trying to go harm na tuache hizo ethnic profiling. I really hate it kwa sababu we are trying to move na hiyo ndio, if you're in Azimio, if that is what Raila is preaching, that we need to move past these ethnic cocoons. So kama uko hapo kwa comment section and you're profiling people according to their ethnic lines, for me again pia kidogo uko na shida, either you're in the wrong place ama you need to be colonized again. Na ndio upumbavu yenye Raila anasema tuna need kuondoa the moment he gets to power. So let's take this win as a win. Again, if you look at Meru, Raila got 21%. Angalia, cheza na hizo maths. If na unaweza compare, go back to 2017, angalia what Raila get. Mi sina mengi, Julia. I think that's what I just wanted to say. Nitachangia the rest as we proceed. I'm done.
Asante DJ. Yes, we are one Kenya.
Thank you. You have tell us what we have been struggling with. Thank you so much.
Asante Mama Selina, anytime. Ni pole mara mingi niko kwa barabara, I'm not able to join in, so nasikizanga tu on the background. Sometimes unaumu unataka ukuje hapa useme kitu, but pia niko na wageni, you cannot go online. Kazi yangu ni ngumu pia sometimes, but when I'm here, leo na kesho kutwa tuko hapa. Naweza lala hata. I'm not sleeping today, tuko hapa.
Thank you. Yeah, we are one Kenya. Hata hao watu wa Mount Kenya, they have a right to vote wherever they voted. So even once in Rift Valley, hata wenye wako Kisii, wherever they voted, they have a right. So hatujakasirika sana. We are just trying to advise, and they are part of us. I think we are one nation. We are one country, we are one people, and we all have equal rights in this country. So we'll not go the tribal direction, and we'll try and observe respect and decorum on this channel. Nashukuru sana, naona tumeendelea vizuri, na nataka kukaribisha Bwana Kamau. Bwana Kamau, karibu tuelezee. Keep kama as Kamau talks. Sijui kama unaweza pata data ya turn up ya whichever region, maybe Nairobi, Mount Kenya, if you can. We want to be talking when we have the numbers, if you could get that. Najua you're good in numbers.
Unaniita fingerprinter. Yani leo Julio nataka numbers, eh?
Yeah, today I want numbers because I want to use facts, because somebody was saying that turn-up in Nyeri was 60-something%. So we really want to talk with facts. Najua tunaweza kuwa tukiropoko hapa kumbe chenye tunasema si kweli.
No, kuna I'll get that number, but it's true. It wasn't a low turn up. It was normal. It's just that the last time, Julia, is the fact that the areas that kulikuwa na kumera is mali watu wanapenda uhuru. So it's like for us we have Wasingishu watu walitoka wengi sana to vote for.
So keep when we are saying a low turnout, Mount Kenya cannot still go up to 50. I think the lowest they can do is a 70. I mean, in a normal turnout.
That's what I'm saying. It's a mixture of both.
Okay,
it's a mixture of both, and I think people should stop saying low turnout. The people came and voted. Watu walikuja. It's I'm in Belgium now. It's compulsory. And we get about 87, 89% voter turnout. We don't get 100%. So how do you expect a place where the economy is low, watu watatoka, they're not going to work to come and vote? So it's a cultural thing, and it's also the ages. We're coming into a time in life where people are not so engaged in politics the way they're supposed to be, So you have to congratulate Kenyans, and it's okay. I'll look for the numbers, but I think people need to calm down about that. Mount Kenya should not be demonized for that. They came out, walikuja. They came and voted, and the significant people came and voted, because we were reaching for the, what do you call it? We were reaching for the sky. We were reaching for the moon, and we touched the sky. Tulikuwa tunasema huko, we were
You
very
touch some
excited.
clouds. You touch some clouds.
Tulisema sijui 40%, sasa tumekuja hapo 20. Reality check hivi kidogo, lakini ni sawa. You know, Martha Karua's popularity is going to grow only. It's the same as William Ruto. It's a specialized Mahindi, whatever. You don't spam us, tafadhali. We get your point. Just put it once. It's her popularity will grow in the next 5 years. I'll block you, my friend, specialized. It's your popularity grows as the national people. So Mama Selina, myself, you, Julie, yourself, Mr. Kamau, will be talking about her for the next 5 years, and she'll bring some improvements in the country. And atapewa hiyo kiti na nani na Uhuru. Any Mr. Kamau, nikitafuta na numbers.
Mr. Kamau, karibu. Kamau kuhana atia? Kamau ingira studio.
Kamau analala.
Kamau, sijui kama unaongea, you look stuck. Hatukusikii.
Network iko kidogo.
Unaweza maybe.
No, I'm actually having a very unstable network.
Okay, endelea, tunakusikia sasa, endelea.
Hello?
Hello, endelea.
I'm saying I'm having a very unstable network. When I keep taking my time, I feel scared because I got a lot of things to talk about. Sasa, one of the things I want to say is that mnanisikia? Can you hear me, Julia?
Yes, I can hear you. Endelea.
I'm saying the network is a problem. But anyway, I'm saying that Mount Kenya voted without voting. And then anybody saying that Mount Kenya did not vote is not looking at the reality. Because if the percentage is about 50 or 60%, that tells you if it could have been more than that, it could have been also it could have brought problems to the tallying. But Mount Kenya voted without voting, and it was very cold. They wanted some, and when these things did not come, they went to their business. Having said that, I'm happy because it is now rather obvious that Chebukati tomorrow is going president-elect. Therefore, we are happy. We are happy as a country. It's a paradigm shift. It was not easy to detach ourselves from the KANU regime because KANU, we have never had a ticket of pure liberators in this country. Even Kibaki was not a pure liberator. Even Uhuru was not a pure liberator. Now we have Raila and of course Karua. These are pure liberators. Those who are saying that he was not voted in his own house or home, people should understand a prophet is not honored as home. Even Jesus Christ kept asking even the disciples, who do you say I am? He was asking them, who do people say I am? Because they didn't believe he was Christ. So for me, that is neither here nor there. The most important thing is that there's a paradigm shift, and we are going to have one of the best countries in East and Central Africa because they'll be just. I don't think Raila and Mother Karua can release $1 billion shillings without supervision. Hakuna tenda sasa mtu atapata bila kufuata because they will be very, very, very cautious on how public funds are used. And we do not have to be in NARC Kenya. What we know is that we share the same ideology with Mother Karua. We share the same ideology with Raila Amolo Odinga, because they have always been Pan-Africans. They have always been people who are for social justice. And this is what we wanted. It was not easy to cut the umbilical cord of KANU. It was not easy, but finally we did it. It is sad that some of our Togeges and the people from the Rift Valley have been taken to the opposition, but it's also good to have an opposition. I don't know how they're going to work around it, but the point is we are ready for Raila's presidency, and those who did not vote, we thank them, and those who voted, we also thank them. Mount Kenya voted without voting. As I finish, I want to say I'm happy to Likinyanjui is going to win. Anyway, I don't know. Hii kitu yangu ni unstable. Let me finish. Likinyanjui is going to might win in Nakuru, and Igathe is going to win in Nairobi. So things are working for us. We are not going to be basing our facts on propaganda. We have heard, that lady had declared herself, but according to what we know right now is that Lee is ahead and Igathe is ahead. So by tomorrow, a lot of seats in the background. Thank you.
Mr. Kamau, tengeneza hiyo internet yako, unaongea vizuri sana na tungetaka kusikia mengi kwako, kwa vile umetukumbusha kwamba Mount Kenya not voting is not voting. Really, I want to agree. I think Selina also said this. I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that if Mount Kenya came out there, they came out for Uhuru, sahii nafikiri tungekuwa tunalia kwa jicho moja. Juu I think kuna kama kura milioni 2 wamepoteza, either because they want to punish Uhuru or they are mad, or I mean, unajua kuna wewe ushaona mtoto wako akikwambia hata kula, how do you behave when you are mimi I have gone through those tantrums with my children, kwamba hata kula na hata kunywa anything na maenda kulala, na mimi vile nasema ameenda kulala, hata nafunga hiyo bedroom yake na mwambia alale kabisa. So that's what Mount Kenya did. Walikuwa na tantrums, but wangepiga hizo kura zao hata wa turn out 70%, saa hii hatungekuwa tunaongeleshana vizuri sana, kwa sababu we have to agree that Ruto, without that good turnout from Mount Kenya region, he still did equally well, because he got a lot of support from even places like Bungoma. Mnaona vile he did well in Bungoma. I mean, sometimes it's good to analyze things as they are, not to blow things on our side. And we can agree that William Samoei Ruto having campaigned for 5 years, his campaign was very rigorous, and he did equally well. So we can say that, and this one being his first shot, that was really good. So you can imagine if he got like plus 2 million, because I think for Mount Kenya not coming up, they lost more than 1 million. They lost more than 1 million. So that was a blessing in disguise.
And you have to thank Uhuru, because seeing Ruto's achievements is not a joke. The achievement for a deputy president to do that on his own. There's 2 factors here we have to thank, 3 actually. Kalonzo, mwenye nilikuwa nimechukia sana, Kalonzo, Mount Kenya not coming to vote, and Uhuru distancing himself from Ruto. Otherwise, if those 3 happened, tungekuwa tunalia sahi.
Yeah, you are right, Kip. Actually, even if Kalonzo was going to support Baba, now Uhuru hata amwe from the word go anyamaze kwamba he's not supporting anyone, or he decides to back his deputy, I think things would have been very tough for us. So what I normally say that I also believe in the will of God, that siku ikifika imefika. Hii ni siku ya Baba imefika, and we cannot deny that. So that is my take. That is why things happen the way they happen. That is why Ruto anakusana na Uhuru, wanapelekana hivyo. But God really has a good plan for this country. That is why after this election we shall remain one nation. We shall not be pointing at each other, wewe kabila hii, sijui umetoka wapi. Sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Kuna watu walikuwa wameinua mkono. I think Douglas ulikuwa umeinua mkono. Karibu Douglas.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to say, okay, with I'm touching on the issue of justice, right? With this election, you know, we have an alleged member of parliament or former member of parliament who's shot somebody dead. You know, we have people in power, politicians who've, you know, shot people and stuff like that. My wish is that if it's the incoming government, especially if it's a regular government, to really take seriously the issue of justice and the law working for the benefit of Kenyans. Even politicians just going and disrupting meetings, electoral processes, fighting, drawing guns out. There has to be very serious punishment for this so that people really take this thing seriously. Otherwise, we have people who are just doing anything and they're getting away with it. And it's really reducing the confidence of the normal mwananchi, who's afraid now, even if I confront something that is wrong and I get pistol whooped or shot, the person who shot me is not going anywhere. And I think the issue of justice in this country is fundamental to all Kenyans, because once justice is denied, it's denied for everyone. And I think that issue is really heavy on me, because we need justice so that even the ordinary mwananchi knows I have a place where I can go to and get recourse in case I'm wronged by anybody. That's my point.
Thank you, Douglas, for noting that. Kenya, we have many problems that we have to deal with, because I think we have one thing, law enforcers. I don't think our law enforcers are some, not all. I don't want to really point fingers at any particular person. I think we really need to do something about law enforcement. Another thing that we need to work on is, I think, the prosecution office and all that, corruption. So I think there are lots of things that we need to work on, but I trust that Mother and Baba will do something. I see Mid Energex, MD Energex has joined us. Sijui kama alikuwa ameongea, lakini hata kama alikuwa ameongea, nataka kumkaribisha aseme neno. Sasa tunaweza kufanya round nyingine. Karibu MD. MD, unmute. Endelea sasa, I've unmuted you. Oh, I think akona shida ya network. I think we can continue talking as we wait for more people to join. Jana watu walipotea hapo, kama watu walikuwa na stress. Sijui kipu ulikuwa hapa. Watu walikuwa na stress, walipotea.
Hata usianze na hiyo. Hata kwanza, acha nikwambia jana. There was two bouts of stress. Bernard alijaribu kumanage mpaka asubuhi. Hata sijui kama Temba alikuja leo jana asubuhi.
See Bernard, where you are not there, then I know you are also not there, kwa sababu Bernard hakuingia. Bernard alikuwa na shida na I think something went wrong. So he asked this what is anaitwa nani? Atea ama anaitwa nani? Someone else was representing him for a long time. Ayuba, yes. He came in and he was here. Huyo kijana alichoka sana kwa sababu I think watu walikuwa na stress. Hata mimi nilikuwa na stress kiasi, because mimi sikuwa naona Ruto presidency by all means. Na thank God. In fact, kama nyinyi watu mnaomba, mimi nilikuwa nimeomba, and God answered my prayers. I prayed for two things. I prayed for three things. I pray that God gives Baba an overwhelming win in the presidential election. And I also prayed something that is seemingly seemed to happen, that God gives him 180 members of parliament and a majority senate, majority governors, and it seems to be working. I also prayed a prayer, and this is crazy. You have to forgive me if this prayer is crazy. I was praying for my people of Mount Kenya region that God speaks to them and delivers them from what is binding them. And if they don't listen to God, I ask God to prevent them from going to vote. And I think God really answered my prayer. That really seems crazy. And I'm sorry, I believe God answered my prayer. Unajua kila mtu ako na imani yake. Hata kuna mtoto anaombanga baba yake aguzwe anunue baiskeli. Na siku ya kesho yake baba yake ananunua baiskeli. Huyo mtoto ukimuuliza anasema baba, Mungu amejibu maombi yangu. So me, as far as I'm concerned, God has answered my prayer. So those who didn't vote, and because you wanted to vote for Ruto, I prayed very hard that God changes your mind. And God actually changed your mind. So I'm very grateful to my God this evening. Sasa naona Mike ameingia na Mike anashangaa ni maombi ya namna gani hiyo.
No, I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement with you, Julia.
Nilikuwa nimeulizwa swali hapa na Julia na ananiuliza vile watu walipanic na hata kuacha nimalize. Ngoja Mike kidogo. Najua there were two versions ya kupanic jana. Kulikuwa na hiyo panic ya kwanza ile. You know, the first reason why we are panicking as a nation, that is Kenya Kwanza also, and I mean UDA and Azimio, is the fact that we've never had true elections flowing like this. Kinoti and DC have delivered a very good, I'm not going to say Chepkati, have delivered a very fair election. There's still some guys who pitied Panya roots, but it's fair. So we were panicking. We were not seeing results how we are used to. I think everybody was like, what is going on? It's abnormal. We realized that what had been, what do you call it? The plans that ODM had done, let me just say ODM for now, because that is besides all of us before we joined Azimio, had stipulated about the Form 33, the media getting involved, parties getting involved in tabulations, is what is causing the anxiety in the country. That's why there's no panic. One team think they've won, the other team wins, think they've won. So that by the time morning ilifika, mimi ndio nilikuwa na panic. I think even Mama Selina alinipigia simu asema kwa mwanaume acha kupanic. It's okay. And then I spoke to Alex kidogo. Alex akaniambia ni mambo ya media hapa, ni placebo effect. Lazima waeke placebo, they do that in US. So by then I started realizing that it's unusual for us to see the elections running like this. The elections are running fairly. So ukiona kama Azimio, which is ODM, and when I say ODM, I mean the ODM team, because they're used to this more than us. Wamefanya elections and they've been tabulating faster than hii kitu ya Itumbi anastuka kwa nini not Sakaja, Sifuna's team has tabulated faster than him. At 80% Sifuna alikuwa shamaliza, wanasema next. By the time it was 90, they knew we were won. Nani rafiki yetu huko Nyanza anaitwaje? Mohammed. Junet Mohammed is already celebrating with the family. Hata yake ameisha, is tired now. So now this is now the period of calm. I think everybody is beginning to see the message. Easy videos mzee anatutumia. You can see calmness. My party leader is telling us it's not done until it's done. So kulikuwa na panic mode. So I think some of us are still panicking now. It's okay, relax. Bado. It's we're still counting. Okay, Mike, Pole.
Okay,
what
you are saying.
Julia, before
1 minute DJ nitakuita. Mimi, I saw the mood. Okay, me, I have this challenge that I think some people have like me. I don't like giving up. And ever since I was a small child, I don't like to lose. Hata vile nilienda shule. Mimi sikuwa tunaenda game ati tukaeka hivyo tumecheza netball ama nini ati I'm standing there for my team to lose. And ever since, I'm sorry, you have to forgive me if I'm still taking you back to Mount Kenya region. All the kura zote mimi nimepiga sijai shindwa. Sasa mlikuwa mnataka kuniambia jana nikae hapa, nikule sapa, nikunywe chai, nikigojea kushindwa kipo. That one was not working in my biology, my mind, my everything. It was not working. So I really needed strength jana, and I thank God for what is happening. DJ tunataka Mike aongee, lakini nataka kusema kitu, sema kitu.
One minute so I commenting on that story ya jana. You know, I have a lot of friends who are our keyboard warriors who are KK, yeah. So they know, like, but because of the past experiences and everything, and how what was in you are pumped up to this. So nearly get actually a message on how they went around. They had already planned it from 3 p.m. that or make sure that nini zao zitaingia on time, and then they start selling. At around 3 a.m. walikuwa na 31 governors, so they were making sure wako na information online. So when you go online, hata kwa mtu mwenye the most pettiest person amepost, so waliflood internet. Na hii side ingine on the Azimio side things are being counted but zimeshikiliwa. So wewe ukiwa na roho yako ngumu and you've never been part of, you don't know how this basically propaganda works. Ilikuwa inaua watu roho, because me I know of people who didn't sleep. My neighbor wangu hawakulala, yani mwili ilikuwa imeisha nguvu, tumekaa nao hadi asubuhi, and I'm like, guys relax, but tunaambia wezi tuambia to relax, na tunaona kenye inafanyika, and then asubuhi juu hata walikuwa wametengeneza, kama keep kama ulikuwa keen, Nixon Korir alikuwa lina flyer ya ameshinda jana at night, if you're keen enough, and then asubuhi it changes that he's conceding defeat. There was already a flyer, walikuwa kitangaza tumechukua sijui Kirinyaga nini, wako na flyer Waigoro already out. So they really messed up. Na wale watu wana rongo. Me at least I've been part of these two elections na hii miaka yangu kidogo tangu 2010. Tangu 2007 nilisha ile pain ya 2007 nilishanigonga hadi hakuna kitu inanishtua. So me I was okay, and I told guys let's sleep. Sasa kuna watu wamelala hawajaamka hadi sasa. Walisema ni waamshe, kura ziko zimefika 11 million. They are not online completely, and you understand them. Watu wako na roho kidogo. But just understand hiyo ni propaganda. If you realize leo mchana hakuna kitu imepostiwa. Again, if you're keen, the KK people could not post anything because vitu zenye walikuwa wamerusha zote zimekuwa debunked. Ledama alikuwa ameshindwa jana at 4 am. Asubuhi it's another case, Narok ameshinda. Haya, Waigoro alikuwa ameshinda Kirinyaga. Sasa Ingirishi anamfanya ile staff. Kirinyaga, yani kuna vitu mingi sana. If you're very keen, usiingizwe uoga, because we know me I was following a tally. If I wanted information nilikuwa kwa huyo communications direct.
Sasa kama Jalango na Babu Owino wana lose, how?
Imagine. Kwanza lakini ya Jalango mtu I told you hawatashinda. Kwanza wameandika Jalango anarudi Kiss, sijui mtu mwingine atafute kazi arudi YouTube. It was hectic. But kama una roho ngumu lazima ingekuwa fake, but just relax. If you ukitaka information enda kwa niza ya Philippe Tale. He was sharing a lot of real time information on Twitter. So you go there. Mimi Philippe Tale alisema we have this, shoneni suti. Kura zikiwa 600,000, and that's I knew it's done. And hiyo na nikaacha hiyo stress kabisa. Nilikuwa napewa watu moral support huko, but ni ngumu pia kupewa wanaume moral support.
Asante DJ, asante, lakini you have advised us. Me next election I'll not allow myself to be stressed. Karibu Mike.
Asante Julia. You know, when you are you are talking of seeking divine solace, I was part of that team. By the way, for the last 7 days, I've been off air for very many reasons. One of them is that I'm in a UDA hotspot, and it looks like some people have been seeing me on this live TV, and walisema tuliona mtu kama wewe, and he's from Kips village. Nikasema huyo mtu anafanana kama mimi, sio mimi. I had to play a Peter. I had to throw a Peter. I don't know Jesus. I've even never seen such a person to survive. Unajua ukiishi na watu na unajua where they stand, you have to give them their space. So I've been off air for 1 or 2 reasons. That's one being one of them. I didn't want to get into the way of my people. I'm not from this area, but I reside here. So mimi ni mgeni hapa, not because I'm not a Kenyan, but because I know the community where they stand in Nakuru. So what I've been doing in the last 2 days, yani kutoka jana, I've been looking at very sober people on the internet to get a feel of what is happening kutoka jana asubuhi. And I got the picture that some people have information that we don't have, especially the inner circle of the Raila team. They have the information, but they are holding it based either on advice or a strategy. I think this time round, ODM has matured, or rather, Azimio have matured, and they know how to approach issues. Kitambo, we would have information and throw it east, west, north, and our opponents would use it to manipulate and get a different messaging. But I think this time we are holding on our information as a secret card, and the delaying in even us making noise on media is deliberate, so that we don't give somebody an opportunity to react or challenge or criticize that information, so that we allow you to throw your propaganda, but in the last minute the right information will be given, and that information will tally with what IBC has. Because like Chepkati has told us, the information they have on their portal is the information they'll announce. There are no two parallel systems, and this time round we have been assured that everything has been safeguarded, and we believe so. And to me, I think at this stage, some of us are no longer discussing on whether Baba has won or not. I think we shall be carrying forward, we shall be using this forum to carry the agenda for Kenya. And that's what I've been trying to tell Wekesa and Bernard, that we should be the driver of the influencer of this coming government on where we want to see it go, especially on the values and on the issues that matter to this country. We shall be the advocates of fight against corruption and the values in this system. And I think we are well positioned because we have been discussing these things for the last 1 year. And an opportunity has come for people in government who think like us. That is Martha and Raila. And I think they will carry the aspirations and the wishes of Kenyans through this forum to actualize what we have been all yearning for. We all know what happened in 2002. The expectations and the dreams of Kenyans and the optimism had been taken to the highest level Kenya has ever been, but it was just killed by the system, which didn't carry that aspiration forward. So this platform, we should pray that we use it to keep that fire. The things we've been promised of fighting corruption, of making sure that Kenyans get what they have always been crying for, I think we are going to realize it in this coming regime. So I'm a happy person. I've not lost sleep because I also pray a lot, like Julia, you say. And I went to YouTube and I found a prophet who actually was very, very specific on how Raila is going to win. When I went to sleep, I could actually start dreaming on how Raila is being sworn in and all those things. So, team, we are on the right track, and we thank God for the time that He has brought us together on this platform to be the voice, to be representative of the people and speak for the silent majority. Thank you.
Asante Mike. I think sasa stress imetwisha, and also I think really a good thing has come. First, I think Chebukati, with all even though we don't trust him so much, he's trying to follow the law as much as he can. And that is why I think he can't announce the results. And I think he got to wait until he receives all from 34A and not from 34B. That is a good thing. The other good that has come up about the law is that the press are free to tabulate their numbers. So that's why we are seeing different numbers from NTV, from Citizen. Also, I think we are the parties too, the coalitions, the presidential candidates and their partners are free to do their tabulation because they can get this data from the Electoral Commission portal. So that's a good thing that has come up. I think we are heading somewhere to a better democratic space and where transparency, so far so good, we can say that. So I think in future, we just go to sleep and wait for the Chebukati of the day to finish his stuff and give us the results. We will not choose stress. But I think it is hard to choose stress, especially in a competitive election. I think it is hard. I don't know how we can manage that. Yes, Mike, your Twitter.
I just forgotten something. I hope you guys have noticed. You see how Azimio has taken over Nairobi. It tells you the vifaranga via computer was heavily played in Nairobi. A place like Lang'ata, where Jalango has easily taken over, and Deuri, the other side, it just shows you that the vifaranga of computer was very, very heavy in Nairobi, because Nairobi has always been a Raila a stronghold.
Also, Mike, the Nairobi thing, that was a game well planned. Look at this. First, did you know that Nairobi, I think people say a quarter or something, an eighth of the people in Nairobi are from Murang'a County. And then we bring Baba's fanatics. Na unawajua, Baba akiwaambia waruke, wanasema how high do you want us to jump? So that game plan was well done, Unajua kuna wale watu wa Murang'a wanasema huyu ni kijana wetu ama huyu ni mtu wetu. Hao watu wako Jubilee, hata kama ni wa udaku, for that day they'll wake up saying this is our boy man. Then unajua Baba fanatics. Sasa Baba fanatics just needed a small push to get through with the MPs, the senator, the woman rep. They just needed a slight push. Then the game plan was good, that we have Kalonzo. There are very many Kambas in Nairobi. Very many Kambas. In fact, Nairobi kuna Wakamba wengi sana. So that was a very smart plan by Baba na Uhuru na watu wake. Sijui kipu utaongea dakika moja ndio tukaribishe Daktari Calvins na Elizabeth. Naona Elizabeth neti na msumbua.
Very quickly, nilikuwa tunataka kusema najua nation ilikuwa inatusumbua earlier on. Si tulisema tuko na 12 million votes. Sasa tumefika 9 million counting in nation, na nation ilikuwa inatusumbua kichwa asubuhi. So nation from 5 million votes, from 9 million votes, 9,800,000 votes, wamesema tuna 51% to Raila and 48% to UDA, which means that we have 5 million, Ruto has 4.7 million. So the country is turning blue, and that is, we have about 2 more million to go. So mwanze kufurahi kama nation inaonyesha hivyo, kwa Citizen ilikuwa hiyo kitu yetu ya kutoa alsa.
Mwanze kuvaa blue. Next time you come here, nitafanya attendance. Kama hujavaa blue, aeka X. Kwa sababu, and blue is a good color. I don't even know why people buy yellow things. I'm going to get rid of all the yellow stuff in my house, I promise. Hata kama kuna nguo, hata kama ni ile ndogo. Karibu Daktari Calvins.
Hello guys, how are you? Yes, Mike, I was also in tension as you are. I've actually from yesterday, I've not slept up to now. I'm just following up the tallying. And I'm seeing at least today the pressure is low. Yesterday it was too hard for me to see things the way they are moving. On a point, Douglas, you placed a good point where we elect the leaders, and then at the end of the day, you see a leader really misbehave, like what happened with the Didymus Baraza. I think we need a government whereby when you are licensed with the gun, but with that licensing of the gun, you also get some guidance in which you cannot just take your gun and point onto a fellow human or a fellow citizen, and then you do things publicly, or rather you take a life from somebody who is also being depended on from the family. It is not right. I think it is very, very not right for such a thing to happen in this country and this nation as for now, and where we think now we are a democratic country. I think, Douglas, if it were me, I could have come up with a very tough rule for these guys on holding the guns. Yeah. So otherwise, At Azimio, let's have hope. Things will be okay. As the progress goes, I think things will be fine. Yeah.
Asante Douglas. Didmas, I think he's still in the era of watu wanafikiri they can get away with impunity. Lakini mimi naambia Wakenya kutakuwa kubaya. I told Kenyans here that we're going to a situation where hata ukichapa bibi yako Douglas, tunakwambia hutasimama. Inasemekana unapenda kuchapa bibi yako, kusumbua bibi yako. We'll be looking for integrity. That's where we are going. So this man thinks he's in the era of impunity. Lakini atakipata. Karibu Elizabeth, good to see you.
How are you, everyone? Julia, this is the first time to meet you. How are you? I'm happy to see you. Yeah. Me, I'm just hanging around. Nimekuwa hapo mchana, jioni na nikatoka kidogo. Usingizi haupatikani. Yaani kwa kweli tumbo linaaka joto. Hata ukijaribu kulala haulali. Mimi toka ndo kesho yake tupige kura, nimekosa usingizi kabisa. Jana yote usiku tunahangaika, lakini tunayo matumaini ya kwamba at least jana usiku na mchana wote tumekuwa chini kabisa, lakini at least hizi tumeanza kupata hiyo nguvu na tunaona ni wapi tunaenda. Mimi hata Julia, hata sina kitu ya kuongea kabisa, yani ni kama ambaye niko tu hapo hivyo, ninashikilia tu roho. Hata yani nikijaribu kuongea nashindwa niongee nini, lakini niko hapa tu kukaa na nyinyi, kusikiliza maoni ya wenzangu, tukiendelea. Otherwise I'm happy being together with you, tukiendelea kuongoja ni nini kitatokea. Asanteni sana.
Asante Elizabeth, umekaribishwa hata kukaa hapa kusikiza maneno ya hawa wazee. They're talking good, they are encouraging us. Kuna someone anasema ati
unaita nani mzee wewe?
Sasa wewe, you still want to be young, keep.
Na kuenjoy.
Unajua ukiitwa mzee ni ishara ya heshima, ama ni aje Mike? Especially if it's coming from a lady. Ati hawa wazee, it's like they recognize that you are mature enough kuitwa mzee. Hata unaweza tumwa na ndugu yako ukalipe mahari on his behalf.
Yes.
If your brother can invite you and pay dowry, he still sees you as a small boy. So that is where we come from when boys turn 13 years. Si mnajua penye huwa tunawapeleka. Those of us who are in that culture. They are taken by their uncles at 13 years. Anawaambia sasa wewe kama ni keep, acha nitumie keep. Sasa wewe keep. Wewe si mtoto. Kutoka leo wewe ni mwanaume. The father will tell keep, if I'm not there, you're supposed to take care of your mother and your siblings. Because you are the man from today henceforth. You are the other man of this home. Sasa ndio nasema hao wazee na tutakaa hapa tusikie maneno yake. Naona Bwana Alex amewasili, atatujirisha maneno vile kunaendelea kuko kijijini.
Mzee Alex.
Yes, Mzee Alex has arrived. There's someone who is talking about that. I don't know why he's standing in yellow. You know, you people, you know yellow is really not a nice color. Nyinyi watu mko na yellow things in your houses. Can you do something about it? Karibu Mzee Alex.
No, Julia, I just came in because I wanted to let you know 2007. If there is anything that that knocked me down, and I can never remember any pain I felt that was emotional, was 2007. Julia, if you guys are worried and cannot sleep and eat now, I don't know if you could have handled 2007. I swear to you, the nostalgia of 2007 was the worst of any kind you can ask any person who had followed politics up to that time. But that is when I knew Baba is a patriot and he loves that country. And that's why you hear Joho says all the time, when they went to war room where they had to make a decision, either to support Kibaki or the civil war to continue in Kenya, Baba said this country is better off. Whether they take it or not, we cannot engage in war. And that is when William Ruto became very mad to Baba. And Joho has always reiterated that and told us, when Baba came and gave them the options that we had, everybody said we need to fight Kibaki to the end. Baba went and said, no, we cannot fight. This country is bigger than me. So, inibure, if anything that we waited was 2007, and it taught us a lot that we should never fight because of election. Elections come and go. But if we have good leaders like Kibaki, like Baba, like Uhuru, they will sit back and prioritize us and know that for them, they have everything it takes. They can go out of the country anytime. But for us, we will butcher, kill each other, but remain here hungry, no food, no clothes, no housing. So the way you feel right now, you should understand, anybody, that there is a person who is in the ring who is even feeling more anxious than you. I like the video that Kip shared. Right now, Baba is dancing somewhere. I don't know why you're worried. Baba was dancing during the day. Why? Whether he takes it or not, this country will remain. But we are not saying we are losing. What I'm saying is that let us embrace that in any fight or competition, there is winning and losing. And we have lost before, but I know this time we are going to win. But 2007 was the worst experience for me. 2013 was nothing, 2017 was nothing, 2007 was a shock. Because mtu aliapishwa usiku bwana. And there is nothing we could do. Mtu aliapishwa usiku na maneno ikaisha. But we got over. In fact, because of that, we had a coalition government, which was better. Had we taken, let me tell you, God works in wonders. Had we taken, people like Ruto could have revenge to our brothers of Kikuyu. Remember, it was 41 against 1. We were really bitter. We were bitter. We were taking that government to revenge. But God protected us and said, no, we can't as a country go 41. Today, there is nothing like that. Today, we have voted across. Whether the Kikuyus voted the way they voted, but I'll tell you, many of them have embraced Raila's presidency, and they know that they are safe in his hands. They may have voted the way they have voted, but I know for sure they don't fear Baba's presidency. We fear Ruto's presidency more than they fear Baba's presidency. That's for a fact. If Ruto became a president today, we will be more scared. But for them, it's a walkover. They don't fear Baba anymore. And that is the good part of it, that Baba, over the years, has shown now the country and the world that elections come and go. We must embrace each other. Thank you very much.
Asante, Alex, you brought up something about Baba. He's really a Democrat. I think we have seen him several times now, 2002, 2007, 2013. And just like Alex is saying, Ruto himself said that he wanted to slap the president in 2017. So I think now we know in whose hands are we safe. And no wonder the Kikuyus abstained. Because, Alex, I think they didn't care. They really didn't give a damn about Baba becoming president. You know, they were just okay. Kama ashinde. I think that was their attitude.
If you really wanted to know that the Kikuyus fear Raila, they could have come and voted. They are so comfortable. They are so comfortable. And that tells you that they are embracing Baba's presidency, whether we like it or not. Their staying at home is not anything but their comfort that this country can still go on in Baba's hand. And that is how I have interpreted it. I cannot interpret it in a wrong way. And we should be happy that now we have a country whereby all of us are comfortable that anybody can become a president.
In other words, Alex, they were not dying to have Ruto as a president.
Of course, if
As
they
were
were,
dying
they
for
could have
who?
come out.
Yes, as they were dying for. That's the message there. Another message, Alex, I saw is that it is just evident that you do not have to keep saying this big community must vote for me to become president. I'm seeing we are going over that as Kenyans. Now we are going beyond that now. We are trying to look at people as who they are. That's what I'm
And
seeing.
you're right. And you're right on that. You're right on that. And I don't know how, but one thing I've realized is I think most of them, like the prodigal sons, are going to come into a census. When Baba chooses his cabinet and start administrating this country, they are going to open their hearts and minds to see something they have not seen. Because I totally believe, without any iota of doubt, that for the first time we are going to have a lean, clean cabinet across gender and everything you can call. Some of us call gender and ABC because there are people who are gays and whatever. But I don't think Baba is going to discriminate anybody. Every Kenyan will be given an opportunity through merits so that country can develop. If you look at Qatar and you look at the history of Qatar, the people chose their leaders, but their leaders loved their people a lot in 50 years only. Now you can see the World Cup is going there and we are seeing the wonders of the world. Because if nations decide to have good leaders, in fact, they thrive. Everybody should read the book, Why Nations Fail. The first reason why nations fail is because we choose wrong leaders. And we rationalize that. Why do nations succeed? Because they punish bad leaders. America punished Trump when Trump was not capable of becoming a leader. In fact, right now, in the commission that we are hearing, in the Senate and in the Congress, the Republicans are punishing Trump more than the Democrats because they love their country. And I hope when we will take Ruto now to the courts to face whatever illegality and criminality that he has performed through IBC and other sectors, the first people that should help us are the people in UDA. We should not take party politics to criminality. When Martha Karua came and joined us, she said, we have people who are bad in both sides. Though the other side has more, she acknowledged within Azimio there are bad people. And I think we are going to deal with them. So I think when a nation now is, look at the president of Zambia, HH, when he came in, that was a year ago. Free education, they increased the salaries for primary school teachers by 82% 2 weeks ago. In 1 year, HH, what he has done has not been done even by the Kibaki government. When you choose leaders who love a country thrives. Thank you very much.
Asante, Alex. I truly believe in you, and that I believe what you have said, and I want to agree with that. That I think Baba and Mother, somebody is trying to say that Mother did not deliver, but I want to say that Kenyans believe in Baba and Mother. And there are many Kenyans, even from the other parts of the country, apart from our Kenya region, who voted because for once they have faith in the duo that is vying. For once in this country, we can say we have faith in these two people. These two people can change this country. And even things like education, I truly believe that the government can provide free education without any extra or without increasing the budgetary allocation on education. So, Mimi na Minivo, Alex, and I can see that if we do the right thing,
Julia,
first we decide, if we do the right thing first, we decide that we must curtail on corruption. That is the biggest, that's a disease we are having. Just take home your salary. I mean, these corruption scandals on tenders and all that, these tenderpreneurs who thrive on that, on fake tenders and all that. I mean, tufikisha mwisho tuseme tumechoka. And I think, Alex, you know now why I'm a fanatic of Matiang. I want like 10, 20 Matiangs in the cabinet, or no, if not 15. That's what I'm looking forward to see. Because if we have like 15 Matiangs in the cabinet, this government will perform. Ukipewa ministry ya health, unazimba mianya yote ya wizi. Unasema watu atibiwe kwa mahospitali, kuwekwe madawa, madaktari. You are either a government doctor or you go and start your own hospital. If you don't, you know, mwalimu huwezi kuwa na shule yako na unafundisha shule ya serikali. Either you run your school or you go teach government children. So that is what we are going to have, your own hospital or treat our patients, period. And if government property, kama madawa na nini, ukishikwa nayo unafungwa kamiti. This thing ati kuna cabinet secretary natuambia hadithi ndefu, ati sijui hospitali ilikuwa imejengwa, anaanza kublame governor. What did you do about it? Hatutaki hadithi ndefu. We don't want these long stories. Tumechoka. So we hope that we are going to see that. Yes, Kip, you have something to say. Karibu.
No, sorry, I don't want to do this to you, Julie. You had very good points. Lakini nilikuwa nataka kwamba unajua Alex disappears saa zingine because he has to drive. I have very good news for you, Alex. Kuna huyu rafiki yako anaitwa Sudi. He's out. Sudi has failed.
Okay, can you repeat again?
Sudi has failed. Sudi is gone.
Okay, rudia tena.
Wow.
Sudi has been beat by an independent. Sudi ametoka.
I hope that news. I hope that news is true, because as we said earlier, these NINACOMs are going to be exposed. The work of a legislature is not CDF. We have joked with legislation to a point whereby when you want a serious education committee to sit down, and I'm giving that as an example because Julia is a stakeholder in the education sector. You want as a teacher, Sudi is in the committee. Instead of helping the CBC move ahead, because that's the only thing now we have to improve on, they start castigating it. Yet they were the ones who are in the committee, and they did not pass the threshold to sit in that committee. They passed whatever they passed. Now when they are coming to the campaign, then they start again castigating it. I'm just giving you an example of some of the worst things that we have done. When you look at the Committee of Education, the one that geared even towards the CBC that you're talking about, it was one of the worst committees we have. The Committee for Education should not have been those people who sat in that committee. We should have had better, because we were changing the education system of our country towards a better one, but also towards geared to job creation. Then you put Sudi in education committee. What nonsense is that? So I think we must come to a point whereby we define what's the work of an MP. We don't want MP anze kwenda mamatanga, kuchanga. We want somebody to sit down and legislate. They argue with the minister and the cabinet. They bring legislation. They defend their constituents in parliament, because that's what you see in Britain. An MP will stand up in the House of Commons and say, this is what is going on in my constituency. The Prime Minister stands and say, I know that problem, it came on me, and this is what we are trying to do. And the MP will ask, when are you going to do it? On the record, it is said. And if you don't do, the handsides are brought, and what? That government can resign right away. That is how legislation should be working. Not hii maneno ya CDF, so on and so forth. Lastly, because nitatoka niendelee kufanya kazi. Whoever that thinks Martha did not deliver must be very ignorant. Martha has a very complex electorate. Complex. Martha is not a Kikuyu. Martha is a woman, and Martha is a middle-class woman, and Martha is also a progressive. So when you put all these together, then you understand what are the base of Martha Karua. If you thought Martha Karua, her base was Kirinyaga, then she should have been a governor last time. Because of that, she was above that. That's why the Mount Kenya Foundation called her a pedigree. Go back and redefine what is a pedigree. Because if we start defining Martha on Kikuyuism, Luoism, tribalism, we will never have the true value of Martha Karua. Martha Karua can be defined in terms of principles. Martha Karua can be defined in terms of corruption-free. Martha Karua can be described through trailblazers, people who do things for the first time. That is who she is. Don't define Martha as a Kikuyu, then she loses value. So whoever that is saying Martha Karua did not deliver, I think that's a total lie. She has delivered. The women that came to vote today voted because a woman was in the ticket. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Mother Karua's constituency is not Mount Kenya. I mean, putting her in Mount Kenya, I find that rather a bit mediocre. Yes, Big Julius, tulete habari kutoka Narok ama nikule Kajiado.
Hello everyone. Habari yenu? I'm good. I don't want to talk about wale wameshinda. I just want to talk to something a little bit different. Najua vile nimekuwa nikiangalia the judiciary of Kenya, mostly the High Court and Court of Appeal. I think they have been always, I think I'm praying that if Baba na Mama wakiingia kwa ofisi, that something must be done. You know, how can a judge make a ruling like maybe like 12 hours to election? I mean, there are some rulings that courts made, and they have been making since this the preaching papers and whatever, many other things, and I'm not really into. I feel there is something wrong in our judiciary. Really, they are not. I don't know. They are working against the government, or I don't have any idea. But I feel something must be done there, because can you tell me at Ukura inapigwa in 12 hours, alafu judge anasema ati simamishe kwanza to wait for the ruling. Which ruling? And how long is that ruling going to happen? And election is tomorrow, or election is in 12 hours. You know, I felt so sad because you know, at times you must be, you follow the law, but also at the same time you have to understand the situation, the country, how is your ruling going to be to affect the country? Because actually everybody in the civil service is working to help the Kenyan people. Is working for Kenya. So, I felt nasikia tu kuna shida in our judiciary kusema ukweli. Many things are not right. Things are not right at all, because at least unajua lazima mtu for example, those are learned people, and they need to make a decision not only because of their education, but also using the common knowledge, common sense. Sababu sasa hata kama mimi sio judge, surely sijasomea, I'm not a lawyer, naamua kesi ya kesho ama ya in another 6 hours, nasema ati simamisha kwanza, then tukingojea ruling itakuja saa ngapi? You know, that is telling Kenyan that completely just I mean, they cannot do anything. Ni kama walitupa spana kabisa, walitupa spana. I think, Julia, kusema ukweli, there is things we have to the judiciary lazima. I pray that things must be done there, and I'm very happy. Ruling moja tu alifanya mzuri ni ya CDF. Unajua CDF, Julia, do you know kuna pesa inaitwaga ya bursaries, na hiyo pesa ya bursaries inaendaga kwa matajiri, haiendi kwa maskini. It doesn't go to the people who need it, it goes to people who doesn't need it. Kama Julia, wewe unaweza peleka mtoto wako una Brayburn, do you need the bursary? You don't need it. So there is a lot of things happening down there. I feel Kenya need to be reset. Kusema ukweli, Kenya need a resetting, and a very, very thorough resetting. Now, that is the only judgment walifanya ruling. I feel good about it. But again, I will still castigate the judiciary, Kenyan judiciary. They are not to their task. They are not to their task. So I think, all in all, Julia, I think Kenya inatakana kufanywa resetting vizuri kabisa, ndio tuanze vizuri, because at the end, you know, the judiciary, I don't know, this war of judiciary, and I think the government, it has gone much too far, because najua vile if they are fighting like that, wale wanaumia ni watu wa kawaida. They have to think about watu wa kawaida. They should not think about the wakubwa huko juu. So at times I feel my take, that's not my feeling. Actually, my take is that I think Kenya need to do something in judiciary. Anyway, hatujakutana na wewe jana Julia, nilikuwa kwa studio early mapema. I have been in the studio, lakini I'm happy.
Ulikuwa hapa ukaenda kulilia kwa choo ama ulienda wapi?
Sanga kati kwa choo. Mimi sio muoga Julia. Mimi sio muoga. Kama ungelinijua mimi sitishwangi, hakuna mtu atanitisha.
Kuna watu waliendanga kulilia kwa choo jana.
Mimi sio, by the way sio gobi, because you know mimi nimepiga kura mara mingi. Alafu ile ili disappoint vibaya sana ni 2013, 2008 na 2013 na 2017. Those kwanza it affected me, but I was strong. And that time uzuri hizo elections zote tatu nilikuwa Kenya. Ili happen nikiwa Kenya. I voted in Kenya. So hizo ndio election ambazo zilikuwa very, very tough, very, very annoying, because the irregularities zilikuwa mingi kuliko ya saizi. And I mean, saizi, comparing sai na then before 2017, 2007, 2013 ndio zilikuwa election mbaya zaidi. So Julia, I must mimi wale kama unasikia kichwa ngumu, I'm one of them, kichwa ngumu. Nobody can, mtu hawezi nibadilisha. If my faith, if I believe in something, I believe in it. If I don't, I don't. So sijaenda kwa choo Julia, and I will not go hata kama watashinda 99%.
First, can you tell my mate, who is winning?
At winning, I don't have any doubt.
Yes, so ile maneno ya pande nyingine kushinda, hiyo maneno ni bad word.
I wanted to clarify what he said. And it's not about what I'm thinking. I wanted to clarify and to tell you how I mean my stand and my belief. So kushinda baba atashinda, obviously. Unajua ni ile wanajaribu kunini, but we are ready for it. We are ready for it, and we are going to take it. Naona I've seen Nairobi is a clean sweep. Kilifi clean. Kwanza I was waiting for Kilifi ile mbaya. Kilifi ndio nimeongojea kuliko mahali pengine kote. Nilikuwa nataka kuona Kiuno.
I hear Kiuno is number 3. That's number 1.
Kiuno alichapwa.
Yaani alichapwa kichapo cha umbwa.
Kichapo cha umbwa msikitini.
So hiyo Kiuno yake inakaa haikumsaidia.
Kiuno sasa, kiuno imeshikana. Lazima hakuna kiuno iko hapa. Mtu imeshikana kutoka mabega mpaka kwa miguu. Sasa hiyo ni kiuno.
Julius,
Sasa wewe Julius,
we can't go there.
Inakaa unamwangalianga sana. Sasa wewe wacha.
We can't go there.
Mimi sio kipofu.
Yes.
Julia, kabla Roba ingie, tafadhali.
Stop looking at people.
Sawa. Haya, nimemaliza.
Sawa. Mike Roba unataka kusema nini Mike?
Just a question. Do you want to give him a chance to talk? You had a question, please?
Yeah, he has a question. Wacha aulize swali, Roba. Tafadhali, wacha aulize swali. Naomba to Mike. I guess naomba Mike mute. I mean, I guess mute.
Yes.
Guess mute, please. Yeah, thank you, Gesa. Thank you. Thank you, Robert, for giving me a second. Unajua Julia, si kutaka this topic, that comment by Alex Yende. You know, Julia, our deputy president had commercialized the role of an MP to the extent that if you are not a multimillionaire, you cannot run the functions of an MP, whose role or whose most important role was to legislate. People like Sudi were heard on national TV saying that wale watu wanaenda kwa parliament ni Wajaluo wa Kiingereza mingi ambao hawana kitu ya kufanya. That's why they go and speak a lot of English. But sisi wenye tuna pesa, tuko kwa ground tunafanya development. The role of an MP is not to build toilets and hospitals in the constituency. And that's why the National Constituency Development Fund was delinked from them directly and gave them a very peripheral role. But still, most MPs assume that for you to be an MP, you must be seen with hundreds of thousands every week giving to churches, to schools, and to women groups. And that has made politics very expensive and commercialized, that an ordinary person cannot be an MP. And Alex was talking about US and UK. An ordinary person, a school teacher from high school with a salary of 60,000 can stand for an MP and become an MP without having billions or monies to give every weekend for Harambes. So Ruto has been giving strategic MPs 100,000 every weekend to go and give us development in schools, in churches, in hospitals, in whatever. And that has redefined the role of an MP, which, as we are saying, going forward, we need to concentrate more on legislation. The bad things that are happening to this country is because our MPs are not in parliament to legislate and to oversight on the bad behavior of national government, where they spend money and there's nobody to account for, because national government is aware that MPs are no longer are always in the villages trying to outdo each other on who has more money. So for me, I'm happy that we are going to, as somebody called, reset the country to the true north and have the right things being done at every level. Thank you.
Asante Mike, reset the country the true north. Karibu Roba, tuelezee maneno, utuambie kama wewe ulilia kwa choo jana.
To be fair, I meant Douglas. Douglas also had a question. I'm not trying to control you, but can you give me a chance to ask Julius a question, because his hands have been up for, please, if you can, for Douglas.
Okay, asante Roba. Douglas, endelea.
I think Robert, just go ahead. I might come after you. You haven't spoken. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Churi. Mambo ya just I don't know about that, but in human nature, if you rough Papa.
Watu walilia kwa choo hapa. People, okay.
I was watching, Jury. I want to be sincere with you. I was watching with Mora in the morning. I was watching when I think
Bernard came in, and the other guy who represented him, people were running away. I want to be sincere. Okay, 2007, it was one of the worst nightmare because I left here in California, then I went back home, like I've told you before. Then you sleep, then we were just the whole night just celebrating. All of a sudden, it midnight, somewhere there, 3 in the morning, everything changed upside down. And that one, I will never forget it. More especially, kitu ambaye nakumbuka mpaka sahi. I remember when the first time Papa came out on 2007, I can tell you he was wearing an orange, orange, you know, your ODM. I can just remember that picture. Then the worst moment on myself was when Nilifika Airport. By that time, I was coming back. Because of security, there was tight security. Walikuwa wanalinda the way they were just even secure when the aeroplanes, fiscal, you see the police just staying on 24/7 in the end flight which came to Kenya. So when we get to this flight, I was using Lufthansa, going to Germany. So we get in. For me, I was crying because I didn't want to leave, but I had to come. I had a family and people to take care and nilikuwa na kazi. So I was just like, I didn't want to go because I wanted to be like, be on the situation. But guess what happened? Tumefika ndege kansi kapa juu. Watu wengine wameanza kugrab, kupiga makofi, tumetoka Tenja. Then from there, na mimi nikasikia, I wish hii ndege irudi mimi nipakie Nairobi, wao waendelee. So that's how I felt like that situation. It reminds me around 2007, 2008. But kusema ukweli, I don't know what's going to happen. Ilisima hapa California. I want to be sincere with you for people I know. It scared a lot of people. Because some of them have not even gone online. I know my brother sema mtu asimpigie simu mpaka saa hii sijui yako aje anaendeleaje. I don't know. I tried to call him. Akachukua simu kamwambia I have some good news. Good news here nini? I hope if it's right, you can talk to me. Then I told him right now it looks like everything's balancing up. So he said, call me or let me know when I win, when he wins. So that's how things are happening up here. I know some of my friends have not even reached them. Wacha nikuambia kitu ambayo iko mbaya. It's just like some of the sources, some of us who are getting from Ruto's camp, they have shut down. Uwaski kwa simu. Some of the guys I knew there, they were talking, they were my friends, they were shut down. So it's just like now, meaning I was blinded. So I decided to go in bed. Normally, I'm not working because, to tell the truth, I thought if I go to work, I might collapse. That's what I thought. And I'm sincere with that. And we had the Carrara this morning. I don't know when my wife came in. I know she was working. Then all of a sudden, I was pissed off what I was seeing the results. Then in the morning, my alarm went off. Something, I don't know what, it went off. So I went to see what's going on. Then from there, let me put my phone to see what's it. Then from there, nikaweka seats on my phone. Nikaona riders ahead. I don't know, from my upstairs, my house, kuja downstairs, I almost broke. Even 5 in the morning. Even my kids, I was like, something has happened here around. Because I know. And I didn't even tell my wife what happened or what while something has happened. But it's just because we love Papa. I want to be sincere with you. We love Papa. Then from there, nikaanza kusema, hey, ni ukweli. I want some sources. I went some of the lines, keep and other people, Makiari, just trying to comfort us. Nikasema tu, pengine mtu anakuja nitunge sindano afata. You know, there was a lot of things I was just thinking. Pengine you can call your doctor up, upate prescription drug ya kurara. I don't know. That's how much we love Papa. But let me just give you one thing. When we came here, when we started on TV, remember I came here and said, you know, our country is better than anybody. So also let's comfort ourselves. If anybody wins in the country, whether it's UDA, they are not enemies. They are our fellow countrymen. But at the same time, we want the best of the country. So one of the things I want to confess, I came here yesterday and I told you, Kisii, or before, me and Alex, we can confess. We said before everything Azimio Kisii. No. Kisii is always Kisii and Nyamira. Well, Kisii, that's how they are. That's my people, we know them. They always balance. Always. And even you can go online. Right now, I can tell you Osoro is back. He won UTA. That's the only maybe UTA MP from Kisii County. But the rest are from ODM. Jubilee won there. I don't know each Amajanik Western. And I told you the new party, I don't know, LP, somewhere there. They won there. So Kisii is always Kisii. They always balance. That's what they always do. You can just, well, Patia Papa Kura, 63%, I was expecting more. But that's okay. It's like almost, and young, I think the same percentage like where Musalia Mudavadi comes from. Yamila, the same thing. Baba won both sides, that's fine. But MPs, member of parliament, it was balanced. So it was ODM taking the majority, but there was UDA, there was Jubilee, kuna chama kipi ile ya kina Eugene Wamalwa. That's Kisii. That's how they are. But let's get the big picture. I think our country election, it's going to teach us a lot of things. And that's why I came and I agree what was PQ just said. The judiciary, they are overreaching on our election. And I hope they will find a way to restrain themselves. We can't have themselves injecting to the election every minute, every week, every 2 weeks, even to the end of like a few hours before election. We can't have that. So one thing they have to do, they have to find a way that after 2 or 3 months before election, they should not interfere in anything. They are too much. We know they are trying to do the right thing. We know we want to be whatever. We are independent. That's okay. We love them, what they are doing. But can you please also give us a break, because sometimes we are messing up whatever we are building here. Too much of something is dangerous sometimes. So the ruling, which happened a few hours before election, I think that was wrong. It never was supposed to be like that, because if you remember from what we have seen now, what Baba was saying was true. I had Makueni, Kakamega. Those kids never worked. Or if they worked, they were very slow. And so the manual register had to come in. So I think on that part, I think, Julius, you are very okay. I think they have to have reforms. 2 or 3 months before election, judicially don't inject yourself on this issue, because now you are trying to do too much. And like I said, too much of something, nobody will like the outcome. Let me go to Mount Kenya. Julia told you I went to Alliance High School. I went there in Kiambu. Then I know, by the way, some of my schoolmates, some of them, I know that I saw guys who are ahead of me, like 3 or 4 years ahead of me, like Dr. Manduk. I think he won, but I think it's one person who I think he has some issues to answer from where he was in Mombasa at the port. Kiambu, if you see the numbers there, that's what we expected. That's what we were praying for, 20 and above %. Even went, I mean, more than what we wanted. So this idea of people coming and saying that Madakarua never brought maybe something, you are wrong, 100% wrong. Go beyond Mount Kenya. Go beyond Mount Kenya and ask yourself, since 2013, somebody has been coming to your place with...
Robert,
yes.
Robert, just quickly. I had no party. Before. Matakarua, she's my party leader now.
Yes, even me, she just converted me. I can't live for DM, but she's welcome to OG. So what I was saying is, I want to think about outside Mount Kenya. Since independence, I can say one of the balanced elections we had, even though there was no turnout, was this one here. This house election is supposed to be held. But ask yourself, Ruto has been going Mount Kenya since 2013, every weekend, with all the sacks of money and everything. Then comes Uhuru Kenyatta. He's telling you don't vote that man. Then from there, we have Gachaki, or whatever Baba called him, whatever. I mean, whatever is here. He's there also Mount Kenya because he's Mount Kenya. Imagine even the people of Mount Kenya. These campaigns. So it's just like even myself. Sometimes it's just like, what do you want to do? You have Ruto. They came here 10 years ago. They told us he's going to be the next guy. We have the same guy who told us Adamunga Mukone saying no. Then from there, we have some other people. Martha Karua, running mate from Mount Kenya. We got the running mate from Mount Kenya. So people are just like, you know what? I'll just stay away. Thank God they did it for me if Raila wins, because this is only one opportunity time for Papa. If Papa wins, it's because of Martha Karua, Uhuru Kenyatta, and self-wounded, maybe Mr. Ruto. That's the way I see it, but that was too much. That was too much for Mount Kenya. That was too much. And maybe that's why they decided to stay at home. But for the kind of people who came in, I can think 1 million and above, who voted for Papa, thank you for doing that, because you had the guts to come out and vote for him. And those who voted for Ruto, thank you for what you did. That's our democracy. We want our democracy to grow. And democracy doesn't mean that we see the other part as enemies. We want to see them as fellow Kenyans, but let us commit on ideas, but not like things like the guy who's online, he was doing some fun things here. I don't know. I can't remember his name. The guy who's, what's his name? The guy who's just spreading some rumors here. You know that's
Itumbi. Yes.
Oh my goodness, Itumbi. If Papa wins, that man, I don't know. Nobody should even offer my job. He lies too much. It's too much rumors. Let me leave it there. Sorry for taking your time. We are fine. Let me try to comfort myself. But this time I will not run away because of what? Because I'm not watch TV right now. Red come in, what may not. So Mikey, you told me we are winning. Julia said we are winning. Kim, you said we are winning. And Julia said it's a man because Julius comes, we are border. It's a border. We bought a Julius, he comes from the border, it's Mansai and from Kisi there. So we know the way we have, all of us, we are not scared of anything. But I was scared and I'm still scared. But if Papa wins, I can't wait to play the music. Praise music. That's what I just wanting to. But let me leave it there, Churi. Thank you very much. Thank you for your comfort. I was scared to come here, but I'm on to restrain myself. But I hope things work the way it is. We love Papa. I want to tell you, we love him. Thank you.
Asante Roba, it's not comfort. I'm not trying to console you. It's the reality. We are winning this thing. We have reports of how well Baba is doing. He's going to get above 51%. And we have reports that he has over 174 members of parliament. We have reports that he has the majority of senators. We have reports he has the majority of governors. We have sisi, unajua sisi ndio watu wanapenda hapa kusema ati kuna deep state, siji kuna deep state. You know, they imagine deep state, they have imaginations. Kama ujui deep state, sisi ndio deep state. Sasa kama ukiona hapa nikiongea na hujaiona deep state, nenda uambie watu wako leo nimeona deep state kwa macho.
Well, Julia, we acha kutoa siri bana. You know, we were collected as deep state. Anyway.
These people like saying, ati mara siji deep state ilifanya nini? Until you ask yourself, where is this animal called deep state? So today I'm helping them and demystify this thing called this deep state and understand that they can tell people today I saw deep state na macho yangu kwa Mtembei TV. So we are winning this thing, Roba. I'm not trying to console you. We are winning this thing. We are winning this. Tulipanga vizuri sana. Na Roba. I think watu wa Mount Kenya wanyo hawakuvote. We congratulate them. Somebody commented on the chat. You can look up that chat. Anasema kwamba that Mount Kenya region do not care who won. Ati wenye hawakupiga kura, they were somewhere doing their work. Thank you very much, Mount Kenya region. Now I understand that you are not keen on making Ruto win. And now I appreciate you. I was planning to change my name to Anyango, but having informed me that somebody gave me Anyango, that you didn't care whether Ruto won. Now I'm proud of you because you didn't have to care whether Ruto won. Douglas bado kuna swali. Naona kuna watu Yes,
Ngoja nitoe baridi kutoka huyu mjamaa Roba. Ngoja Roba kidogo. We are turning blue. Nation so far, because I'm using Nation instead of Citizen because it's biased against Raila. Nation so far says that Raila has 5,060,000 votes and Ruto has 4,766,000, which is 51% to Raila and 48% to William Samoei Ruto Arap Mashamba, and that is 9,894,000 votes so far. So meaning that we've got about 2.1 million votes to go. And when Alex was explaining earlier on, sasa ndio wakati decision inafanywangwa. We don't talk about it early in the morning, but now we're at about 80-something% towards the votes. Yani yenye imehesabiwa na Nation TV. I'm using Nation TV deliberately, by the way. I'm using it deliberately because they're biased. Citizen is with us. So if Nation is saying that we are at 81% at this time in their tallying, we're doing very well. So, Roba, usilale na suti leo.
Yeah, I know Nation NTV, I think they started Stronghold from Ruto's Strongholds. And it was focused on Citizen, KTN. People are confused, to tell the truth. Next time, I hope this media will get it. They cannot call election the way they did it. They should be on the same page. We can't have like everybody's just telling us something different. It just makes people uncomfortable. I mean, who wants to be uncomfortable?
Okay, Robert, your point of correction, you need to understand how they're doing it. Each person is going to the IBC portal and they are picking their own Form 34A. Sasa, the way they are doing it is random sampling. Sasa, hakuna vile wanachukua the same forms. That's why they have a different data.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Churi. Next time, maybe IBC have to find a way that if they give number one form which comes in, they have a network should get that one, not like the way they are doing it. So we are we can learn from this one. We can learn from this one here.
No,
then the next election we do better.
No, you need to understand. All the Form 34 are posted in their portal. Sasa ni shida yako Roba kuamua ni gani unataka kuchukua. Even you Roba, you can go there now and start adding if you want. And even the parties are doing the same.
That's why we have the media. By now, the media could have projected. Then from there, we got the real numbers. That's what I mean. But the way they did it, we can improve from this one here. It's a step. It's a step, nice step forward. What they did was right. But at the same time, they have to find a way that next election.
Okay, let's mute, please. Kama mmoja naongea naomba we all mute. Yes, Roba, umemaliza? Okay. Roba, are you done? You were saying something.
I'm good.
Okay, Asandi. So the thing is, according to the law, they're allowed to do that. And I remember that's the new electoral law. So even us here, we can go to the Electoral Commission portal and start adding those numbers. And that is why is he called Itube? Itube in my language is an egg. Is that his name or what is it? Itumbi, I have a problem with pronouncing M, so I may call him Itube. So I'm not trying to disrespect him. It's just that I struggle with M and N. Sasa huyu jamaa, he's doing the same thing and he's blowing the numbers because he's playing with the mind of his people, which is not fair. So I think we need to understand the Electoral Commission law and the electoral laws. So, and it is also, according to that law, Chebukati will not declare the results until he has received all Form 34A and 34B. Mpaka apokee zote, That's the only time. Chebukati told the media today that their numbers are behind his number. Ziko nyuma, namba zao ziko nyuma za namba zake. Kumaanisha Chebukati hivi sasa anaenda kukaribia kumaliza kazi yake. But he got to receive the form that 4A zote na form that 4B. I think that is coming from the last 2017 Supreme Court petition of the 2017 election. So he's trying to improve how they performed in 2017, which I need to appreciate that a good job. And the other advantage of having the media do that, the tabulation, is that we are going to be able to compare who is lying to who. You know, like we have the same trajectory now of NTV and Citizen. Even KTN is giving the same trajectory of the votes, who is leading. So the three media house cannot really be colluding to say the same thing. So huyu Itumbi, hizo story zake, I don't understand him. I think his teacher didn't do a good job. She should have been my student. So sijui Douglas kama wataka kuongea, kuna watu wameingia na waomba tuwapatie nafasi. Baba the Fifth ulikuwa hapa umeongea. Si naomba nipatie Josh Mo.
Thank you so much. This is my first time to be here. I'm here live from Texas, and I'm so happy that I've been awake for the last 48 hours just to make sure that we are getting everything right. The thing I want to talk about is these media houses. We have two media houses, Royal Media Services and the Nation Media. A little bit they are contradicting the Kenyans, but what I want to say is that these people are getting this from 34A from the public portal, and I want to say that at the end of the thing, when we're going to finish this thing, I think we're going to have a problem, because if they will not meet at the same point, if we got four votes from our media, Royal Media Services, and if we got 4 votes from Nation Media, then we are good. But if we get votes that are that are contradicting, then there will be a problem. But the thing I'll talk about is as Kisi and Yamira, we did our part, because if you compare these elections and last elections, we are good. As Simio, we are doing good from Kisi. So I want to urge everybody that just let's close our fingers. We are winning this thing. I'm sure we are winning this thing. If we go to Nation Media, that's NTV, we are ahead by 300,000 votes, and we are projecting that if we will be ahead by 600,000 votes, then we are done. Because right now we are expecting like 2 million votes, and that's it. Because I think maybe people came out like 15,000 or 15 million or 14 million, but what I'm seeing here, we are at like 10 million. So we are expecting like 3 or 4 million again to come in. If we get like 7, we are okay. That's what I'm talking about right now. So
asante Josh, mnaona umevaa blue. Watazamaji na wenzangu wa pano, msisahau kwamba leo mwito ni Operation Get Rid of Yellow Color. Sasa hata kama Bwana Big Julius, Eliza Douglas, Baba the Fifth, Daktari Roba, Josh Mo, kama mko na hiyo marangi, sijui yellow inaitwanga aje na Kiswahili?
Yellow inaitwa kwa Kiswahili?
Manjano. Rangi ya manjano.
Haiti manjano. Sasa nyinyi mfanye hiyo utafiti.
Inaitwa rangi ya mayai.
Rangi ya manjano.
Hapana, ni rangi ya manjano.
Yeah, sure.
Ni rangi ya manjano. Leo ni Operation maliza rangi ya manjano karibu na wewe. Sasa kama
we are painting blue, we are painting blue.
What color? Can you go just up here? What color do you want us to wear?
Is that a question or an answer, Robert?
No. What color? Because yesterday I had my blue.
Hapana, Robert. Mimi sitakujibu. Kwa maana mimi ni mwalimu. Na mwanafunzi akiniuliza swali lenye nimemfundisha for the last several months, hapana. Like, sasa rangi Roba ni blue. Wewe kama uko na rangi ya manjano kwa nyumba yako, fanya haraka iwezekanavyo. Uite mtu wa kupanga rangi abadilishe hiyo rangi. Na kama uko na nguo za rangi ya manjano, basi unajua cha kufanya, waweza kapeleka goodwill kama unaishi hapa America, because operation get rid of yellow fever. Sisi leo ni watu wa blue. We are painting our houses blue. We are painting this screen blue. We are painting the studio blue, 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 because we are painting Kenya blue. Mumeona hiyo map Kipa ametuletea? Hiyo map inakaa safi sana na color ya blue. Ama aje? Sijui kama baba the fifth, inaonekana wewe ni mjukuu wa baba. Karibu, uko na neno leo.
Yes, thank you so much, Julia. I'm so happy to be part of you, and I thank God. Yeah, things are getting good on our side. As we talk, NTV streaming 31,466 polling stations are already reported to the channel. And Baba is leading 51%.15. Total polling stations are 46,229. We thank God for that. Again, yeah, on Tuesday, I was so happy for our brothers and sisters from Mount Kenya. They played a well chess. I know you know this game, inaitwa chess. Chess, you know, the big mistake Ruto made, it is attacking king by using a pawn. It is impossible. Though you can win with a pawn, but when you are attacking a king with a pawn, but our Mount Kenya realized that this man is playing with our kingpin. Now we will play our game smartly. We will play our chess. Yeah, playing the chess is they turned out to vote their people and surprise their man who went around wooing Mount Kenya is my stronghold. They proved him wrong. And Ruto is learning a lesson that is learning worthy of water when wells is dry. Now is getting the worthy of water when the well is dry. And it's a lesson to him. Again, I'm assured and see kama jana I was worried about whether we will win this thing, but now I'm assured. I've checked accounts from our people, like who is this man, MP from Embakasi East, Babu Owino has confirmed and calculated everything, and say we are waiting. We are not telling us our people the percentage we will get, but we are waiting IBC to declare Baba as the president, and I'm here to wait for that, and I can't afford to hold my celebration. Yes, I am ready. Julia, can you see on my environment is almost blue, apart from this jacket. I am wearing this jacket just to comfort our brothers here. They were shouting. Again about Etumbe. Etumbe is just around here in Nairobi, a cyber cave. Cyber cave, there is a cyber cave in Nairobi within CBC. Is hiding himself there with his people, trying to propagate things. But now, even in the laptop and the desktop, it is reading. Baba is leading, so that's why it's not posting anything on Twitter, and we are proving him wrong. Yes, we are here mpaka asubuhi.
Asante Baba the fifth. If you people, you would see somebody like Kuria. Kuria ameenda wapi? Kuria angekuwa ametutukana saa hii. If Kuria knew they were leading robber, Kuria angekuwa ametukana President Uhuru, angekuwa ametutukana saa hii. Kuria has gone into some hole. Sijui ameenda wapi. Kuna rafiki mwenzangu hapa, dada yangu anaitwa Queen Liza. Queen Liza, nakupenda, wewe ni dada yangu. Unaniuliza kwamba kama Ruto akishinda nitafanya nini? Unajua siku njema yaonekana asubuhi. Kwa hivyo Queen Lisa waweza kukubaliana na mimi kwamba hiyo siku njema imefika. Kwa hivyo na hata kama pengine hukupigia baba kura, bado nakupenda, wewe ni mwenzangu, wewe ni Mkenya mwenzangu, na kuomba uvuke sakafu na uvae rangi ya samawati, uje tusherekee. Tupa hiyo rangi ya manjano, uvae rangi ya samawati. Daktari Calvin, je, unaonekana uko na neno? Karibu.
Yes. You asked about Kuria. Kuria is lost. Moses Kuria has been knocked out from his home ground. That's the current news. The reality is that he's out of the race. He has been knocked out. So he's no longer with us. He's a forgotten one. That's a forgotten soldier of Ruto.
Nasikia Waiguru naye ametembea, amefunga safari. Na Waiguru was spreading rumors earlier that that kura zake zilimbiwa. I mean, first waliannounce that Waiguru ameshinda, then Waiguru began rumors zingine kwamba her votes were stolen. I think this thing, and somebody is also saying, someone confirm for us, Kip Arya said that Sudi amechapwa kichapo cha umbwa. Sijui kama kuna mtu ako na Big Julius, wewe waishi bonde la ufa, si tuambie maneno ya Sudi kumeendaje?
Sijasikia maneno ya Sudi, siwezi danganya.
Au ni wale mimi ningewaita majambazi wa UDA, lakini penye kuna mwanzo kuna mwisho. Douglas, bado ulikuwa na neno, you wanted to say something.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to touch on two issues before I come to my point. First was what Robert was talking about the media. You know, the media cannot tally together. You know, they're in the business of advertising and viewership. So they want, these ones will have their numbers, these ones will have their numbers. So you're always running up and down, trying to find out what's going on. That is their business. At the end of the day, they will have to tally up the numbers they've been given, and it will have to come to the right tally. Alex actually left. I wanted to answer Alex, but you know, he left. He had to go back to work. But he was very concerned about that issue of, you know, some of these people who actually go to parliament because just they're behind someone, they're supporting someone, they're adding no value to the people or the constituents in that area. And, you know, they just go to parliament and bam there. And the whole thing about removing the CDF is of real benefit, because now it reduces the incentive of people trying to run for parliament if they really are not in the business of legislation. They're going there because of CDF. I think that's a good move. And I think also one of the things that Baba needs to do when he gets into government is to actually look at this issue of appointment of failures. You know, those people who are they run, they fail, they are of no use to the society, yet they are being appointed, because even if you lose, even the opposition has seats to appoint its different people in different seats. And it really hurts the public when you see you've rejected someone who has not delivered to the people, and then they are nominated by the political party to a seat. So they are laughing back at you. So you wonder, what are we doing? I thought we rejected this person. I think parties need to understand that when a person is rejected, they should not be nominated. They should probably pick someone else to actually do the job. Now, my main point, I believe that as Baba wins, he needs to leave a legacy. And he needs to leave a serious legacy that is going to change the course of Kenya and the course of where this country is going. And I have 4 points. I'm sure there'll be more, but these are the 4 core points that I'm looking at that really need a lot of work in terms of Baba leaving a legacy. And that is, 1, justice, reform of the judiciary, you know, punishment of corruption and all kinds of illegalities. Very key in terms of even the poorest Kenya will know I have justice. And that is something that actually makes you feel like when in Kenya halisi, unaona, I have a place to go. The second one is reforming the IEBC. Even right now, as we are praising the IEBC of trying to do the right thing, this comes from the last court ruling, which declared the results null and void. So they had to repeat it. But the IEBC needs proper reform, so that by now we should have known who's the president if we have moved on. And all these anxieties are not created because the system is working and is good. Another one of the legacies that Baba needs to create is to leave and create an opportunity for the youth. These are the people who are going to inherit this country. And nobody has a 10-year, 30-year, 40-year plan for the youth in terms of industry, in terms of how they're going to succeed and how they're going to move forward in terms of all spheres of life, politics, economics, and all that. And the last one that I wanted to touch on was improve the standard of living of Kenyans. Baba should make sure that by the time he comes out, the standard of living of Kenyans has improved. and continues to improve because there's a structure that has been put in place in all spheres of government that is actually accountable and actually goes in terms of working for the Kenyan and improve the Kenya. That is the best thing you can do for this country. And that's the kind of legacy I would like him to leave. Thank you.
Sandy Douglas, I have a question. I think Azimio has about 10 key proposals that they intend to implement. Now, as we talk now, we are talking as Kenyans, and now I think after tomorrow tutakutana hapa kuongea jinsi vile tunataka serikali ya baba iendeshwe, and the key proposals that we need in various sectors. Now, what do you think exactly the incoming government should do to improve the standard of living of Kenyans? Douglas.
Okay. I think one of the things that, standard of living is not only economical. Standard of living is all spheres of society, which is political, economic, religious, and also social. By making sure that, first of all, we've seen a very big role that the church has played in terms of corruption and encouraging corrupt leaders in this country and giving them platforms. Yet they're supposed to be the guys who are supposed to actually show the country forward. We've seen problems in judiciary. We've seen problems in political. By reforming these areas, that is one of the areas that can actually help improve the economic situation of Kenya. All this money that is lost through corruption actually needs to go somewhere. It actually is intended to go somewhere to improve someone's life. Improving justice. By improving one of the standards of living of the Kenyans is justice, because you cannot be wronged and you're not given compensation for the person who has wronged you, or you don't get justice. That makes you feel like you're an outsider, you're not a Kenyan. On the social aspect, it's bringing people together, making sure that the legacy that you leave is, now that you've gotten rid of the tribal kingpins, now the youth are the future. Come together, let's work together. What do we want to achieve in Kenya for the next 50 years? Give a common goal and a step so that everybody is marching towards that. Not what we had Vision 2030 and people were all tribal and there was so much confusion that we never even achieved that. That is one, just a few things that I can run through that can actually improve the standard of living of Kenyans.
Okay, Asante Douglas. So you're right. If we save the amount of money that we waste on corruption, then we can use that to install or to make sure we have the basic infrastructure, like good quality hospitals where people are treated and given the medicine without necessarily spending so much, maybe good schools. Maybe we make sure that Kenyans have clean water. All Kenyans have access to clean water. Making sure that all Kenyans have power, have electricity. Or maybe we make sure that Kenyans have a good shelter, shelter, food, shelter, and clothing. Those are some of the basic human needs. And then we can bring in education, equitable education. Equitable education for all Kenyan children, so that our children just walk to school. So I really appreciate that contribution. Inaonekana sasa tumeanza kutengeneza serikali ya baba na tumeanza kufikiria what next. Yes, Robert, what next? Or toa maoni. You have, I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to add what Douglas just said. The one thing also, I think you asked the question, how can we improve the life of the best thing the government of Papa can do. The worst thing they can do for themselves is to start like when they're supporting some of this faith. Can you hear me?
No, something happened to your internet.
Because he wants to be nice to everybody. No, me, I'm okay. I don't know. I see you guys like Elizabeth and the others. It's just like it was rolling on you. I'm okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. When you see us
disappearing. Can you hear me?
Okay, Robert. When you see us disappearing, it means your internet has a challenge. But now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay, I was just saying one thing is the one thing you can do, and I've always said this thing. If you want to end corruption, corruption is going to save the money, or the money want to improve people's lives. And one thing you can do is to strengthen prosecution, more especially now the county government. If you want to give all this money to the county government, have them also prosecute us, if anything, so checks and balances, so that we know where this money is going. And that's the mistake we have been making. Another thing is, one of the things, if Baba has to do immediately comes in, food security. Nobody wants to sleep hungry. Food security. That's very, very important. So if he comes in, he has to make sure this idea of we are running or the food is going up, regardless of the situation in the whole world, we should have enough food for our people. But for me, the most important thing, improve the county government. Improve. If it means changing the constitution, maybe the other way around, that we can erect prosecutors. Because if we want the future, because Papa can be there, tomorrow's not going to be there. Strengthen the whatever we have, all these institutions, like the county government. That's where we are going to start losing a lot of money. And that's why you see people are fighting for governors. People want to be MCA. Do you know why? Because they think they can go and control that man and start stealing. And what we are forgetting is we should also have prosecution as a priority on the county governments. Thank you.
Asante, Robert, food security. And now you know why we lost so much when people went ahead and misused the funds that were supposed to be used for the likes of Kimorel dams and all the others. Because those are the dams that were going to help us improve on food security in this country. So food security in Baba's government is very critical. Yes, Big Julius. Karibu, Big Julius.
Thank you, Judy. I think for me, is the willingness. I mean, let us talk about corruption. Because if we do away at least, let me put it 60 or 70% in corruption, I'm telling you, Kenya will be a great country. Because, one, recently, for example, the corruption, someone to be employed as a police officer, to be employed as a Kenya KDF, they have to, nowadays they are paying 200,000. That's it. It's in the public domain. Many people are paying. That's why we end up having very bad workers, very bad people who are working in the wrong place. They didn't like it, but because they just bought that job. If Baba's government will fight corruption, after if 60%, I'm telling you, Kenya will be a great country, because corruption will contribute many problems in our country. Again, who thought matatu industry it a change? What Michuki did. Matatu industry was hell. Mungiki thought Mungiki will get out of, will be stopped. So the willingness, the willingness of the government to do something, I'm telling you, it will happen. It doesn't matter how, it will happen. And that is what we believe in. We believe in that Baba, Kingia, and Mama, Martha, things will be in place, because they are tested and proven. So if Julia, Baba na Mama wakipigana na corruption, because for example the food security Roba is talking about, kukiwa na shida ya mahindi imeisha Kenya to import, somebody is hiding maize in Kenya. Ship inatoka inafika tu ocean na inarudi. That's corruption. Hiyo mahindi, I mean, those who are importing those maize, they are not actually, they are cartels. So the whole thing, if you try to see it, the whole thing, it's corruption. I mean, all over, you look left, right, front, back, everywhere is corruption. So corruption is the main problem in Kenya. because of corruption, there is no medicine in hospitals. Because of corruption, we don't have good schools.
Kuna mtu hataki Julius aongee. Sijui kama ni wale neighbors zake wa hapo wa rangi ya majano hapo Narok. Julius, umesimamishwa. Somebody has not talked for a long time. Eliza, tuambie neno. Umesikia hao watu huko wanasema nini? Najua wanakutext. Oh, Julius is back. Julius Mariza, naona umerudi. Julius, are you back? Oh, Julius, that is how you look kama uko statue. Elizabeth.
Kuna fununu tu mtu ameniambia kwamba kwa uchunguzi wao wameshajua baba anaongoza atashinda na 6 point something, Ruto atakuwa na 6, yani baba atakuwa na 6.6 na kitu, but Ruto atakuwa na 6.00 na mamia huko na mamia huko. So hiyo ndo kitu ninaambiwa. Citizen iko hapo hivyo kwa sababu ni yetu, hawataki kutuonesha, wanatuonesha kwamba tumeachwa kidogo, lakini sisi tuko mbele. So wanasema tusihofu, ushindi ni wetu, and that is why hakuna rapsha. Ruto naye pia ndio hiyo, ni kama anakubali, anasema wagombea wote wawili wako tayari kwa kile kitatokea, hakuna shida. Mwenye atashinda ataapishwa na mwenye atashindwa atakubali kuwa ameshindwa na maisha yaendelee. So we think that tuko sawa na nchi. Tunashukuru kwa utulivu ambao tuko nayo, tunashukuru. Sasa tunaona Didmas ameshinda tayari, ametangazwa mshindi, sijui nani amechukua certificate yake na ataapishwa vipi ama huyu mtu atafanywa vipi. Hii kitu iko na changamoto kubwa sana. Mtu umeua tayari. Unajua sasa wanataka kutupiga vita watu wa ODM, wanataka kuamsha ile kesi ya nani, ya Babu Owino. Kwa nini Babu Owino alishuti mtu? Na sasa hawa pia watasimama naye, lakini Babu Owino hakukimbia na hakukataa. Babu Owino alisimama na amesaidia huyo kijana mpaka leo. So Mungu tu. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa. Tuko hapa mpaka tujue mbivu na mbichi.
Umesema hakuna rapture unless kuwe na rapture. Lakini as long as hakuna rapture, baba anaapishwa. And for Didmas kuapishwa, I think atakuwa committee, so haapishwi. That one, take it to the bank. Big Julius, you are saying something. Elizabeth, mute. You are saying something before somebody from Narok interfered with your network.
Yeah. My network keeps on going off and on, but I was contributing about corruption, and I said that Roba talked about food security, and I said that, for example, when we have a problem of food security and we want to import some like maize, the cartels always are the first people to run, and they are keeping maize within. They put in the ship, it goes around just in the ocean and come back. They brand the maize, the same maize actually from Eldoret. You cannot imagine. So the biggest problem we have in Kenya, actually, if we Baba and Mama government will do with the corruption, I'm telling you, Kenya will be a great country. Because corruption, the other day I met somebody and he was telling me, hey, how rich is your country? You know, I asked him why. It's not rich, that's why I'm here, I'm working outside Kenya. He said, no, tell me the truth because you're hiding. I told him, okay, Kenya is not rich, but it's not a rich country. So he told me, how then that 2 billion are stolen every day. You remember, maybe that is what the president said, that 2 billion shillings are stolen each day. So I told you, people, it's not because Kenyan are rich, but they are taking something for the poor people. That's why. So I think what I wanted to say is that if the Baba and Mama government will do with corruption at least 60% or 70%, I'm telling you, Kenya itakuwa nchi ambaye kila mtu atatamani. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Asante. So fight corruption, fight corruption, fight corruption. Fred, nitakuja kwako, lakini Bwana Alex nimemwona. Bwana Alex, tujulishe, karibu.
Yeah, asante. I was listening, nasikiza tu kutoka nyuma, but umeuliza kama mwalimu swali nzuri sana. What should Baba do first? As a teacher, I think you are very specific. Not what should Baba do. Hizi zote atafanya, but what should he do first? Coming from an economic background, I will say this. Today in Kenya, 3/4 of the monies that people get in their pocket in Kenya, especially this era of COVID, shule inafungwa, 2 months, you need about 20,000 school fees ya watoto. Unapata kuwa a teacher or a parent is supposed to have all school fees in 2 months, mtoto anafunga in 2 weeks. So unapata mshahara ni loans. So in Baba's manifesto, he said something that was very good. When he talked about education, he repeated 4 times, and I say free, and I say free. I mean free. The first thing Baba should do is free education. Free education no matter what. Education has been commercialized in Kenya to a point that it's no longer affordable. And strengthen public schools. There is no need for our children to go to private schools. Totally. Because that commercialization of school has made mishahara nyingi watu wanachukuanga wanapeleka kwa fee. Julia, you've been a parent and you know, most of your money ilikuwa inaenda kwanza kwa fee. And then inaenda kwa healthcare. If Baba can get free education and free healthcare, then we can have extra monies in your pocket. You can think of buying TV. You can put a cable. You can do so our buying power can be more, so that we can now be able to afford other goods, therefore have markets for a TV, for cable, for the luxuries that you cannot have. If Baba can make education totally free, hata kama ni kutoka primary paka secondary form 4, you pay nothing like this country, I think you will have put money on the pocket of the parents first of all. Another thing that is exorbitant to a point you find that people will sell their land, wanafanya mchango, is healthcare. Over the past few months tumewekwa michango nyingi sana ya watu ni wagonjwa wanaenda India, wanaenda wapi. If Baba can actually, I don't even know, I think that sector called health imeshinda watu wa county, to be sure and to be honest. I don't know if Baba needs to take that healthcare from the counties first, show them how to handle it, then I will pay later on, because as we talk here, Kisii County, 3 months, the people who are working in the health sector haven't been paid mishahara for 3 months. The health sector has been mismanaged by all counties. There is no county ambayo imekuwa ikilipa wale watu vizuri and on time. We don't know what we can do, because that's what makes them go to work on private hospitals, ama vitu zinaitwa locum ama something like that, and they are not there to work in our hospitals. So if Baba can work on education and healthcare, I am 100% sure in 100 days, we will have more money in our pocket, and that money can circulate in our economy. We can have more buying power and more marketing power, and therefore we can improve our economy. But if all your salary is going to healthcare and education, the rest all you can do is just buy food and pay for your rent, and you can't buy anything more. That's why we resort to buy nini? Mutumba. But if we put more money on people's pocket, then people can say, buy Kenya, sell Kenya. That is the only way we can expand our local market. Without having more money in our pockets, it's a mirage. We are going to live in a handout economy. We don't want an handout economy. We want money. You are able to save a quarter of your salary every month. And we need to come out of this issue of being given money every 1 month. I think people should be paid every 2 weeks. People should be paid every 2 weeks. That's how money circulates. If you can't pay people every 2 weeks, Julia, today I get paid kama niko na deni, pesa yangu inaisha by tarehe 5. Ni msoto mpaka tarehe 25. Tarehe 25 nichukue nini? Advance. We must find a way of people having money on their pockets every 2 weeks. It will generate what we need to make fast is the market economy. We must have our own markets. Ukikuwa tu hata kama uko na biashara ya mayai, unajua utabeba pail moja ya mayai leo jioni na utauza yote. We need market of our own. We don't need to depend outside market. The problem with Kenya is that we don't have money. If you have to start a business, nobody is able to buy what you are selling. So I think that's to be the first thing, and then the rest can be done. Thank you.
Asante Alex, that is a very good point. Now, umeuzia maneno mbili, health and education. Na ukasema kwamba if the government does something about education, provision of equitable, quality, world-class education, I want to put it like this, quality and equitable world-class education to our children, that is possible without increasing the budgetary allocation on education, because hivi sasa I have been in Kenya, mimi nimekuwa mwalimu, nimefundisha miaka mingi Kenya. As we talk now, the government of Kenya is providing stationery and textbooks for the public schools, both secondary schools and primary schools, a ratio of 1:1. Watoto wa primary na secondary wanapewa vitabu, kama wa secondary wanapewa 12 exercise books of 200 pages every year. Na wananunuliwa vitabu, textbooks ratio of 1:1. The school I taught, watoto walikuwa na textbooks mara 2 ya hesabu, mara 2 ya English, ratio of 1:1. Hiyo ni pesa ya serikali. The government of Kenya is paying teachers. All teachers are paid by the Teachers Service Commission. So the question is, why are our parents paying fee? We need to deal with that. Alex amesema hivyo. Did you know that Kenyan parents wote wako na malone kwa sako ya kahawa, kwa sako ya walimu, kwa KCB, kwa Equity, because of paying for the children education and paying for health? Baba amesema baba care. So ask yourself, huyu mzazi mwenye anatumia kama over 100,000 every academic year to pay school fees, je, ukimwondelea hiyo hasara, how much more money will that person have in their pockets? How much more will they do for their lives? That is the Kenya we want. That is the Kenya we are looking for. And people are saying here, pesa itatoka wapi? Uhuru talked about billions being wasted on corruption. Hapo ndio pesa itatoka. We must seal those corruption holes. Lazima. There's no other way. There's no other time. Wakati ni sasa hivi, ni hivi sasa. Na kama sio sasa hivi, ni hivi sasa. Naona kuna watu wameingia. Nakaribisha Bwana Fred Momanyi. Tuambie, bado tunaongea maneno ya uchaguzi. Kama umesikia habari huko penye umetoka, utuambie kunaendaje, nani ameshindwa, nani amepatiwa kichapo cha umbwa. Hivi sasa leo tunajifurahisha tukisherekea wenye wamepatiwa vichapo cha umbwa, kama Biaisha anaitwa sijui Bijuma, yule Bi Kiuno, na yule bibi sijui ni wanani wamepatiwa. Kuna watu wamepewa kichapo cha, hata Bwana Kuri amepewa kichapo cha umbwa. Kuna watu
Omanga.
Wamepewa kichapo. Karibu Bwana Fred Momanyi, tueleze unaendaje huko?
Amjambo wote.
Hatujambo.
Yeah, mimi I'm really happy kulingana venye ground iko. Thank God. I have three issues very fast. Kitu ya kwanza, I want to talk about what Baba should do first. Nafuata kitu Alex amesema. The first thing Baba should do is to bring the country together. He needs to bring the country together. Make sure kwamba if you have a harsh environment, it's not easy for you to do a good job. You see, it makes sure that once as kulingana vitu zinaenda, we are winning. Immediately venye Baba ana settle down, he needs to reach to Ruto and as in the entire opposition to make sure kwamba kila kitu imetulia, then wafanye kazi pamoja. The second thing is about education and health. Baba should put more effort, especially kwa mambo na CBC. CBC, it has been a campaigning tool for the so-called UDA and Kenya Kwanza. It should put more efforts kwa CBC, wajue venye pesa inapatikana ya kuempower CBC. CBC is expensive and CBC needs empowerment kabisa when it comes to financial, you know. Then the other thing ni kumake sure kwamba when it comes to health, kumake sure kwamba NHIF inafanya kazi. Hii mambo ya corruption ambayo iko kwa NHIF nini na nini, hiyo ikishashughulikiwa tu mzuri, at least a very good percentage of Kenyans watapata matibabu kwa njia ambayo ni ya haki. Alafu tena venye Alex amesema, I think it's high time Baba ashughulikie issue ya health. Kama ni uwezo hii mambo ya health itolewe kwa county level, iwekwe national government ichukue in order for the doctors and the nurses kulipo on time, ili wakuwe na ile morali ya offer good services to the citizens. Because this thing is really killing these guys. Unajua ni mbaya sana, wanafanya kazi, you have bills to pay, kids wanaenda shule, kila kitu nini na nini, alafu unacheleweshwa like 2 months, you see, haulipwi. Then umechukua loans, pesa yote ikikuja inaingia kwa loan, you see. It's really disappointing, ina demoralize wafanyikazi. Hii kitu Baba as in government ikichukua health yake kwa nini, is going to solve that problem. Unaona, ambayo iko kwa health department. Haya, hizo ndio vitu za maana nimeongelea. Kisa sasa wacha turudi kwa siasa. Mungu ni nani? Mungu ni nani? Anne Waiguru. Mungu ni nani? Aisha Jumwa. Na Mungu ni nani? Mudavadi. Viiga, vitu kamefanyika Viiga. Vitu kamefanyika Viiga. Mimi hata ikura venesha hivi, mtu ambaye amepoteza kwa watu wote kabisa, leave alone Ruto, mtu ambaye amepoteza ni Mudavadi. You can imagine now the entire Vihiga County is being controlled by ODM. You see, Governor ODM, Senator ODM. ODM has 10 MCS out of 27. Iko na 10 good MCS. Alafu NC iko na 7. DAPK iko na 1. Alafu na hii chama ya Jirongo pia iko na 1. Alafu kuna independent 3. If ukiangalia sasa the entire Vihiga County, mtu ambaye ananguruma huko saizi ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Bungoma, mimi natoka Bungoma. Bungoma kusema kweli Mudavadi, Wetangula has really crashed us completely. Hiyo na tukubali. Wetangula ametumaliza Bungoma kabisa. Na I know, mimi nimezaliwa Bungoma and I know everything about Bungoma. Bungoma County, those people, especially Bukusus, ni watu ambao wako so preservative when it comes to mambo na Ford Kenya. Wako na ile ya kwamba wanakuanga na ile kuamini fulani ya kwamba Ford Kenya is the only, yani is their party, you know, is a very dear thing to them, you see. So that's why unaona Wetangula I'll take that advantage ya kuingia ambako ndani akavuruga kila kitu. That's why unaona sasa hii Tongareni imeenda, Kabuchai inatembea, you see. Na hata Kandui, nasikia Kandui wa Fulamunyinyi is really getting tough. See, unaona? I don't know kama ame-release the results. But so far so good. Baba tumefanya kazi mzuri. See, unaona? Na hata Kisi apart from Nyambati, pia mambo si mbaya vile. See, unaona? So I'm really happy. Na I'm just praying that kila kitu iende venye kwa hivi. Tukimaliza wakiannounce kitu tuanze kucelebrate, then we just get back to work. We want to test Baba and Martha tuone venye kazi yao iko, and hopefully tunajua kwamba things are going to work, because Baba has been championing for devolution, has been championing for justice na kila kitu. Then lastly, kitu moja nashukuru sana, nimeona watu wengi wanaongea mambo mengi sana about Martha Karua. At Martha effect haijakuwa felt. Ati pia Uhuru Kenyatta is like ajaleta Uhuru Kenyatta impact yake haikuwa felt kwa ground. And I want to tell people like this. Azimio, we need to thank God so much. Hiyo voter suppression ndiyo imesaidia saizi kura za unaona zina flow wherever, kura ambazo saizi tuko nazo is kwa sababu ya voter suppression ambayo imekuwa Mount Kenya. Sinaona? Hiyo ndio kitu imetusaidia big time. Na Uhuru Kenyatta ametusaidia sana, apart from outside Mount Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta ametusaidia sana. Kuna regions especially upper north ametusaidia sana. Hii ni kitu moja mnatakana mjue. Ametusaidia big time. Unaona? Angalia performance ambayo sasa tuko nao huko Isiolo, Mandera, Samburu huko juu, hiyo ni kwa sababu ya Uhuru Kenyatta. That's one thing people should know. Na Martha Karua ametusaidia sana kwa sababu Kirinyaga, ukiangalia sasa hata kura zenye saizi tumepata Kirinyaga over 100,000, ukiangalia if you compare 2013 and 2017, you can see that margin. Unaona? Then so isikuwa tu at Martha effect kukua sijui ati sijui Baba akikuja on table he needs to handle Martha Karua in a way. No. Kwanza sisi watu wa Azimio tushukuru Mungu sana kwa sababu you are getting the leaders ambao wanaenda kuchange face ya Kenya. You see, someone like Martha Karua is an asset to Kenya. And she has really tried. Na mi percentage yote after kufanya tallying na kila kitu hizo form 34A, B, whatever zote zikuwa cleared wakitoa final tallying, wakitoa final tally, you'll get that maybe from Mount Kenya we might be like 30%, 30 to 35 or rather 40. Hapo hivyo tu hatuko mbaya sana. Si unaona? Kulingana na voter count ambayo ilikuwa huko hivyo. So I'm really happy. Let's pray hard. Kila kitu iende vile tunataka, then from there we're gonna celebrate. Na nashukuru sana for the kwa roho jana vitu zianza kuflow. Niliona watu wengi wanaanza kujikuna vichwa, wengine wanazima ma TV. Nikamwambia Mungu atuonekanie. People were really watu walikuwa wamekuwa wagonjwa. Na kura ni milioni 2 lakini watu wamekuwa wagonjwa tayari, you see? So let's thank God. We good. Na tunashukuru Mungu sana. Mungu atajibu maombi yetu. And I thank you for, it's a big family. You people, I love you so much. Na nashukuru for your effort kuacha shughuli zenu kuja kueducate watu na kujulia watu hali ama kuambia watu ukweli wa maneno yenye iko. So I'm really happy for you and I'm praying for you. Let's keep on fuatilia kila kitu venyewe. In case ukisikia any breaking news, unakuja hapa hivi, at least unajua what's happening. But I'm really happy. Waiguru told us that kwa ground vitu ni different. Sasa vitu zimekalia different. Thank you very much. I'm really happy for you guys. Now fuatilia. Thanks, Julia.
Yes, Fred, that's the spirit. That's the spirit. Hiyo inaitwa Azimio spirit. Sasa chenye mnaenda kufanya ni mtafute nguo za rangi ya samawati, kwa maana leo we are doing operation rangi ya majano out. That is the operation we are doing. Rangi ya samawati ni rangi ya blue. So that is good. Somebody is telling me, okay, actually Uhuru brought in Northeastern and Samburu. Uhuru brought in Northeastern. And again, like Alex said, Mother's constituency is not Mount Kenya. Mother has a national constituency.
Oh, yes.
We cannot narrow our thinking to that level of seeing Mother as somebody just from Mount Kenya region. She's a national leader and she's going to remain like that. That's what she's going to be now going forward. Hakuna kurudi nyuma. In Kikuyu tunasemanga tutirago wago wakanati ya roda karibu. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. You know, I feel very sad when people, they always talk about Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya is, I'm a Kenyans. Unfortunately, my family, everybody vote for Raila Amolo Odinga from all my family. Because when the headshake come, they understand that, in fact, me, I grown up, the way I want to set people free, because the Bible says, if you know the truth, will set you free. We are all Kenyans, no matter you are Kikuyu or Luya. By the way, if we go like a Kikuyu, we have to go back where originally we come. We are Bantu. Kikuyu and Luya, we are Bantu group. We have to go back originally where we come from, right? But Ruto have been trying to manipulating with the Kikuyu. He have been playing that game. It's so sad. So Kenyan, you have to wake up. This man had tried to manipulating Kikuyu tribes and others. That is not the truth. I grown up with the Wajaluo when I was young. They came to the Kisumu, they came when they were young. So for us, we don't hate Kikuyu. We are not a tribal. Is a Ruto have been trying to play this dirty game. So even those people, I don't understand how he can play that game. You know, that's very silly. How can you play that kind of game? We are all Kenyans. I'm a Kenyan. We have one red blood. You know, so let us stop this kind of evil about Mount Kenya. No, we are all Kenyans. No matter you live in, we have a lot of lawyers. They live in the way I come from. I come from a Kabete constituency, and there's a lot of lawyers. There is a lot of Kisi. So why can we say Mount Kenya is just Kenyans? You know, because even Uhuru Kenyatta is a president for everyone. Not that like he comes from he's from Mount Kenya. At the people they have to vote for Raila. No, it's not like that. We vote for people for characteristic, and you follow your heart and feelings. Me, I follow my feelings. I don't follow my I like Raila Odinga because I follow him. He's kind. He have a lot of wisdom. He love peace. That's only I like him. He love peace. He's kind. He's not he like, yeah, I just look at like that. Kindness and humbleness, that's on that sheet. I don't care about other things. So let us Kenyans stop this kind of manner to say Mount Kenya. We are all Kenyans. We can have a president in the Luya community, wherever. Let us stop. And that's why we move our country, move forward. Let us be like Tanzania. Tanzania, they don't have this tribal. To say, even when Nyerere came, say no, there is no. My friend from Tanzania, they used to ask me, why Kenya you have this tribal? Because when tumetoka wapi, ukiwa unaitwa jina Roda Waithera, siwezi fanya kazi, watu wananifanya dominate because I'm a Kikuyu. People that don't dominate because you are Luya. That is not we build our country. Everybody, and that's why I was supporting Azimio la Umoja, is bring Kenyans together. We be one unity, you know. So if Ruto win, Kenya will be anawanganisha watu, na kuanganisha watu, that is evil. So Kenyan people, if you vote Ruto, you don't know really who you are. Open your heart and eyes and ask God, is it truth? Because it's good to follow the Holy Spirit. When you hold the Holy Spirit is feelings, and the Holy Spirit is the truth. We never vote somebody who is murdered, who is a thief, who is a liar. You want our country to be liars, people stealing, watch in the street, corruptions, tribalism. Let us hold hands together. We cry together. We hold hands together. And I'm telling you, our economy can, you know, let me tell you, I live in Europe, and my daughter's grandmother, she's a Muzungu. She already tell me, your country will get freedom when tribalism stop. That your economy will grow. Tribalism, you have to be one soul. You know, I can go and live in Fugo. Yeah, that is the point I want to say.
Thank you so much. Wakenya wamesikia, sisi ni Wakenya, irrespective ya kabila zetu. Naona kuna wageni wameingia kwa kishindo kwa sababu leo tumeanza kusherekea, lakini sijui kwa nini hawajavaa rangi ya samawati. Kabla niwakaribisha wageni akina Richi, akina Azimio. Bwana Kuseo, where is your head? I can only see your house.
He's still hiding. He's still hiding from yesterday.
So are you crying in the toilet?
No, I'm crying outside.
Kuseo, sasa tunakukaribisha, lakini usituambie maneno ya IBC. Leo tunasherehekea. Utuambie any news umesikia huko?
In fact, we are on. Personally, I'm on the case of IBC. You see,
Apana Kuseo. We don't want to see that.
Roda, Big Julius, Baba. There is another Baba here today. This Baba name is getting too popular.
Huyo ni mjukuu wa Baba the Fifth. That's the grandson. Yeah.
Roba, I think wewe walikufukuza, mligombana jina mpaka kwa wachia.
And he left my name. So I hold my name.
Yes, Elizabeth, Douglas, Richie. There is another Azimio up there. Eh? Which is the new Azimio this time, before Julia?
Anaitwa parachute.
Azimio parachute.
These are the parachuters. Now,
Where is he looking
what
at?
I wanted to say is this. We are getting the results, and personally, I've not been able to add 1 and 2 to get exactly what the end is. I'm relying on other people like you. But I was just wondering, you see, what has happened to the other contested elective seats? It's like IBC is not bothered to try and even update us on the new developments. For example, I thought we would be having big losers. Who are the big losers already? Who are the big winners? You know, that kind of thing. And even I was hoping that even at Mtembe, we would be having a split screen here where we can know. For example, the new governors who have been elected, where are they in the just concluded tallying? You know, that kind of thing. Who are the surprise winners here and there? So I think maybe we can take this as a learning, whatever, and so that going forward, in future, we'll have this screen split into some, maybe a quarter of it will be scrolling. You see, like what is scrolling down here now, this title, which is scrolling here, it could be scrolling for us the surprise winners, you know, as they happen. It will be quite informative, and we'll update our discussion here as we go on. Now, personally, I've been concerned about a few surprising wins and losses, and some sweet losses across the board, but I do not know exactly where to find them. Somebody told me that I could go into the IBC portal, but I don't think they are even sorted, because the portal just throws in whatever has come on board. So unless maybe you are doing a search like you're doing on YouTube or Google, then maybe you will get the one you are looking for. But nevertheless, I was hoping that somebody will take time to get us what makes news as we speak. What makes news? Some losses are good news, and they are not reaching us on time. That is what I was concerned about. But nevertheless, me, I'm happy with the way things are going. I've seen a lot of call it provisional figures here and there, and so far I hope there will be no surprises. Like it happened one time during the elections. People just got tired of waiting. They went to sleep. And well, by the time you wake up, you think you have only slept for 1 hour. You find, you think you wonder whether you are dreaming. What has happened? So now, I think so far we are okay. And I've had a few of us here already trying to talk about the way forward. Then I'm saying, hey, there have been some things have been confirmed. Me, I was treating them as provision, and I've listened to some of you talking here. It's like they are confirmed positions. And I'm happy to hear that. And my prayer is that I want to believe you. Thanks a lot for that. Let me listen a little more, then I'll come in the second round.
Thank you, Kuseo. At least you spared us those annoying things of IBC.
No. The IBC issue I brought it. They are not telling us the county elective positions.
Okay, they should tell us that. Yeah,
they should.
They should.
There are a number of them which have been concluded, and they are just quiet. It's not right. And in any case, when they tell us that these things are in the portal, how many people? My mom, Uko has no portal to look at. They are trying to listen to the communication, the radios, and what have you. And if IBC is quiet, it is not fair. I want to know whether my MCA has Thank you anyway.
Asante Kuseo. Yeah, we need to know more about what exactly is happening. How many governors do we have? I mean, how many results do we have for the governors? Who has won where?
Scroll for us something down here, Julia.
Okay, I wouldn't like to post something that is not confirmed. I think it's not good, but I think we have a lot of information coming in with someone saying that Baba has won in 25 counties. So I think we'll find out. And then nimeona the people who can share with us on the screen a lot of information. I see Mr. Njiru. Mr. Njiru, Azimio, sijui kama unanisikia. Mr. Njiru, you have 3 minutes, then we tukaribishe Bwana Makiadi.
Yes, Julia, I'm happy. Leo, I would like to contribute a little bit based on what I'm seeing. First of all, this election has become very competitive. Frankly speaking, let me say that I was not expecting what I'm seeing, but it has become very competitive. I'm hopeful that Baba is taking this thing. But we also need, I know he is our opponent, but we also need to congratulate Mr. Ruto. Mr. Ruto has really also pushed very seriously. So I also like respecting numbers. And as a first candidate, I think Mr. Ruto, maybe I might say that he might be the first Kenyan to pull such. So we also need to respect him because of what he has done. So all in all, I'm very happy because of some of the big names which have collapsed. I heard that Waiguru missed it. I'm very happy of that. I'm also happy that we are also, you see, one thing with this Baba win, or with this presidency, is that there are so many things which we are setting straight. You know, when you look at our previous elections, our previous elections did not conclude. In 2007, there was no conclusion. 2013, there was no conclusion. 2017, there was no conclusion. So one thing which Kenyans need to thank God for is that for the first time in 2022, we are going to have a conclusion. This election, the winner will be known clear and square. There will be no issues of opening the servers. There will be no issues of mischief. And I can tell you, Kenyans are going to accept this election. And if you try to see what is happening in the foreign and in all the media houses, even though they are reporting different numbers at a particular time, there is, so at least for now, I can also give IEBC some credibility for now. At least they were able to upload those Form 34As very fast. We have them. For now, I can give IEBC, I can give them 80% for what they have done. I can give them 80% for what they have done. They have done an excellent job. I didn't think Chebukati would do what he has done. At least I think somebody spoke to him. Maybe people of good consciousness spoke with Chebukati and told him the stakes of this election. Because let me tell you that 2022 election has now set us in a new path of having credible elections. We will not be having maandamano because of inconclusive elections. Because I can tell you, whoever loses in this election, whoever wins in this election, it is going to be accepted. And people will not accept even to move to the streets. I can tell you for free. Either people in Mount Kenya or wherever, no one will go to the street. That is one thing which we need. Because at least the path for a credible election, though painful, it has taken us over 25 years to produce what we are seeing now. And I wish Kenyans could be celebrating what they are seeing, because we know the suckers which we have been having during elections, whereby numbers are coming, things are falling, we are not understanding what is happening. At least for the first time, I can understand what is happening. I can see chronological addition of numbers happening. So that's why I'm saying we are redefining democracy in Kenya. And if we are going to get it right now, I can tell you Kenya will even become a case study even for European countries, because I can confirm to you there are even some European countries which cannot do what is happening now. So what I want to confirm to Kenyans is that we are charting a path for future. And going forward, we will not be having quarrels because of an election. And I can assure you, even in 2027, we are going to shorten the waiting time. But for now, at least what we want is exactness and the correctness of the data. At least we want, even after Baba wins this election, no one will complain. We don't want to start hiring lawyers, whichever the faction that the election has been bungled. At least there's a lot of confidence. No one is murmuring. Yes, what now we need to fight is now the propaganda and the declaring of results which are not true. Maybe that is now the element which is remaining, because there was too much incredible information which was being scattered everywhere. That's what I'm not happy with. But in terms of credibility of this election, I can tell Kenyans, God has given us something which we can be using as a baseline. And I can tell you, 2022 will even be a reference point, even in the 2050 and the 2100. This is our starting point. And I thank God that we are going to have Baba as a president from these numbers. And I can tell you, from what I've seen, and I would like to say, I know Baba is now retiring from his position as AU envoy for AU, and maybe the other big positions he has been doing. For me, I think maybe they can consider Mr. Ruto for one position now. At least he has pulled something. Somebody getting close to 48, 47, he has done it. So let's not criticize this guy too much. Yes, I know we disagreed in the policies, tulikuwa tunasema hivi na hivi, but this guy has also done it. I was not supporting him, but he has done it. We also need, even as we try to talk here, let's also not try to pass too much animosity in either of the functions. The fact that this guy was able to pull 47%, let's agree he did something. And I like also being an honest person and talking things as they are. Yes, we wanted, a win is a win. Whether you win +1 or +2, a win is a win. But I want to tell you, this election, I'm happy of it. Thank you, Julia.
Asante Njiru. I think I want to agree on one thing, that Ruto has pulled a smart one, a good one. He has pulled a good one. His performance was extremely good. He has performed more than I expected him to. The only thing I disagree with you, ati tumpatie cheo. Njiru hatupatiani cheo. Even the people who
I did not say apewe Kenya. I did not say apewe cheo Kenya. I said it can be given in those other areas, international organization and wherever.
No. We are here struggling to clean up our government, and we are about 51 million Kenyans. We are too many qualified Kenyans to think about people who have cases in court. It is not how many votes he pulled. It's that now we are going to be looking at integrity. That is my take, Njiru. I really don't think that we should. Kuna watu hata walikuwa nasema ati sijui Wajakoya apewe nini. It is not that ulisimama ati sasa upewe nini. It is not like that. I think we are raising our standards and our expectations in Kenya. And I really want to believe that even the people who have campaigned for Jubilee, they should not think that they are assured for seats. Kuna wenye wana lack credibility. There are people who lack credibility and integrity in that. Even those who campaign, not Jubilee, sorry, for Azimio. Even those who campaign for Azimio. Even those who work so hard. Kuna watu watapatikana with so many cases. So if we are struggling to clean our own, such that even when Sonko alijifanya amekuja side yetu, tulikuwa tunajishuku, how can we then start imagine that Ruto can get something where? No, kila mtu abebe mzigo yake. We cannot take, we won't take that. I won't agree with Baba if he tries to take that direction.
Okay.
But for the people who have voted for Ruto, this is my take, that they are Kenyans and we should embrace them, because every Kenyan has a right to vote for whoever they want to vote for, and it is their constitutional right, and therefore we do not expect them to be segregated. I believe Baba is a very democratic person, and he's just, and because he's not the president, he's not gonna be the president for Azimio, he's gonna be a president for all Kenyans. He's gonna be a president for Nyanza, or maybe Nairobi, or the people that voted for him. He'll be the Kenyan president. So he's going to serve all of us. But for Ruto and everybody else, mtu abebe mzigo yake. Kama umeishi kwa nchi yetu tuibia mali, ukifanya what you want, grabbing our land, corrupting your way around. No. Hiyo tumekataa. Tutafanya demonstration. Tutaenda Nairobi kufanya demonstration. We won't allow that. I'm sorry, Njiru, I don't want to agree. I know you can give a
one
remark.
minute,
Yes.
Julia, I wanted to just add one. There's also the only thing which I would like to fall to Ruto with is, he is one of the people who fought BBI, which was bringing the concept of winner takes it all. So I would like also him now to feel the effect of not agreeing with that clause where we wanted at least even, because at least somebody pulls very hard, you get big numbers, and we don't want you to stay in cold for 5 years or for 10 years, but they rejected that. So in another way, I would also like him to stay in the cold so that at least he can also be able to understand in the future if we bring something, or maybe a certain legislature is brought, people to understand that it is not brought for a certain individual. Because when they rejected that thing, thinking that that thing was being designed for specific people, without knowing that that thing could be for anyone. So that is the only place where I would agree with you that let him remain in the code a little bit, because we needed to solve this issue of the winner takes it all. And now you can see you are almost there and you lose everything. Thank you.
Yes, hiyo mbio ni mbaya sana, ni kama kuja number 4 in Olympics, alafu unakosa hiyo medal, alafu watu wanashangilia na wewe ama ile game. I see a game semi-finals in soccer, and then you are thrown out at semi-finals. It's really a hard game. Roba, najua unainua mkono, lakini naomba nipatie Makiadi nafasi. Okay, 1 minute, Roba.
Yeah, I was saying about what you said about our election. What those who are in Kenya, they don't realize how many people have interest on this Kenyan election. People have been calling me from Tanzania. My wife comes from there, so they have been just calling what's going on, because they watch Citizen and they watch NTV and other networks. Uganda, the same thing. So we have done something. And even you can see, when I go to Tanzanian media and other places, just like, man, Kenya has become the standard of democracy in Africa. And we are proud of that. And now this one here, we pull it out. We are going to be the standard of democracy. And I want to tell you, will go to history books. You might not say it, but you will realize how powerful this one is some weeks, some months to come. Thank you.
Asante Roba. Yes, we are a star with a different splendor in Africa. Karibu Richi, Bwana Richi Makiadi.
Sijui kama unanisikia Julia.
Yes, nakusikia. Safi sana.
Asante sana kwa kushikilia hapa. Wengine wetu jana hatukuwa na nguvu, hatukuwa na uwezo ya kuonekana hapa. Tuliingia gizani, lakini sasa saa hii tunaweza kuja hapa tuongee kidogo at least. Mi kwanza ninataka commend Kenyans for turning out to vote. I was very impressed that apart from the few chaos we saw here and there, mahali watu walikuwa wanasafirisha ballot papers kwa magari private, I think basically the election was very, very peaceful. And I want to congratulate each and every Kenyan who went out to vote peacefully and came back na wakangojea matokeo. They did a good job. We want to commend them for that. The second thing I want to do is we might not love the IEBC and Chebukati. Maybe some of us might hate the shape of his head, but Chebukati has done a job that most of us did not expect him to do. I think from all the mishaps that we saw and all the confusion this final week. I did not expect the IEBC to perform the way it has performed, because basically what the IEBC has done is what we've been advocating for here. We said that because everybody knew there were some Venezuelans that or sales clients were importing, I believe the best thing that would have happened is to make sure that the vote that was casted in that kijisanduku cha kupiga kura pale kwa polling station ndio itakuwa the same vote yenye inahesabiwa na agents wanapiga picha kutoka hapo na wanatuma kwa tallying centers zao, and that is what happened. And so even as people run around looking at media stations here, our agents have already done their tallying. Kila mtu anajua ni nani ameshinda, ni nani ameshindwa. And that is why you're seeing people running around saying nimekubali kushindwa. Of course, lawyers are not happy because they would have wished to munch some money from people. But kila mtu anajua this is basically one of the cleanest election following the 202, the one that elected Moi Kibaki. This one is a very clean election. And I think this one, like our friends here and our colleagues here on the panel have said, is going to be one of the, the standards that people will be looking at when they talk about elections. Now, coming to the issue of Martha Karua, I think people are castigating the performance of Azimio in Mount Kenya. But I want to say here that I'm looking at the numbers right now and the percentages that Raila Odinga is returning from Mount Kenya region. And I believe we've performed extremely well, extremely well. If I take, for instance, I take 20% of Kiambu County and I lose, let's say, 5% or 10% in Tana River, I've gained a lot of votes. I've gained a lot of votes. And that is what is keeping Raila afloat, because we have eaten into a lot of votes that would have gone to Ruto if the Mount Kenya region felt that they were threatened by Raila Odinga's presidency. And Martha Karua might be the neutralizing factor here. I believe our brothers in Mount Kenya had 2 candidates, and so they decided to relax. And most of them did not turn out to vote because they were comfortable with either one of the 2 candidates winning. And that was an advantage to us as Azimio. The other thing I want to say here is I think Martha Karua had declared from the beginning that she is not going to be a candidate who feels that when they win the presidency, she's going to be an equal. She declared she's going to be a principal assistant to the president. And so I believe that the government that will come in the near future will be a government that is led by one person. That person will be the president. All the rest that are being promised to be prime ministers, I don't know what, minister of what, will know that there's only one person that is answerable to the Kenyan Mwananchi who has given them the mandate, and that will be Raila Odinga. The confusion that we've had for the past 10 years of people calling themselves co-principals, people saying that they put the president there, will not be there going into the future. And that is why I am so happy. I'm so happy that even at the beginning of this electioneering period, when Martha Karua was told that wewe ndio unaenda kuwa running mate, yeye alisema she will not argue with the president, who is Raila Odinga to be, president-elect to be, president-elect. She will not argue with him. She will be there to assist, to advise, and basically to make sure that the government runs. So we are looking at the government that is going to be cohesive, a government that is not going to bagua mtu ati kwa sababu umetoka mahali fulani. It's going to be a government for Kenyans, by Kenyans, to serve Kenyans. Now, Jubilee MP's performance in Mount Kenya. These people, the likes of Kanini Kega, the likes of Jeremiah Kioni, these are the people that we should not forget when we form government. It was against a tide of UDA. All of you have seen what has happened in Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya basically has rejected the UDA MPs. And I feel that it would be a disservice for us as Azimio to leave them behind when we form government. Hata kama watatafutiwa chairman wa cooperative society huko ya wakulima wa maziwa, wacha waingizwe huko watafute wafanye kazi, kwa sababu pia hao walijipigania. They fought for Baba in Mount Kenya. They might have not succeeded in some way, but we still need their service because at least they were men and women enough to stand by us in the hour of need. Nairobi, I'm impressed. Nairobi was impressed. I mean, we basically swept Nairobi clean, except for a few seats here and there. We have the MCAs in Nairobi. We have the MPs in Nairobi. Nikamoja tu, one or two zilipotea in Nairobi, but the performance in Nairobi was really good. And I believe that some of you are saying here that we should start with all these other reconciliation. I believe the first thing we should be doing is to correct the wrongs that went in Nairobi. If I was to be asked, I would say Sakaja should be the first person to be put on the chopping board, agenda number 1 in Nairobi, so that we get a government that can work with the national government in Nairobi, na tusiwe tuna governor ambaye anakontroliwa na Ruto kutoka kwa bedroom yake na remote control. That will be a disservice to the national government. We will have the suckers that we've been having in Nairobi for the past 10 years in the name of Sakaja, if he happens to win. Ukambani, good job. We pushed Kalonzo out, we pushed Kalonzo in, but he has delivered. I'm so impressed by the returns that came from Ukambani. I mean, those guys wamesimama na baba. MPs, governors, and the president wamerudisha kura kurudisha. I'm so impressed with the performance of Ukambani, which was not actually expected because we thought maybe people will protest. Some of them will say, you know what, we don't have our person in that seat, so we don't need to vote, but they did a good job. Now, let me finish here by saying, people are saying that Raila should go and reach out to Ruto. Ruto himself in a campaign rally declared that he will not make the mistake of shaking Raila Odinga's hand. He said it, and we can play the tapes here. And I want to tell Raila Odinga, don't make it your business kwenda kutafuta William Ruto huko. Njiru anasema atafutiwe kazi ya envoy yuko aende akafai. Let this guy aende auze zile kuku alikuwa anatuambia na uzanga. Apigwe na baridi hiyo miaka yenye Raila amepigwa nayo 20 years ndiye ajue siasa inakuwa namna gani. He said that he has never lost an election. Now he's going to lose an election. We will not sugarcoat him. We will not treat him with velvet gloves. We will treat him the way he treated us wakati Raila Odinga alipoteza kiti. Uhuru Kenyatta akasema wacha tukutane na opposition leader tuongee ndio nchi iende mbele. Raila Odinga, William Ruto na kina Aden Duale wakasema Raila ni raia na hana kitu yoyote anaweza tuambia. So we will treat them like raia that they will be. Hakuna mambo ya kwenda kutafutana na Ruto huko ati tunajaribu siju kubembeleza yeye nini. No. We are past that. We have a country to run. We are focused on what Kenyans want us to deliver. And the first business is not to look for Ruto to try and make up because he has lost an election. Yeye angoje 2027, kama atakuwa tayari ajaenda jela, atangangana tena na ule mtu atakuwa hapo. Asante Julia.
Asante, hatutafuti Ruto kamwe. Hata fadhali mkuja mtafute mimi na akina Themba hapa na Makiadi. I can do better. Themba anataka kukaribisha, kisha uendelee na kuendesha mjadala. Kila mtu hapa ameongea. Kwa hivyo ukiona Kuseo anainua mkono, unampatia dakika 2 na unamwambia asitusumbue na maneno ya IBC. Karibu Themba.
Assalan wa salam, niko hapa, nimefurahi sana. Roba vipi? Naona leo smile iko freshi. Baba the fifth. Now, I have three quick ones. I'll talk about vote tallying, Mount Kenya factor, and then way forward. Vote tallying, kwa wale ambao wanaendelea kufuata the media houses ambazo zinafanya downloading za hizo form. It will take like about 60 days for them to finish that. So you can keep waiting. They are still doing that. And don't worry, just go to the channel mahali your person is leading. Like they started by KTN, I don't know. They started by NTV. Then they moved to Citizen. Then now they have moved to KTN. Don't worry, just go to KTN, saizi Ruto is leading there in their current tabulation. Usijali, hata usikwe na shaka, just change the channel. Go where unaona mtu wako ana lead, and I wish you good luck. As for those who have the source, you know, I mean, both UDA, Kenya Kwanza, and Azimio know who is ahead, because they had already received the tallies. But for those who are still downloading, I know Itumbi has set up some cyber cafe somewhere and has employed some of you to download the things for you. And because you're following him on his media, you know Itumbi is in business. So when you flock in there for him to give you information, he's getting paid, he feels nice, and he's still getting the popularity that he needs. So just go there, keep giving him the money, and keeping your hope alive. So vote tallying, ni hayo tu tunaweza kusema. So don't come to the comment section to disturb yourself. We know there's KTN leading. So and then KTN, watu wa UDA pale sasa, Ruto ameongoza, anapiga baba mwisho, anamgonga sana. They have he is ahead there. I can look for you another channel. Sijui Makiadi yuko kwa channel gani ambao pia Ruto ameongoza. We can help them. Wawache kuja kwa comment kusumbua hapa sana.
Citizen.
Ile mahali Ruto, nataka mahali Ruto anaongoza.
I think Citizen.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it was already yes.
Can I say something? Little bit, 5 minutes. And I think that this election, I could feel in the realm spirit, there was fear was going on. So I don't understand why Kenyan people, you fear Ruto. Ruto is just small boy. It's not good to make people fear. I could feel that. I'm not in Kenya, but I could feel that.
Hold on,
People, they had a fear.
Hold on, I finish my, we'll bring you on. Let me finish my submission and then I'll bring you on.
Yes.
Okay. So there's Citizen also. Mnaweza enda kwa Citizen sasa, pia Ruto anaongoza huko na votes kama 200,000. We can help you. You don't have to piga kelele, yeah. Now, having said that, the Mount Kenya factor. Kuseo, si mgoje jamani, ama sasa ni kuinua tu mkono. Is it so urgent, Kuseo?
Just that it is on the remarks you are making.
Aya, sema basi.
It is the remarks regarding the other elective posts. Whether you have any consolidated update, and there was something which was being circulated. I don't know whether it is fake or not. That Ibaba has written to the confirmed ones. Have you seen a list like that yourself?
Wacha propaganda. Wachana na hiyo. Wewe tulia. Tulia. Now, I want to give you, those who are asking if the Citizen is, and let me tell you, Citizen and the media houses are downloading the forms from IBC. IBC did that intentionally. And Chebukati came, and if you guys, I don't know if Makiadi, you can play that video, where Chebukati said that whatever is in the IBC portal is final. Okay? So what Chebukati is waiting for is the fiscal. That's a legal process. It's a legal process that he has to meet, because if he doesn't do that, it could, subject the whole process to a court case that he didn't do the verification. So whatever is waiting is just the legal process. So what am I telling you, those who are coming in to say, oh, Ruto today, as long as you're waiting from those people to download, and it depends with the capacity of the media houses, the capacity of the people doing that, they are downloading slowly and tabulating, and tabulating for you. Now, both the teams had their technical teams, which have already accessed the system from IBC. So they know, but the IBC said, Chebukati said, you can't declare. You can't declare. So the media houses can post and tabulate, but they cannot declare anybody. So whatever it is that the other teams have, they cannot declare. They already know who is leading and who is where. But for you who is so glued to the media house, continue waiting, all right? Because forms 99.34A, 99 point something percent have already reached the IBC. These people, and the 14 million or so voted. IBC, I think somewhere there, they're still at, I don't know, 6 million or 7 million or 8 million. So you can imagine there's about 6 million that has not arrived to you guys in the media houses. So you can imagine, yeah? You'll wait. That will not, if that is what they have done up to today, it means that if you're going to wait for the media houses to finish it for you, you may have to wait until maybe Friday or next week. So keep waiting.
Themba, what I was trying to say is that IBC has a public duty. Now, I'm not so sure whether that public duty, as far as they are concerned, is supposed to be relayed to the public through the portal. It's just that the portal is accessible to the public. Remember, there are 50 million Kenyans. And people like us, like on this panel, maybe we can access that portal. Now, the rest of the people, the rest of the Kenyan population cannot access that portal. How do you expect them to know what's happening since the elections were 3 days back? And in any case, just now you have answered me saying what I'm trying to say is propaganda.
Kusel, if you go back to the law, it was a case in court, and according to the case then, the IBC can only make a declaration upon receiving all the Form 34As, all of them. So there was nothing like coming and
talking about updates. I'm not talking about declaring anything. I'm just talking about updates. For example, let me give you an example. You know that in Kirinyaga, Waiguru has lost, isn't it? That is already known to the Kirinyaga people. The rest of the Kenyans don't know that. Remember, in the past, they would come and tell you about confirmed results. At IBC, the commissioners will come, 2 or 3 of them, and tell you from this place, from this constituency, from this county, this following have been confirmed. Now that is completely, totally missing. We have a blackout in the entire country.
Kuseo, where, at what level do they, who is the returning officer for a constituency?
As you have just said, it is the returning officer who is the returning officer for the constituency. The 290 of them.
Okay, the returning officer for governor?
It's the same. It's the same. That's why I'm saying when you talk about Kirinyaga, you are only talking to the Kirinyaga.
At what level is the constituency declared?
See, they have already been declared in the county level.
Okay,
but
and
the rest of the Kenyans have a blackout.
Hold on, Pole, Kuseo. We want to make it easier for everybody to understand. Okay. Now the constituency, the returning officer at the constituency level declares the winner and gives out the certificate. Yes. The county governor is declared at the what?
At the county.
And the whatever given, isn't it?
Yes.
The certificate given.
Yes.
Now the presidential, where is it declared? Who is the returning officer for the
president? Boma. That is Chebukati will do that.
Exactly. Now Chebukati, for him to declare a presidential one, number one, he has to have received the physical form 34A from all the constituencies. Okay. So he has, first of all, the uploading can be done. And what they said is, if you have,
you are not talking about the same thing.
You are not listening, Kuseo.
You are talking about the president. I'm not talking about the president. I'm talking about the other elective posts. If you remember what happened in 2017,
Jose, I've been watching. IBC has been declaring people. You can't tell me IBC will go all for. They have been declaring people. I know. I was watching it on. You can see on the other media. That's why we have social media. If you want, you can go Rocco. They have been declaring. They have been seeing people live.
Robert, I talked about 50 million Kenyans. You see, when they declare, for example, in Kirinyaga, the people in the Kirinyaga County, they now have that announcement. Everything has been
Okay, so let
declared.
us go back here.
What about the rest of the
Okay,
Kenyans?
let me ask you, how would you want it to be done and how has it been done
Like
before?
they did it in 2017.
How did they do it?
Every time a county governor is elected and declared and confirmed, a commissioner at IBC Bomas, they will be like breaking news. In Kirinyaga, so and so is the winner. And the following update, they update all the confirmed elective posts. If you play
Did
back
they do that
2017,
really? Did they do that, Kusa?
yeah, they were doing that in Bomas at 2017.
No.
The commissioners themselves.
Yeah, or say they did it, but it's not constitutional. It's not.
I know, yeah, I didn't say. I'm just saying they
so
owe a
what they are
duty
doing
to
is
the
Rocco.
public. I didn't say that.
So Chebukati to national level. He's going to announce the president. Is whatever he said. But the other things are done in local levels. So if you go Kirinyaga and other places, they are declaring there, and whatever media or who can pick it up or anything, they can pick up. But
Robert,
it's
do you
not
remember what
constitutional for
happened
them
in
to do it.
2017?
Yeah, but they have changed things.
Okay.
Okay, let me, you guys are not going to allow me to finish. Okay, Douglas.
No, I think Themba, you're about to explain it, but I think Kuseo is cutting you off all the time. But Chebukati cannot declare the results until, just like Themba said, he receives all the papers from the counties. Yes, the 34 A's are for the presidency. He has to get all the other papers. Is it the 34 B's? And match them and see, are these numbers tallying? Once the numbers are tallying and they make sense that the president actually got votes from here, then now they can announce the MCAs, they can announce the governors, they can announce everyone. That's how it is. But you can still know who has won from the county level when they are declared that this is the winner. But IEBC will not announce it until they tally it out.
Themba, I thought we had closed this matter. You see, Douglas is saying exactly what you were saying. We are not talking about the declared presidential results at the county. We are talking about the governors. The governors, not the presidential person.
Governors are being declared on the county level and they're getting their certificates.
I'm saying the IEBC cannot announce who has won the presidency until they receive the other 34 Bs and compare. Once they compare and they see the tallying,
we are not talking about the presidential results.
Once they compare and see the oh my God!
Order. Mike, mute your mic tafadhali. Don't unmute your mic. Never maliza hii kitu tusonge kwa mtu mwingine sasa.
Asante Makiadi kwa kuniokoa kutoka kwa IBC spokesperson. Badala ya jibu maswali ya IBC anauliza maswali ya IBC. Sasa wewe hata you are fired kutoka today. That's why I think they don't need your services anymore. Now, I want to go straight to the next part of the Mount Kenya factor. Now, the voter behavior in Mount Kenya factor, two things have happened from what we are seeing. First of all, there was a low voter turnout, which someone has tried to tell us here that the Mount Kenya voted for Raila without getting out to vote. I am struggling to understand that. When I heard that statement, I was struggling to understand what sense it makes. I know they have said in political parlance that we vote for leaders we don't like by not voting. But in this Mount Kenya situation, I'm trying to understand and struggle to understand how is it that they voted for Raila without getting out to vote for their leaders. So that is one aspect of it. Now, out of the people who got out to vote, Raila has still managed a big percentage as opposed to what he has been getting through the years. That is very positive. But something interesting has happened, that they have chosen not to vote for Azimio candidates, that is the Jubilee side. of the Azimio that we fielded largely in Mount Kenya region. So that will need to be understood in the backdrop of how did these Jubilee people get into those positions? They go to those positions by hurling insults on Baba, and they have gotten out of those positions. The same people have come in hurling insults on Baba and have taken them off. So I would want to interpret it that the same knife that they used to get to that position has taken them out of those positions. Because you hear largely those people who came in were anybody who was in UDA and could have insults at Baba has found themselves to power. Now, these people also, they came by that, right? They hurled insults on Baba. And they have actually admitted so, that they were told, they were given a sense of, they hate Baba. Now, what has happened? Probably they have understood their electorate that all you need to do is go there and speak badly about Baba, and you'll be elected. And for some reason, the pattern of the leaders we are seeing has shown that. Now, someone has said here an interesting thing that way forward, that Mount Kenya people don't need to be, we don't need to repeat to them so much about them voting against Baba and them being in the opposite side, the minority side of the part that is not in the government. Now, I want to say that is true because according to our constitution, there's no opposition or government. When we engage in an election, we only engage in an election to get leaders. But once they get to parliament, we have either minority, those who have had majority of the, those who have majority of the parliamentarians are majority, then you have minority. Otherwise, according to our constitution, we are supposed, according to the constitution envisage, that whoever becomes a leader should treat every part of the country as Kenya, and development should be equitable without anything like opposition or opposition or government. That is the idea. But over time, the previous governments have consciously made it look like if you are in government, then you get certain privileges, and those who are not in government shouldn't get those privileges. For example, if you are not in government, you intentionally, it was made that you are not getting any roads, which is something that is supposed to be, you are supposed to be getting, whether you vote for that government or not. To the extent that the UDA side were even suggesting that when President went to launch some development projects in Western or Kisumu or Siaya, wherever, that he had actually taken some money from Central and he was taking to Nyanza. So the perception is that this side, because they have voted for the leader that is not in government, they don't deserve to have any development projects going on there. And so if anything is going to that side, it is because it has been taken from these people who deserve it. Now, that's a notion that I think, when I am now coming to my way forward, that we need to demystify. That when a government comes to power, it is not coming because of the people who voted for them. It is coming for Kenyans. And you see, Kenyans have a free will. They have a political choice. They need to be free to elect the people they want without necessarily feeling like, if I don't elect so and so, we are not going to get certain basic infrastructural development, whatever it is because that is part of what has caused our political division, which is so major, to the extent that if we have, after an election like this, we feel like we have really, really lost. That means what? We are not going to access some of the public infrastructure, things that are supposed to come to us by the fact that we are paying tax. So I think that is something. However, I want to point this out. People from some of the arguments we have had here and some of the statements we have had here, some people say that as Mount Kenya, we don't know how to stay in opposition. That is a very interesting statement. You see, you don't stay in opposition because you want. It is nobody gets used at kukaa kwa opposition. That is not a statement that you make in a country like us. Who gets used to staying in opposition? And nobody. Nyanza has never gotten used to staying in opposition. Just like saying that najua mimi sijazoea poverty. Who wakes up and gets used to poverty? Nobody. You find yourself an unfortunate position. You are in a poor situation. That does not mean that you have gotten used to poverty. The same thing, nobody is used to opposition. So telling us that you see hatujazoea opposition, so lazima, no, it has been a privilege. To the extent that there are some people who believed that you see the presidency of Kenya is a Mount Kenya affair. So they can actually go and discuss it in a family meeting, that are we going to give this thing out? You know what I'm happy about? That at least we are having a president coming in when Mount Kenya has not voted overwhelmingly for him. So that's a statement that we can still have a president when you guys have not voted overwhelmingly for him. And that tells you that this thing can still, it's a Kenyan property. Everybody, anybody in Kenya can have that opportunity. So way forward, Kenyans must have a conversation with themselves. First of all, we need to have elections being just a way of getting leadership, not a way of dividing Kenya. If you're going to get it, it's not about my people, their people. It should be Kenya one, that all of us are Kenyans and anybody can lead from anywhere in the country. And our political choices should not determine how we benefit from the country coffers. If there are roads to be built, whether we voted for that president or not, we should get it. If there are appointments, whether we voted for that government, we should enjoy those amenities. In fact, right now, we should have roads even in places where those people didn't vote for the government of the day. Your political will and your political choice should not determine the development that you get, especially because you pay taxes. So I think that's a conversation as Kenyans we should have. We should remove this hate. We should continuously talk as Kenyans. Do we still want our political choices to determine our divisions? Do we want our political choices to determine the hate that we have? To the extent that right now there are people who are posting hate. You're like, we cannot believe that these people have actually won. We cannot believe that this person is actually winning. The PO Box Bondo. We should have a conversation amongst ourselves so that we can stay as Kenyans. That's, for me, the way forward. I want to stop there. Back to Makiadi.
Okay, and then I think everybody has spoken except Ed and Sospita. So I'll just give what. Hold on, Ed. Ngoja kidogo tu. Naona kuna mkono imeinuliwa hapa. Let me do this. I'll give Roba 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Let's make our remarks in 1 minute so that we move to the next person. Karibu, Roba.
Okay, it's just seconds. Temba, I agree with you with everything. The only thing I disagree, you never said it was like Kwanzaa, they are not used to tear gas, like as all this time from 2007. They are not used to tear gas. That's a fact. Thank you.
Rhoda, 1 minute.
Yeah, like the way Brother Temba say, exactly, I have been telling people we need one. We need one because these kind of divisions, we will never move forward. Our country will need to be one because we never manipulated this side or taking advantage. Because that's the way William Ruto have been playing that game. And that's why you see the people like Kanini Kega, they could not move on. Maybe they still his vote. Because of, you see, like a county like Vihiga, ODM, they take power. I'm not from Vihiga, but they are my brother. They take, or my fathers. They take. Why in Mount Kenya? So we have to stop this kind of game because we can move our country forward. Let me tell you, hata mzungu anananga sisi tukiwa jinga sana, tukiwa na hii division na tribals. We have to build our country together. We cry together like Martin Luther King. We cry together. We fight together. We go prison together. That's only the key. We can make our country forward. That's shit.
Sir, 1 minute.
No, I just wanted some nini from Themba. Apparently I've gotten to learn that there are a number of governors who have actually been declared by IEBC. But you know, this is at the county level. Now, as I told you that in 2017, at intermittent times, the commissioners used to come to update the public of confirmed results. Now, from the day of the elections, they have done nothing of the sort for all the other positions. And of course, we are all aware why they have not done the one for the president, because they are waiting for the form you had Douglas talking about. But in places where the elections are complete, I'm told that people can get them from the portal. But my view was that how many people use the portal to go, take the rural areas, for example. My grandmother has no idea of any of these, simply because the information from the elections come from the national center. And anything which is not in the national center, you can be rest assured it is not in the entire country. It is only localized in the county or the constituency where that announcement was made. And I think for as far as that is concerned, Chebukati is doing a lot of disservice to the Kenyan public. Thank you.
Okay.
Let me make a comment on that, Richie. I think Koseo, we are saying something yet. I don't know whether it is how we are saying it that is hard for you to understand, or we are using a language that is not resonating well with what you want to hear. Now, number one, you raise an issue that probably might not be addressed right now. Okay, so it is probably an issue that we can talk about it, but it might not receive the kind of attention probably that you want. Number two, constituency declaration is done at the constituency by the constituency returning officer. Now, if you go to, I think, NTV or that is final for the MP, all right? So that one is final, it is declared, and that particular constituency knows, and it is all over. That's already declared. Now, the county governor is declared at the county level. Now, they are even given their certificate. So that is what is reported, that so-and-so has been declared, being given, and you see, as soon as they are done for that, they are given the certificate, and that constituency is done, all right? Now, this is how it works. The ones from 34A, that is the presidential, is the one that is uploaded and comes to the IBC website, AppDeSaid. Now that form 34A and then that 4B, which the information in that 4A goes to that 4B, right? Now that is, all of them need to come to the presidential returning officer. That is Chebukati, right? Now, previously, what used to happen, when they would receive results from the constituency, together with that, they would also come and say that this is what Raila Amolo Odinga got in this place, right? And you'd see them. So as they come, they declare them. As they come, even before the form 34 whatever has come. You remember there's a time they said even we haven't received that yet, okay? And what came probably was a different figure as opposed to what they'd already said. So those are some of the issues that were debated in court. And I want to refer you to the case that actually said that if you can go back to that case, Maina Kiai case, that says that the whatever is filled at the polling station in that form 34A and has been signed, that is final. Now Chebukati today said, I think I don't know. Let me Makiadi.
Maybe you don't need to say much. I think you have said.
The problem is
we can leave it at that. It's just that I wasn't talking about from 34As at all.
Problem, you don't listen. You don't listen.
No, I've gotten what you are saying. There's no need to continue. You can just end it there. I was not talking about from 34As at all. But I'm talking about the other elected position other than the president.
I just mentioned that. I said, Kuseo, I said they're being declared at the constituency level, and those people are already, that is final. So it's already, if you go to media,
How
you
does
can
the
see that.
Kenyan public get
And
it?
all Kenyan public can get it from anywhere. The media houses, you can go to NTV, you'll get
That
it.
is the duty I'm saying Chebukati owes the
It is
Kenyan
not
public.
Bukati, the returning officer at the constituency is the returning officer constituency, is the one declaring, and that one was already declared. So it's not Chebukati to come and say it again. Chebukati is the presidential returning officer. And if the constituency returning, I mean the county returning officer declares a person, that's already an official of the IEBC who has declared on his capacity as the constituency or the county, whatever returning officer. He does that. And that's already IEBC has spoken. As soon as they declare and then they hand over the certificate, they have already, IEBC has already done that declaration. So you don't need Chebukati to repeat the same declaration again for you to accept that it has been declared. The next thing now you do, actually the media houses are picking those people who have been given their certificates. And if you go to NTV, you go to any other media house, you'll see that. So Chebukati will come in. He's giving, number one, Chebukati is doing a very good job. He's giving frequent media, updates. And he's also saying, he's also admitted, he's told them that, hey, the media houses are slow. And they did that in purpose. The last time there was, we are not seeing this form, he told them, hey, those Form 34As, whatever is in them is final. And that is what the commission will declare. So if you can download all of them, then so good for you. In fact, you can, if you have the capacity, you can open your own tallying center and download all those things. But that is impossible. Media houses are struggling. I saw UDA Kenya Kwanza struggling. Actually, indeed, tried to ask people that if you can, he was asking for volunteers, that if you can have 5 to 10 people download for each constituency and then bring them to us. So that is the challenge they were having. But what you're saying is, if a constituency returning officer declares an MP and gives the certificate, that's IBC has already spoken. You don't need Chebukati to repeat that again. If a county returning officer has declared a governor and has given the certificate, that's IBC has already given that. Now, the one that those ones are not calling is the presidential. There's the presidential returning officer who is going to do that, and he has to do that after receiving all of them. So this splitting hairs about Chebukati not working, I think it's a good thing to keep us busy, but I don't think it's is something worth worrying us right now.
Let me just say one final thing. You
Hold
see,
on.
when they do the announcement at the county level, for example, the locals there will hear it. But remember, I told you in Kenya there are 50 million people who are entitled to that information.
But Kuseo, you're coming from Nyamira. Why do you need to hear what they are coming on from Kitui? What is your problem with what goes on?
I'm an interested party in what's happening in Kitui.
Then seek it from the local media. There's NTV.
You know NTV, this local media, they cherry pick what they report. They are not obligated to report anything. You can't tell them there was an announcement in Kitui. Why did you not announce? They won't. You can't.
You see, now you are saying the same thing, because even when Chebukati does it, it is the same media that will report. It is the same NTV, the same Citizen, the same KTN that will report what Chebukati has said. Okay, let's hear Makiadi, back to you.
I think Douglas wanted to make one comment and then we go to Ed to make his remarks. Ed, ngojea dakika moja tu. 1 minute, please.
Makiadi, I think I was going to comment about that, but I don't want to prolong that conversation, so I will stop. You go ahead.
Thank you so much. Ed?
Yeah, Abari Makiadi, Abari Dembra. I'd like to thank all of you for being here today. Same like everybody else yesterday, I was also watching and nilikuwa nafanya kazi, but I had that playing on my phone, and it was nerve-wracking. And the thing is, I was looking for Themba or Makiadi, but both of you had disappeared. I am not sure what happened. So ule kijana who was holding. There was actually 2 guys sleeping on the program, but at least they stayed overnight. So next time, man, don't let us down like that. So some of us look up to you guys so that we can be there.
You know, Ed, we are also humans, eh?
I know. Hata mimi nilikuwa naogopa sana. When I went to bed, I actually Ruto was leading, and I was like, damn, if this guy wins, man, I don't even think I'm gonna go back to Kenya. But I don't like Ruto for my own personal reasons, and I think so many people don't like him. Themba, you said you are questioning the fact that people are saying that Kikuyus did not show up to vote, and therefore that was a vote for Raila. I believe if they all showed up the same way, I think the same trends could have still held. In that, I mean, the same percentages. That's my own belief. But what if also think of it like this? What if the numbers we were told a while back, man, in the previous elections were not real numbers? Because now this election is probably exposing a lot. So Tumekot can be there's so many votes from this particular region, and all of a sudden, not many of them are showing up. 22 million people registered, and only about 12 million people voted. What happened to the other 10 million? So this election is raising lots of questions. I believe the percentage of people that walienda ku vote is much higher if we take out the fake numbers that we are used to be told. So Kusera is complaining about not seeing local. I don't want to see member of parliament from Mombasa. I mean, I don't care, man. I just care about the presidency, and I think that's the reason why you see NTV, Citizen. They're only projecting the president's numbers. I mean, the other ones are gonna be as a kind of a reward for us. I know from Kisii. Kisii, I think I forgot who won. What's his name? The governor. Simbarati won, and that can carry that.
It was declared locally, as Themba says.
So I mean, I really don't care much about local elections per se. I mean, I care in as much as we win there, but the real thing that matters is who is the president, because the president runs the show at the end of the day. So I see the numbers changed. I hope Raila wins, and I pray that he wins. Everybody prays that Raila wins. And at the end of the day, the president made a big difference. He may not have made a difference in Central, but when you look at the larger picture, I think he made a big difference for Raila. And Martha made a big difference for him too, considering that there are women that voted for Raila who may not have voted otherwise. For Chebukati and the way IEBC ran this election, I think this is the way it was meant to be ran from before, but the other elections were bungled on purpose because they wanted to attain a certain outcome. So this is the way it was supposed to be run. And if they had run the other elections like they went, because in 2017, these same forms were being uploaded. And there was somebody, Chirichiri, I think he was logging in and changing the form, those forms. And I mean, people are complaining, how come these forms were uploaded and all of a sudden they're not appearing there? So the election was run the way it's supposed to be run, except that the previous elections were bungled on purpose to achieve a certain outcome. And this one has gone well. Hopefully, our systems will be able to withstand and continue running the same way in future elections. And I mean, hopefully the best candidate wins, hopefully, and I pray that it's going to be Raila Odinga who's going to be declared the winner. That, I forgot his name. Ule anaitwanga amenijita. Nimesahau alisema kwamba Ruto apewe position outside of the country. Honestly speaking, if you're a Kenyan, yeah, if you're a Kenyan and you have seen how Kenya has been run from the time Ruto came to light, you wouldn't want him to get any position. The reason why Ruto is really running for presidency per se is because Ruto knows what's going to happen otherwise. He's probably going to end up in jail if justice is something to be talked about, because Ruto is responsible for a lot of suffering in that country, in Kenya. Ruto, I mean, people have been mentioned that he probably was responsible for their murder. 2007, president was running to what he did, but Ruto is responsible for that. He cannot be rewarded with a position, considering, I mean, a lot of people came out to vote just because they don't want this guy to be there. He's a criminal. The people that surround him are criminals. And the best thing that can happen if he loses, he can stay in the opposition. But I hope and I believe that if justice is anything to be talked about, I think he should go to jail. He should go to jail. If that doesn't happen, I hope the ICC works its way down and he ends up outside of the country. That's another job. I mean, Njiro alisema vizuri, but not for a position, but at the ICC to serve his sentence, including witnesses died who were supposed to testify against him. And I mean, yeah. So I'm really thankful. Hopefully everything works fine. Tembra, don't disappear again, please. If numbers start changing again. Thank you very much.
Lazima aende kulia kwa choo.
Ed, thanks for raising that. We just, you know, we had been here and we are staying here. The celebration has to go on for the next 1 week. It wasn't that the numbers were changing, that's why we disappeared. We went for just a little hiatus and we are here. Now, I want also to add into what you said about Ruto being given something to do. I think it's too early to think about that right now. I agree with you. I mean, let's be honest. It's important that we appreciate the constitutional provision. Kenya is a multi-party democracy. The scenario that Jubilee put us through, the relationship between Ruto and Uhuru put us in a very precarious situation, especially in our multi-party system. We, according to the constitution, it envisaged that there will be a parliament minority and majority. Now, Jubilee came in as a majority, and NASA, on the other side, was the minority in parliament. There is a benefit to a robust and an active political party system working in any country that is fairly, demarcated. So we have minority to keep check on the majority. Now, there are some policies that they can be passing that are bipartisan in nature that will need a cross support, but not always. Now, Uhuru-Ruto relationship brought to us a near gray area on the minority-majority issue, to the extent that when they had the handshake, Raila had a handshake with Uhuru, you realize it was hard to tell. And in fact, there was that statement that Ruto made, that the opposition is in parliament and in government, and government is in opposition. So there was a kind of interesting relationship. which was a danger to our multi-party democracy. And it is what we are seeing, the trajectory and the conversation we are having right now, where you are saying that, okay, fine, because this thing has ended, the Kenyan psyche has started getting lost to the idea that we have a multi-party democracy. We are not in a single-party democracy. And so you are saying that because the elections are over, they need to cross hands so that we have a handshake and we have a handshake government. That is a danger to our political party system. We need to have a situation where those people who have not made the majority in parliament, those who have made the majority in parliament forming the government, those who are the minority, they form the minority side so that they can keep the government in check. This issue of we need to be together for the sake of the country, but not to merge, to get too close to the extent that it becomes so hard for these people to check the government of the day. We need the Kenya Kwanza guys to form themselves into an active minority side in government so that they are able to check on the Azimio, because they say that autocratic government are made by a citizenry or an opposition that is not vigilant. So, when they go to bed with them, they start making, and in few years to come, you can find that maybe the Azimio government is the one that citizens will be complaining about, you see. So you need an active citizenry. You need a very vibrant minority side so that they can check the excesses of the government of the day. Right now, it was so hard to check the excesses. It was hard for Raila and his team to speak because there was a relationship. Now, it was harder for even Ruto to speak because they were still, going sailing in the Jubilee name. Now, do we want that as a future of our country? Personally, I don't think so. I think the Kenya Kwanza side, UDA side, if they are the minority in government, they should form themselves into an active and a vibrant minority. While we have an active, government of the day formed by Azimio, the government of the day will need checks from this government. So we should not be thinking about they should shake hands. No. Even up to today, Trump has not shaken hands with Biden after he lost, but the US hasn't stopped, right? The Trump is doing his business and life is moving on. You still have a vibrant Republican, right? So we need that. The country should be united, but appreciate our political freedoms and also appreciate the organizations around the minority and the majority side. And that way you can have a vibrant, government that is more focused on delivery to the people and also knowing that they'll be kept in check. For me, that is especially in terms of political way forward and a multi-party democracy, respecting the constitutional provisions.
Oh, Ndemba, endelea.
Can I ask a question?
To who? To Ed or to who?
Based on what you have just said.
Yeah, go ahead. Anyone can respond, right?
You see the current structure that is operating in Kenya. The duty, the government excesses and what have you, is for the entire legislature. And they do so through these parliamentary committees. If in the event that you almost you are seeing the majority and the minority separate, their main role is actually to keep the government in check, both the minority and the majority together. And especially like in more developed structures where the minority and majority are, they check the executive. And that is why you have heard some people in Kenya saying that the executive has swallowed parliament, so that whatever the excesses are, parliament is no longer playing that role effectively. But strictly speaking, we do not have our position. If the BBI had gone through, then we'll have exactly what you are saying. Then it will be quite, the lines is quite demarcated, so you know exactly where is the opposition and where is the government.
Yeah.
So right now, the route of checking the government is both for the majority and call it for the parliamentarians, for the legislature as a whole.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's a good observation, Kuseo. Yeah, that's what the Constitution envisages. That the legislature, of course, there's legislature, there's the of course the judiciary, and then the executive. That's what the Constitution envisages. But what's the practicality? The practicality is that the government of the day and the person who forms the government has the majority in parliament for several reasons. One, when you have any policies that are government policies, for them to pass in parliament, you will need to whip your people to pass it. Now, our practice in Kenya has been that the government of the day has always had his way through parliamentarians. And, if we take as an example, because for us, we'll look at a case study of the Jubilee performance for the last 8 years and look at their turbulent period in their second term and isolate some of the areas and their weaknesses on what happened. So you find that the use of parliamentarians, especially by their parties, when does your party relationship end? So when you bring them to parliament, are they still with their parties? Are they parliamentarians or they are still with their parties? The Constitution envisages that we'll have parliamentarians, right? But the reality is that you still have their parties hanging with them. So their party will have a position. And that position, if it is the government of the day, it will expect that everything they have done to be passed. And that is where we need a lot of conversation. And of course, we need to keep talking that sometimes bad legislation has passed because a particular party has had to be whipped to support it. For example, the 8% increase in taxes, the security laws that were passed by the previous parliament, pushed by Duale. You see,
those were party motions, there could be a party motion, yeah.
Yeah, so those were generally party motions, and probably they were being used to disadvantage other people, which eventually you can see the ripple effect and who also suffered as after those particular legislations were passed. Now, we also know that towards the end of parliament, there was the hurried passing of, the electoral laws, apparently to favor the current, in some people observe that it was to favor the current Azimio, arrangement.
You mean the political parties bill?
Yeah, the political parties bill, and of course, yes, it was passed apparently hurriedly to, arguably to advantage, the formation of Azimio. So we have those conversations that we need to keep having as a people. But what you have said is true. If BBI passes and you have opposition, an active opposition in such arrangement is so hard to find. People will still cross, and I can assure you, after this, and we have the parliament being, those people, MPs being sworn in, you are likely to see the drama that we saw in the previous parliament. Some parliamentarians will easily, especially independents, will easily support the government of the day, and for them, that is how they do their work, which in a robust political system is not bad. But what are the effects of it? I mean, people have political choices to make, and we can't prevent them from doing that. But we need to look at what is the wider and the bigger picture on how it affects development and legislation, generally. Makiadi, are you ready with the video?
I can't retrieve that. It's an FB video. I wish it could be YouTube.
Oh, let me check if I can get you on. Okay. Go ahead, Sospita Otieno.
Yeah, so I think when you guys were doing your rounds to do brief remarks, I think my phone went off for some reason. So what are we doing now? Maybe you can brief me. Demba, am I making a, I don't want to go above time. Am I making a presentation or I'm making a brief remark?
You have 2 minutes. You can make brief remark. You can make a presentation. Your choice.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So I would just like to urge, Kenyans that let's stay calm. I've all my talks with, the people right at where the broth is done. They tell me our numbers look good. They don't expect any upsets. And based on my pre-election projections and analysis, it's like Ruto was the most disadvantaged compared to Raila. Central, the turnout was not as expected, and he didn't match Uhuru's numbers in Gikuyu land and Embu and Meru land. So whereas we had our own issues here and there, he was the most disadvantaged. I had my own rubric as to his route to the presidency, and he had to do an upset in Coast and Western. That did not happen. Baba still retained his stronghold. And so he did not match Uhuru's numbers. Yet Baba benefited from the poor turnout in Central Province. And even though we would have wanted Baba to hit 30% in Central Province, he did not do that. But then the turnout kind of balanced that out. And of course, the votes that he gained over there did help a little bit. So let's stay calm. I think, these are numbers, and numbers are known, and numbers cannot lie. So the overall numbers are known, and we know who is ahead. And mathematically, I do know that the road to a Ruto 50+1 is now an impossibility, in my opinion. He can end up at the top, but he cannot hit 50%+1. I doubt he would end up at the top, but the chances of Raila being at the top are much higher. The odds are against Ruto in this election. The worst that can happen is a second round, but also that is highly unlikely. So stay hopeful, guys.
Okay, thank you. I can see we still have so many people who are still following the media houses. If you are here to be given hope, you won't get it. We are not here to give you hope. You are not an Azimio soldier then. Azimio soldiers know what is happening. You know that Baba is ahead. You know that Baba has taken this thing. And even from Chebukati, what he's telling you is told you, you go tabulate if you can download them from the website, download them. And that is what is final. So our...
Remember, I did that. You said it was propaganda. You remember?
Which one?
I did exactly that. The press, the way you are saying, and you told me that is propaganda.
You are not an Azimio soldier then if you are still doubtful in your mind. Those who are still waiting for NTV to finish, continue waiting. And if you are waiting for us to give you hope, go to KTN. Ruto is leading there. We can send you to media stations where Ruto is leading so that you keep yourself hopeful.
What were
UDA? What were UDA? watu wa UDA endeni kwa KTN. Ruto anaongoza huko, ako mbele sijui na ngapi. Acha niwaangalilie so that I can help you, by the way. Yeah, because you guys have refused to, those people who wait. Azimio people, let me let me give you an instance. Kuseo, if you're watching a movie and then we tell you the star is not going to die in that movie, alafu as you are watching the movie, you see a gunshot hitting the star on the chest and then he goes down. Do you start crying? And I've already told you that at the end of the movie, the star is not going to die. Do you start crying that this thing is the star
I know
is
he's hurt, but he's not going to die.
So that is what these people are watching the telling on the TV stations. When they're coming still and asking you, this thing is gone. They have already been told Baba is winning this. But again,
Be fair to Sospita. Tell Sospita.
Another example that I can give you, is it a cow or the tethering, the one you put is it zero grazing or what? You put
zero grazing. There is tethering.
Yeah, you put the kamba and then it grazes in a certain circle. If you remove that kamba, it's likely to continue just eating within that circle. It's not going to go out of it because its imagination is that
he doesn't know that you have removed the.
Yes. Now, Azimio people are used to crying and being stolen to the extent even when you tell them that this thing you have won, it is coming. They are still waking up and checking the media and saying, na hii kitu ni kweli kwa sababu amezoea. Nini tatu imekuwa ikikuja karibu inaenda. Sasa yeye bado ako kwa hiyo media house tu.
You can't blame them. You can't blame them.
So if you are
why are you saying be fair to Sospita?
Because he's saying that even with the information available in other quarters, you still hope. You are still saying here that you hope.
Yeah, he's still coming here to say that
you have just said you hope, and yet you are being told it is done. That is why he's giving you the example for example, the cow which is tethered, and it just eats around the stick. Then you go and remove the kamba. It will not go away. It still, in the mind, it still believes it is tethered.
Yeah, don't worry about what Themba says. You know, Themba is my in-law, and I know where I'll catch him in future. He doesn't know that.
No, he doesn't know. Themba was the first person to go to the toilet. You remember on day one.
I don't, but now for the Azimio guys, I asked you to go to NTV. It's putting Baba ahead. That if you go there, you won't be crying a lot, okay? For the UDA guys, Kenya Kwanza, I'm giving you hope. Now that you have said I need to give different people different hope. So I just tell you to switch the channel, yeah? For the UDA guys, go to KTN. I think this is KTN. I think, yeah, you can go to KTN or Citizen. It is putting Ruto ahead. So just decide which side you want to believe. If you think Raila is winning, you are right. If you think Ruto is winning, if you switch it to KTN and Citizen, you are right. Situmalize hiyo hivyo. So that tuendelee. We are not here to give you hope. We are here to tell you that Baba has won. And tomorrow it will be declared. So if you still doubt it, wewe enda tafuta mahali pengine utafute hope. We are not selling hope here. We are selling the reality. Now, Makiadi, is it able to? Okay, fine. Let's watch this video, Kuseo.
The media, you now also watch TV. And I talked about the media because I can see you're a little bit behind, but I'm sure you are trying your level best. The commission has gazetted the results transmission path in line with the law and the Supreme Court decision of 2017. And the law requires us to compare the images of Form 34A against the original Form 34As. And so we are not doing any tallying now until we start receiving the original Form 34As from our returning officers and the 34Bs. We expect that they'll start streaming in sometimes today, and then we shall then complete that exercise as soon as possible. The 34Bs will also be uploaded on the public portal, and I believe then the rest of those who are logging in on the portal will also be able to upload the same and compare with the 34As which are in the public portal. And as I said, the Commission has 7 days as per the Constitution to complete this exercise, but we shall undertake to finish it as soon as possible once all the returning officers bring the documents to the National Tallying Center. I talked about the media. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's briefing on the 2022 general election. The Commission appreciates Kenyans for continued patience as it continues to collect and tally results. As you are aware, elections in Eldas constituency, Wajir County, were adjourned yesterday due to security reasons. And we are happy to report that voting in that constituency commenced today at 6 a.m. The Commission yesterday adjourned election at Didake Primary School polling station in Garisen constituency after experiencing logistical and technical challenges. Voting commenced today after the Commission addressed the challenges and authorizing the use of the manual register for the 569 registered voters. Results transmission of Form 34A from polling stations is ongoing, as you can see on the screens. We are now at 97.65%. We have transmitted 45,141 from 45,141 polling stations out of 46,229 polling stations. Collating and announcement of results at the constituencies, the 290 constituencies, is underway. And once the returning officers complete the process, they will physically deliver to the National Tallying Center here at Bomas Forms 34As and 34Bs. And this they will do after declaring results for Member of National Assembly and Member of County Assembly at the constituencies. And here at the National Tallying Center, the following activities will take place. 1, verification of transmitted image results of Form 34As against original Form 34As. 2, verification of constituencies Form 34Bs against their respective Form 34As. 3, collation of Form 34C and confirmation of constitutional threshold of 50% plus 1 vote and 25% of majority of counties of the candidates, declaration of presidential results, and issuance of certificate to the president-elect. So those are the activities that are lined up here at the National Tallying Center. The Commission also wishes to inform the country on the following incidents that happened in the course of yesterday.
You wanna play the last one that I sent you? I think it's also addresses a specific on a question that Kuseo was asking, and the issue of the media downloading and stuff like that. I think it says that where it talks about that whatever has been posted on the portal is final, and that's what the commission is going to announce. I think you can also see if you can. I don't know. Yeah, maybe that will give us that. But as you download it, I think. Do you have someone else speak as you do that? Kusel, let's hear Christine. I think she has amechapwa na baridi kidogo, ametoroka tena. Haya, Stone PK, karibu.
Hamjambo nyote ndugu zangu wanaazimio mwa siku mpya.
Tuko sawa kaka. Hivi
harusi tunayo hatuna?
Sisi suti iko, ngoja kwanza tuambie una suti.
Mimi nina hii. Hii inazidi suti.
Haya, hebu piga kidogo tusikie. Cheza kidogo tukusikie.
Sikiza. Sawa.
Yaani Mugithi tashika hapa, Azimio Mugithi naye. Sasa unajua sasa wewe.
Nataka kusukumilia Mugithi niwaambie wamekosa. Lakini tutawabeba tu, hamna noma. Wote ni wetu, tutawabeba, tuwafunze adabu kwanza. Because we said tunaanza Kenya mpya, yule amekosea anaambiwa amekosea. Si ati everyone has a right nini. Hii election kulikuwa hakuna cha right ingine. Me, I'm an extremist. There was no issue of comparing mwizi na mwema. It is wrong. It is immoral. Kenyans should know, it should go down that this was not a time of we have our rights, but when you are given a thief and this other guy, then you start saying even a thief, okay, a thief could be having rights that could prove, but how about if he has proved beyond reasonable doubt ni mwizi? Si munampeleka afungwe kamiti badala ya kumpeleka State House.
But Stone PK, the religious people like Kuseo will argue differently.
We will not listen to Banatemba. Akina Kuseo ndio wametupoteza. Those churches, hata nyumba yetu ya Karen wanafanya ni kanisa, kumbe wanafanya vitu zingine za ajabu. We are very pissed off with these guys. Ndugu Kuseo, we are not happy anyway.
Stone, are you aware of the results from prison? The voting at prison, was it not that quite amusing?
That is what I was laughing at. Because, but somebody was consoling me and saying, the Kenyan court, if you go for every 10 prisoners, 8 are not guilty. Those who are guilty are driving V8s outside, while the innocent are the ones serving.
They should have voted for one of their own. They should have voted for one of their own.
But that now proves the statement of that brother of mine who told me the innocent are jailed while the guilty are the ones really wanatutesa huku nje. Si tunateswa na Ruto. Saa hii ati baba, they are refusing to announce ati because officially sijui nini. Kama waseme tu nini, at least mwizi ameshindwa, then we move on and tupeleke baba State House mapema tuanze kazi. I wanted to comment on this issue that has been lingering around. I don't want to talk about media. Media wanafanya kazi. They cannot do it right now because it will be too early. They need viewers. They need people to be glued there. They need anxiety, and that is their business. All right. And I like what Temba has told our Azimio people. In fact, they should switch off those TV. Wakuje hapa tufanye entertainment zetu. Tuanze kuongea namna tunataka serikali ikue, so that baba can have a lot of these recordings. Maneno ya kuangalia TV hiyo niliacha jana. In fact, I slept. Yeah. So I'm trying to, there is an issue that by the time I went to sleep, they were toying around, talking about low turnout, and people have been belaboring on that, trying to get an answer. And For me, anything that you find people searching so much and hakuna answer, everyone has his own answer, for me it becomes amorphous. And why is amorphous? Because the truth is not being addressed. In my own opinion, truth number one is that our country has never done statistically proper. Whatever statistics they have, when they get the correct one, they doctor them to suit their own, you know what. We've been told that this tribe is more than this. Oh, this tribe is more than this. This tribe stopped giving birth for whatever reason, wakaovertakiwa na wengine. Look at those kind of reasoning for those of us who have gone to school. Since when do you start explaining that one tribe stalled, wengine ndio wakaendelea kuzaana wakaweka gia ya juu zaidi, and you are not even being given the figures, how they came slowing the gap and how the gaps overtook and how long it took that to happen. Yeah. Now, when it comes to elections, again, figures are we are never given the right figures. When it comes to census, again, unasikia zina shida. Now, elections tulikuwa tunaambiwa kulikuwa na 1 million. Can you imagine us discussing and talking and being told that there was 1 million voters who was X, whatever reasons you try to give, or double entry, or the dead ones. At this era, time and age, are we really supposed to be talking of margins of error when we are so technical? The owners of M-Pesa worldwide, sisi ndio tulianza hii maneno ya unatuma pesa ukiwa mahali huko kwa simu. Isn't that genius of Kenya? Is it that technology that we cannot be able to use it elsewhere? So for me, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to indicate that I cannot rely on our figures until when we really tutaosha hiyo uovu, when we start thinking straight, when we start knowing that Kenya is Kenya, whether it's in Northeastern or Kwale or anywhere, mahali Mkenya yuko ni Mkenya na ako Kenya. Kwa hivyo kwanza kusema distribution of resources nini na nini, that should be done blindly, actually. Blindly, because every inch you put of tarmac in any corner of this country, it's Kenya. We would love, I mean, I was amazed to see what what US looks like. Village unakuta iko na kila kitu, mpaka stima, mpaka gas, I mean, my friends laughed when I told them, ala, kumbe US is a village, only that it is, yani ni Oshago, lakini ni very advanced Oshago. I can imagine. Sasa niko Oshago, I have electricity, I have internet, I have gas kama ni siku za baridi, why would I be driving to go to Nairobi? And what has stopped Kenya from being that? Example is this rural electrification. Look at how fast it has spread. So which tells you anything inawezekana in our country if we just stop thinking crooked. If we stopped becoming idiots when it comes to counting votes. If we stopped being idiots when we are not able to count 1 + 1 because it is election time. When we become so foolish that we are not able to do a small election in Kenya, ati tunasema we have 7 days. Baba should amend the results of the president zikuwe zinatoka within 24 hours, maximum 48. I was looking at India again because I could not believe when I was seeing how fast India announces their presidential election. India, all of you mnajua maneno ya India. Ours is, what is ours?
400 million voters, imagine.
400 million voters. We say thank you. Ati sasa Kenya could, and this man called Chebukati, I'll never love him, even if Baba wins. Of course, Baba has won, so I have nothing to do with Chebukati now. Imagine you have the guts to say, constitutionally, we have 7 days. The election ingetangazwa jana usiku. And those are things we should amend. The result, ile ziliannouncewa pale kwetu village, mahali kura za baba, out of 400 nilizoa kura 220 in the village that belongs to UDA and the thugs. I got him half of those votes, and I made sure they are there. Yeah, they were announced, and that is what should be announced at Bomas without having atizilipitia sijui pale Keretire constituency, alafu ziende tena zifike pale Kangaru High School, Embu Town, ndio zikuje Bomas. Is there logic in that? I mean, these are things I'm really thinking.
PK,
yes, sir.
Did you follow the Supreme Court proceedings of 2017?
Very closely, I did. I was in it.
Yeah, so that was a Supreme Court requirement. So it is not that Chebukati is doing something that is outside the law. Is trying, is trying to remain within the direction that was given by Supreme Court 2017. Because part of what was discovered was that when it was announced, when it was uploaded, there was interference. So it was what was being announced, because it is coming from the portal. And I see some people have said that someone attempted to go into the IBC portal thrice. Yesterday, I think during the day, and today, to try and manipulate the system. So in 2017, that is part of what caused there was infiltration into the system of IBC. So whatever was being uploaded was being changed. And so what happened eventually, what was being announced was not what was on the form 36, form 34A. So you find what has reached Chebukati, because the constituency does what you're saying is this. You're saying the constituency has done the tally, and it has been, how does it reach Chebukati? We have 46,200 and something stations. Now they upload it in the site, in the whatever. Once they upload it, what in 2017, what was getting to be announced, by the time the form 34A was coming, it was not corresponding. And you see already what had reached the IBC portal had already been given as the provisional result. So that was what part of what caused the ruling in 2017. And Maina Kiai case, where I went to appeal, the appeals court said what has been passed as declared is final. But now, in order for them to say that, okay, fine, you have verified what is in the portal and what is in form 34A, then whatever is in the portal has to be verified against the physical form 34A. Now, Chebukati said as such, he said, if in the event that what comes in later as the real form and what is in the portal is different, that is, if someone interferes with the portal and changes that, then what is brought as the physical form 34A will be final. So it is not that it is laborious. I mean, it is increasing the level of safeguards considering the previous Supreme Court ruling. So it is not a Chebukati thing. It is not a thing that he has come up with. It is a direction by the Supreme Court. However, as we move on, if there's an issue about it, because for me, I think that is where we are. In 2013, Raila won. 2013, Raila won, and 2017, Raila 2. The issue was raised. And you remember Kevi Kilonzo fighting a very serious battle in 2013. And that was part of what they were raising about those forms, the reporting forms and verifiability. So we don't want to assume that it is happening from Chebukati has come up with it, and he has explained as such that the two forms have to come, which for me, I think there's nothing wrong in that. Let the form come, he verifies it, and that is what he has said, that once he verifies the two, then he announces. But he has said that whatever has been counted on the station, the polling station, whatever has been signed by all the agents and is what is in Form 34A, that is the final tally. So the rest is a legal requirement, not a procedural requirement. A procedural requirement to avoid anything. Someone can wake up and tomorrow he says that this one was not verified against Form 34A. And of course, you have seen instances where someone had been paid to go and create their own Form 34As. So they were supposed to go and I think it's somewhere in Kwale or where someone, one of the, I think IBC officials or something, has been caught with a number of ballot papers and those Form 34As. So according to what they are saying is they were planning to infiltrate the IBC, whatever, post wrong ones, and then put theirs, and then bring those ones. So those are some of the things they are trying to go against. So that's what I needed to say, Stone PK, before we bash IBC. I'm not speaking for IBC. Kuseo is here. He's still the official spokesman for IBC on this platform. I haven't been hired as yet. So
Themba, I was thinking already.
I'll come later. Themba, I'll come later. Let Stone PK just finish.
Yeah, I thought Themba is trying because he knows already we have the office. That's why he wants to remove Kuseo. Mapema. Anyway, Themba, you are right. I know all that. But what I was saying, for the sake of us discussing and looking way forward, there are some things that we need our government to now look into. We need to make things really easier than that. It doesn't matter whether it is Supreme Court that did that. Yeah, they did what they did because of what happened. But the easier we make things for Kenyans comfortable, the better, because voting is not a piece of cake. Remember, the voters are the people, majority are those who live below poverty line. You can imagine a voter ule kazi yake ni ya mjengo na anategemeanga hiyo 400 kwa hiyo siku, then ametoka saa 8 kwenda kupiga kura na hiyo siku inapotea. Kwanza analala njaa, or rather atalala bila hiyo nini. So we should make it as easy as possible in all ways. Manake huyu ambaye akishapiga kura is the same one who is so tense, so stressed. Like now, if you call people in Nairobi, watu hawakuli bana, hawaendi mahali, hakuna kitu inaendelea in Nairobi. Why? Because this is really taking so long, and we know it can take shorter than that. We are not saying that for this one that things might be whatever, but for future elections, we should really go easy, make it very comfortable, very, very easy. People should be able to vote online. Watu wanasema juu ya rigging. Let's be high tech. Let's even have people voting early and also counting. Let's have system. Let's be high. Twende mbele. Let's do heavy consultation and invest heavily in ICT. What am I saying? I'm saying that kupiga kura should not be this strenuous, stressful, making people wengine wanapanda pressure. Okay, people have different capacities. It should be very easy. Napiga kura leo, within 24, 48 hours, napewa projection, like the way they do in the US. And then the projection, credible projection, wewe unaenda kazi zako. Kama saa hii wangekuwa washatuambia officially but not declaring, this is the status, this is what is happening, zile zimebaki ni this percentage, and then sisi tubaki tukijijazia. All right, si kuweka tu watu and then I know you are laughing, Themba. What I'm saying, I know folks who've been calling me from home bana. Mtu anaweka 200 kwa simu, ndi ati anaona ni kama sisi tuko huku nje ndio tuko na the real information. Namwambia information iko hapo ndugu yangu. You go there, even take a mat to Bomas, utapata the real thing. So basically what I'm saying is, let election not be a point of really stress. It is, tumepiga kura. It is stressful campaigning for our candidates, like what we've been doing in our platforms. Really, every night we are there hammering. And then now tunawekwa masuspense zingine za ajabu, because we want to know. We want to almost officially know. Tentative results. There is that language in English. Provisional results. Why in Kenya don't we have provisional results? Provisional results can even be recalled. They can be amended. What is it we are fearing to say? Baba is at this with this percentage. Ruto is at this with this percentage. However, we have X, Y, Z still coming. That's a disclaimer. Na tuanze kupiga gita bwana, na nivae ile suti Makiadi alifanya nipime. Mimi nilikuwa nataka nianze kucelebrate leo with a lot of confidence. Niko na ndombolo zangu hapa, nimenini chupa moja nilitumiwa, hata siwezi funua because iko shida mingi bwana. Temba, back to you.
No, uko na gitaa hapo Stone PK. Chapa kidogo, chapa kawaya kidogo. Chapa kawaya ufurahishe huyu mwanadada hapa anaitwa Christine. Aache kuja hapa. Yaani yeye amekuja hapa. Yaani watu wa UDA wananigonga, wewe pia unakuja hapa kunigonga.
Chapa tu hiyo kitu kama nitaruhusiwa kutingiza. Kama hakuna kutingiza achana nayo.
Hakuna kutingiza bana, bado nini?
Achana nayo.
Wale wanatusumbua kwa comment section. Sijui Gadhi ameshinda, sijui Sakaja. Inategemea ni blogger mgani unafuata. Kama unafuata Itumbi ni Sakaja ameshinda. Kama unafuata Wazimio ni Gadhi ameshinda. Sasa wewe enda amua mwenyewe. If ni Sakaja you are right. If ni Gadhi you are right. So usikuja hapa kutusumbua, sijui Sakaja ameshinda, Gadhi ameshinda. Go look for the person you want to follow. We are done with the doubting Thomases. We are done with those people who don't believe whether they have won or not. You go look for the media house that is going to give you less pressure. Enda tafuta candidate wako mahali unaona ameshinda. Enda angalia tu, ukiona nani yako hapo, furahisha macho. Na ukiona hizo zote zikufurahishi, start your own tallying center. Enda tu IBC, download the forms, anza kutali. Sasa tukisonga, tunasonga. Sisi Baba has taken. That's why we are now thinking post Baba. What happens when Baba comes in? We are just waiting for official declaration by the IBC. And declaration is done by the presidential returning officer. And the presidential returning officer is one Wafula Chebukati. That is the presidential returning officer. He is the only one we are waiting to declare this thing. But for all the others, wewe enda tafuta. Fuata blogger. You know, a few days after election, I think 2 days after election, Jalango alikuwa ameshindwa, Korila alikuwa ameshinda. I think a day. Then kidogo hivi, Aisha Jumwa alikuwa ameshinda. I mean, depending with whom you choose to listen to. And even Itumbi has already called it for Ruto. He has said Ruto will get 51 point whatever %. Baba will get. So go look for someone. Wewe angalia, ulo utaangalia, amini yeye. Tungoje Chebukati official returning officer wa nini. Kama wewe ni Azimio soja na bado nakuja unaenda kila mahali ukiuliza ni nani, wewe uko na shida wewe. Wewe kama soja wa Baba uko na shida. Yes, Christine, sema. Naona umeanza kutafuta kala za Azimio.
I'm always having Azimio colors, Temba.
Not always.
I have them, but the right time for everything you do at the right time. Everything has its timing and place and season. So this is the season for blue.
Haya. Tupe habari yako. Uko namna gani? Toa maoni.
Good to see you, Roy Metulia, today. Makiadi, good to see you. And I'm just surprised ukisema we pia ni binadamu, jana ungetokelezea studio. If you know, you know. Thank you so much, Makiadi. Ni kama Araski. He was really an encouragement to us yesterday. I didn't expect ye pia.
I'm listening to you, Christine.
Yeah, so
I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm surprised ukisema jana we pia ni binadamu. I didn't know you were also going through a rough time, considering you gave me a chest to lean on, and kama uko na bibi, then ako very lucky. Thank you so much, Makiadi. Kuseo, good to see you. Douglas, Karibu, I think it's the first time I'm meeting you. Mato, Ndeto, you spent quite a lot of time yesterday, which was good in studio. Stone PK, good to see you. Good to see you yesterday in studio. Ni sawa tu matime zake, si unajua hata tukitolewa tutamalizia huko nyuma. So yesterday I didn't come to the studio because of Stone PK. Like, you know, saa zingine tunaambiwangwa men are like security. Mwanaume hata tumbo ikimwendesha hawezi jua. But he has Stone bwana. Like yesterday, you made me feel confident as a single woman and a single mother. I think I was stronger than you, PK. So ulini let down jana. So so Peter, sijui wewe ulipotelea wapi, but good to see you again today. So leo ni furaha tu. I don't know, it's not yet Uhuru, that's what I can say. It's not yet done until Chebukati makes his last final announcements. As human beings, we always hope for the best, and I'm hoping for the best. Just want to, the way Stone amesema ye uchukua the extremist side, and some few days before election, somebody made a statement that Baba has been getting few votes in Central, ni vile tu hananga agents. So from the results that are coming from Central, I don't know ni hiyo kidogo yenye alipanda mlima kidogo ama ni his real votes, you know? So I'm tending to wonder, did he get his real votes this time because he had agents? But that aside, a win is a win. Whether it was only one block of the 8 parts of Kenya voted for him and he won, it's a win. It is our democratic right to choose the leaders we want. Just the same way when Jesus and the Barnabas were when it was time to crucify Jesus, many people chose the thief and they left Jesus. So, but at the end of the day, Jesus didn't hold anything. He went to that, he faced the cross, died for our sins, saved us all, and even the 2 thieves that were crucified by his side, he said they be forgiven. So I believe Raila, if God willing, he's pronounced our president to be, he should treat all of us equally. We all pay taxes to the government. There's no place that pays tax and another place does not pay tax. So if it is a matter of services, we all deserve to get services equally and fairly. Forget about Rigathi saying that all the central resources have been taken to Nyanza since the handshake. He forgot that Nyanza people are also paying taxes. And if there's any government services, all of us should get equally. So Raila as a president should set precedents too, in that whoever voted for you, whoever did not vote for you, you are a president of Kenya as a nation. Kenya need to grow together because ukidevelop Nyanza, udevelop Ukambani, uwache Central, uwache Rift Valley, those people will come to, you know, what rightfully belongs to them, and it might end up being taken forcefully. Again, there'll be no peace in the country. A while ago, I overheard somebody saying Raila should focus on education, free healthcare. But as much as, yes, we are expecting to see changes from Raila, all we need to have is realistic expectations too. I'm sure many people say where we are here in the US, there's free education, there's free healthcare. That's a lie. There's no free education. All of us are paying taxes, you know? And even that education, you get good free primary education depending on your financial status, because depending with the school district that you are in, if you are a struggling person, you'll not get even that best education. You'll be forced to be in those local bad public schools. So I don't think we should expect so much from Raila without us doing something too. About free healthcare, yes, Raila has a good plan, but just like somebody had said, we need to put structures in our NHIF. Even here, we pay health insurance heavily. The people that benefit are those people that don't want to work and they have nothing, and at the end of the day, they have to get medication. But those that are working pay heavily for that. And remember, this is a country that is economically developed. So I think as much as we are expecting to see great changes, we should also have realistic expectation. So what else? I don't think I have much to say. People have said a lot. People have said good things. It's time for reconciliation, whichever the outcome of the results. We still need each other. We'll still coexist with each other. And I just hope that once the results are announced, even if it is now, we'll be allowed to sip something and dance to. Thank you. Whoever has a question can ask before.
No, you'll not be allowed to dance here. We will allow you to dance in the background. You will. You will not sip anything here. So be warned. If you are preparing to come and sip things and dance, so yeah, we will refuse.
Not even Jacom is really enjoying with that Wall somewhere right now. So
that is Jacom and Atul.
So mbona mimi nikaziwa as a voter and
You are not Jacom.
Okay.
Huyo ni Jacom baby. Wewe Temba wewe.
She's not Jacom.
Ni Azimio babe. Azimio babe.
We are saying here that is only one person who is being elected as the president of Kenya, and that is one Raila Amolo Odinga. The rest of us are not. So the rest of us can even tell those people who have been telling us that we are used with the opposition. We are not used with the opposition. Nobody is used with the opposition. Senior Stone PK, you never get used to the opposition. You wake up and you find yourself in the opposition. So we will be telling them as it is. Now, Mr. Martin Ndeto.
Vipi watu wetu, vipi. How you doing, Mr. Demba? How you doing, Richie? How you doing, Kuseo? Jose? Mio jina siezage sema hiyo Kuseo. Hiyo utabaki nayo. Pole. Douglas, I think this is the first time. Christine, my dear sister. Nastona menihepa. And then we got Sospita here. Sospita, I like your input that you did on the, and I actually watched your YouTube thing that you did. But I didn't agree with a lot of the things that you said, but that's okay. You're my neighbor. We'll finish with that. Anyway, nilikuwa nataka niwasalimie sana. Christine naona hapa hivi akicheka, najua nimegongwa huko. Nyinyi sasa nyinyi watu wa wapi? Oneni mimi venye nimekuja.
I'm always smiling, Deto. I'm always.
Oneni mimi venye nimekuja. Si tunapiga sherehe, nyinyi mko huku mnapiga kelele. Sijui Raila ashinde, sijui NTV, sijui what and all that. What are you guys talking about? Na watu walishashinda. Christine, what's the problem?
I just hope you'll not bring us Sakaja results. That's my worry.
I decided never to talk about Sakaja. But there's some rumors that it was a close call and the other guy might have won.
Hata Sakaja akiwina tumpatii bro.
No, huyo si tunamuimpeach. Sina tumepata MCA. Umeona wale MCA tumepata nini Nairobi wewe? Hiyo ni impeachment immediately with immediate effect. Kwanza ende atuletee degree.
Imechorwa.
Kwanza ende atuletee degree. Other than that tutamuachia basi. But no. Here, you see, there was a problem by yesterday evening, especially the people that tunakuaga hapo hivi. By yesterday's show, there was a problem. People were really, on the edge of their seats about what was happening. And especially media this time has really failed us so bad. It's made people, even my family, even people, even people back at home and people here, it's made them really stay on the edge of their seats. And I don't like that thing about the media, what they're doing to people. It could easily create an anarchy, but at this point, I think people have already gone through so many things in their lives and the last elections and everything that they're not willing to go through that. There's so many people I can tell you. I've been listening to you guys. I've been listening to people. I'm in so many groups. With my family, people who are just like sitting on the edge of the seats and trying to understand what is really happening. Is it Raila? Is it Ruto? What is happening? On one side, you're seeing a 98%. Chebukati is telling us 98% of, forms are in. Then on the other side, the media is telling us, yani mpaka, to a point that not just the groups that we are in, even other groups, even my own yetu ya nyumbani kinyumbani, where they're talking about if you are a Ruto guy, go to this station. If you are a Raila guy, go to this station. And when you look at them, you're like, whoa, yani bado mnaongea, to 2 million. I think that's something that the media is going to have to really deal with, that they never do that again. I think it's never happened again. It's never happened before, because the problem is they've just that people are grown up nowadays and they're not going to fight just for BS. It could have created a big thing that people could have actually easily fought, because on this side is been in as a letter apathy where people are thinking they are fighting. And so Peter, I like what you said because of how the voter apathy happened. That was very right what Sospita said. I think it was about 3 hours ago. I was listening to. But what I'm trying to say, what I'm going to say, Baba has won this thing. It's done. And Central has voted for Baba more than anybody can think, actually. Central voted by Kutembea. They did not go. They had a good reason to do that.
They voted by abstention.
By abstention. That's what it was.
And abstaining is voting. Thank you, Mato.
Yes. And they had a very good reason to do that. And somebody said it today here. I don't know who was talking, because I was listening, I was driving. But somebody said it. Here's the problem. There's a big problem between Central and Rift Valley. That happened last time. I said it last time, but I think now I can say it nicely. The problem is, in Rift Valley, Central guys, I'm not going to be tribal. I'm just going to say Central guys. Central guys are scared was a Tolewa. And there was leaflets, there was Nini, and all those things. What would you do if you were them? Would you want to vote and finish their guy, or the person that can finish you on the other guy, on the other side? Or would you want not to be counted on that list, but have made something, an impact on it?
Mato,
Yes, sir.
can I ask you a question? Because you guys have peddled that thing this is the second time I'm hearing it. And I think Stone PK was asking you that question. If I want to imagine I'm understanding his question, we were trying to ask you that so that you can think that statement again. How is it that when Central guys do not get out to vote, they are voted by not voting? When Nyanza have a low turnout, people don't get out to vote. Why don't you use the same kind of logic to tell Nyanza people they have been voting for the president of the day without getting out and voting? But now for Central, the statement is now they have voted for Azimio without getting out to vote. Don't you find that reasoning skewed?
But you see, I have no good soul for Nyanza guys, because they should have actually got out to vote. They had nothing to lose. Even when that happened, they were also affected. But I'm not talking about Nyanza, and I'm not going to be very nice with Nyanza people. They should have done better. But at least they did hit 70%.
No, you didn't hear me. In the understanding that has always been there is that Nyanza people have not always gotten out to vote to the last man. All right, that when Central has been getting out to vote to the last man, Nyanza people have not always gotten out to vote to the last man. That has been the narrative, and has been pushed 2013. It was pushed 2017. That Nyanza people do not always get out to vote. So when they came out to campaign this time, it was kindly get out to vote, because normally you don't go to vote, because us from Central we usually get out kumira kumira. It was never this statement that you're saying that, okay, Nyanza people, let's say in 2017, they voted for Uhuru by not getting out to vote. Or they voted for Uhuru in 2013 by not getting out to vote. But now in 2022, now you have a logic. You are saying Central people voted for Azimio by not getting out to vote. What logic is this, that all of a sudden it is being applied in the Central, that they go, you are not telling them that they had a low voter turnout, which is what you have been telling Nyanza people, that you guys do not get out to vote. But for Central, it is now a positive, statement that, Central people, they voted for Azimio by not getting out to vote. Where are you getting this logic?
But Themba, we are kind of age mates, and you know Nyanza vizuri. You know when the celebrations watu wakiamua kama celebration ishaingia wanajua kuachia kitu. Celebration, you wait for the graduation. Not graduation, inauguration. You know these guys bwana, wakifika huko wakishajua ishaingia, celebration inaanza. Did you see that video that we played yesterday?
Mato.
So no, ngoja
rudi kwa Themba, rudi hapo kwa hiyo statement ya Themba hiyo. Hiyo hatutaki ipite, tunataka hiyo narrative, and that's why nilitoka sarcastically. Themba alipik. Watu wakifanya mbaya waambua wamefanya mbaya. Haya, endelea Mato.
Sawa, watu wa Nyanza mazee, wachageni kucelebrate mapema hata kama ishaingia bwana. Unajua huko rai kikuja.
Hapana.
No, Mato, stop running away from the statement. You are running away from Central. And I had that here. Maybe I don't know who brought it here. Now you're also repeating the same kind of statement, because
no. Wait,
there's a
okay,
narrative.
So let me be serious.
There's a narrative that you guys want to push, and which is a narrative that has not been pushed for other communities, and especially Nyanza. And I want to repeat the question again for you, who has come up with it right now, which was actually said here a while earlier. And it was said by Mr. K. Mr. K came here and said, Central people actually voted for Azimio by not getting out to vote. I was out. I was not here, but I listened to that and was like, okay, that's an interesting narrative that we want to push right now. When Nyanza people apparently do not turn out, they are told that you guys do, in fact, it was part of the campaign messaging, and they were sent, and some of them were saying that you people, you don't get out to vote. As in Central Kenya, we get out kumira, right? All right.
Then, but do you want me to do you want me to say it as is, or do you want me to censor myself? Because I could say it. I know one day I tried to say it over here. You told me not to be cheeky, and because I was trying to say it. Do you want me to say it? Because I mean,
I don't know what
it's in everybody's mind. I can say it if you let me do it, or if you just let me roll, because I understand we are national TV. But maybe if you call me,
just say the way you usually tell Nyanza people, there was low voter turnout in the Central, period. Hakuna kitu ingine ya kuweka kuiles na some sweet atio. You know, they didn't get out. They were thinking they didn't want to vote for, you know, they had this, or they actually voted for Azimio because they decided they're not. No, there was low voter turnout. Now you start giving other explanations.
Okay, sawa basi, nitaruka. We'll talk on a private side, but I think a lot of people understand what really happens between Central and Rift Valley, and I'll run over to. We all know, and sometimes you gotta protect your brothers. Your brother is your, you know, you're your brother's keeper, and you're your sister's keeper. So we already know what happened there, and this was not. It's a calculated thing. It's something that actually happened. Now, moving on. Themba wacha ngoja. Naona unmute. I know
Don't
you're about
move on.
to hit
Don't
me.
move on, Mato. Don't move on. You're not moving on before you finish that thought. I want you to finish that thought. We are not moving on. You are pushing a thought. We don't understand. We don't understand. I mean, Central Anyanza, when they have low voter turnout, you people don't turn out to vote. You need to turn up to the last man. As in Central, we turn up to the last man. This time you didn't turn up.
Remember, what was the percentage for? What was the percentage for them for Nyanza?
What do you mean?
What was the percentage turnout for Nyanza?
The last time? Or
No,
right now?
no. This time, no. This time.
They turned out. There was a high percentage.
Okay, what was the percentage for Central?
50, 60, thereabout.
What was for Nyanza? You just say they turned out. Muli turn out wangapi?
No, you see now you wanna change your argument. So let's
No, because you're talking about Nyanza turnout, and I'm telling you, Nyanza did turn out. Central did not turn out. So you're pushing that conversation, and it's not the right conversation according to me.
Central did not turn out.
Wrong.
Just hold on. Tell them Central did not turn out. Their voter turnout in Central was low. I mean, that's what you need to say, but not say that they were actually voting for Azimio by not voting. Unless you have yes, Douglas.
As a hand, I think if you let me finish.
Hold on,
just to contribute to that conversation. Look here, you have Rigathi, who is a deputy to William Ruto. Why would Central not come out and vote in large numbers for William Ruto, since they know Rigathi can possibly be a president after 10 years? Rather, they didn't turn up. So actually, they didn't turn up to vote. So you can do an act unconsciously, but not knowing the effect of the act. It doesn't mean that you're strategic. You can do an act unconsciously, but the effect is actually a benefit to someone else. Then you realize, oh, wow, just by not turning up, we messed up. Because actually, if Central turned up and vote for Ruto and Rigathi, we'll be having a different conversation right now.
You know, the problem here's the problem. People, I don't know if you guys really go back and look at and look back at the history of our country. Right?
Martin, before he moves to the next explanation. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead. He's listening.
Okay, Martin, there's something you said that I would really like a clarification on, because we don't want rumors of propaganda. You mentioned that if voting in Rift Valley and Central, we know we are just trying to protect our brothers, but we know what happened. So do you mind telling us what you know happened in Rift Valley and Central, if there's something that happened, please?
Who doesn't know?
I personally don't know, Martin. I don't know. I don't know what.
I don't know either.
Yeah, so let's just be on the same page, if you don't mind.
Mato, you have a choice to keep quiet. Do you want to keep quiet on it, or you want to share it?
No, anything said here, Temba, has to be clarified, and that's why we are seated here. If you make a statement,
No, he's struggling to say it, so we don't want to force him also.
You can withdraw. You can say, okay, I withdraw that statement. It's also something.
I withdraw the statement, Mato. The panel has said you withdraw and continue. We can't hear you.
Let me withdraw. You go look at your history, and once you
We
look at your history, you will
don't
understand.
withdraw and then we look at our history. Where we withdraw and then move to your next point.
Okay, I withdraw. So, anyways,
move on to your
okay,
next
so
point.
okay, so I think Central did a good job. It wasn't just anything that happened. It was an advice. It was passed around. People told not to go to vote. Okay. Ay. Douglas. Unataka kuniua?
I think Martin is trying to justify something that is unjustifiable. I think Martin is a bit disappointed, but he's trying to justify something by saying it was a strategy. It wasn't a strategy. It was just voter apathy. That's it. There was no one they were voting for maybe who's going to be president. President runs things, not deputies. And probably they felt we don't have a stake in this game. So, there's voter apathy. But not knowing, that's what I'm saying, you can do an act unconsciously, but not knowing you're benefiting someone else without knowing until you realize later. Because I don't see any reason why they could not vote in large numbers for Ruto having Rigathi as a deputy, and the probability of having Rigathi doing another 10 years after deputy president. I don't see, the logic doesn't make sense, because they had a stake in the game. And they were talking about exchanging hand. You gave us this, we are going to give our hand back. Then all of a sudden, people are not voting. Which also brings a question of, where are the numbers? Maybe there are no people in Central, actually. We don't know. Maybe there are no people there. So we need to really ask, why are these numbers so low?
Yeah, actually, someone said turnout in Central was 54%. We need to demystify. Yeah, there's numbers speak so many things. Numbers speak so many things. So it's not something that you just sit here and then brush it off and say, it was a strategy. They were told not to get out and vote. I mean, that has never been a strategy in any political arrangement. Indeed, if it was a strategy, then they could have even have voted for their Jubilee MPs. They didn't. Those who went out to vote voted for UDA. So why didn't they, even those people, if they really loved UDA that much to the extent that they voted for them, come out and actually vote for them? Which is what I'm saying. Someone came here and said, which is something I want to agree with. Even those who didn't come out to vote, if they came out to vote, they would have still voted the way those who voted did. So they would still have voted for those people. But what is this that made them not come out to vote? There was voter apathy. What led into voter apathy? So trying to lace it, I mean, being hard on other communities when they don't get out to vote, that you people never get out to vote for your man. It's because you didn't get out to vote. Then when it comes to you people to get out to vote, you are not getting out to vote. What is the voter behavior in Central? Or the question we're being asked, probably there has never been as a large voter turnout previously. Right? So those are some of the questions we need to ask. And when you start asking the questions, then you start saying, hey, let's not discuss that. Well, it is easy. I mean, these are things that we are being given by IBC. Who is saying that we should not discuss figures that are being given by IBC? He said there was low voter turnout. I mean, that's a public thing. It's public knowledge. So you don't want us to go to the reasons. Why do you want to tell us that we should not discuss that?
Okay,
What is
remember, at the end of it, am I still gonna get to finish my conversation? Or
no, if you are still going around to that place and you're not answering our question, because now you're coming in and telling us, you're telling, but this is what you're saying, I withdraw, and then you come back and say, the Central guys had been told not to vote. You are explaining the same thing we are telling you. Tell us this. Is it also true on the other side?
Can I say something? Okay. You know, Martin's explanation is a bit corny, because it's the same explanation you'd say your brother is your neighbor, yes, and you hear thugs coming in to your brother's house, but you say, I had a strategy of not coming out to help him because I didn't want the victims to be more. I just wanted him killed and his family, because if I came out, they would have killed him and my family too. It doesn't make any sense.
But your explanation is not making sense to the panelists. That's why we are pushing you harder. So if you don't have any explanation to it, it's okay. You can push on, move on to another topic. Mambo ya turnout wachana na. Yes, Kuseo.
You know, so many things happened just before the election day. One of them was the spirited campaign by the president. And I thought, I was thinking that maybe Stone PK would tell us a bit how this message was received. Now, at one point, you know, the president fell short of saying that you vote that way for UDA at your own peril. If you want, go ahead, but just know from where I am, it is of no good to you. Now, assuming that was convincing enough, now most of us here may think that if you don't vote for UDA, then you vote for Azimio. I don't think necessarily. Maybe those who took the president's advice decided, okay, we will not vote UDA. But it did not automatically, even the president didn't put it like that automatically now vote for the other side. He just tried to discourage them from voting UDA, from voting the DP. So if that was the case, then you can understand maybe a good percentage of these people said, okay, I think maybe the president has a point. So what did they do? Decided, let's not vote. Then that could have contributed to the low turnout. Now, for some of us who are expecting that everything lost on the other side was again this side, then there lies the problem. Now, as you absorb that, I want you to think about Nairobi. Personally, I think I heard somebody saying that Nairobi had less than 10% turnout, 2.5 million votes, and only 10% turned out to vote. It's a bit disturbing for me. I don't know whether it is the truth. At one point, I thought that was fake news. Is that the case?
Kuseo, your explanation is just going on to what Martin was trying to explain, which we don't agree with. But
no,
anyway.
I was just analyzing what I.
Okay, Mato. Endele.
Leo mumeamua kuni hijack, lakini sawa, haina noma. So anyways, but wacha basi ni hepe hiyo story yote, hiyo story. Let me just run away from from everything that I was saying. Let me move on from and anybody that actually listens to me and understands what I'm trying to say. There was a problem between Rift Valley and Central. But moving on, because now everybody has attacked that. I didn't even finish the statement. Yes, we are winning this thing. Raila is going to be the president. There's something I just want to brag a little bit. And so one of our friends, big person here, told me, Mato, yeah, you are right, but you are not right at the same time. I believe everybody is talking good about Ukambani. I have been sitting here and I have to brag this. Please just let me brag on one. I told you guys Ukambani was the card that was going to bring everything in. And that's what it was. And that's why we had to let not Kalonzo go anywhere. In the start, I was the one against Kalonzo coming to Azimio. And then after some time, I realized that we have to bring Ukambani. You know, it comes a time that we realize Kenya is not Central and Central is not Kenya. We realize that other communities really actually matter. And that's why we are hitting hard in Ukambani, because Ukambani is bigger than anything. And by the way, guys, I still want you guys to really reckon one man called Mutua. Mutua went to the other side to stop Kalonzo from going that side. I said it here. The people that have been here know that. Ukambani, we are giving you 90% everywhere that you're going. We are getting it. And so sometimes Central has to understand that Kenya is bigger than Central. I wanted to say that. I know I'm going to get hit, but today I'm controversial because I know we are going to get the seat and we have already gotten the seat. Listen, guys, all the communities in Africa, all the communities in Kenya matter. Ukambani has brought this seat home. If it wasn't for Ukambani getting the 90s, 80s, nothing has been lost in Ukambani. If we had, for the most people that have been here for a long time, talking about let's let Kalonzo go. No, the Anatusumbua, we've been here for 9 months, 8 months, whatever. When you're Mekwapa for a long time, they know what people were talking about. If we had listened to that, today, everything that we're getting from Ukambani and everything that we've gotten, going all the way to Mariakani, from Kitui and all those places, almost Mandera, going down all the way to Mariakani. If we had dared made that mistake, today we wouldn't be talking what we are talking about and the numbers we are talking about. So we need to, at some time, own what has brought back our dignity as Azimio. Because Baba, yes, we know Baba has won. But if Ukambani was not there, and if we had just looked at Kalonzo and said, go away, and if Mutua had not gone to the other side to stop Kalonzo to go in that side, because I can almost bet you, I have, and I can share it if you want, I have almost 3 Mandeleo Chap MCAs that have won. They have no regalia of UDA. None Mandeleo, hakuna mtu wa Mandeleo Chap aliyekaga kitu ya yellow. They were all in Azimio. Mutua is still in Azimio. Mutua is still going to get something. But he had to stop something from going the opposite side. I know I'm going to get hit from that, but I know you guys are going to, right now, one day, look back and say, Ukambani brought this seat home. And maybe Central, iyo Maringo, I mean, I'm so sorry. I respect Central. I respect everybody. Iyo maringo ya kusemanga kila mtu lazima uwe na Central na Rift Valley ndio ushinde is being demystified. That's what we were looking for, so that people understand that Kenya is bigger than anything else. So now that we've won, I hope anybody here can say Ukambani has done something. Tumewapatia 90%, everything. Kila kitu. Tell me something wrong. But because we analyze the politics of the world and of Kenya especially, we cannot be lying with each other here to be nice and everything. That's why I was trying to go on a different trajectory, but everybody told me not to go through that. Now I've gone on another one. Do you guys think that Ukambani has come in hot and that the next presidential person will have to talk to Ukambani? What do you guys think? I mean, it's an open discussion. Sorry, Demba. But these are things that we have to talk. This is our country.
Yeah, a good question. I mean, if you want to be president, you have to talk to everyone. We want to demystify that. We have to talk to any block specifically. So yeah, everyone must be talked to. Simwache tuapishe baba kwanza ndio tuongee 2027. Hatujaapisha baba bwana, mshaanza kutuambia mambo ya 2027 bwana. Tunataka kwanza tuapishe baba, tupige sherehe hapa, unaona gitaa pale nani ana Stone PK hapo.
Wanataka kuanza kampeni nyingine ama namna gani?
Wanataka kwanza kampeni na baada hatujaapisha hata hatujakula hata hii bado bana. Bado tuko na suti zinangoja kupiga sherehe. Stone PK ashanunua gitaa hapa, yeye anatupikisha nini hapa, so mambo ya 2027 wacha kwanza tuweke kwanza kando. Tukule hii kwanza. Tukule hii kesho. Leo tushafika kesho Kenya. Leo kitu saa 8 saa 9 hivi. Kwa sababu Chebukati tayari ameanza kuonyesha dalili za kuleta vitu pamoja. Leo kitu saa 7 saa 8 hapo tunaweza pata dalili za kwamba sasa announcement karibu inafanywa, so tunaweza pata hiyo nini, alafu wakishafanya announcement tupige sherehe, wachaneni na mambo ya 2027 kwanza na sijui nani to be talked to, tuanalyze kwanza hii ambayo imepita. Vile umesema vizuri sana, umetuambia, tutataka kujua kama ni kweli Kavaluku bado ako Azimio ama kalienda hiyo side nyingine. Tunataka kuanalyze kwanza hii ambayo imepita.
Vemba kalikuwa kanafaa kurudi miezi 2 before nini na akakurudi, sasa tuko sure.
Lazima tuanalyze hii kwanza, hii imepita, alafu after hapo sasa ndio tuongee 2027. Saizi bado baba kwanza akule hiyo kitu kwanza, baba akule, alafu baba Temba, this is not funny. Usianze kugawanya watu. What do you mean kugawanya? There was low voter turnout in Central. I mean, kama hiyo itawagawanya, museme ni sawa tu. Mpendi kuambiwa ukweli. Central wakiambiwa there was low voter. Nyanza, it's easy kuambia Nyanza that you have never turned out to vote. But Central wakiambiwa wanasema sasa hiyo unagawanya watu. That was true. There was voter apathy. So why generally in the country there was low voter turnout. But anyway, in 2002 the voter turnout was 57%. The votes that sent Moi's project then home was 57%. That was 2002. There has been higher voter turnout. 2007 there was a higher voter turnout. So generally, statistically across the country, there was not a high voter turnout as expected by the IBC. You had about probably 22 million. Only about 14 there turned out. So that was just about 57%. I mean 53, 54, thereabout. They're going to release the full figures. In 2002, there was 57% vote turnout. And that is the vote that sent Uhuru home then. And Moi, the project of Moi then was Uhuru. He was sent by 57%. So we are analyzing those figures in this panel. If you have, kama we ni mtu wa emotions mingi, usikuje kwa hii panel. Sisi hapa tuji kukuambia vitu unataka kusikia. Tuko hapa kuanalyze. What you do with our analysis is up to you. So usikae hapa kwa unaona ni kama tunakukasirisha na our analysis. Hata Ndeto akisema nini zake, yeye anafanya analysis, which is good for our discussion. Kama wewe unataka tukwambia tu vitu unataka kusikia, pole sana. The idea is there was low voter turnout across the country. And that's the figures according to IBC, what they are telling us. So we are looking at those voter turnout. Why? And of course now, Ndeto is giving us what he thinks. And of course, panelists think otherwise. And anybody can think differently, which is why we are having this discussion. You are free to have your opinion. You're okay to come and express. And if you want to join here, just check the link, join in, come. When the link has been shared. Makiadi, are we doing 24 hours again today?
I have no idea, but I think somebody might be on their way here. I do not want to say that with certainty. I'm not sure, but I think maybe Bernardo Ekesa. But before,
but in Kenya, they don't have a holiday.
We'll see. I think we still have a bit of time.
Okay.
We'll see. Okay. There's one thing I wanted us to at least to discuss here. One of the things that I was thinking is we should have looked also at where Baba performed very well, especially the counties that he flipped from 2017 election. And one of those counties, I believe, is Samburu, if I'm not wrong. I think he flipped Samburu and also is it no, not Trans Nzoia. These are Narok. How was his performance in Narok last election? I think he lost to Uhuru Kenyatta in Narok, and that is why I think there's a lot of hullabaloo about who is going to win the governorship of Narok right now. And from the scenes that we saw yesterday, I think there was a bit of skirmishes yesterday in Narok between supporters of Olen Tutu, I think so, Ole Kenta, and some guys that had carried ballot materials to one of the polling stations. I think looking at the figures that are coming from Narok, if we go by the voting that has taken place, the margins between Raila Odinga and William Ruto is, I don't know, about 20,000. The last time I checked, I can't say that with certainty. But then I am tempted to think that the governor will also come from ODM. I think the performance of the senator would also reflect to the governor, and so there is a high possibility that not only will Azimio take Narok, but also the senator and the governor will come from ODM. I think Big Julius was here. I think he dropped, but he would have been the best person to tell us that. And also Garissa County. I'm impressed by the performance of Raila Odinga in Garissa County. I mean, look at his performance in 2017 and his performance in 2022 right now. I think he performed very, very impressively. And, Garissa is one of the counties that you'd expect somebody like Aden Duale to play a bigger role because he's been a right-hand man of Raila Odinga. But this is not confirmed information. I don't want to be held to that.
Aden Duale has been right-hand man of Raila Odinga.
No, sorry, Aden Duale has been the right man of. He has been the right-hand man of Raila Odinga before he went to William Ruto. Anyway, so he's been the right-hand man of William Ruto. But I want to say this: I think unconfirmed reports say that Aden Duale has been defeated. I am not sure about that. But there's some people that are saying he lost to a guy known as Abdul. I can't remember his name. I'll find the name and I'll give you. But that is unconfirmed reports. So basically, Garissa, Raila Odinga performed very well. We are still waiting for Wajir. So the voting in Wajir, most of the areas was postponed until yesterday. I believe from today, later on today, we'll start receiving the results. And I believe that tally will also be going to Raila Odinga. So as we continue, we also should also look at where Raila Odinga lost. And one of the major disappointments was Bungoma. Remember I told you here some time back that I'm sorry to say this, there's always been a beef between Raila Odinga and the Bukusu community. There's a time I said here.
But wait, why are you disappointed? Bungoma was never a Raila place.
It was a Raila place. He won in 2017.
It
he
was
got about
during
68.
NASA. It was.
Yeah,
It
he
was
got about
Raila place.
68% of Bungoma.
During NASA.
Yeah, he took
during NASA days. It was in the last elections. It was.
Wangamati was which party?
Ford Kenya.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ford Kenya was together with Raila in NASA. Remember?
Yeah, but you see, that was Ford Kenya, and Ford Kenya, for the place. You see, if it would have been Raila, it would have been a Raila. You remember, this is what happened during NASA days. In the constituency, whatever levels, I mean those places, they competed. Ford Kenya and ODM and and yeah, Ford Kenya, ODM, Wiper, they competed in the constituency, and Ford Kenya took the day.
Yes, but the
And
vote went to
Ford
Raila.
Kenya, Ford Kenya
The
also,
vote went to Raila
Ford Kenya also won the
as the presidential candidate.
Yeah, of course they will go to Raila because of Wetangula.
Yeah.
So basically, by then you would say that Bungoma voted for Raila in 2017. They didn't vote for Raila. They voted for Wetangula because he was in NASA. But Bungoma
either way, Baba has lost it. Demba.
Bungoma has always voted against Baba. You know, Bungoma has a history with Baba because of Baba fought their guy, and this guy was Ford Kenya Doyen. That is
Kijana Wamalwa.
Wamalwa. And since that time to date, Bungoma has not been very friendly with Baba, and that's why ODM had not penetrated as much as ODM had penetrated Kakamega, Vihiga, Busia, Trans Nzoia.
Tendo umesahau 2013,
Let me add
2017,
something.
Bungoma has always voted Baba.
Yeah. And let me clarify something. I think what really made us go downhill in Bungoma is because of this Wanyonyi fiasco. This Wanyonyi fiasco was projected up there among Bukusus. So Wanyonyi and Sakaja a little bit, but Ruto really capitalized on that Wanyonyi fiasco. Before that, DAP-K was doing very well, but then also DAP-K refused to take the deal where they were to leave. I mean, ODM was to not field anybody in Bungoma and Trans Nzoia, and then they would also stay out of Kakamega, Busia, and Vihiga. But DAP Kenya refused that, and also from that time, I think it was all downhill for our Malwa guy.
You are right. There are pieces of it from that side, pieces the other side, but also you cannot underrate. You see, the Nairobi politics hardly affects the Western as such. There is little infiltration, but it's not so significant. You have to remember that the Lusakas, and of course, you remember how even in the by-elections, how UD had performed there. That time, the Wanyonyi issues were not even there, but you can already see for the ODM and Raila who already didn't do so well in those by-elections. So it all still boils down to, I think, what the Wamalwa issues. They supported Baba because of NASA, and the Wetangulas were this side, you remember? So that played a role, but it is not just one item. There is a mixture of several items that contributed to this.
You know, Costello, in 2013, it was called, right?
Yeah.
Where was Wetangula?
See, Wetangula was with us in 2013.
In 2017, it was NASA. Where was Wetangula?
With us in NASA.
So both times, Bungoma people voted with Wetangula, where Wetangula was.
Yes, but there was a split. Remember, even 2017, there was Bungoma fellows who voted Jubilee, the Kina Barazas. You remember? No. That's why I was saying it's a mixed kind of thing.
That's the way. Wait, you know, what I'm trying to tell you is, while ODM benefited even as much as within NASA, the NASA partners, because the idea was we negotiate so that like what they did for Nairobi, they wanted in NASA to negotiate to zone off some of the things, but they refused. So ODM was able to enter Vihiga. ODM was able to enter Busia. ODM they all fielded, by the way. But then ANC fielded, Ford Kenya fielded. ODM became popular in those. ODM also, Kakamega, ODM also took it. So the only county that ODM never took was Bungoma. right?
Yeah, you remember even Wetangula himself had challenges there. He just slipped through.
Let me finish. So when the reason they voted for president in CORD and NASA was because of the Wetangula factor. Because remember the negotiation of Wetangula was more of the Bukusu side, not these other people. And the Bukusu are mainly in Trans Nzoia and Bungoma.
Lakini Pemba, you remember Wetangula himself, if it was not for Baba, would not even have been elected. So it is not such a big, it is a mixed kind of, it's not a very one-sided kind of scenario.
No, I think don't look at this thing as a Bungoma issue. Look at this thing as a Bukusu issue, not a Bungoma issue. And I can tell you for free.
What's the difference?
Bungoma is I would call it a bit of a cosmopolitan, but if you look at the natives, the Bukusu community, they've had beef. That is what we are saying. They've had beef with Raila Odinga. And even for them supporting Raila Odinga in 2017, there was a big split also. There are people who voted for Lusaka in Jubilee, and he was almost winning that. He was almost winning the governorship.
Right. Yeah.
Remember, there was a bit of delay. They tried to skuma the Kifaranga cha computer in Lusaka, and it failed. But he had garnered a lot of votes. And so for us to try and say that to wish away the Wetangula issue, we'll be lying to ourselves. And I was here on this panel, I said, when you take Wetangula and Lusaka and you send them to the ground in Bungoma, they'll do a lot of damage. And it has come to pass.
Wetangula himself has been re-elected, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about the results yet, but I know there's no way the other guy from DAP can beat Wetangula. There's no way. Wetangula is a dinosaur. You cannot
Actually,
remove Wetangula.
is there somebody that can tell us if Wetangula has clinched that senatorial seat? Because I heard somewhere that he might have not.
You know, Pemba had absolved IBC here that they don't tell us such. No.
No, I don't think the DAP guy can beat Wetangula. That one you can take to the bank.
But not even just because you know Wetangula entered the kind of campaign strategy, DP. And
but let me ask you now that Makiadi, you're on that topic. DAP was to generally take Bungoma. DAP Kenya was to generally populate Bungoma. Now they have not done so well in Bungoma. So I don't know what happened.
They spread their wings too far. I think that was the cause. They thought they had taken Bungoma and went outside, forgetting what they were really to focus on. The focus was not so well done.
Yeah, I think DAP was a fairly new party, and one thing that makes it impossible to for Kenya, I mean for DAP to match Ford Kenya, is Ford Kenya is a grassroots party in Bungoma County
with a lot of emotions, and
people are emotionally attached to Ford Kenya from the reigns of Wamalwa Kijana. They believe that is theirs, that is their party. You see, so having a DAP, a new probably 2 months party to go and compete against Ford Kenya was a big bluff. And you also understand that I think at the rate that people are defecting from other parties to DAP, people thought that DAP was going to perform very well. But there are other parties in Western Kenya like ODM that has a connection with people in Kakamega. And that is why you saw Raila Odinga running to the ground, going to give direct tickets to the likes of Tindi, to the likes of Aseka, to the likes of this bishop from, I don't know, Ekolomani, because he knew these were strong candidates, but he did not want them to run away from ODM. And you see, it has worked. Kakamega,
I thought the bishop is in Lurambi.
There's Lurambi, yeah. I think I said
the bishop is in Lurambi.
Yeah, Lurambi. So you see what ODM has done in Kakamega. It has cleaned that place. Clean. And that was a strategy that nobody thought about. Raila Odinga gave free nomination tickets to all those people, and they clinched their seats. And
but Richie, I think Ford Kenya is to Bungoma what Wiper is to Machakos.
Machakos just lost there. The governor was not even from Wiper, Mutua.
No, Ndeti.
No, Mutua.
Ndeti.
I'm saying Mutua was not from Wiper.
No, I'm saying as we speak now, the way Fort Kenya is respected in Bungoma is more or less like the way Wiper is ruling Machakos and Kitui.
I've never known the
You know that the MCAs in Mutua's government, their majority was Wiper.
I have never known how deep the roots of.
Ask Ndeto here to confirm.
Hold on. Say, I've never known how deep the roots of Wiper Party are in Ukambani politics. I still doubt because
You don't
at
remember
one given
this fellow,
time,
this fellow who was here on the panel who was
on.
telling us that Upende you don't remember that talk?
Hold on. What I'm saying is this, and I think we are having a monologue, and Christine inaitangwa ya watu wawili inaitangwa nini? Monologue ni ya mtu mmoja. Hii kizungu hii. Christine, I know you want to come in.
No, it is monologue though. As
monologue
much as
monologue ya mtu mmoja inaitwa nini? I was told one person speaking to themselves inaitwa soliloquy. Mwaisikia kizungu kama hiyo?
Hii ni double log.
Now we are learning.
It is called, in them I think you've heard that, soliloquy. When you're speaking to yourself, and monologue is junior. Anyway, what I'm saying is this.
Yeah.
At one point Wiper Party was performing very well, and then at one point it lost a lot of seats in Ukambani, and then right now 2022 it looks like it has regained. You cannot compare these and Ford Kenya. Ford Kenya is a roots party. Ford Kenya is like a mother party to the Bukusu community. They identify with it the way ODM, not ODM.
I wonder how the MCAs for Wangamati are now.
MCAs?
Are they Ford Kenya or they are what? DAP?
Wacha tuachie Christine kwanza ongea. Christine.
No, Richard, I just wanted to ask you something. When Martin says that Kalonzo has done a lot of work in Ukambani, sure, the Ukambani people have brought a lot of votes, but I want to ask, you wanna tell me that Charity Ngilu had no influence or impact? I just wanna know.
That's a difficult one.
Yes, Mato.
Say what a chocha.
Let me answer this, and I'll answer it, and I know I'll be nitagongo na watu wengi, but this is the truth. Whether you like it, take it to the bank, do what you want to do. But here's the truth, and this is the truth, and take it to the bank. Kalonzo has done a lot of campaigning when he finally came in, when he got cornered and finally came in. I mean, give credits. What does Joe say? Nani mgala mpe ile yake, whatever you want to say. Yes, he has done something, but he had to be cornered. The people that have really done this job, that's why you hear Ukambani is coming this hard in mzima, and I think we were here about 8 months ago talking, or 6. The people who have really worked hard to make Kalonzo work that hard, and by the way, he has done a job, is 3 people. Na nimekuambia nitagongwa saizi. Number 1, Kivutha Kibwana. The guy works undercovers. He's the guy that you will find kwa kibanda huko, even when he was governor. No bodyguards nini, ni mtu wa kibanda huko. Number 2 is one lady, great lady called Charity Ngilu. Done a great job. The kofia zizi mnavanga hata ukiona Mama Selina amevaa hizo kofia za jeshi la baba. That was Mama Charity Gilon that came up with that regalia. Okay? Number 3, na hapo ndo najua nitaumiwa na nitagongwa, is a sacrificial lamb. Was sacrificed to go stop. Now I can say it, the kura ziko hapa, watanigonga, it's fine. The number 3, ule mwenye in fact ananida a handshake, is one man mwenye najua nitagongewa hapa. And I will not say the name saizi because watu watanigonga. But there was 3 people that started with Ukambani. And they've brought it home. If Kalonzo had gone away, tungekuwa na shida. But Ukambani had to stay intact. And somebody had to sacrifice something. And there's somebody who was sacrificed, but akona kitu kwa baba. And that's one man called Alfred Mutua. He was the person mwenye alisacrifice, akaenda ile side ingine ndio jamaa asiende huko, alikuwa anaenda. The people who have been here for a long time, they know what struggle, wanajua. I was here talking about that because I was the biggest person against Kalonzo coming to Azimio at the first place, until I realized that Ukambani is going to be the answer to Central. Or we realized, and I was told through the, kuongea. But the one person that actually sacrificed his career and has, but I don't think he has sacrificed anything. He wasn't coming to governor, so he had nothing to lose. That man, Alfred Mutua, stopped Kalonzo from going that other side and made Kalonzo go think again and come back. And that's how Ukambani has been, because we were against one man called Mudhama. Mudhama is the reason that Ukambani AG endelea. So we wanted to demystify that. And that's why we campaigned even against Mudhama, being the UDA chairman or whatever you want to call it, that lady Wavinya Ndeti from Kadhiani is in. So those 3 governors have done the job for it. Hawa watatu, na kuna moja hatujui venye ya kumrudisha na hatujui venye ya kumshukuru. Ako kajamaa kanaitwa Fred Mutua kalimake Kalonzo asiende huko because he was threatening to go. He's a narcissistic guy. I don't like him. I don't care for him. But we needed him for this one. I'm just being honest. Anigonge akitaka. He knows me. Shida yake.
Martin, your explanation about everything makes sense, and I think I'm 90% with you on that.
Mato, how would you say that you knew the answer to Central's Ukambani? What do you mean by that?
Because Central, okay, at the time, actually, we didn't know who Baba was gonna choose, right? And we knew Ruto alikuwa ashapanda mlima. So how do you counter that? So and when you look at, there's a big a perception that has been moving on that Central, if you want to become a president, you have to endear Central and you have to endear Rift Valley. You see, so that has been something. But also when you look at the numbers of Central and you start looking at the numbers of Ukambani, people also forget. They start looking at Machakos, Makueni, and Kitui. What they forget is that Mwingi starts way in Mandera. Kitui on the other side also starts way in Mandera. You come down to Machakos, people forget that Machakos also goes all the way to, coming Kamulu, coming to Ruai, and also, in fact, mpaka almost Nairobi, inside Nairobi, because JKI is actually in Machakos. Okay, people also forget it moves on to Emali and the other side to almost Masai land. And people also forget it goes to Voi, Voi until Sultan Hamud to Mariakani, that's also Machakos is, I mean, Ukambani is moving that. So the numbers of Machakos are there are so many, yet diversified. Ziko huko huko mbali mbali. It's not like Central, the numbers are so many, but they are zimefungiwa hapa hivi karibu. Unajua?
No, Mato, what you're giving us is a geographical what? Geographical
No, I'm giving you the
aspect.
numbers.
Hold on, you're giving us a geographical aspect of Ukambani. My question to you is this: had Kalonzo decided to run alone for president,
Raila wouldn't be where he is right now. It will be over.
I
Ruto
know,
will be the president.
I want you to contextualize this in terms of the Mount Kenya vote.
Yeah, so the Mount Kenya vote would have worked a different way, because this time, and if you guys didn't realize, that there's a time that Kalonzo was told, don't go with the media, you just do your own thing. You see, and they decided to do that. Kalonzo actually did a lot of things. He did a lot of campaigning. Basically, I wish you can understand what I'm trying to tell you. There was no other region, because Raila already had all the regions that he normally has. The other region was Central, and we did not have Central at the time. In fact, what we got from Central right now is Mother Karua that actually gave us that. We did not have Central. So how do you counter that? There's a region here that is very voter rich and can come out, and you have to counter these numbers that have already been taken away from you. How do you do it? We did not know who Raila was going to take. So let's do Ukambani, Kumera, what you call Kumera in Central. If we do Kumera, because this is a region that nobody has ever looked at, so you play that card, let's bring that. So
Martin Deto, there's a component you're forgetting. The relationship between Kalonzo and voting and Raila is a symbiotic relationship. It is not one person who has just helped the other person. You can flip the question and ask, if Kalonzo was running alone, would Ukambani have voted for him to the man like they did? So you see, when you're just saying automatically that if he wasn't supporting Raila, then it would have meant that they would have voted for him to the man. That is not true. I think the relationship is symbiotic. There's a sense in which the hope on the candidature of Raila and the surety of it led to Ukambani vote to be more sure of Kalonzo within Azimio.
Okay, then let me say something real quick. I'm so sorry. Listen, here is the point. And this is where sometimes you have to sit down and look at who's your bigger enemy, what's your better goal. Here's the thing. There was 2 points. I mean, two ways of doing this, right? For Ukambani to come in full. Even though, yes, we're saying Kalonzo is this and is not revered or is whatever Ukambani wants to call him. You can talk to any other Kamba other than me. If we had two people, one of them Mutua, another one Kalonzo, even though we don't revere Kalonzo or whatever was happening at the time, and we had the three governors, which we thought that would bring the whole Ukambani in. But honest to God, if we would have sacrificed Kalonzo more than Mutua, we probably would have brought down so many votes because of the idea and the analogy and the perception. So letting Mutua go and keeping the two governors and Kalonzo taking Mutua's side, Mutua's part of the three, brought the Ukambani kind of somewhere. And the other thing that Mutua did when he left, he never went with UDA regalias. I'm telling you, the chap guys, the MCS, there are a lot chap that have gotten it, but they don't even have anything to do with UDA or
You're
yellow.
diverting, Martin. That you are having so many things in one point.
Yeah, it was a calculation that was a tough calculation, bwana. Unatakaje? Okay, niulize nikujibu.
Calm down. The question is, let's start by saying Kalonzo has his entry into Azimio boosted our chances. That one, there's no argument about that. He's really played a lot because his being there has made sure we had Ukambani vote together. Remember, in 2017, Kalonzo didn't have even one county governor. He didn't have Kitui, he didn't have Machakos, he didn't have Makueni, right? So his being in Azimio has also boosted him as a person. Now he has Machakos, he has Makueni, and he has Kitui. All the three governors are in Wiper. Malombe is in Wiper, right? Yeah, so his being in Azimio has boosted him as leader. That's what I'm saying. It's a symbiotic relationship. He has gained from his relationship with Baba and Azimio by extension, because in 2017, he didn't even have one governor. Okay? Now, what you are saying is we don't need to overemphasize the idea that if we could have let him go, it was not about whether we were going to let him go or not. It was every politician in that particular time making mahesabu yao. Wananchi walikuwa na make hesabu to this extent that if we stick with Kalonzo, if he's going all the way to the Debe, we will be left because his chances were going to be minimal. And maybe the best he could have pushed for was a rerun. Okay? Because obviously his support base could have been, could have pushed the thing and we'd have gone to rerun. But now the electorate also pushed him and told him, hey, our chances are more. And he had already said that, okay, this other side, of course, Uhuru also had that psychological chance on us. And then, of course, now the electorate were like, this other side, we have better chances, you see. So Raila was propping him up while he was propping us up. And remember, there was a time we said, okay.
Yeah, but also you see them, but also what you're forgetting to see is that the governors, what they did, they gave him.
I'm not forgetting because I don't know it. You'll say what you want to say. Now, my submission is this: we run into a dangerous analytical error if we just say that it's only Kalonzo only who has benefited Azimio. His chances have also been made better by his association with Baba and Azimio. How? He has 3 governors right now that he didn't have in 2017. He has brought to us the whole Ukambani basket, which has also made us stronger in Ukambani. Is that going to be sustainable?
That's a very wrong statement, and you should never give that statement again. That's a very wrong statement.
What do you mean?
It's a very wrong statement, and please desist from giving that statement.
No.
Kalonzo did not bring anything. Kalonzo was pushed and given, and I mean, the other 2 governors, and even the third one that you don't want to hear, they're the people that made Kalonzo come and do what he did. That's a very wrong statement.
No,
because let me tell you why. I'll tell you why. Ngilu forfeited. Because Ngilu forfeited his parliamentarian people. Okay? Kivuda forfeited his fellow people. Okay? They agreed on MCAs. What you're seeing up here is not what it is. Kalonzo just came in and had to be tamed and to be given his ego in it. And you can go take that to the bank and tell Kalonzo to come and ask me. Tell Ngilu, she knows it. Tell them to come and talk to me.
No. Wait, Mato. You see, we
I'm
are not
telling
telling
you,
Kalonzo. Mato, we are not
Kalonzo did not. Kalonzo had to be pampered for us to deliver this.
We
And
are
let
not
me tell you the people that did that. That was Ngilu, Kivuda, and Mutua. Take that to the bank. Remember what I told you.
I don't want to remember. You make your analysis. Why are you running?
I'm not running. I'm just standing up to just because you're saying this and you're giving too much credence for somebody who was disturbed us for a long time, but he really actually eventually delivered.
Wacha kiburi. Acknowledge
Kiburi. Ako
Uko na
kamngine uonge nako katulie kwanza, si munakaeka PM, wacheni tuone.
Naona kiburi ya Wakamba inaanza kutupatia shida hapa sasa. Makiadi, ile video uliona, hebu download tucheze kidogo commercial break. Aya, kuna mtu hapa ana watch. Wewe kama unashikwa na kisirani na pressure, kama una watch Citizen, una watch KTN, toka, wacha kuwatch hizo, enda watch NTV. Ukienda kwa NTV, Baba is leading there. So toka kwa hizo Citizen na KTN, enda tafuta channel ile Baba na lead, uendelee kuwatch. Wewe inakaa bado unataka kuwatch TV, endelea. Just move from one TV station. Don't come here till you are getting depressed sijui na NTV, you are getting depressed sijui na Citizen. Move to the next channel. Kuna mahali Baba ana lead. Na ukiona zote zinakupatia mbaya, create your own tallying center, download from IBC, then tabulate. You will have Baba leading or whoever you want to lead. Usikuja hapa kwanza kutuambia ati sijui I'm getting pressure sijui nini. Wewe endelea kupata pressure peke yako. Sisi tulitoka hapo, tuna move forward. Wewe ngojea TV endelee kukufanyia tabulation, endelea kupata pressure. Ukiamka angalia yote mpaka TV kumalizie. Makiadi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's briefing on the 2022 general election. The Commission appreciates Kenyans for continued patience as it continues to collect and tally results. As you are aware, elections in Eldas constituency, Wajir County, were adjourned yesterday due to security reasons. And we are happy to report that voting in that constituency commenced today at 6 a.m. The Commission yesterday adjourned election at Didake Primary School polling station in Garisen constituency after experiencing logistical and technical challenges. Voting commenced today after the Commission addressed the challenges and authorizing the use of the manual register for the 569 registered voters. Results transmission of Form 34A from polling stations is ongoing, as you can see on the screens. We are now at 97.65%. We have transmitted 45,141 from 45,141 polling stations out of 46,229 polling stations. Collecting and announcement of results at the constituencies, the 290 constituencies, is underway. And once the returning officers complete the process, they will physically deliver to the National Tallying Center here at Bomas Forms 34As and 34 Bs. And this they will do after declaring results for member of National Assembly and member of County Assembly at the constituencies. And here at the National Tallying Center, the following activities will take place. 1, verification of transmitted image results of Form 34As against original Form 34As. 2, verification of constituencies Form 34Bs against their respective Form 34As. 3, collation of Form 34C and confirmation of constitutional threshold of 50% plus 1 vote and 25% of majority of counties of the candidates, declaration of presidential results, and issuance of certificate to the president-elect. So those are the activities that are lined up here at the National Tallying Center. The Commission also wishes to inform the country on the following incidents that happened in the course of yesterday and today night. 1, result Form 34A from Rukwaro Market Polling Station, Rongo Constituency, Migori County was erroneously transmitted to the Presidential Results Portal. The Commission will await for the original Form 34A from the returning officer, validate it with the presidential agents, and thereafter replace the said image in the portal once that validation is completed. Another incident is that 2 incomplete Form 34Bs from Aina Bukoi constituency, Wasingishu County, and Saboti constituency, Trans Nzoia County, were erroneously uploaded in the Commission's portal. The returning officers for the respective constituency will upload the correct and complete Form 34Bs upon signing by the returning officer and the respective agents at the constituencies' tallying centers. So they'll be uploaded to replace the images that were incomplete and posted on the portal. Remember, results announced at the polling station are final. Results in the portal are final. The public portal results are the same results that the Commission will rely on when we are doing the tallying in the National Tallying Center. In conclusion, the law requires that the Commission undertakes verification of presidential election results and declare the president-elect within 7 days after the close of the polls. However, the Commission shall endeavor to conclude this exercise at the earliest time possible. I want to end by thanking all the Kenyans for the patience they have exercised as we undertake this important exercise. God bless you and God bless.
Okay. Underline, remember, the results at the polling station are final, and the Commission will use the same results to declare the winner. So wale bado mnaendelea kungojea tallying ya the TV stations.
And Themba, just to add on what you're saying, I know people are panicking, but the thing is, whatever Chebukati is telling you in simple words is this. The TV stations, KTN, NTV, which is the other one, Citizen, are pulling their forms from the IBC portal. These forms that they are pulling from the IBC portals are the forms that your tallying centers, whether you are in UDA or you are in Azimio, are the same forms that your agents at the polling station sent to your tallying centers. So as we speak right now, everybody, Azimio and UDA, know what they got in the general elections. So kila mtu anajua ile kitu wako naye na amenyamaza. They are waiting for the IEBC to make a final declaration, and then whoever wins will be given the whatever the presidential candidate who wins will be given the certificate. Hiyo inakuanga ya mshindi, but kila mtu anajua ile kitu amepata kwa uchaguzi. So people are following KTN, anaenda huko anaona Raila amepitwa tena. Una change channel, unarudi kwa Citizen, na hapa tuko sawa, range ni 300. Unaona imeshikwa, unapitwa tena, unakimbia NTV. You are wasting your time. Watu walishamaliza hii kitu, kila mtu amerelax. Ingekuwa kama ile ya 2017, sasa ungeona akina Kalonzo na press conference na Raila Odinga. When you see people relaxed, hata wewe bana, enda tulia bana. Watu walale, waache kuingia maji kwa tumbo bana.
Makiadi mwambia vizuri sana. Watu walale, toka hapa kama uko na maji kwa tumbo. Wewe enda, kama baba hajaongea, baba ametulia. Wewe tulia, enda lala, tafuta kazi ingine ufanye, relax, weka suti, piga pasi, tafuta nini kama ni nini, yani be ready to party. Yes, Don PK.
Let me ask, because the reason why we are here is to tete-a-tete. I believe we are just tete-a-teting now. Why would the media houses have different figures, yet they are pulling these forms from the same server or the same source? Just a curiosity.
Yeah, let me answer you. If Ndemba is a media house and he begins tallying from Northeastern Province and you begin tallying from Western Province, will you have the same results?
Thank you. That's what you should be telling the followers of Mutembei.
So
other than bashing them, you should be soft.
No, we don't.
You know, you guys are getting. I think you are even getting more excited than everybody else.
No. We don't want to tell someone who cannot even believe that Baba already has the answers. Sasa mtu kama huyo haezi believe. So unamwacha anajibamba, akitaka kwenda kujibamba kwa NTV, akitaka kwenda kujibamba kwa Citizen, akitaka kwenda kujibamba kwa KTN, si unamwacha anaendelea tu kunini. The real Baba soldiers, tumewambia calm down, this thing is coming home, it's already home, so chill out, wait for Baba declaration. And just kama you are at the uko unasikia sauti yangu, stop wasting your time on Citizen, sijui KTN, sijui umetafuta what do you call it? The other one that is streaming, all of them. Stop looking at all those. You are going to stress yourself for nothing. What you need to do is relax, wait for Chebukati announcement. Baba is taking this. So if you want to believe that, but if you want to stress yourself by going to Nini, I can give you the TV stations that are showing whichever candidate you are supporting leading. So just go look for them, flip, you look. Ukienda NTV saizi Baba is leading there. So you can use that, you know. But as Makiadi has said, and as Chebukati has said, that is by yesterday, 97% of the forms were already uploaded their portal. Now, this is what it is. All parties had their agents at every polling station. They had their agents. So whatever that thing was being signed by the returning officer and the agents were signing it, they were taking a picture and sending to their tallying center. All of them. So these parties know, they know who is ahead. They know. So the only thing is, they are now the media houses. They didn't have agents in every polling station. That was something they didn't do. So what they are doing is they are pulling these forms directly from IBC. Now that takes time, needs a lot of manpower, needs a lot of whatever. So it takes that slow pace in which you are seeing that is coming out. I saw the Media Council giving a statement that they are trying to synchronize all those, but I don't know how they're going to do it. Because if they do it, by the time they finish, Chebukati will have announced the president and things will have already passed. So it's a race against time for them, because IBC is doing its job. Them, that is not their job. It is not the job of a media house to bring that out, collect. It's not their job. So they are doing something that is not even their jobs, so they don't have probably the manpower. They might not even pay. Now, if you want to know that it is coming home, SK Masharia in a Twitter yesterday, he congratulated Baba. And many others have done it. So for you, if you still want to wake up and rely on media houses to give you what, kindly continue. We want to ask you to continue getting the pressure. Endelea hivyo hivyo. Sisi tulitoka kwa pressure, tunaongea mambo mengine. Sasa hapa ukitoka kwa comment kuja kutuambia kuuza, sijui niko na pressure, nimeenda NTV, nimeenda, we can help you with others that have where your candidate is leading. So Stone PK, wacha stories za nini. Hawa tunawabasha hapa ni wale ambao ni watu wa Azimio, lakini doubting Thomases. You can't be a baba soldier if you have self-doubt. Lazima uwe na confidence ya kwamba yule candidate uli support ana win. That is what you call being confident as a fighter. Ama namna gani Stone PK? Yeah, and enda KBC, enda Black hata anawasaidia zaidi. Anawaambia KTN has better mathematicians.
Yes. You guys better enjoy this the last time you did it.
Sitaki niwaibie siri zote, lakini ni sawa. Watu wanakula sherehe na wengine wanalia hapa ati wanamalizwa na stress.
Baba anakula sherehe hapo na tuoli, kwanza anapigishwa, ila anaambiwa kwamba better enjoy this as your last as a civilian.
As a civilian. Hata niko na ingine tena hapa. Unajua watu hapa wameingia baridi. Mpaka unaonea.
Cheza hiyo yote, cheza watu wasikie bwana. Watu wanapigia Katerina huko.
Ziko mingi. Baba anakula sherehe huko, Sospita wendi umeingia baridi hapa.
Hakuna baridi nimeingia bana. Baba ashashinda hii kitu.
Unajua mtu kama Stone PK anajifariji na gitaa, lakini ndani yako na baridi. Stone PK, you've been in these trenches before bana. Umeanguka mara 3.
Makiadi, Stone PK kumbe baada yako kwa TV ndio anasema ati wacha kubash watu, kumbe ni yeye anasikia hiyo kitu tunambasha. Stone PK. Stone, uko hapo? Unaona Kitui ndiye anaimba.
Watu wanakula sherehe huko nje. Unasikia wanamwambia enjoy this, it is your last one as a civilian, CNC ni nini?
Hata ana dance ka president sasa, hata hiyo arukaruki.
Sisi tunawaambia namna hii. Watu walipiga tali yao kitambo sana. You know, that is what we are trying to say here. Watu walipiga tali yao kitambo sana kwa polling station, agent akatuma. Watu wakakaa chini kwa tallying center, wakapiga hesabu yao, wakaona mahali wanastand. All they are waiting for is for IEBC kudhibitisha zile form ambazo zimetumwa kutoka kwa polling station na zile wamereceive ni the same. And when IEBC does their tally, they will try to look at what IEBC has and what they have. But they know their position right now. That is what we are saying. Sasa mtu akikimbia huko NTV, aende apate Bomet, Kericho, Uasin Gishu, na wapi pengine Ndemba zimetuma zao. alafu unakuja hapa unasema huko NTV naona ni 300, alafu unakimbia Citizen, unakuta Citizen imetuma Homa Bay, imetuma Kisumu, umetuma wapi pengine. Alafu sasa hapo ndio nasema hawa watu hawana siasa, hawa ni wazuri. My friend, utazunguka kwa hii station mpaka remote ishe battery.
Utapigwa na pressure. Unapigwa na pressure, unakuja hapo unaanza kusema sijui mimi napigwa na pressure, mimi naona hii kitu ni shauri yako. Sisi tunaendelea tunangoja kukula ngoma. Stone PK huko. Stone PK kwani amekwama? Ni kama amekwama. Christine, shida iko wapi?
Niko tu sawa. You want us to make the final submission ama unatakaje Themba?
No, sisi tulikuwa tunafikiria Wekesa anakuja hapa endeleze, kwa sababu nasikia watu wanasema anataka kaa hapa mpaka jioni. Sisi na Makiadi tunataka kusign off.
No, personally I'm also tired. I'm going to work tomorrow.
Sisi tunataka kusign off kwa sababu sasa sijui kama kuna watu wanakuja kutake over, itakuwa
Tomato anaweza endelesha wenye wanataka iendelee. I thought it was supposed to be 24 hours. Kwani?
Mato nilisikia jana alichoka mpaka akalala studio.
Yeah, but saizi ni kama ako chonjo.
Mato unaendelea?
Hiyo siku tulika manze usiku mzima manze 5 asubuhi hapa hivi. Acha Richie, nilikuwa unajua niko kwa kiti hapa hivi tu, hata sijui kama walikuwa wananiona. Nilikuwa unajua nilitoka hivi nikakaa hivi. Aisea nilisikia nikiitwa Mato ni 6 AM in the morning. Sasa
Mato unaendelea?
Naweza shikilia for maybe 1 hour kaa kuna mtu mwingine atakuja, after that nitafunga. Kama mtaweza niongezea.
Nilikuwa tunaomba
mimi siwezi ongeza.
Sasa Makiadi unakaa hapa mpaka saa ngapi?
Sasa ni saa 5:54. Mimi ni kama mimi hakuna kitu kingine nangojea kuona hapa mimi. Mambo ya uchaguzi tulimaliza.
Kama ningeongeza watu ningeshikilia for 1 hour.
Wacha twende. Tutawafungulia kesho mapema. I mean kesho studio inaweza funguliwa mapema kwa sababu kesho tunatarajia mambo mengi sana ambayo yatafanya. Kesho si kesho, leo. Baadaye Banada akiamka anaweza waanzishia. Manake najua pia hao pia wako kazini. Unajua holiday ya Kenya ilikuwa siku ya kuvote peke yake. So
hakuna mtu mwenye ako nyuma anaweza niongezea watu kama mtu akitaka kuingia, because I know these people wanting to come in. Alafu wakuja shikilie.
Labda uongee na Banad.
No, mkaweza kuniongezea kama mnaweza niongezea tu watu, watu wenye
watakuongezea. Kama nikukuongezea tungekuwa hapa, tuwezi enda kulala. Sisi tuna sign off, tunaenda kulala bwana. Sasa wewe unasema tungeweza kuongezea, tunakuongezea wapi?
Mimi ningeshikilia for another 1 hour kabla kama mwingine akuje, because I think it's a good time.
Kama tunaweza kuongezea, we would as well not go to sleep. We will be here. But now we want to go to sleep. It's my time zone is like Makiadi's 11:55. So we must sleep. Tomorrow is another day, man. We gotta they say kuna ile inaitwa buga. Gotta wake up and make the dollar. Gotta make the moolah.
Watu wanaitisha link na sasa nani atabaki nao hapa jameni?
Ndio nakwambia.
Tunafunga kubwa. Fanyeni hivi tunafunga show. Kesho tunafungulia, not even kesho. Later wakiamuka kama kuna yule atakuwa kwa available. Bernard ama Wekesa ule atakuwa available, atawafungulia, then you guys can join in na muendelee na discussion. But
ati unaambia you have 480 people watching this channel, kwa nini unafunga?
There are only 467. Hao pia wakuje kesho. Mary Jones wacha zako. Wacha hizo Mary Jones. Kuwa mpole. So thank you so much. We really appreciate you're joining us. At least wanasema pia ukikula sukari usikune nyingi sana, inaweza kukuletea fujo. So they say sometimes we'd love to please, but you have to leave. We really thank you. We've been doing this and we'll keep doing it. Sherehe bado inaendelea, bado haijaanza hata. We'll be here, we'll cover the inauguration live, tutaikava live. You'll be having people here wala akiattend, akiapishwa, we'll cover it live. Sherehe mahali taenda, we will still be here. Then of course we'll endeavor to keep having this show going on. Akifungua anabeba boli yake anaenda. I don't know. But I mean black wewe ni Azimio bana. Don't be wacha hizo black. Wacha hizo black. Okay. So because we gotta go, I'll give you guys 30 seconds to give your closing remarks so that we go rest. 30 seconds. Nikiwapatia mingi sana hatutatoka hapa. So Mato, 30 seconds tafadhali. That means only 2 sentences, eh?
Yeah, I just want to tell people, hold your horses. Don't be too msiwe na haraka sana. You know, some things when polling starts coming in, sometimes they don't come in the way you want to see them. But hold your horses. There's different tallying stations. Nowadays, we don't just wait for IEBC to tally for us because of what Kenya has gone through, vitu za kuibiwa na nini. So there's different tallying stations. So the media, they also have to make money. So just relax, hold your horses. Nothing is done until it's done. And suti mpige pasi bwana. Na that's it's a good time. It's a historical moment that we have a new kind of way of leadership. Baba is coming, and let's celebrate that. Mwenye huku mpigia sawa, bado ni president wetu, and I think it's a time that Kenya is gonna move on, because we do need to move on from a third world country, something I've been fighting for around here for a long time, to a first world country. We cannot be called third world countries for the rest of our lives. So guys, be easy and be peaceful. Endelea na kufanya kazi. The president will come in. And thank you guys. Thank you for the people who voted. When you abstain, next time if you abstain.
30 seconds yako maze. Okay, 30 seconds, Christina Dick.
You know, me, I'm always a woman of few words. I'm very strict with timing. So what I can say, Kenya is making a history the way IBC has been transparent so far. Na juu ya hiyo story naona Atwoli anafurahia, Raila anafurahia, so tunafunga studio kabla sijapewa kitu.
Thank you, Christine. Stone PK, 30 seconds.
No, remember, I ask a question.
Temba una haraka, umeulizwa swali na mrembo.
My 30 seconds are not even over. Martin took 2 minutes.
Jibu swali kwanza ndio nije.
I plead the fifth.
Makiadi, unaturushia ngoma ama ni aje?
Situmalize hii kitu kwanza, kesho ndio tuongee.
Nipati kitu leo.
Tumalize hii kitu kesho. Watu waache wasiwasi. Watu waende walale, watulie. Kesho mkuje mapema sana. Banada taanza show saa 5 kwa sababu results zitakuwa zinawafurahisha. Alafu tutamaliza kesho na kawimbo ketu.
Apathy imeingia Christine.
Thank you, Makiadi. Temba, I think that is all I needed from you. You like complicating issues, man.
Stone PK, 30 seconds.
Hayawai huwa. Asanteni sana wanaazimio. Asante kabisa.
So Peter, 30 seconds. You're muted.
Yeah, tulieni msijali, gava iko gangare, gava iko imara, baba ana transition into kuishikilia. As we talk now, mi watu wenye mi ongeanga nao huko ODM huko ndani saizi hata hawachukui simu zangu, kwa hivyo hiyo ni ishara moja kuwa mambo iko shwari. Wako busy wakiwa handed over, kwa hivyo mngoje tu, mkwe tu patient, na by tomorrow afternoon watu wa Kibra utaanza kuona wakimwagika street wakienda kuchukua certificate, wakipiga vuvuzela. Kwa hivyo kesho
Douglas.
I think what is going on in Kenya right now is going to be a litmus test for how elections need to be conducted, not only in East Africa, but also for the rest of Africa. And I'm sure once Raila is president and the changes that will have been made in IEBC to actually improve the process, I think we are the people who are going to set the record or set the pace on how elections should be done and how elections should be conducted, reported, and finished and concluded. Thank you.
Thank you, Makiadi.
Me, what I want to say is this: there's always hope. We've fought this fight for a long time. 20 years is not a short time. So we are not going to break at the door. Watu washikilie. Wacha kitu ifike ndio tutaongea. Thank you.
Asante sana. Wale wanangoja mziki, hatuleti mziki leo na hatuleti kesho na hatuleti kesho kutwa. Mziki itakuja baada ya baba ameshaapishwa. So hiyo vitu vingine yote wekeni on hold, mambo ya kanywaji, mambo ya muziki until and after baba ameapishwa. So thank you, poleni sana. Endeleeni kusubscribe kwa Mutembei TV. We shall continue being here. Of course, there are so many things to be discussed. As soon as baba is sworn in, tunaendelea sasa na mambo mengine kujaribu kudakua, ama ni kupekua, ama ni kujaribu kuchakura zile vitu ambavyo we want Azimio government to deliver from day one. The first 100 days, we want them to deliver on certain things. So we'll be here to highlight, to see where it's doing well, to see where it's not doing well. We give it positive criticism so that they can work for the people, because that's what we've been fighting for all along when we have been here. Other than that, thank you so much. Let's go rest. We want to assure you, go rest. Kula lala. If you are going to sleep, lala. Wake up tomorrow. Kuja tena tuendelee na show. Yes, Douglas, what have you remembered?
He's saying peace.
Oh, okay. See you tomorrow, man. Yeah. So see you tomorrow, guys. If you kama wewe ni mtu unakuwa stress na mambo ya TV, toka kwa TV. Go sleep. Tumeshakwambia. Go sleep. Baba